Chapter 2356. Were you two the ones causing trouble at the Endless Treasures Pavilion just now? Peng Guang went straight to the point, and asked Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan coldly. Apparently, he had found out about the troublemaker's appearances, through some unknown means. Lu Xianyan's pretty face turned pale, and she didn't dare answer. She only had a cultivation base in the First Order Dao Source realm, and had only recently advanced. Her realm hadn't stabilized yet, so it was natural for her to feel pressured when facing someone from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was calm and unperturbed. He only glanced at Peng Guang indifferently. Compared to Qiuzhe, Peng Guang's aura was undoubtedly stronger. He was obviously stronger than Qiuzhe, but there was a limit to it. With Yang Kai's current strength and methods, he had nothing to fear. Neither of them answered. Peng Guang immediately became angry. How dare you not answer my question? The emperor pressure spread out and filled the entire tea house, causing the cultivators who were still drinking tea in the tea house to change their expressions drastically. The thick murderous intent seeped into their flesh and bones, causing them to shiver. They secretly cursed Yang Kai for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, daring to act so presumptuously in front of the city lord and implicating them. Yang Kai waved his hand gently. It was like a sharp sword cutting through the haze in the sky. The emperor's aura enveloping him and Lu Xianyan instantly dissipated. It was as if the clouds had cleared to reveal a clear sky. Peng Guang was shocked. Only then did he re-evaluate Yang Kai. He clearly sensed that Yang Kai only had a cultivation base in the Third Order Dao Source realm. But he could disperse his emperor's aura with a wave of his hand. What was going on? Although it was just a simple movement, Peng Guang no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. He realized that the other party dared to sit here so brazenly after causing a ruckus at the Endless Treasures Pavilion. He probably had something to rely on. Did this guy come from some top sect? Otherwise, how could he have such a foundation? He heard that the elite disciples of top sects had the strength to fight above their level. If this young man really came from some big sect, then today's matter would be difficult to handle. For a moment, Peng Guang began to worry about his gains and losses. The properties under his name were turned upside down, and the experts under his command were either dead or injured. If he didn't get a satisfactory explanation from the other party, then where would he put his face? However, if the other party had a powerful background, he might not be able to afford to provoke them. Although Peng Guang was a local tyrant in Marsh City, he was really nothing in the eyes of those top sections. They could just casually send an elder to kill him dozens, or even hundreds of times. Just as his mind was spinning rapidly, considering how to resolve today's matter, just as he was trying not to offend anyone too much, and was trying to preserve his reputation, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He was shocked and turned his head to look, only to see a middle-aged old man appear beside him at some unknown time. This old man had a head of white hair and was hale and hearty. He wore a gray linen robe. It looked unremarkable. When did this old thing come? Peng Guang's heart was filled with bewilderment. Just now he had only been thinking about Kai Yang's matter, and hadn't noticed when this old man had walked over. Furthermore, this old man's appearance was extremely unfamiliar. He had obviously never seen this person before. Yang Kai was also startled by the old man's sudden appearance. Peng Guang was distracted just now and didn't pay much attention to the old man's appearance, but Yang Kai saw him clearly. This middle-aged old man appeared without any warning, as if he had appeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's heart sank. He quietly released his divine sense to investigate the old man's cultivation, but to his horror, his divine sense was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. This person turned out to be even more powerful than Peng Guang from the Emperor realm. He was at least a second-order Emperor realm master, most likely a third-order Emperor. There's actually such a master in Marsh City. Yang Kai was shocked, but on the surface he glanced at Peng Guang. If these two were on the same side, then this matter would be troublesome. He originally thought that there was only one Peng Guang in Marsh City, so he wasn't afraid at all. But now that an even more powerful old man had appeared, Yang Kai was already thinking about how to safely escape. However, at a glance, Yang Kai felt a lot more at ease because Peng Guang also had a suspicious look on his face. Obviously, he didn't know this middle-aged old man. As a city lord, He actually didn't know that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers under his jurisdiction. It had to be said that Peng Guang was a failure as a city lord. The middle-aged old man's eyes lit up at this moment, as if he had discovered something of great interest. He smiled at Yang Kai and said, "This old man is Yao Changjun, the owner of this tea house. How should I address little brother?" He had a kind look on his face, as if he was an approachable senior, but Yang Kai instinctively felt a trace of danger. Before Yang Kai could speak, Peng Guang suddenly snorted coldly and said, "This city lord has something to discuss with this young man. Those who have nothing to do with it, withdraw first." He had an arrogant look on his face, as if he didn't put Yao Changjun in his eyes at all. As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's expression immediately became strange. But soon he suddenly understood. He guessed that Peng Guang didn't know the depth of Yao Changjun's strength, otherwise he would never dare to speak like this. Coupled with the fact that he wanted to show off in front of Yang Kai before but failed, and Yao Changjun didn't even look at him after he appeared. He was probably a little angry out of shame. Yang Kai not putting him in his eyes was one thing, but a mere owner of a tea house under his jurisdiction dared to not put him in his eyes? As a city lord, how could Peng Guang tolerate this? "You want this old master to withdraw?" Yao Changjun chuckled meaningfully and looked at Peng Guang with interest. "Are you sure?" Only then did Peng Guang realize that something was wrong and hurriedly released his divine sense to check Yao Changjun's cultivation. But it was too late. Before his divine sense could reach Yao Changjun, the latter had already sent a palm towards Peng Guang and coldly snorted. "A trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master dares to be presumptuous in front of this old master?" Scram. In the palm, source chi fluctuated, like a vortex of stars, containing great power. With a single palm, the world shook. Peng Guang's expression changed greatly. How could he not know that he had been blind and had provoked someone he shouldn't have? In a panic, he hurriedly retreated and said in horror, "Senior, please forgive me." But no matter how he dodged or defended, the palm still firmly imprinted on his chest. Accompanied by a sound, Peng Guang's entire body flew out like a rag sack, destroying dozens of buildings along the way. He fell to the ground in a sorry state and spat out a mouthful of blood. On the third floor of the Delightful Pleasures tea house, the originally noisy cultivator was dead silent. The eyes of all the cultivator who saw this scene almost popped out of their sockets. Marsh City's city lord, the First-Order Emperor Realm Master Peng Guang, was actually sent flying by a palm strike from an elderly man. And this elderly man was actually the owner of the Delightful Pleasures tea house. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. It turned out that in Marsh City, the true master wasn't the city lord on the surface, but the hidden master of the tea house. To be able to send Peng Guang flying with a single palm strike, just how high was the cultivation of this tea house's owner? Was he a second-order Emperor Realm Master, or a third-order Emperor Realm Master? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Some of them thought back to how they had flipped out in the Delightful Pleasures tea house, and deliberately made things difficult for the waiters. In an instant, they felt a chill run down their spines from head to toe, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Only now did they know that the Delightful Pleasures tea house was definitely not a place where they could act wildly. With the cultivation of this owner, if he really wanted to take their lives, Peng Guang wouldn't even dare to make a sound. The reason why he ignored them was obviously because he didn't want to. "I will never cause trouble here again." Every cultivator secretly swore in their hearts. "Now we can talk." After Yao Changjun sent Peng Guang flying, he smiled slightly and sat opposite Yang Kai. His face was calm and relaxed, as if what happened just now was nothing more than a fly to him. Lu Xianyun was completely dumbfounded. Her face was drained of blood and her teeth were chattering violently. She originally thought that she had only offended Peng Guang, but she didn't expect someone even more powerful to jump out. "Senior, what do you want to talk to me about?" Yang Kai frowned and asked in a deep voice. From the scene of Yao Changjun's attack just now, this guy was obviously not as gentle as he looked on the surface. Instead, he was a temperamental old monster. Facing this kind of person, how could Yang Kai dare to treat him lightly? As he spoke, Yang Kai put away the jade box in his hand without leaving a trace. But his actions were obviously not able to hide from Yao Changjun. The owner of the Delightful Pleasures tea house only waved his hand, and the box in Yang Kai's hand flew into his palm. Yang Kai's face immediately sank. He knew that Yao Changjun must have sensed the aura of the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus, which was why he suddenly appeared. This kind of treasure was very useful to any cultivator. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to directly snatch his things. If he had known earlier, Yang Kai would never have opened the restriction on the jade box here. But who would have thought that this tea house was actually hiding an old monster? Yang Kai sighed in his heart, and could only secretly hope that Yao Changjun did not know the secret of the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus. Let's talk about this. Yao Changjun grinned meaningfully, with an expression that said, "Don't try to play tricks in front of me." As he spoke, he gently opened the jade box and his expression became extremely solemn, as if he had just obtained a precious treasure. It was as if the thing inside the jade box was extremely important to him. A faint fragrance drifted out from the jade box and Yao Changjun's eyes flashed with a frightening light as he happily said, "Sure enough, it really is this thing. This old master has waited here for 200 years. At last my efforts have not been in vain, ha 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 ha." Yang Kai's face instantly sank. Hearing the meaning behind Yao Changjun's words, how could he not know that the other party recognized the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus? Moreover, this old man had concealed his identity and opened a tea house just for this treasure. He had even waited here for more than 200 years. "Little brat, tell this old master, where did you get this thing?" After confirming that the jade box contained the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus, Yao Changjun suddenly became anxious and no longer had the warmth from before. Instead, his tone was gloomy, as if he would teach Yang Kai a lesson if he dared not answer truthfully. Chapter 2357. Senior, I obtained it by accident. It has nothing to do with my brother. Lu Xianyun suddenly interjected. Her intentions were obvious. She did not want to implicate Yang Kai because of her. You obtained it? Yao Changjun heard this and directly ignored Yang Kai. Instead, he looked at Lu Xianyun with a burning gaze. Lu Xianyun was a little frightened by his intimidating gaze and nodded uneasily. Yes. Where is it? Yao Changjun asked anxiously. Lu Xianyun was stunned and looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled expression. Because Yang Kai had asked the same question just now, but before she could answer, she was interrupted by Pang Guang. Now, Yao Changjun was asking the same question again. Could it be that there were other treasures in the place where this thing appeared? Otherwise, why would they all ask this question? Although she was puzzled, she did not dare to neglect and quickly answered. It's in a place deep in the solitary Void Mountain Range. It really is the solitary Void Mountain Range. Yao Changjun gritted his teeth, as if he had expected this. His expression changed for a while before he shouted in a deep voice. If I let you go again, can you find the location? Lu Xianyun said. I don't remember the way. Trash. Yao Changjun was furious when he heard this. A surging emperor pressure pressed down on Lu Xianyun, causing her face to turn red, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly made his move. This old monster, Yao Changjun, was definitely not easy to deal with. Moreover, this person was so temperamental that it seemed that he was also a cruel person. Relying on his high cultivation, he did not put the lives of others in his eyes. It did not matter if he wanted to find Lu Xianyun to inquire about the origin of the pristine soul, heavenly restoration lotus. At most, he would just take him there. What he was afraid of was that this old man would kill him to silence him after using him. Yang Kai estimated that he would most likely do that. So, at the moment when he was enraged, Yang Kai knew that his chance had come. The laws of space suddenly fluctuated, and the surrounding space suddenly froze. Yang Kai snapped his fingers and several huge moonblades shot towards Yao Changjun. Yao Changjun was originally furious. How could he have thought that Yang Kai would dare to take the initiative to attack him? In his opinion, it was already very good that a kid from the Third Order Dao Source Realm could remain calm in front of him. He even dared to attack him. Therefore, he was completely caught off guard this time. The pitch-black moonblade quickly arrived in front of Yao Changjun, looking like it was going to cut him into several pieces. Yao Changjun's expression did not change as he sneered. Brat, you're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, He stretched out his hand to grab Moonblade. Yang Kai grabbed the Moonblade and squeezed it hard, shattering it. Even Yang Kai's space principles were completely smoothed out by a powerful emperor's pressure. The power of space? Yao Changjun showed a look of surprise as he looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Boy, you're quite interesting. Who is Li Wui to you? He's your grandfather. Yang Kai shouted angrily. The demon eye of annihilation had already opened, and the blossoming lotus secret technique was leisurely displayed. His spiritual energy poured out and blasted into Yao Changjun's mind. Yao Changjun never thought that Yang Kai would dare to use a soul secret technique to deal with him. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two was too great. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the weaker party to use a soul secret technique to attack the stronger party, because doing so would easily result in a backlash, leading to self-destruction. But Yang Kai had done just that. What made Yao Changjun even more uneasy was that this was his biggest weakness right now. Yang Kai seemed to have known this for a long time, so he was not afraid in the slightest and directly used an extremely powerful soul secret technique. Yao Changjun was instantly hit, and his knowledge-seized defenses were torn apart. Intense pain came from his head as he clutched his head and cried out, unable to control his source chi. His source chi exploded everywhere. Let's go! Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice as he reached out and grabbed the jade box in Yao Changjun's hand, directly taking back the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus. Then, without any delay, he grabbed the stunned Lu Xianyun and teleported away with space principles. Hong. Just as the two left, the Delightful Pleasures tea house collapsed. Yao Changjun's rampaging source chi took the shape of a dragon and tiger and unconsciously bombarded everything around him. The cultivator drinking tea in the tea house was instantly killed or injured, and countless shops on the streets collapsed. A dozen streets away, Pang Guang, who had crawled up in a sorry state, looked over with a pale face and cried out involuntarily, Third Order Emperor Realm. He had not checked Yao Changjun's specific cultivation before, but now that the other party's source chi had gone berserk, it was clear at a glance how deep his cultivation was. The owner of the Delightful Pleasures tea house was actually a Third Order Emperor Realm Master. Peng Guang suddenly felt uneasy. He was the city lord of Marsh City, yet he did not know that such a top master was hiding in the city he was in charge of. This was enough to make him panic, and secretly rejoice that he had not provoked him before. What made Peng Guang even more incredulous was, who in the world could actually hurt Yao Changjun? From his current roar and his current state, it was obvious that his injuries were not light. Could it be that young man? That was impossible. That young man was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Even if Yao Changjun stood there and let him hit him, it was impossible for him to be injured. Could it be that Yao Changjun was not the only Third Order Emperor Realm Master in Marsh City? Thinking of this, Peng Guang's face suddenly turned pale, and his entire being became suspicious. Little brat, you dare to sneak attack this old master? You're dead. This old master will never let you go. A roar came from the ruins of the tea house. Yao Changjun's murderous intent surged like a tide. After calming down the pain in his head with great difficulty, he sensed the direction Yang Kai had fled in and immediately chased after him, his figure as fast as lightning. He was a dignified Third Order Emperor Realm Master, yet he was actually injured by Yang Kai's sneak attack. If this news spread out, where would he put his face? He secretly swore that he would catch Yang Kai and let him taste all the tortures in the world to vent the hatred in his heart. In the blink of an eye, Yao Changjun disappeared. Peng Guang stood in place and pondered for a while with a gloomy face before his figure flickered, and he flew out of the city. From the looks of it, he was going to chase after Yao Changjun and Yang Kai, but no one knew what he was thinking. Outside the city, Yang Kai was constantly using his space force to travel more than a dozen kilometers in an instant. Lu Xianyun, who was still in his arms, was still in a daze. Yang Kai had actually injured Yao Changjun, and from the looks of it, he had used his spiritual energy to do so. How was this possible? Everything she saw today had completely overturned her understanding of the world, making her wonder if she was dreaming. Where is the solitary void mountain range? Yang Kai felt the murderous intent behind him closing in, and hurriedly asked. Although he was proficient in the Tao of space, If he were to escape with Lu Xianyun, it would take a lot of effort to teleport every time. If this continued, Yao Changjun would catch up to them sooner or later, and with Yao Changjun's strength, he would not be able to resist. Right now, he could only go to the solitary Void Mountain range first, and hope to use the terrain there to get rid of Yao Changjun. Just now, he heard Lu Xianyun say that the depths of the solitary Void Mountain range were extremely dangerous, and even those from the Emperor realm might not be able to come out alive. Over there. Lu Xianyun heard this and subconsciously pointed in a direction. She had stayed in Marsh City for a few years, so she knew the surrounding environment like the back of her hand. Yang Kai immediately changed direction and flew towards the solitary Void Mountain range. Brother! Although Lu Xianyun was in Yang Kai's arms, she still felt cold all over because she could clearly feel the murderous intent behind her getting closer and closer. You should run on your own. I've dragged you down this time. I hurt him once. Do you think he'll let me go? Yang Kai replied indifferently. Since you call me brother, I can't just ignore you. Don't worry, running away is my forte. Lu Xianyun saw his insistence and could only purse her red lips, feeling touched in her heart. Speaking of which, when she first met Yang Kai, it could be said that friendship grew after a fight. After that, they did not spend much time together in the Blue Feather sect, but after escaping from the Blue Feather sect, Yang Kai gave her half of the things in his space ring. This time, when they met again, Yang Kai stood up for her at every turn, making her feel warm in this unfamiliar star boundary. Even when they were in the territory of Great Desolate Star, no one had ever treated her so well. After living for so many years, this was the first time she had met someone who could take care of her like this. With their bodies pressed together, Lu Xianyun gradually felt that the murderous intent was no longer as cold as before. Instead, as time passed, her body began to heat up. Panicking, she quickly diverted her attention and asked casually, Brother, is that Yao Changjun really a third-order Emperor Realm Master? It's the real deal. Then how did you hurt him? Lu Xianyun was puzzled. Logically speaking, with such a huge difference in cultivation, no matter what method Yang Kai used, it should have been impossible for him to hurt Yao Changjun. But in fact, Yang Kai had done it. Yao Changjun's painful roar was clearly not fake. Because there is a crack in his knowledge, see, Yang Kai said. He must have been seriously injured. Otherwise, with my current cultivation, if I rashly used a soul secret technique to attack him, I would have suffered a backlash. If that happened, even if I didn't die, I would have been crippled. How did you know? Lu Xianyun was shocked by Yang Kai's words. After all, this was too unbelievable. Yang Kai and Yao Changjun did not know each other before, so how did he know Yao Changjun's secret? A crack in his knowledge was definitely Yao Changjun's biggest secret. Otherwise, he would not have concealed his identity in High City. He was obviously hiding here because he was afraid that his enemies would come looking for him. Yang Kai smiled slightly. He cares so much about the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus because he wants to repair his knowledge. Lu Xianyun suddenly understood. So that spirit flower is called the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus? Brother, you mean that this spirit flower has the effect of repairing one's knowledge? A simple pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus naturally does not have this effect. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before explaining to her. If you use this stock to refine pills, it can be refined into the pristine soul heavenly restoration pill, which can repair broken meridians and dantian. It is extremely useful for those seriously injured cultivators. However, the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus has another name, the twin heavenly restoration lotus. When it appears, it always appears as two stalks, one white and one black. If you can obtain both of them, you can refine the twin heavenly restoration pill, which is an existence of a higher grade than the pristine soul heavenly restoration pill. Not only can it repair a cultivator's broken meridians and dantian, it can also repair one's soul and expand one's knowledge. Chapter 2358. The Twin Lotus Flower. Lu Xianyun exclaimed. No wonder you all asked me where I got it. It turns out that you were looking for another heavenly restoration lotus. That means that Yao Changjun also knows a lot about this twin heavenly restoration lotus. He was able to identify it through its aura, so he must have done some research on it. Yang Kai raised his brow and continued. And from what he said just now, this solitary void mountain range seems to have produced heavenly restoration lotuses before, which is why he waited here for 200 years. But brother, when I got it, there was only one. Lu Xianyan was puzzled. Although she had obtained the pure white heavenly restoration lotus by accident, she had carefully searched the surroundings after obtaining it, and did not find any other valuable spirit medicines. If the twin heavenly restoration lotus was really one black and one white, there was no reason for her to miss it. Maybe someone else took it first, or maybe you were careless. Let's not worry about that for now. We should think of a way to get rid of that old monster. Yang Kai said no more after he finished and carefully checked the surrounding terrain. The solitary void mountain range was an extremely dangerous place near Marsh City. It was also a place that many cultivators liked to train, because the environment here was quite special. It bred many valuable monster beasts and spirit grasses and spirit medicines. The cultivator who lived in Marsh City often came here in groups to search for cultivation resources. Lu Xianyan had been here many times, so she naturally knew the surrounding terrain like the back of her hand. Under her guidance, the two rushed into the solitary void mountain range in less than an hour. As soon as he stepped into this place, Yang Kai felt a terrifying aura lingering around him, as if it was deep in the solitary void mountain range. What could possibly threaten his existence? And according to Lu Xianyan, she had always been training in the periphery of the solitary void mountain range, and never dared to go deep, because the deeper she went, the more dangerous it was. There was once a bold master from the Emperor realm who entered the solitary void mountain range, but never came out. If she had not been chased by a monster beast last time, Lu Xianyan would not have run so deep. Being able to return safely in the end was definitely due to luck. However, correspondingly, the deeper one went, the greater the return the cultivator could obtain. High returns often made some cultivators take risks. Every year, countless cultivators went missing in the solitary void mountain range. However, nothing was absolute. Good things would often appear in the periphery of the solitary void mountain range. There was once a cultivator who found an emperor-grade spirit herb garden within 1,000 kilometers of the periphery of the solitary void mountain range, and began to soar. Yang Kai was puzzled. Since there are so many cultivator hunting in the periphery, how could there be anything good left behind? Lu Xianyan said, I'm not too sure. Anyway, every time I come here, it feels different. It seems that every once in a while, the landscape here changes greatly. The path we walked on, and the things we saw would often disappear and be replaced by other scenes. Is there such a thing? Yang Kai was surprised. As soon as he asked this question, Yang Kai's expression changed, and he began to circulate his source qi. He continued to teleport. In an instant, he crossed over 100 kilometers and finally put some distance between him and Yao Changjun. The Delightful Pleasures Tea House's owner was indeed a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even though his soul had been severely damaged, his remaining strength was not something Yang Kai could contend with. He was proficient in the Tao of Space, but even with Lu Xianyan he was still unable to escape from the other party's pursuit. Teleporting consumed a lot of Yang Kai's strength. The suppression of the Star Boundaries world principles was very strong, so every time he teleported, he had to use a lot of source qi and spiritual energy. Moreover, he had to protect Lu Xianyan from the suppression of the space principles while teleporting, so it was naturally very difficult. However, he had refined a lot of pills in Thousand Leaves sect last time. They came in handy now, so he didn't have to worry about running out of strength in the short term, but it was definitely not a solution in the long run. There were dangers everywhere in the solitary void mountain range. Not only were there all kinds of ferocious monster beasts, there were also many natural spirit arrays and restrictions. Yang Kai could release his divine sense while maintaining his demon eye of annihilation, so he could avoid these dangers in advance. On the other hand, Yao Changjun, who was chasing after them, seemed to be afraid of using his divine sense recklessly, so he often fell into some traps or was besieged by a monster beast. However, with his powerful strength, even if he was besieged by a monster beast or fell into a spirit array, it would only take him a very short time to escape. Yao Changjun's understanding of the solitary void mountain range was much deeper than Yang Kai's. He had stayed here for 200 years, so he naturally wasn't just waiting idly. He would often enter and exit the solitary Void Mountain range himself, hoping to find the twin heavenly restoration lotus. He originally thought that with his powerful strength, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape for long, but after chasing for a while, he found that he was wrong. He couldn't close the distance between him and Yang Kai, and every time he used a secret technique to close the distance, Yang Kai would always be able to successfully shake him off. This made him furious, but there was nothing he could do. A cultivator who cultivated the Tao of Space was really difficult to catch. Yao Chongjun had fought with such a cultivator before, so he naturally understood this. Moreover, from the way Yang Kai used his space secret technique before, this brat's attainments in the Tao of Space were extremely high. Even if it couldn't compare to the person he knew, it was definitely not at a level that someone of his age and cultivation could comprehend. Where did this brat come from? Yao Chongjun couldn't figure it out. Could he really be Li Wuyi's disciple? In the entire star boundary, Li Wuyi was the one with the deepest understanding of the Tao of Space. This chase lasted for a full 5 days, but Yao Chongjun was still unable to successfully capture Yang Kai. He couldn't help but wonder if he was going to miss out on this opportunity. If it weren't for his soul being injured and his strength not being able to reach its peak, a mere third-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, even if he was proficient in the Tao of Space, wouldn't be able to jump around in front of him like this. He could directly lock down the area Yang Kai was in and suppress him with his powerful cultivation, not giving him a chance to even use his Tao of Space. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Just as Yao Chongjun's face was ashen and he was secretly swearing to himself that once he caught Yang Kai, he would make him die a horrible death, his mind suddenly stirred and he became overjoyed, because he found that Yang Kai had suddenly stopped moving. He didn't know if he had encountered some danger or fallen into some kind of spirit array, but no matter what the reason was, it was good news for Yao Chongjun. Pushing his flight-type artifact with all his might, he quickly moved closer to Yang Kai. "Brother, what's wrong?" A few thousand kilometers away, Lu Xianyan looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled look. Just a moment ago, Kai Yang had suddenly stopped, his expression fluctuating. "I'm so stupid." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed, a look of annoyance on his face. "What is it?" Lu Xianyan didn't know why he would say that. "Wait for me for a while, I'll be right back." As Yang Kai spoke, he put Lu Xianyan down and scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. After finding a suitable location, he quickly rushed over. A moment later, Yang Kai entered the small sealed world bead. In fact, Yang Kai was very surprised that Yao Chongjun could chase after him so persistently, because this person's soul had been severely injured, so it was impossible for him to use his divine sense to lock onto the direction and location of his escape. In fact, during these 5 days of fleeing, Yang Kai hadn't noticed Yao Chongjun's divine sense, but he could still accurately pinpoint his location, and even chase after him. One had to know that Yang Kai had used the space divine technique, so with Yao Chongjun's current state, Yang Kai was confident that he could shake him off. But how could he do that? The only explanation was that Yao Chongjun had planted a secret technique or some kind of mark on him or Lu Xianyun, and through this secret technique or mark, Yao Chongjun was able to pinpoint his location. Thinking of this, Yang Kai knew that he had been too careless these past 5 days. If he had noticed it earlier, he might have already left Yao Chongjun behind. Inside the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai's senses were magnified infinitely. He had refined the sealed world bead, so he was the master of this world. Wherever his heart moved, the world force would follow. Even if the small sealed world bead's principles were not perfect, it was still easy for him to detect any abnormalities. Yang Kai mobilized the world force inside the small sealed world bead, and searched his body inch by inch. He secretly prayed that things wouldn't be too complicated. It would be best if the secret technique or mark was planted on him. If it was planted on Lu Xianyan, he would have to bring her to the small sealed world bead to check. After 5 breaths, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He reached out and took out the jade box containing the twin heavenly restoration lotus from his space ring, then threw it to Lu Yen, who had rushed over. "There is a master's aura mark on this jade box. Erase it." Lu Yen caught it, but before he could say anything to Yang Kai, Yang Kai had already disappeared. Deep in the solitary void mountain range, Lu Xianyun stood alone, looking around at the unfamiliar environment, her heart filled with fear. Yang Kai had just flashed behind a small hill nearby, and for some reason he had suddenly disappeared without leaving behind even the slightest trace of his aura. This made her worry a little. Even though she knew that Yang Kai wasn't the kind of person who would disregard the life or death of his companions, she still couldn't help but think about it. She wondered if she had dragged Yang Kai down, so he just left her here and didn't care. No, that can't be. Lu Xianyun shook her head. Lu Xianyun shook her head again and again. If Yang Kai was really such a person, he wouldn't have taken her with him back in Blue Feather Sect, nor would he have given her half of the treasures in his space ring. A few days ago, in the Delightful Pleasures tea house, he wouldn't have taken the risk of offending a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Brother must have something important to do. Lu Xianyun comforted herself in her heart. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, Yang Kai's aura suddenly appeared again, and he rushed out from behind the small hill. Brother! Lu Xianyun felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from her heart, and her whole body relaxed. Yang Kai rushed in front of her and without saying a word he reached out and hugged her again, using his space force and teleporting away. A moment later, the two were already 1,000 kilometers away. It was only then that Yang Kai suddenly summoned his wooden boat and pulled Lu Xianyun onto it, saying anxiously, "Take off your clothes." Ah! Lu Xianyun heard this and blushed. Chapter 2359. In the middle of nowhere, Yang Kai had suddenly asked her to take off her clothes in a tone that would not allow her to refute. Lu Xianyun was naturally angry and embarrassed, so she couldn't help but think the wrong way. Yang Kai explained, "Yao Chongjun left a mark on the jade box so he can lock onto our position. I don't know if you have it on your clothes, but we still have to be on guard. Change into a new set of clothes." Hearing his explanation, Lu Xianyun finally understood what Yang Kai meant. She understood that she had misunderstood Yang Kai's intentions, and her face immediately turned pale. She wasn't a shy little girl and immediately began to undress after knowing the whole story. Not long after, she changed into another set of clothes and burned her original set of clothes to the ground. 3,000 miles away, Yao Chongjun's figure suddenly stopped, his face ashen. Just now, he suddenly noticed that the tracing mark he had planted had disappeared. At that time in the tea house, after he took the jade box from Yang Kai, he directly left a mark on it. It wasn't that he could predict the future, he was just being careful. He had waited for 200 years in Marsh City and finally saw the heavenly restoration lotus, so how could he not be cautious? As it turned out, his caution allowed him to chase after Yang Kai for 5 days without letting go. But just now, the mark suddenly disappeared. How could Yao Chongjun not know that Yang Kai must have found the mark he had planted and erased it? But what he couldn't figure out was how Yang Kai, a trivial third-order Dao source realm, could erase his mark. The gap in strength was not fake. In an instant, Yao Chongjun was anxious and angry. He roared to the sky, "Brat! Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, this king will catch you." Although the mark was gone to show him the way, Yao Chongjun was still unwilling to give up. The heavenly restoration lotus was not something that could be seen casually. Being able to see it this time was completely due to luck. If he missed this chance, he might never see it again. He secretly swore. No matter what, he had to find Yang Kai, tear him to pieces, and take back the heavenly restoration lotus. In the depths of the solitary void mountain range, Yang Kai's face was ugly. Although he had completely gotten rid of Yao Chongjun, Yang Kai found that his situation had not improved because he was actually lost in this damned place. After asking Lu Xianyun, she also said that she did not know how to get out of this place. She had only been in such a deep place once. Last time was completely by luck. The surrounding environment seemed to be carved from the same mold. Suddenly, Kai Yang stopped. He scanned his surroundings with a grave expression. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Lu Xianyun asked nervously. "Maybe it's just an illusion." Yang Kai muttered to himself. Lu Xianyun gulped and whispered, "Brother, there is a saying in the solitary void mountain range." "What saying?" "Some people say that the solitary void mountain range is alive. Lu Xianyun's pretty face turned pale. Alive? Yang Kai raised his brow. Lu Xianyun nodded. The landscape of the solitary void mountain range changes all the time, so there has never been a map of this place. Sometimes, the landscape of a certain place changes very quickly. Sometimes, the changes are so slow that no one can detect them, but most people think that the solitary void mountain range is alive. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while before his eyes suddenly lit up. This saying may not be correct, but there is definitely some basis. What do you mean? Lu Xianyun looked at Yang Kai in confusion. Yang Kai said, Junior sister, you have always been active in the periphery of the solitary void mountain range. Do you often find good things? Yes, Lu Xianyun replied. It's not just me, many people in Marsh City are like this. Yang Kai nodded. Since there are so many people active in the periphery all year round, it stands to reason that the periphery should be barren. Even if there were any good things, they would have been taken away long ago, but you can often find some good things. This is also what I find strange. Lu Xianyun nodded. Lu Xianyun nodded. She had never understood why this was the case. She had come to the solitary void mountain range many times, and except for the few times when she was unlucky and didn't find anything, she would always find something useful in the periphery. But this was obviously not normal. Brother, you mean? Yang Kai said. The solitary void mountain range is always moving. Every once in a while, the earth in the depths will move to the periphery, and the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the depths will naturally appear in the periphery. That's why there are often good things in the periphery. How do you know? Lu Xianyun was extremely surprised. She had lived in the solitary void mountain range for several years, but she had never thought of this. Yang Kai had only been here for a few days, but he had already thought of this. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It's just a guess, I don't know if it's right or not. But this guess was very likely to be true, because it perfectly explained why good things often appeared in the periphery of the solitary void mountain range. This land was alive, wriggling and rolling at a speed that ordinary people couldn't detect. And when the earth in the depths moved to the periphery, it would naturally bring out the good things. But the cultivator in the solitary void mountain range had a feeling that he didn't know the true face of this place, so he couldn't detect the changes in the solitary void mountain range at all. Asterisk walala, asterisk at that moment, the sound of flapping wings suddenly came from all around, and then, countless birds in the dense forest took to the air, as if they had been frightened by something. Not only that, the beasts on the ground also began to panic, scurrying around like headless flies. In less than 3 breaths, the entire solitary void mountain range was boiling. What's going on? Lu Xianyun's pretty face changed as she asked in surprise. Yang Kai was also puzzled, but in the next moment his expression suddenly changed, because he saw that the birds that had taken to the sky were all frozen in midair, unable to move forward no matter how they flapped their wings. It was as if there was an invisible force that was restraining them. Among those birds, there was no lack of 11th-order monster beast, and Yang Kai even saw a 12th-order monster beast comparable to the Emperor realm. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the ground under his feet suddenly moved rapidly, causing Yang Kai to lose his footing and almost fall to the ground. At the same time, an extremely strong suction force came from deeper in the solitary void mountain range, pulling Yang Kai's body and trying to drag him there. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically, and without any explanation, he directly wrapped Lu Xianyun with his source chi and tried to use the Tao of Space to escape. But under the fluctuations of the Tao of Space, he was still in place. Sensing with his heart, Yang Kai cried out involuntarily, "The world principles have been shattered." The world principles in this area had been shattered by this change, and he had no way to use the Tao of Space to leave this place. And in just a short while, the flow of the ground under his feet became even faster, causing Yang Kai to feel a little dizzy. Lu Xianyun was even worse off, unable to stand steadily and could only hug Yang Kai's waist. The suction force from deeper in the mountain range was even more terrifying, and even with Yang Kai's cultivation, he was unable to resist it. No matter how he urged his source chi to stabilize his body, the birds and beasts were all dragged away by the suction force and disappeared from Yang Kai's sight in the blink of an eye. Many of the weaker birds and beasts even exploded into a bloody mist. For a time, the roars of beasts and the cries of birds filled the air, and the solitary void mountain range became extremely lively. Somewhere 3,000 kilometers away, Yao Changjun's face was also filled with shock. He desperately urged his Emperor Qi to break free from the shackles of this world. But even with his cultivation, he was unable to do so and could only barely stand in place without being dragged away. The solitary void great maelstrom. Yao Changjun's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. Even his rock-hard emperor heart was trembling slightly in fear. Unlike Yang Kai, who had just arrived, and Lu Xianyun, who had lived here for only a short time, Yao Changjun's research on the solitary void mountain range was extremely thorough. He knew that this damned place usually did not look dangerous, but at certain moments, it could erupt with heavenly Tao power that even the Emperor realm could not resist. At that moment, the solitary void great maelstrom would appear. The solitary void great maelstrom was definitely a natural disaster that would destroy and reshape the solitary void mountain range. Yang Kai's previous guess was correct. The solitary void mountain range was indeed constantly changing, and the terrain was constantly shifting, which was why the cultivator on the periphery could often find some good things. However, this kind of change was actually very slow and would not bring too much danger to the cultivator, who came here for experience. Moreover, because the cultivator was inside the solitary void mountain range, they would generally not notice this change, and by the time they noticed it, the terrain would have already changed. However, when the speed of this change reached a certain limit, the entire solitary void mountain range would spin like a crazy top, and in the midst of this rotation, the solitary void mountain range would be reshaped. This was the solitary void great maelstrom. No one knew why the solitary void mountain range was like this. It was the work of heaven and earth, and Yao Changjun had entered and exited the solitary void mountain range many times without being able to figure out anything. It was just that the solitary void great maelstrom appeared for a very long time, generally appearing once every few hundred to 1,000 years. As far as Yao Changjun knew, the last time the solitary void great maelstrom appeared was 600 years ago. At that time, the great maelstrom swallowed countless cultivator, who entered the solitary void mountain range, and this time would obviously be no exception. And it just so happened that he actually ran into it. Yao Changjun hated Yang Kai in his heart. He felt that if it weren't for this brat's interference, he would not have taken the risk to enter this place and encounter such a natural disaster that he could not resist. If he was still on the periphery of the solitary void mountain range, he would definitely be able to escape with his powerful cultivation, but in order to chase after Yang Kai, he had gone deep inside. When the great maelstrom appeared, the deeper one went, the more terrifying the suction would be, and the more difficult it would be to resist. At this moment, he was only 2,000 kilometers away from the center of the solitary void mountain range, and at this distance he would not be able to escape. Chapter 2360. If someone could look down at the solitary void mountain range from a high altitude, they would see that the solitary void mountain range was spinning madly like a spinning top. With a certain point as the center, the entire solitary void mountain range was in the shape of a huge funnel. A powerful suction force was coming from the center, affecting all living beings in the solitary void mountain range. Countless birds and beasts were sucked into the funnel-shaped vortex, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. However, even more birds and beasts, as well as the cultivators who came here to train and search for resources, exploded into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a corpse. Those cultivators who were lucky enough to be active in the periphery were lucky enough to escape this unforeseen event, but when they looked back, everyone's face was pale, and their hearts were filled with lingering fear. Many people did not know what was going on, but some people knew that this was the famous solitary void great vortex. The news spread like wildfire, and soon everyone heard about the solitary void great vortex. While they were amazed by the heavenly way of nature, they were full of expectations. Because every time the solitary void great vortex appeared, the entire solitary void mountain range would be reshaped, and some of the precious treasures that were originally in the depths of the solitary void mountain range would flow to the periphery along with the changes in the landscape. In other words, when the solitary void mountain range calmed down, a large number of precious treasures would appear in the periphery, so how could they not be looking forward to this? I seem to have seen City Lord Master enter the depths of the solitary void mountain range before, But I don't know if my eyes are playing tricks on me. Yes, I saw it too. City Lord Master seems to be in a hurry, like he's chasing someone. City Lord Master is in trouble now. I don't know if he can return safely. There's not much hope. The depths of the solitary Void Mountain Range are extremely dangerous. City Lord Master might not be safe even if he entered the Emperor Realm. Now that he has encountered the solitary Void Great Vortex, I'm afraid he's done for. Many cultivators gathered in the distance around the periphery of the solitary Void Mountain Range, discussing animatedly. If Pangguang really fell in the solitary Void Mountain Range this time, then the forces in Marsh City would be reshuffled, which was good news for many people. For a moment, some were happy while others were sad. Everyone's mood was extremely complicated. At the same time, deep inside the solitary Void Mountain Range, Yang Kai was protecting Lu Xianyan, struggling to resist the terrifying suction force from the center. His clothes were torn to shreds, his skin was cracked, and he was covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. He didn't know what was going on with the suction force that came from the depths. The more Yang Kai resisted, the more frightening it became. The force added to his body made him feel more and more exhausted. If it weren't for the fact that his physique was quite good, he would have most likely exploded and died just like those living beings. Senior brother, don't worry about me. Escape by yourself. Although Lu Xianyan was also trying to defend herself, but because of Yang Kai's protection, his situation was actually better than Yang Kai's. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai like this, his heart was filled with guilt. He knew that he had dragged Yang Kai down. As she spoke, she tapped her foot, and was about to leave Yang Kai. Yang Kai grabbed her hand and slowly shook his head, saying in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I'll tell you when I can't hold on any longer." At this critical moment of life and death, he didn't abandon her. Lu Xianyan's heart was filled with warmth as she was extremely moved. It was easy to share riches and honor, but difficult to share trials and tribulations. It was the easiest time to see a person's heart. Lu Xianyan felt that being able to meet Yang Kai in the star boundary was the greatest fortune of her life. Without a trace, she gave up resisting and revealed a sad smile. "Senior brother, take care of yourself in the future." "What are you doing?" Yang Kai's expression changed as he realized what she was doing and hurriedly shouted, "Don't give up, I have other ways." Lu Xianyan slowly shook her head, allowing herself to be dragged along by that terrifying force. Yang Kai became anxious, understanding that Lu Xianyan was determined not to drag him down. Just as he was about to throw her into the sealed world bead regardless of the cost, Lu Xianyan's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely strange. In the next moment she cried out, "Brother, don't resist, there won't be any danger if you don't." Hearing what she said, Yang Kai's expression brightened. Looking carefully, he found that Lu Xianyan really wasn't injured in the slightest. Knowing that she wasn't lying, he quickly dispersed his own strength, and allowed the terrifying suction force to linger around him. The force that was originally suppressing him and causing great damage to his body disappeared at this moment. Indeed, as Lu Xianyan said, it was fine not to resist this force, but the more one resisted, the more uncomfortable it would be. But who wouldn't resist when faced with such a situation? Of course, they would try their best to escape, and once they did, they wouldn't be far from death. After giving up resistance, the powerful suction force came and Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan were quickly pulled towards the center of the solitary Void Mountain Range. The surging force made Yang Kai feel like a lonely boat in the middle of a stormy sea, in danger of capsizing at any moment. "Brother, look." Lu Xianyan hugged Yang Kai's arm tightly, not minding that her breasts were being squeezed out of shape by Yang Kai's arm as she suddenly cried out in alarm. Yang Kai turned his head to look and his face sank. He found that in the direction of the suction force, a huge black funnel had appeared in front of him. Near this funnel, the earth was churning and squirming, and countless birds and beasts were being sucked in, their fates unknown. He wanted to release his divine sense to investigate the situation inside, but as soon as his divine sense left his body, it was torn apart, causing a sharp pain in his head, and he didn't dare to act rashly. Lu Xianyan also became more and more nervous, her tender body trembling like a quail without a nest in winter. She didn't know whether she would live or die after being sucked into this vortex. She had only been in the star boundary for a few years, so she was naturally unwilling to die like this. Looking up at Yang Kai, she found that although his face was dignified, there wasn't the slightest trace of panic. Her heart calmed down a lot. She felt that even if she had to die, if she could die together with Kai Yang, it would still be a good thing. Thinking of this, her body relaxed a lot for no reason. Protect yourself. Yang Kai gently patted Lu Xianyan's back. As soon as he finished speaking, both he and Lu Xianyan were sucked into the vortex. In an instant, a feeling of dizziness spread throughout his body, making him unable to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. The whole world suddenly darkened, and there was no longer any light. Their bodies continued to spin and fall, as if the bottom of the vortex was a bottomless pit, causing them to panic and wonder when they would reach the end. However, what made Yang Kai feel a little relieved was that this kind of fall was not very dangerous. Lu Xianyan hugged him even tighter, her whole body stiff like a block of wood. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a glimmer of light, but under the force of the vortex, he was unable to return to his senses and could not see his surroundings. Pung. With a loud bang. Yang Kai felt intense pain all over his body, as if his whole body was about to shatter, but he was not surprised. Instead, he was overjoyed because at this moment, he felt that he had landed on solid ground. The force of the vortex that had been wrapping around him also disappeared at the same time, leaving only a harsh whistling in his ears. Pung. Something constantly smashed around him, some even covering his body. Smelling it, Yang Kai could tell that it was a mixture of mud and flesh, an extremely unpleasant smell. Yang Kai did not dare to move, lest something unexpected happen, carefully urging his source qi to protect himself and Lu Xianyan, only to find that his source qi was circulating freely and would not cause any backlash from the inexplicable force, causing him to relax a little. Lu Xianyan seemed to have fainted and did not move at all, but from her breathing, it was obvious that she had not suffered any serious injuries. After a full half an hour, the commotion around them gradually subsided. Yang Kai waited for a while, and after confirming that there was no more danger, he pushed his source qi and blasted away the mud and debris that covered him, shooting up into the sky from under a mound. He landed lightly and first checked Lu Xianyan's situation, confirming that she had indeed fainted, then began to take a good look at his surroundings. Yang Kai was dumbfounded by what he saw. He found that he was actually on an island. This island did not occupy a large area, only a few kilometers in radius, and from the color of the soil and some debris on it, it was clear that this island had just been formed, because the soil here was exactly the same as the soil in the depths of the solitary void mountain range. There were also many pieces of flesh and blood of birds and beasts on the island, giving the whole island a strange dark red color. This island must have been formed because of the changes in the solitary void mountain range. When the vortex-like force rotated, it brought the soil of the solitary void mountain range here, and filled up this island. Around the island, there was an endless sea with fierce waves. What shocked Yang Kai even more was that on the surface of the sea, there was a strange scene of waterspouts sucking in water. These waterspouts rose from the surface of the sea and rushed into the sky, connecting the heavens and the earth in an imposing manner. There were countless waterspouts like this on the surface of the sea, some big and some small, but each one exuded an extremely strong suction force, giving off a very dangerous feeling. They were not stationary but constantly moving. Some were fast, some were slow, and some were fast. The fast waterspouts were as fast as lightning, flashing past Yang Kai's field of vision, bringing with them monstrous waves with astonishing destructive power. Sensing the world energy around him, it was extremely rich. However, Kai Yang felt that the world energy here was different from the world energy of other places. As for what was different, he couldn't tell. What the hell is this place? How did he end up here after coming in from the big vortex in the depths of the solitary void mountain range? It was impossible to say that this was the depths of the solitary void mountain range. After all, this place looked extremely vast, and there was even a vast sea. How could this be the underground of the solitary void mountain range? Could this be a sealed world? Yang Kai was shocked. But the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. When he was swallowed by the vortex, Yang Kai clearly felt traces of space transmission. That huge vortex was most likely the entrance to this sealed world. If this place was a sealed world, then things were troublesome. Where should he go to find the exit in this vast sea? Chapter 2361. Just as Yang Kai was at a loss, a sound suddenly came from not far away, and a figure soared into the sky and landed not far from him. Seeing this person, Yang Kai's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly pulled Lu Xianyun back, putting some distance between them. This person was actually Yao Changjun. When he was swallowed by the vortex earlier, Yang Kai didn't find any trace of Yao Changjun, so he didn't know if he was swallowed first or later. In any case, from the looks of it, he definitely couldn't escape the catastrophe just now and fell into this place as well. Yao Changjun's current state was extremely miserable. His clothes were tattered, his white hair was disheveled, his body was covered in blood, and his aura was somewhat unstable. It was obvious that he had suffered a strong backlash from resisting the suction force earlier. Yang Kai had given up resisting because of Lu Xianyun's reminder. Even though he did not look too good at the moment, he was undoubtedly in a much better state than Yao Changjun. This guy is actually not dead. Yang Kai also admired his powerful cultivation. As expected of a third-order Emperor Realm Master, even if his soul had suffered heavy damage, he would not die so easily. It's you evil beast. Yao Changjun soon discovered Yang Kai's figure, and his face turned cold as murderous intent surged. If it were not for Yang Kai, how could he have taken the risk to chase him into the solitary Void Mountain range? If he had not chased him into the solitary Void Mountain range, how could he have encountered the solitary Void Great Maelstrom? Now that he was in this predicament, the culprit behind everything was Yang Kai. Now that he had met his enemy, it was natural that his eyes would turn red. Just as he was about to attack Yang Kai in anger, another soft sound came from not far away, and another figure rushed out from the ground. This change surprised both Yang Kai and Yao Changjun. They both looked over. But after seeing the appearance of this person, the two quickly relaxed. Because the third person to appear here was Marsh City's city lord, Peng Guang. Yao Changjun knew that Peng Guang was tailing them, but he was focused on finding Yang Kai, so he did not pay much attention to Peng Guang. The catastrophe of the solitary Void Mountain range had begun. Naturally, Peng Guang had no power to resist, and was also sucked into this place. However, what surprised him was that Peng Guang's condition was much better than his. His whole body was only slightly disheveled, and there was not the slightest injury on him. He was full of energy. "You're all fine." Peng Guang came out and was surprised to see Yang Kai and Yao Changjun confronting each other. Yao Changjun coldly snorted. "What do you want to happen to this old master?" When he saw Peng Guang's expression, he knew that Peng Guang knew how to avoid the devouring power. That was why he was unscathed. On the contrary, it was he who had concealed his identity in Marsh City for 200 years and ended up in such a sorry state. For a moment, he felt a little embarrassed. Having suffered a great loss at Yao Changjun's hands, how could Peng Guang dare to be presumptuous in front of him? He said, "It's great that Senior is fine." This Peng was just asking casually. Yang Kai grinned and said, "City Lord Peng is not kind. You clearly know how to avoid danger, but you didn't tell Senior Yao. You clearly want Senior Yao to die early and reincarnate. Senior Yao, if I were you, I wouldn't be able to bear it and would beat him up to vent my anger." Peng Guang's face sank. Carefully sizing up Yao Changjun, he saw his indifferent expression, unable to show his emotions, so he immediately shouted, "Little brat, don't talk nonsense. I haven't settled accounts with you for killing this king's subordinates and robbing this king's belongings. Senior Yao is a reclusive master, his vision as clear as a torch. How could he allow you to sow discord?" While speaking, he turned to look at Yao Changjun and cupped his fists. "Senior, although I have a grudge with this little brat, it's just a small matter. You are the most important person here. If you want to kill him or cut him up, this junior will only watch the show and will not interfere." Yao Changjun glanced at him indifferently and said slowly, "You've been following this old master all this time. Are you also here to watch the show?" A layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on Peng Guang's forehead as the corner of his mouth twitched. "Senior misunderstands. This Peng only entered the solitary Void Mountain range to do one thing. I had no intention of following Senior. Yao Changjun coldly snorted and declined to comment, his expression proud. Although he was also injured when he was swallowed by the Great Vortex, he didn't put either Pang Guang or Yang Kai in his eyes. Earlier he was injured by Yang Kai in the tea house only because he wasn't on guard enough. However, in his current state, it would be best if he didn't fall out with Pang Guang. After all, he wasn't at his peak, and Pang Guang was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. If they really fought, even if he could kill Pang Guang, he would have to pay a certain price. Senior, is this the legendary solitary void-sealed world? Pang Guang saw him not saying anything and felt a little apprehensive, so he quickly changed the subject. Solitary void-sealed world? When Yang Kai heard this, he couldn't help but raise his brow. Right now, he wanted to figure out what kind of damned place this was. Unlike Pang Guang and Yao Changjun, he was a newcomer. These two obviously knew some information, so he couldn't help but perk up his ears and listen with great interest. Since you know, why ask this old master? Yao Changjun coldly snorted, obviously not liking him. Pang Guang said embarrassedly, I really didn't expect the solitary void-sealed world to really exist. This Pang has been city lord for hundreds of years, but today I've finally learned something new. What kind of place is the solitary void-sealed world? How do we get out? Yang Kai quickly asked. Pang Guang's face turned serious as he shouted. Why are you asking so many questions? Just stay here and wait for death. Yang Kai's face turned black as he said. City Lord Pang, no matter what kind of grudges we had before, we're all on the same boat now. If you have any information, please share it with me. It's not like I killed your father or stole your wife, so why be so stingy? Pang Guang sneered. People who walk different paths cannot work together. This king has nothing to say to you. Let's talk about it again after you've survived Senior Yao's attack. Yang Kai had offended Yao Changjun, so Pang Guang had long regarded Yang Kai as a dead man in his heart. How could he have the leisure to chat with him? After he finished speaking, he looked at Yao Changjun with a flattering smile. Senior, this solitary void-sealed world only exists in legends. It's easy to enter, but difficult to get out. Does Senior have any good ideas? The speed at which he changed his expression was faster than flipping a book. Yang Kai laughed. So you don't know how to get out either? Pang Guang snorted. What's so funny about that? Be careful not to laugh until your teeth fall out. As he spoke, Pang Guang suddenly frowned and gently sniffed the air, asking suspiciously, What's that smell? A strange fragrance suddenly wafted through the air, causing one's spirit to shake upon smelling it. Yang Kai and Yao Changjun obviously smelled it as well. The two of them felt that this fragrance was extremely familiar. After exchanging a glance, they both thought of something and exclaimed at the same time, Heavenly Restoration Lotus. As they spoke, the two of them had already rushed towards the source of the fragrance. Pang Guang was stunned for a moment, but after hearing the three words Heavenly Restoration Lotus, his expression changed and he also rushed over. Although Pang Guang and Yao Changjun were both masters from the Emperor realm, Yang Kai had the divine technique of space, so his explosive speed was naturally not something the two of them could compare to. In just a flash, Yang Kai had already arrived at the source of the fragrance. It was a pile of mud. This mud pile was clearly transported over from the solitary void mountain range as the soil was clear. Yang Kai directly reached into the mud pile and grabbed something. Feeling the size of this thing and the energy fluctuations it was emitting, he was overjoyed and was about to throw it into his space ring. Little brat, you court death. Yao Changjun was furious and sent out a palm strike towards Yang Kai. Fortunately, he did not dare to use his full strength for fear of damaging the spirit herb. But this palm strike was still not something Yang Kai could resist. Yang Kai snorted and forcefully urged his strength to teleport again, dodging the attack. Hong. The mud pile was directly smashed into dust, leaving behind a huge crater. The entire newly formed island also shook a few times, looking like it would collapse at any moment. Yao Changjun stood in place with an ashen face, and looked coldly in a certain direction. Pang Guang also paused, a look of disbelief appearing on his face. Yang Kai was actually able to dodge Yao Changjun's attack. This scene completely exceeded his expectations. Even he himself might not have been able to dodge that attack. Senior, Why are you so angry? You really scared me to death. As Kai Yang spoke, he shook off the dirt in his hand. The spirit medicine that he had caught in his palm immediately revealed its true appearance. This spirit herb was the heavenly restoration lotus. Its shape and size were exactly the same as the one Lu Xianyan had obtained before, but that one was as white as snow, without the slightest speck of dust, while this one was as black as ink. It was extremely strange. The heavenly restoration lotus had always been 2 stalks. Lu Xianyan had obtained one of them by chance, but for some reason, she had not been able to find the second one. Now that the solitary void great vortex had appeared, a large number of spirit herbs and soil had been swallowed and transported to this island. So the second heavenly restoration lotus had also appeared. Looking at the heavenly restoration lotus in Yang Kai's hand, Yao Changjun's breathing suddenly became rapid. He had wasted 200 years in Marsh City. What was it for? Wasn't it for the heavenly restoration lotus? As long as he could obtain the heavenly restoration lotus and get someone to refine the twin heavenly restoration pill, his injuries would be healed. At that time, he would be able to regain his peak strength and seek revenge on his enemies. However, after waiting for 200 years, although the heavenly restoration lotus had appeared, his good fortune had been ruined by Yang Kai one after another. The previous one had been snatched away by Yang Kai when he was not paying attention, and the one in front of him was still the same. Yao Changjun's lungs were about to explode. Ever since he had ascended to the Emperor realm, he had never suffered such a big loss before. Moreover, it was at the hands of a Dao Source realm brat. Looking at the heavenly restoration lotus in Yang Kai's hand and watching him slowly stuff it into his space ring, Yao Changjun resisted the urge to snatch it away and quickly said, "Boy, give the heavenly restoration lotus to this old master, and I will let bygones be bygones. This old master can even take you away from here." Hearing this, Pang Guang's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, "Senior Yao, you must take me with you." Yao Changjun was so angry that he glared at him and roared, "If you dare to say another word, this old master will kill you right now." Pang Guang was shocked and did not dare to make a sound. Chapter 2362. Take me out first and we can talk about anything else. Yang Kai smiled at Yao Changjun. Or you can tell me how to get out. Brat, you dare to bargain with this old master. Yao Changjun was furious. Yang Kai said, "I'm just afraid that senior will cheat me. With this old master's status, how could I do such a shameless thing?" Yao Changjun coldly snorted. Yang Kai shook his head. "That's hard to say. If senior doesn't know how to get out, wouldn't I be a fool to hand over the spirit herbs for nothing?" Pang Guang immediately shouted, "Little bastard, Senior Yao is giving you face by asking you to hand over the spirit herbs, yet you dare not cooperate? You're courting death." Yang Kai and Yao Changjun both turned their heads and snorted. "It's none of your business." Pang Guang's face was burning hot. His attempt at flattery had backfired, causing him to look embarrassed. Yang Kai stared at Yao Changjun for a while before sneering. "It seems that senior is a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. You can't even protect yourself, yet you still shamelessly boast about taking me out. Ridiculous, ridiculous." When he saw Yao Changjun's current expression, he knew that he also didn't know how to get out of this damned place. If Yao Changjun really had a way to leave, it was not impossible to use the twin heavenly restoration lotus to exchange for it. But the problem was that this old man couldn't even get out himself, so how could he take him with him? Being exposed by Yang Kai, Yao Changjun was not angry at all and only said lightly, "With this old master's cultivation, how can a mere sealed world trap me? This old master will eventually find a way out. Then we'll talk about it when you find a way out. Are you going to hand it over or not?" Yao Changjun had obviously lost his patience. When he asked this question, his old face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. "What do you think?" Yang Kai had an indifferent expression. "Very good." Yao Changjun took a deep breath. His killing intent had been activated. However, he did not immediately make a move on Yang Kai, and instead turned his gaze to Pang Guang. Pang Guang, who was watching a good show, suddenly noticed Yao Changjun's cold gaze and couldn't help trembling as he said, "Senior." Scram. Yao Changjun roared. "Otherwise this old master will kill you too." Their voices converged into a wave that rushed towards Pang Guang like a spear. Pang Guang's entire body shook, and he stumbled back a few steps, his face pale. "Senior, I can lend you a hand and help you capture this brat." Pang Guang hurriedly expressed his sincerity, suddenly falling into this solitary void-sealed world. He really couldn't find any sense of security with his first-order Emperor realm cultivation. He only wanted to hug Yao Changjun's thigh, but he didn't expect that the other party wouldn't give him any face or opportunity, telling him to scram. Yao Changjun coldly snorted. "This old man needs your help. If you don't leave now, then don't ever leave." Pang Guang was shocked. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Yang Kai and then at Yao Changjun. Only then did he stomp his foot and leap up, heading towards the depths of the sea. He didn't know why Yao Changjun was in such a hurry to drive him away. However, he knew that the other party was really impatient. If she continued to pester him, she would definitely arouse his killing intent. With his cultivation, he had no chance of winning against Yao Changjun. He could only escape first. Although the sea didn't look peaceful and was instead full of dangers, and he didn't even know which direction to run in, it was still better than staying here and waiting for death, right? In just 10 breaths of time, Pang Guang disappeared. "You're in such a hurry to drive Pang Guang away. Are you afraid that he will see that your soul is damaged?" Yang Kai looked at Yao Changjun with a smile and asked lightly. Yao Changjun's expression changed drastically, and a dangerous light flashed in his narrowed eyes. "You really weren't lucky when you sneak attacked this old man." Yang Kai laughed. "The effect of the twin heavenly restoration lotus is nothing more than to repair the broken meridians of the Dantian and Knowledge Sea. Senior seems to be full of Qi and Emperor Qi, so it's obviously not a problem with your meridians or Dantian. Since you're in such a hurry to use the twin heavenly restoration lotus, it's obvious that you want to repair your Knowledge Sea. You're so proficient in the Tao of alchemy?" Yao Changjun was a little surprised. To be able to deduce that his soul had been damaged from such a small clue, this little brat was obviously not simple. "I'm just an emperor-grade alchemist." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Yao Changjun's expression changed slightly, but he soon snorted coldly. "Look at this old man. Do I look like someone with a problem with my IQ?" He obviously thought that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. Yang Kai was not very old, and being able to reach the third-order Tao Source realm was already shocking enough. If he were to say that he was an emperor-grade alchemist, Yao Changjun would be the first to not believe it. Yang Kai might be an alchemist, otherwise it would be impossible for him to be proficient in alchemy, but he was definitely not an emperor-grade alchemist. He felt that Yang Kai was saying this because he wanted him to let him live. After all, even if he obtained the twin heavenly restoration lotus, he still needed an alchemist to refine a spirit pill, and an emperor-grade alchemist was the best choice. This brat had a belly full of guts and was hiding a lot of evil tricks. Yao Changjun was on high alert. Yang Kai was stunned, but he soon smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Senior, your soul has been damaged and your IQ has indeed been affected. This is an illness, and if it's an illness, it needs to be treated." He was telling the truth, but the other party was not willing to believe him. This made him not know whether to laugh or cry. No matter how eloquent you are today, you still have to hand over the twin heavenly restoration lotus. Yao Changjun coldly snorted. Yang Kai's face turned cold. "I said, first tell me how to get out of here. If you can't even do this, then don't even think about it. I'd rather feed it to a dog than give it to you. Little brat, you're courting death. This old man's patience is limited." Yao Changjun was furious when he heard Yang Kai comparing him to a dog. Yang Kai said slowly, "I'm not afraid of a third-order Emperor Realm Master, but don't force me. If you push me too far, you won't have a good ending either." Yao Changjun was stunned, and an absurd feeling welled up in the depths of his heart. A third-order Tao Source Realm cultivator daring to speak so confidently in front of him was already an extremely inconceivable thing, but now, this little brat was actually boasting so shamelessly, as if he had the strength to fight him. It was clear that the other party's expression was extremely sincere, without the slightest bit of guilt. What's going on? This little brat can't really fight me, right? What is he relying on? That elusive space divine technique? If that's the case, he can only run away. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yao Changjun's mind was filled with distracting thoughts, but he couldn't think of a reason, so he became angry out of shame. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, this old man will fulfill your wish. With a tap of his foot, he closed in on Yang Kai like a ghost, forming a seal with one hand and leisurely pointing his finger at Yang Kai. This finger contained the grandeur of the heavens and earth, giving off an oppressive aura of the heavens and earth. After all, Yao Changjun was a third-order master from the Emperor realm. Although his soul was injured, his martial Dao foundation was still extremely solid. Although there was nothing special about this finger, it was extremely ferocious, containing the other party's comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Dao. Before the finger even arrived, it already gave off an aura that could split the heavens and earth. The power of the world principles lingered on this finger, as if Yao Changjun was the master of this world. Seeing that Lu Xianyan was really going to attack him, Yang Kai's face changed, and he no longer cared about anything else. Pushing his source chi, he directly stuffed the unconscious Lu Xianyan into the sealed world bead. At the same time, he used his dragon transformation secret technique and space principles to escape. Asterisk chi. Asterisk with a soft sound. When Yang Kai reappeared, he was already several dozen meters away. However, there was a bloody hole in his shoulder blade. Golden blood gushed out from the hole as a piercing pain spread through his body. Yao Changjun's expression froze as he revealed a look of surprise. He was not only surprised that Yang Kai was able to avoid hitting his vitals under his attack, but also where Lu Xianyan had gone. He had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements and didn't pay much attention to the unconscious woman in his hand, but even he didn't notice how she had disappeared. This was really strange. Although his soul was injured and he didn't dare to use his divine sense easily, his eyesight was still so poor that he couldn't even see a person disappear. Old dog, do you really want to fight with this young master? Yang Kai's aura was violent, and half of his body was soon soaked in blood, but that blow not only did not make him feel any fear, it instead seemed to have stimulated his ferocious nature, causing his aura to become as ferocious as a trapped beast. Yao Changjun's heart jumped for no reason, as he faintly felt that if he continued to pressure him, he would be in big trouble. This feeling came out of nowhere, but it made his hair stand on end. However, there was no turning back. He had already injured Yang Kai, so it was useless to say anything now. If he suddenly stopped, wouldn't that be admitting that he was afraid of him? Not bad, little brat. To be able to avoid this old master's attack, you are indeed a dragon among men. The heavens are virtuous, and this old master also cherishes talents. I will give you one more chance. Obediently hand over the heavenly restoration lotus, and I can spare your life. Scram. Good. Yao Changjun was furious. Since you are so stubborn, this old master will teach you how to behave. His hand posture changed as his emperor chi surged, restraining Yang Kai's movements while his palms surged with the power of wind and clouds, fiercely slamming towards Yang Kai. He didn't hold back in this attack, obviously intending to kill Yang Kai. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk an explosive sound rang out. No matter how Kai Yang tried to defend himself, he was still sent flying by this palm strike. Countless bones in his body were broken and his face was pale. Opening his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha, little brat, you talk big, but that's all you have. You really disappoint this old master. Seeing him so miserable, Yao Changjun's heart calmed down. He felt that he had probably been overthinking things. This brat was just a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Even if he had some trump cards and methods, he couldn't possibly be his opponent. He didn't know why he was hesitating just now. If he had acted earlier, he would have killed him long ago. How shameful. Yao Changjun thought to himself. His mind had actually been disturbed by a little brat's words. Sure enough, his soul had been seriously injured, leaving behind a residual effect. Fortunately, the other party was just a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. If their strength was on par, then he really wouldn't have a good ending. Chapter 2363. On the island, Yao Changjun's figure moved, disappearing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the flying Yang Kai, unable to get rid of him. He coldly snorted, casually reaching out to grab Yang Kai. If you had cooperated earlier, This old man might not have taken your life. In other words, it was too late for Yang Kai to beg for mercy. He had been ambushed by Yang Kai once, and had long harbored a grudge in his heart. He viewed this as a great humiliation, so how could he let it go so easily? Bullying others too far is destined to not end well. You force me to do this. Yang Kai roared through gritted teeth. He did not dodge Yao Changjun's grab, but instead formed a strange seal with his hands. As soon as the seal was formed, the feeling that made Yao Changjun tremble in fear appeared again. He was so shocked that his expression changed. He did not dare to hesitate in the slightest as his hands suddenly moved faster, grabbing Yang Kai's shoulder blade. At this moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly calmed down. His eyes were cold as he said, word by word, Songshuan seal release. Songshuan seal? What the hell is that? Yao Changjun's face was blank. He did not understand what Yang Kai was saying, but in the next moment his expression changed drastically. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. At the same time, he let out a strange cry and hurriedly retreated. Boom! With a loud explosion, an indescribable aura suddenly erupted from Yang Kai's dantian. The aura was filled with an extremely dark and evil feeling, as if the world's most brutal and vicious negative emotions had gathered together. Even someone as strong as Yao Changjun could not help but become dazed. His whole body trembled. The pitch-black aura spread out like a substance. In an instant it wrapped around Yang Kai. The aura seemed to have a life of its own, constantly flowing around Yang Kai's body, gathering mysterious and profound runes on his skin one after another. Yang Kai's aura rose steadily. The world trembled, the universe collapsed, and the universe was turned upside down. A might that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens, and the earth sputtered in the void, bursting out in all directions. In a short period of time, Yang Kai had already disappeared without a trace. As far as the eye could see, there was only a pitch-black figure left. The pitch-black figure seemed to be able to swallow everything, and even light couldn't penetrate it in the slightest. Only a pair of scarlet-red eyes, filled with bloody killing intent. Demonic chi. Yao Changjun's teeth were chattering. He almost bit his tongue as he stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. With his experience, he could naturally tell that the demonic chi lingering around Yang Kai was demonic chi. And it was not an ordinary demonic chi, but the purest ancient demonic chi. How is this possible? Yao Changjun couldn't believe his eyes. In his lifetime, he had never seen such a thing. He actually saw the ancient demonic chi. Moreover, it appeared in the body of a cultivator from the third-order Dao source realm. The ancient demonic chi had extremely corrosive and assimilating properties. Even a third-order emperor realm master like him would definitely lose his mind in the shortest amount of time, and become a demonic creature, if he was enveloped by the ancient demonic chi. How was Yang Kai able to keep his mind clear? How was he able to store such a terrifying demonic chi in his body? Thinking back to what Yang Kai had said before, Yao Changjun suddenly came to a realization. This brat had used some unknown method to seal the demonic chi in his body, and when he needed to fight an enemy, he could unlock the seal. However, if that was the case, it would be even more difficult to seal the demonic chi again. He wasn't afraid that the demonic chi would really devour his mind. Becoming a demonic creature? No wonder this brat had repeatedly told him not to force him. It turned out that he really did have the strength to fight him. Even if he was a bit opportunistic, he still had the capital to say such big words. Yao Changjun was so annoyed that he wanted to die. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have forced Yang Kai so much. Now that the brat in front of him was enveloped by the demonic chi, he didn't know if he still had any rationality left. That surging demonic chi and terrifying pressure made Yao Changjun have no intention of fighting him. Looking carefully at Yang Kai's eyes, he found that although they were red and bloodthirsty, there seemed to be a trace of rationality struggling in them. Yao Changjun hurriedly said, "Little brother, please wait. This old master has something to say." Hearing this, Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently and said indifferently, "I'll treat whatever you say as farts." Yao Changjun was furious. If Yang Kai dared to talk to him like this before, he would have definitely slapped him, but now, Yang Kai had the capital to say such things. He felt bitter in the depths of his heart as he realized the source of the uneasiness in his heart. His expression kept changing. My strength seems to have increased. Yang Kai clenched his fists and felt his current state. He was not happy, but worried. Because this time, after unlocking the firmament tree's gold and silver seals, and releasing the demonic chi of the ancient great demon in his body, he felt that his strength was much stronger than the last time he demonized. This was not because his strength had increased, but because the demonic chi was more compatible with his body. Last time he was only in the first order Dao source realm. After demonizing, he fought against the 3 great emperors and escaped safely. This time, the demonization was even stronger than before. This made Yang Kai a little worried, because the greater the increase in strength after demonization, the more difficult it would be to seal him. If he could not seal him completely, he would really become a demon, lose his mind, and be consigned to eternal damnation. Yao Changjun did not know that Yang Kai was worried about this. When he heard him say that his strength had increased, he thought that this brat was showing off and immediately became angry. Brat, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. You and I have fallen into such a predicament, so why fight and kill? Isn't it better to find a way out together? What's more, although you are strong now, you may not be able to kill this old master. This old master is not a pushover. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and snorted. If you were a real third-order Emperor Realm Master, this young master would not be able to kill you. But you are just a cripple with a damaged soul. How dare you talk nonsense in front of me? Am cripple? Yao Changjun's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this. Yang Kai said, "This young master does not have much time. I will take your dog life in 3 moves. Arrogant. This old master wants to see how you can take my life in 3 moves. Yao Changjun trembled with anger, feeling that he was being looked down upon. Pride welled up in his heart as he swore to himself that he would teach this brat a lesson, and let him know that even an old dog had a few teeth. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Yang Kai's expression suddenly froze as he muttered, "Black pupil purgatory, eternal darkness." As soon as he said this, the entire world suddenly turned pitch black, without the slightest trace of light. No matter how hard Yao Changjun tried to use his eyesight, he could not see anything, as if he had suddenly gone blind. Not only was he blinded, even his keen perception as a third-order Emperor Realm Master was suppressed to the limit at this moment. It was impossible for him to go blind for no reason, and it was impossible for the world to turn dark without any warning. The only explanation was that Yang Kai had used some kind of heaven-defying method. Recalling the strange black light in Yang Kai's right eye, Yao Changjun cried out in alarm. "Eye technique." As soon as the words left his mouth, he broke out in cold sweat because he found that his voice could not be heard. The world he was in seemed to have deprived him of all his senses, making him unable to speak or see. It made him feel as if he had fallen into an abyss of purgatory with no end in sight. There seemed to be something above his head, causing Yao Changjun to look up in shock. When he saw what it was, his whole body suddenly stiffened. In the boundless dark sky, a huge eye stretched across the void, emotionless as it stared coldly at him. That eye seemed to be the eye of heaven, and that pupil seemed to be the eye of earth. Under that huge eye, Yao Changjun suddenly felt a sense of inferiority and insignificance. In an instant he was disheartened, feeling that his countless years of bitter cultivation were meaningless. In the end he was still a pile of bones. As soon as this thought appeared, Yao Changjun's entire aura withered as an indescribable death chi lingered around him. At that moment, a stream of light suddenly shot out from the huge eye. This stream of light was shaped like a long saber. Emperor Artifact, Soul-Splitting Saber. After being refined by Yang Kai, the soul-splitting saber could be used at will. Although Yang Kai could not display the full power of the soul-splitting saber with his usual cultivation, Yang Kai's current demon transformation was not inferior to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so the power of the soul-splitting saber's attack was terrifying. What's more, in order to kill Yao Changjun quickly, Yang Kai had even used the Heaven-Severing Slash. The Heaven-Severing Slash was a soul-secret technique that he had learned from Tian Yen in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. When he had nothing to do, he could use his soul to nourish and refine the soul-splitting saber. Once he faced an enemy, the soul-splitting saber's first strike would be extremely powerful. However, this was only limited to the first strike. With an emperor artifact and a secret technique, even if Yao Changjun was in perfect condition, he might not be able to withstand it, let alone when his soul was already damaged. This saber slashed fiercely into Yao Changjun's knowledge sea, tearing a huge hole in it with unstoppable force. Yao Changjun's knowledge sea was already severely damaged, and now that it was struck by Yang Kai, it was even worse. His third-order Emperor Realm knowledge sea showed faint signs of collapsing. Only then did Yao Changjun recover from his despair. He let out a heart-wrenching cry as a five-colored spear suddenly appeared in his hand. This spear shone brightly and exuded the energy fluctuations of an Emperor artifact. Its power was terrifying. Yao Changjun was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so it was not surprising that he had an Emperor artifact. It would be strange if he did not have one. As he cried out in pain, he frantically poured his Emperor Chi into the five-colored spear. The spear buzzed incessantly before suddenly trembling slightly in his hand and disappearing. In the next moment, the giant eye that stretched between the heavens and the earth was pierced by the spear, and the darkness that sealed the world suddenly shattered. As Yao Changjun fought like a cornered beast, he managed to erupt with terrifying power and break through the eternal darkness secret technique. This secret technique was a secret technique unique to the ancient giant demon clan. It was not something that Yang Kai had cultivated, and could only be used when he was in his demon transformation state. A crack was torn in the sky by the five-colored spear, and it did not close for a long time. "Brat, you dare hurt me? This old master will kill you." Yao Changjun roared loudly, but his knowledge sea was about to collapse. His entire body trembled as his face twitched and his Emperor Chi became extremely unstable. Chapter 2364. Yang Kai's right eye was covered in blood, and everything he saw had turned into a golden hue. This was the injury caused by his eye technique being broken. He casually wiped it and coldly snorted, "I'll send you on your way." As his hands opened and closed, a gigantic moon blade took shape. With a slight tremble, it shot towards Yao Changjun. The moon blade was like the scythe of the god of death, destroying everything in its path. Yao Changjun, who was in a frenzy, instinctively sensed the approaching danger. Enduring the heart-wrenching pain, he waved his hand and the five-colored spear appeared in his hand again. He took a step forward and flicked it, sending out a five-colored profound light. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the profound light and the moon blade collided, and the violent energy shock caused the world to change color. The newly formed island, which was a few kilometers in radius, suddenly crumbled and quickly disintegrated. The moon blade disappeared, and behind the five-colored profound light, Yao Changjun took advantage of the situation to attack, his face filled with unforgettable hatred and the resolve to fight to the death. Yang Kai raised his brow and shouted angrily, "Instead of stubbornly resisting, obediently accept your death." He did not expect Yao Changjun to be so tenacious even after his knowledge sea had collapsed. It seemed that he had underestimated the ability of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. If Yao Changjun was really unharmed, even if he released the seal on the demonic chi, he would not be his opponent. A master who had cultivated to this level was indeed not simple. "Hammer, come." Yang Kai reached out and grabbed at the void, and a pitch-black war hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. The demonic war hammer. This demonic war hammer was originally the weapon of the ancient great demon, and it had been sealed under the 18 springs outside Maplewood City. It was filled with extremely terrifying demonic chi. After Yang Kai collected it, he threw it into the sealed world bead for his embodiment to refine. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai did not dare to covet it, for fear that its demonic chi would trigger the seal in his body. But now was the perfect time to use it. With the warhammer in hand, Yang Kai had a strange feeling. This demonic warhammer seemed to have come alive. After he held it in his hand, it gave off clear fluctuations of excitement and joy, forming a perfect resonance with the demon chi in his body. Yang Kai didn't need to refine it to be able to wield it like an extension of his arm. The hammer was in his hand. Yang Kai seemed to be able to see the scene of the ancient giant devil fighting the ancient supreme experts all by himself. That scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere, the heavens and earth collapsing. One after another, The ancient supreme experts died under the hammer, their bodies and Tao vanishing. The ancient giant devil towered over the heavens, his killing intent surging as he looked down at the world. I'm the only one. Yang Kai, who had been agitated by the influence of demonic qi, calmed down inexplicably. For a moment, he felt as if he was the only one in the world. On the other side, Yao Chongjun, who was aggressively rushing over, was as laughable as an ant. He stared at his opponent with contempt and slowly raised the war hammer in his hand. An inexplicable trace of the laws of heaven and earth began to stir. Yao Chongjun's expression suddenly changed. His face was bloodless. He had no idea what had happened to Yang Kai. He only saw him suddenly take out a warhammer-like artifact, and then his entire demeanor and temperament changed. He seemed to see an unattainable mountain in front of him. No matter how hard he tried, he could not see the scenery behind this mountain. He suddenly panicked. He wanted to retreat, but the arrow on the bowstring had to be released. The qi in his body was already rioting. If he retreated now, there was no need for Yang Kai to act. His Tao heart would collapse in an instant. A faint murderous intent lingered on his body, and as he approached, the murderous intent became stronger and clearer. It was almost tangible, cutting his skin painfully. I'll die. I'll definitely die. This thought inexplicably popped up in Yao Chongjun's mind. His mind was in chaos, and his knowledge which was already on the verge of collapse, could no longer be maintained. Ah! Yao Chongjun roared madly. Even if I die, this old master will drag you down with him. As soon as he finished speaking, he poured all his strength into the five-colored spear. His body was wrapped in a five-colored light, and his aura was like a rainbow. There was no longer any hesitation from before. Instead, he became resolute. This blow actually erupted with his peak strength. Yao Chongjun's originally flustered and turbid eyes also bloomed with a dazzling light at this moment. Yang Kai's face was expressionless as he smashed down with his hammer. The crazy murderous intent condensed into a hammer intent that rushed towards Yao Chongjun. A loud noise rang out, and above this nameless sea, a pitch-black light burst out, as if it was devouring the heaven-devouring great emperor. At the same time, another five-colored light bloomed at the same time, competing with the pitch-black light. The two different colored lights confronted each other and collided. For a moment, the sea surged and the already collapsed island was shaken into powder, dissipating without a trace. The nearby waterspouts were also hit by the huge aftermath and collapsed. Within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, tsunamis surged, and countless fish and monster beasts living in the sea turned into white light and disappeared. At the center of the collision, a crater several hundred meters deep appeared on the sea surface. The water in the crater seemed to have evaporated in an instant. The stalemate lasted for less than 10 breaths of time, before the pitch-black light suddenly burst out and swallowed up the five-colored light. Why, damn heavens, this old master refuses to accept this. A roar resounded through the sky, and an unwilling voice echoed. The pitch-black and five-colored light that filled the world disappeared, and the huge crater on the sea surface was gradually filled with seawater. Heavy rain poured down, and only the remaining energy fluctuations between the heavens and earth showed that a great battle had just taken place here. Yao Chongjun was nowhere to be seen, and so was Yang Kai. Only a longan-sized bead was left, slowly sinking into the depths of the sea. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai rushed to the medicine garden at the first moment. His whole body was as black as ink, with indescribable demon crests crawling all over his body. Lu Yan rushed over at the same time, but after seeing Yang Kai's situation, she was so scared that she immediately fled. It wasn't that she didn't dare to stay here, but that she couldn't. Although Yang Kai was barely able to preserve a trace of his consciousness, who knew how long this consciousness would last? She would only cause trouble for Yang Kai if she stayed here. Next to the medicine garden, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with difficulty. With a slight thought, he began to strip the golden and silver sealing power from the firmament tree. The last time he was demonized, he used the sealing power of the firmament tree to seal the demonic qi. It had been more than 2 years since then, and logically speaking, it was impossible for the firmament tree's sealing power to grow so quickly. However, there was a large amount of heavy earth below the medicine garden, And there were also 5 earth vein pearls. 1 year of growth here was equivalent to 100 years of growth outside. In other words, the firmament tree now had 200 years of sealing power, which should be enough to seal the demonic qi. Under Yang Kai's control, the golden and silver powers were slowly stripped from the firmament tree, and then flowed to Yang Kai's body, immersing into the dantian, suppressing and sealing the violent demonic qi. In any case, Kai Yang had experienced this once before, so this time, he was quite familiar with it. As time passed, more and more of the demonic qi was sealed, and Yang Kai slowly got rid of the effects of demonization, and gradually recovered his consciousness. 3 days later, as the last trace of the sealing power was drawn into his body, the demonic qi was finally sealed without a trace left. Yang Kai let out a long sigh of relief. He was really afraid that something would go wrong during the sealing stage. The power obtained from unsealing the demonic qi this time was undoubtedly much stronger than before. Fortunately, the sealing power of the firmament tree had also become stronger, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After solving the hidden danger of the demonic qi, Yang Kai began to check his injuries. In the battle with Yao Changjun, it seemed that he had the absolute advantage, and even finished him off in a few moves after demonization, but Yao Changjun's final counterattack still caused him a lot of damage. The other party was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and if his knowledge had not been broken, how could he have killed him so easily? Who knew how many bones in his body were broken, and the blood on the surface of his body had dried up at this moment, as if he was wearing a layer of blood. What made Yang Kai sad the most was that his meridians were somewhat damaged. Fortunately, there was the immortal tree in the medicine garden. In terms of healing power, even the twin lotuses were not as effective as the immortal tree. Not to mention, his own recovery ability was extremely strong, so he did not need other medicines. Half a day later, Yang Kai was full of energy again. He shook off the blood on his body and changed into a new set of clothes. Recalling the battle with Yao Changjun, Yang Kai could not help but feel a little anxious. This time, he was able to use the demonic qi to kill Yao Changjun, but what about the next time? The next time he unsealed the demonic qi, it would not be something that could be sealed with just 200 years of sealing power. It might take 300 years, 400 years, or even more. In other words, the demonic qi would have to grow in the medicine garden for 3 or 4 years before it would have enough sealing power for Yang Kai to undo the seal. After such a long time, who knew if he would encounter a powerful enemy? It would be great if he could get his hands on Supreme Divine Water. Supreme Divine Water was a creation of heaven and earth. It could quickly ripen all kinds of spirit plants without any side effects. A drop of Supreme Divine Water could definitely allow the demonic qi to obtain hundreds or thousands of years of sealing power. Unfortunately, Supreme Divine Water was too precious. Yang Kai had only seen it once, in the Flowing Time Temple, and it was obtained by Morong Xiaoxiao in the end. That was something left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. He did not know if there was still any Supreme Divine Water in the star boundary. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind that in the next 34 years, he would never be able to undo the demonic qi seal again, unless he could find Supreme Divine Water to ripen the demonic qi in advance. Thinking of this, his thoughts suddenly became clear, and he felt refreshed. He transplanted the 2 heavenly restoration lotuses he had obtained one after the other into the medicine garden, then clapped his hands and stood up. Although the pure white heavenly restoration lotus had been plucked by Lu Xianyun for a long time, because it was well preserved, its medicinal efficacy had not faded, and its foundation had not been damaged. Planted in the medicine garden and covered by the vitality of the immortal tree, it would definitely come back to life. The value of the twin lotus flower was extremely high. Yang Kai had no use for it now, so he naturally did not bother to refine the twin heavenly restoration pill. Chapter 2365. After dealing with this, Yang Kai released his divine sense. In the next moment, his figure flickered and appeared in front of the embodiment, Lu Yan and the others. "Master, are you okay?" As soon as Lu Yan saw Yang Kai appear, she asked with joy. A few days ago, when she noticed that Yang Kai had entered the small sealed world, she went to check on Yang Kai's situation, but she didn't want to see the scene of Yang Kai being affected by the demonic qi. so she had been worried for the past few days. Even the embodiment and Hua Qingxi were worried. At this moment, seeing how lively Yang Kai was, how could they not know that he had solved the problem of the demonic qi? And I've been resurrected. Yang Kai grinned. Hua Qingxi said seriously, "Are you sure there are no sequelae? You can't be careless." "Don't worry, Sister Hua." As Yang Kai spoke, he suddenly took out something from his space ring and handed it to Hua Qingxi. "This is for you." Hua Qingxi took it suspiciously, but then her pretty face changed as she cried out involuntarily, "An emperor artifact?" What Yang Kai gave her was the 5-colored spear that Yao Changjun used before. After the decisive battle, Yang Kai snatched this emperor artifact and Yao Changjun's space ring before entering the small sealed world. Lu Yan already had the Annihilation Thunder Bead, and Hua Qingxi had always been loyal to Yang Kai, so this 5-colored spear could naturally be given to her to use. Although an emperor artifact is powerful, the most important thing for a cultivator is their own foundation. "Sister Hua, you shouldn't neglect the essentials," Yang Kai said faintly. Hua Qingxi played with the 5-colored spear. With an expression of fondness, she nodded and said, "I know, do I need you to teach me?" Smiling mischievously, Kai Yang rubbed his nose. Yang Kai hadn't had time to check Yao Changjun's space ring yet, so when he took it out, he found that there were quite a few good things inside. There were hundreds of millions of source crystals, and more than half of them were mid-grade and high-grade. Yao Changjun was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. To have so much wealth was within Kai Yang's expectations. With his cultivation, how could he be a pauper? In addition to source crystals, there were also a large number of spirit pills, herbs, and artifacts, but none of them were Emperor artifacts. After checking a little, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and asked in surprise, "Where is Lu Xianyan?" Previously, when Lu Xianyan was unconscious, Yang Kai threw her into the sealed world bead to avoid accidentally injuring her during his fight with Yao Changjun. At this moment, he was nowhere to be seen. Lu Yan said, "I put her in the attic. She has already woken up, but she seems to be confused about her situation." "You didn't explain anything to her?" "No." Lu Yan shook his head. "Forget explaining, he didn't even let Lu Xianyan see her face." "I'll go take a look." As Yang Kai spoke, he disappeared from where he stood. In the attic, Lu Xianyan's expression was dignified. Her beautiful eyes were full of confusion. When she woke up earlier, she found herself in this loft. She didn't know where this place was. She looked around and found that there was no danger nearby. There was also no trace of anyone. However, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth here was a bit too rich. Lu Xianyan had never seen a place with world energy density comparable to this place. With such rich world energy, it was definitely a holy land for cultivation. She didn't even need to circulate her secret art. The surrounding world energy was constantly flowing into her body. If she could cultivate here for a long time, it wouldn't take long for her to break through her shackles and advance to the second-order Tao source realm. However, she wanted to figure out where she was, so she wasn't in the mood to cultivate. What made her feel most uneasy was that Yang Kai was nowhere to be found. After a few days of searching, she even suspected that she had been abandoned. At this time, she was sadly staying in the attic, thinking about what she should do in the future. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of her and Yang Kai strangely appeared. "Brother!" When Lu Xianyan saw Yang Kai, it was as if she had found her backbone and rushed to him, the anxious expression on her face relaxing a lot. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Something happened, so I was delayed for a few days." "Brother, it's good that you're fine." Lu Xianyan looked Yang Kai up and down for a while, and found that he was full of energy. Only then did she relax and ask, "Brother, do you know where this is? Weren't we swallowed by that huge vortex before?" Her memory was still stuck on the changes in the solitary Void Mountain range, and when she recalled the irresistible power of the vortex, her pretty face couldn't help but turn pale. "We were swallowed, and then we fell into a sea." "A sea?" Lu Xianyan was even more confused. She had also explored the surrounding area for the past few days, but she didn't find any sea at all. On the contrary, the environment here was very pleasant, and there were many buildings. Clearly, many people had lived here before. If she could live here with her brother, it would be a good place to go. Yang Kai scratched his head, not knowing how to explain the current situation to Lu Xianyin, so he could only say, "I'll take you there and you'll know." Saying so, Yang Kai brought Lu Xianyin out of the sealed world bead. As soon as the two appeared, they felt a fishy smell coming from all directions. Then, a strange sound came from all directions, and there was even the sound of a heart beating. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yang Kai understood his current situation. Previously, in order to enter the sealed world bead to seal the demonic qi, he didn't pay attention to where the sealed world bead fell, letting it fall into the depths of the sea. But after a few days he didn't know how, but he ended up in the belly of a big fish. It seemed that this big fish had swallowed the sealed world bead, and then carried them all the way to who knows where. After knowing this, Yang Kai circulated his strength and shot out his golden blood threads. After a flurry, they directly opened a hole in the back of the big fish and jumped up with Lu Xianyin. Although this big fish was quite large, it wasn't a powerful monster beast. After being tossed around by Yang Kai, it couldn't bear the pain. It kept rolling around in the sea, blood spreading everywhere. From the looks of it, it probably wouldn't survive. In the next moment, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyin rushed out of the sea. Yang Kai immediately summoned the wooden boat. He pulled Lu Xianyin up and stood on it. A faint fishy wind blew from the sea. The surrounding scenery was blue and blue, endless as far as the eye could see. Countless waterspouts covered the surroundings, and there was a suction force everywhere. It looked very dangerous. Lu Xianyin was stunned. She hadn't figured out where they were before, and now that they were suddenly on the sea, she was really at a loss. After we were swallowed by the vortex, we came here. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked around. There was no trace of land, so he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. "Where are we?" Lu Xianyin asked in surprise. From what Yao Changjun and Peng Guang said, this seems to be some solitary void-sealed world. Yang Kai frowned. Solitary void-sealed world? Lu Xianyin looked confused. It seemed that she had never heard of it. She had only been in Marsh City for a few years, so she didn't know much about the secrets of this place. Naturally, she had never heard of the solitary void-sealed world. Yao Changjun and Peng Guang are also here? Lu Xianyin was startled again. She said in hindsight, "Don't worry. I don't know where they went." Yang Kai said casually. He didn't tell Lu Xianyin that Yao Changjun was dead. After all, it was too bizarre. However, Peng Guang had indeed left. Then what do we do now? Since we're here, let's just take things as they come. Yang Kai sighed. Let's first see if there are others living here. We'll gather some information about this place, then we'll find a way out. And I'll leave it to Big Brother. Lu Xianyin had no idea at all, so she could only pin her hopes on Yang Kai. Immediately, Yang Kai steered the wooden boat and flew in a certain direction. Above the sea, there was no end in sight. Yang Kai couldn't tell north from south, east from west, and could only fly in one direction, hoping to find something. However, the omnipresent waterspouts on the surface of the sea were a great hindrance to him. The waterspouts were filled with extremely strong strangulation and devouring power. If one really fell into them, even a Dao Source Realm Master might not be able to escape safely. In order to get rid of the devouring power of these waterspouts, Yang Kai consumed a lot of his strength. After 3 full days, the two still hadn't found anything, as if the sea had no end at all. Even someone as calm as Yang Kai was slightly uneasy. If they couldn't find a place to land, would the two of them have to fly forever? If they continued like this, they would die sooner or later. Although he had the sealed world bead to avoid danger and recuperate, if they couldn't find a way out, it was equivalent to being trapped here for a lifetime. Junior sister, you control the direction, I'll recover for a while. Yang Kai called out to Lu Xianyin and handed over the control of the wooden boat to her. Okay. Lu Xianyin had long wanted to share Yang Kai's worries and difficulties, so when she heard him say this, she was naturally duty-bound. Be careful of those waterspouts. If you encounter one that's too big, it's better to take a detour than force your way through. They're very dangerous. Yang Kai exhorted before sitting down cross-legged and throwing a few recovery spirit pills into his mouth while silently circulating his secret art. The world energy in this solitary void-sealed world was extremely rich. Although it couldn't compare to his sealed world bead, it wasn't any worse than the cultivation holy land of an ordinary sect. Yang Kai thought that with the help of spirit pills, he would quickly recover. But as time passed, he felt that something was wrong. The world energy he absorbed from this world seemed to be mixed with something else. When this thing entered his body, it was like sharp needles that constantly stimulated his meridians and flesh, causing unbearable pain. The more he cultivated, the more this thing would be absorbed. After half an hour, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely ugly. "Brother, what's wrong?" Lu Xianyun's face changed drastically. Yang Kai was clearly recovering his source qi. So why did he suddenly spit out blood? As if he had suffered a serious injury? There weren't any enemies nearby. The world energy here is strange, we can't absorb it. The more we absorb, the easier it is for something to happen. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth. Chapter 2366. How can this be? Lu Xianyun asked in shock. I don't know. Yang Kai was also confused and shook his head. There's something wrong with this sealed world. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never encountered world energy that he couldn't absorb. The world energy in this solitary void-sealed world was mixed with some unknown substance. The more he absorbed, the more damage it would cause to his foundation. In the long run, his meridians would definitely shatter, and he would lose his cultivation. Fortunately, Yang Kai only cultivated for half an hour before stopping. Then what should we do? Lu Xianyun was completely flustered. If they couldn't absorb the world energy here, then she and Yang Kai would be exhausted sooner or later. Forget about finding a way out. It was very likely that they wouldn't even be able to leave this sea. In the end, they would only die from exhaustion. This situation was like a table full of delicacies in front of a starving person. Although they looked beautiful, they were highly toxic. If they ate, they would be poisoned to death, but if they didn't, they would starve to death. It's okay, I have a way. Yang Kai didn't panic and directly took out the sealed world bead and handed it to Lu Xianyun. Take this, I'll go in and recover. As he spoke, he had already entered the sealed world bead. Before Lu Xianyun had time to say anything, Yang Kai disappeared. She stared at the sealed world bead in her hand in a daze, then thought of the loft she had lived in before, and the tranquil world around her. Lu Xianyun vaguely realized something and her pretty face couldn't help changing in shock. A moment later, she hurriedly put away the sealed world bead and carefully hid it. Only then did she concentrate on controlling the wooden boat to avoid the waterspouts and move forward. An hour later, Yang Kai reappeared. He wasn't as weak as before. At this moment, his complexion was rosy and he had obviously recovered. Lu Xianyun didn't say anything, and just nodded lightly at him before returning the sealed world bead to him. She could cultivate to the third-order origin king realm in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, and become an overlord. Obviously, she was a smart person. Naturally, she knew what to ask and what not to ask. Yang Kai entrusted the sealed world bead to her for safekeeping. Undoubtedly, he trusted her very much. As for the mysteries of this sealed world bead, she was well aware of them. Days passed by. Every 2 or 3 days, Yang Kai would enter the sealed world bead to recover. After he recovered, he would control of the wooden boat. During this period, Lu Xianyun had also entered the small sealed world twice due to Tseng Yuan's lack of strength, but she was quite obedient. In and out, he never asked anything. A month passed in the blink of an eye, but Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were still floating above the sea, with no trace of land in sight. This sea seemed to be truly boundless, with no end in sight. On this day, Yang Kai returned from the small sealed world. Lu Xianyun's surprised voice sounded. Senior brother, we seem to have found something. What's wrong? Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly asked. Lu Xianyun pointed ahead and said, Look, the density of the waterspouts has decreased a lot. The further we go, the fewer there are. Yang Kai took a closer look, and found that it was indeed as she said. The waterspouts that filled the sea had decreased a lot. This discovery made Yang Kai's eyes light up. Although there was still no sign of land, at least the surrounding scenery had finally changed. Before, Kai Yang had been wondering if he had gotten lost, or if he had been walking in circles in a certain place. Now, it seemed that he was not lost, Nor was he going in circles. The sea was really big. This discovery made Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun's eyes light up. They spared no effort in driving the wooden boat forward. With the passage of time, the waterspouts around him became fewer and fewer, until they finally disappeared completely. This made Yang Kai certain that he was flying in the right direction. If he continued to move forward, he might be able to obtain some unexpected gains. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was steering the wooden boat, suddenly had a change in his expression. He focused his vision and looked in a certain direction. In the next moment, his face lit up and he patted Lu Xianyun's shoulder. "Junior sister, there's a boat." Lu Xianyun was resting with her eyes closed. She did not dare to meditate casually in this damned place, so when Yang Kai spoke, she woke up. She stood up and looked in the direction Yang Kai pointed. Sure enough, she saw a small black dot in the distance. As for that little black dot, it was actually a large ship. Lu Xianyun could not help but get excited. She turned to look at Yang Kai, and found that he was also beaming with joy. The two of them had been in this damned place for more than a month, and had been wandering the sea. At this moment, they finally saw a boat. The joy they felt was indescribable. If there was a boat, it meant there were people, and if there were people, they could ask where this place was and where to go. Hastily, Kai Yang increased the speed of the wooden boat, and went straight to meet the big ship. As the distance closed, the appearance of the big boat gradually became clear. This was a very large ship, and a high-grade artifact at that. This made Yang Kai extremely shocked because refining such an artifact would definitely take a lot of energy and financial resources. He did not know how the cultivator who lived in this damned place managed to do it. When the wooden boat flew over, the people on the boat who were responsible for keeping watch obviously noticed it. Before Yang Kai could approach, more than a dozen people appeared on the deck. These people stood there in a scattered manner, looking towards Yang Kai. They seemed to be extremely curious about his arrival, constantly pointing and whispering. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived not far in front of the boat. Looking around, he saw more than a dozen people, regardless of whether they were men or women. All of them had strong auras and were staring at him with vigilance. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that most of these people were actually Dao Source Realm cultivators. How did they maintain their cultivation in this damned place? After all, the world energy here could not be absorbed, and living here for a long time would definitely cause one's cultivation to regress. Although these dozen or so people seemed to be lacking in qi, which was obviously because they had not been cultivating properly, they had indeed maintained their cultivation. Among the dozen or so people, the leader was a woman. This woman had a fiery figure, and she was extremely well endowed. However, perhaps because she had been hanging around here for a long time, her skin was slightly dark. However, this did not affect her beauty. Instead, it added a kind of wildness to her. She stood there like a vigorous cheetah, her eyes extremely sharp. Yang Kai did not rush to board the boat, but instead cupped his fists to the people below and said, "Greetings, friends. May I ask where you are going? Can you give this one a ride?" The dozen people were indifferent, but the woman in the lead raised her head slightly and said lightly, "Where are you from?" Yang Kai pointed in a direction and said, "We came from that direction. Our boat was shipwrecked and only the two of us escaped." Of course, this was nonsense, but as a newcomer, Yang Kai did not want to expose his identity. Shipwrecked. The woman's expression changed slightly, but she didn't ask too much. She just sighed softly, as if it was a common thing to encounter mishaps on the sea. She nodded and said, "The two of you are lucky to have survived. I can let you board the ship, but you know the rules, right?" Rules? Yang Kai's heart jumped. He had been here for more than a month, and this was the first group of people he had met, so how could he know the rules? Just as he was about to ask, the woman frowned and said, 5,000 source crystals per person, so 2 people will be 10,000. Yes. Yang Kai nodded quickly, thinking that the rules were to buy tickets. This rule was acceptable, but to Yang Kai's surprise, the price of the ticket was too cheap. It only cost 5,000 source crystals per person. Saying so, he reached out and wiped his space ring, wanting to take out the source crystals. The woman saw his action and could not help but frown. "You don't want to give me source crystals here, do you?" Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. "What's wrong?" The woman's expression immediately became strange when she heard this, staring at Yang Kai. Not only her, but the other cultivators standing on the deck also had a playful look on their faces. What's going on? Yang Kai frowned slightly, puzzled. Was it wrong to say that he wanted to give her source crystals here? What kind of flaw could that reveal? Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the woman took out a barrier token and waved it forward. The barrier covering the ship immediately cracked open and she said lightly, "Come in first." "Many thanks." Yang Kai suppressed the doubts in his heart and controlled the wooden boat to rush in. Stepping on the deck, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun both couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This feeling of being on solid ground was simply wonderful. "Come with me." The woman waved her hand and led the way. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun looked at each other and hurriedly followed. The cultivator on the deck also automatically moved aside, allowing the two to pass through. After walking for a while, the woman suddenly asked, "How long have you been stranded in the solitary void sea?" So this was the solitary void sea. Yang Kai silently remembered. As for the other party's question, he didn't even think about it and answered, "It happened yesterday. Fortunately, we met you, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Many thanks to this young lady for taking us in." His aura was now stable, so he obviously hadn't consumed much source chi. Using the excuse of being stranded yesterday as an excuse was the best. Is that so? The corners of the woman's mouth rose slightly, revealing a thought-provoking smile. Kai Yang furrowed his brow, wondering if this woman had noticed something. However, he hadn't given himself away. He and Lu Xianyun looked at each other in confusion. While talking, the woman brought Yang Kai to a room, opened the door and walked in. Yang Kai looked around and found that although this place wasn't big, the environment wasn't bad. It was quiet, and this room seemed to be supported by some kind of spirit array, but he didn't know what use it had. "Will we live here from now on?" Yang Kai asked. The woman glanced at him and said lightly, "You're thinking too much." Yang Kai's face turned black. He felt that this woman was really strange. If they didn't want to live here, why did she bring them here? Chapter 2367. If you want to stay here, it's 1,000 source crystals per day, the woman continued. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Didn't we already pay for the ticket? Although he was not short of source crystals right now, he still couldn't agree with this woman's approach. Charging for a room was really too greedy. The ticket is the ticket, the room fee is the room fee. If there's a free room, why don't you stay? What's the difference? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Why were there fees and free rooms on this ship? The room in front of him didn't look very good, so why was there a fee? The woman explained, "There is a special spirit purifying array in this room that can purify the neutralizing force of the solitary void-sealed world. Although its grade is not very high, it can still be used for cultivation." It can be used for cultivation. Yang Kai's heart shook as he finally understood why the cultivator on this ship could maintain his cultivation. It turned out that it was because of this spirit purifying array. He had cultivated in this world once before, so he naturally knew what kind of damage the mysterious force that filled the world would cause to the cultivator when it entered his body. It turned out that this mysterious force was called neutralizing force. The woman's short sentence allowed Yang Kai to understand a lot of things. In that case, it was understandable that this room would charge a fee. The spirit purifying array set up in the room had purified the strange neutralizing power, so the cultivators in this room could absorb the world energy without restraint. However, Yang Kai soon discovered that something was wrong, because the world energy in this room was extremely thin, far from comparable to the world energy outside. It seemed that this spirit purifying array was not omnipotent. While purifying the neutralizing force, it also hindered the flow of world energy. Cultivating in such an environment, although one would not suffer the pain of neutralizing force, it was impossible to maintain one's cultivation. One could only slow down the speed at which one's cultivation retreated, unless there were other methods to restore source chi, such as source crystals. No wonder all the cultivator on this ship had insufficient auras, even though they were Tao Source Realm cultivators. But according to Yang Kai's observation, they couldn't display their full strength at all. "Do you want to stay or not?" the woman asked impatiently when she saw Yang Kai daydreaming. Yes, of course. Yang Kai hurriedly nodded his head. Even though this spirit purifying array wasn't of a high grade, and the room wasn't very good, it was still better than nothing. In any case, he didn't lack source crystals. After killing Yao Changjun, the source crystals he had harvested from his spatial ring numbered in the hundreds of millions. I'll pay a month's rent first. When the time comes, I'll give you a refund if you overpaid or you underpaid. The woman stretched out her hand toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai had no objections and directly took out 40,000 source crystals and handed them to the woman. The woman quickly put the source crystals into her space ring and warned, "Don't run around if there's nothing important. We came out on a mission this time. Once we're done, we'll bring you back to Clear Sky Island." Yang Kai nodded. Got it. Only then did the woman turn and walk out. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. He turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "Are you curious why I brought you to this room to collect spirit stones?" Yang Kai was startled, not understanding what she meant by asking this. The woman snorted and didn't continue speaking. Instead, she stretched out her hand to Yang Kai and said, "Give me another piece of spirit stone and I'll tell you why." The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bulged. He felt that this woman was really a money grubber, collecting spirit stones for everything she did. He calmly took out a piece of spirit stone and tossed it to the woman. The woman casually caught it. Then she revealed a sarcastic smile and said, "Watch carefully." Saying so, she threw the spirit stone directly out of the room. With a ding-dong, the spirit stone fell on the corridor. What made Yang Kai's face change was that the source crystal was actually dissolving at an extremely fast speed. In less than 10 breaths, the entire piece of low-rank source crystal had disappeared without a trace, turning into world energy that disappeared without a trace. The woman coldly snorted and said, "You're new here, so what if you're new here? Stop pretending to be experienced." After saying so, she walked out and closed the door behind her. Yang Kai's face turned red, knowing that his lie had been seen through by her. It should be that when he tried to give her the source crystals outside, she already knew that he wasn't a person from this world. Otherwise, how could she not even have such common sense? Brother. Lu Xianyun's pretty face also changed slightly. That spirit stone. Yang Kai said in disappointment. Spirit stones probably can't be exposed outside the spirit purifying array. Otherwise they will quickly disappear. The woman had asked him for the last spirit stone, obviously to test it out for him. So they know we're new here? Yang Kai smiled. Of course they know, but it doesn't matter. Although that woman's character is a little cold, she's not a bad person. Let's rest first. We'll go back to Clear Sky Island with them, and find a way to leave this place. Oh. Lu Xianyun nodded, and found a place to sit cross-legged in the room. On the deck, after the woman walked out, 2 men immediately rushed out from the side and surrounded her on both sides. The man on the left had a huge scar on his forehead that stretched from his cheekbone to the corner of his mouth, giving him a terrifying appearance. The man on the right had a large waist and a fierce aura. Big Sister Ling, those two, are they staying? The man on the left asked softly, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. When he asked this question, he couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth, as if there was a delicious meal in front of him. Ling Yinchin nodded lightly, glancing at this man and asking coldly, "Why are you asking about this?" The man on the right chuckled meaningfully. "Big Sister Ling, why ask when you already know the answer? That man and woman must have just arrived in the solitary void-sealed world, so they must have accidentally fallen here. Newcomers usually have a lot of good things on them." The man on the left also nodded. "That's right, Big Sister Ling. We only have a few dozen source crystals left. If we don't get more source crystals, our cultivation will regress. You know the situation on Clear Sky Island." 2 fat sheep suddenly appeared. "Haha, our brothers can't help it." "Is this your idea, or everyone else's?" Ling Yinchin stopped and asked in a deep voice. The man on the left scratched his head and said, "Although they didn't say anything, they definitely have the same idea. As long as Big Sister Ling gives the order, we'll rush over and capture them right now." "Bullshit!" Ling Yinchin shouted angrily, spitting saliva all over the scarred man's face. "Put away the greed in your hearts and don't cause trouble for me." The scarred man wiped his face with an embarrassed expression and cried, "Big sister Ling, if you have something to say, just say it, don't spit at me." Ling Yinchin coldly snorted. "How about I throw you into the sea to calm down?" The scarred man was startled and hurriedly waved his hand. "That's not necessary." Ling Yinchin took a deep breath and said, "That man is not to be trifled with. Since you know that they are newcomers, you should also know that everyone who has just arrived here is not to be trifled with. They are not like us. After living here for a long time, our cultivation has regressed, and we can't use our full strength. That man's cultivation is in the third-order Dao Source realm. Who on this ship is his opponent? If we really fight with him, at least a few of us will die. Are you willing to see that happen?" The two men looked at each other and calmed down a lot, slowly shaking their heads. Ling Yinchin said, "The first rule of survival in the solitary void-sealed world is to not engage in meaningless battles. You have to remember this. The source chi you consume is not easy to replenish." "Yes." The two men seemed to be very obedient to Ling Yinchin, and responded seriously after hearing her words. "What's more, we still have a mission to complete this time. Don't worry, after we complete the mission, everyone will get source crystals and cultivation resources." As Ling Yinchin spoke, she took off the space ring on her hand and handed it to the scarred man. "I just received 40,000 source crystals from that man. Take this and share it with everyone. Everyone should get quite a bit." 40,000. The two men were overjoyed when they heard this, as if 40,000 source crystals was a shocking amount of wealth to them. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable outside. Any Dao Source realm cultivator would not put 40,000 low-rank source crystals in their eyes, but in the solitary void-sealed world, source crystals were a rare commodity. Cultivators lived here all year round, so they naturally consumed source crystals, but there were no source crystal mines here, so they could not make ends meet in the long run. Only some cultivator who had fallen into this place would bring source crystals with them. However, there were not many cultivator who fell into this place every year, and the amount of source crystals they brought with them was even more uncertain. How could it be enough for the hundreds of thousands of people in Clear Sky City? 40,000 source crystals was really a huge sum of money for the cultivator on this ship. But Ling Yinchin did not hesitate to take it all out and share it with everyone. This was why she, a woman, could subdue the entire ship and make them listen to her orders. Ling Yinchin never hid anything, and this kind of character was enough to earn the respect of everyone. "Tell the brothers not to have any ideas about those two, and don't reveal their origins when we return to Clear Sky City. If you want source crystals, get them from them through proper means. This mission will take a lot of time, so if you use the right method, you may be able to get some source crystals." Ling Yinchin warned them again. Ling Yinchin couldn't help but remind him again. She was well aware of what kind of people her subordinates were. "Understood, big sister Ling." The two men were overjoyed when they heard this and immediately rushed to the cabin after exchanging a glance. Not long after, the scarred man returned the ring to Ling Yinchin, saying, "Big sister Ling, I left you 10,000 source crystals. The rest will be shared equally with everyone." "Heh, everyone wants to thank big sister Ling for her tip." Ling Yinchin snorted. "I'll thank the heavens if they don't cause trouble for me." No, absolutely not," the scarred man replied with a straight face. Chapter 2368. Yang Kai sat in the room for a while before there was a knock on the door. Lu Xianyun glanced at him, and after getting his signal, she opened the door. The scarred man they had seen on the deck before appeared at the door with a flattering smile, nodding and bowing to Lu Xianyun. "Hello, two guests, I hope I didn't disturb your peace?" Lu Xianyun asked. "What's the matter?" The scarred man smiled and said, "Big sister ordered this little one to see if the two guests need anything. If there is anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask. We will try our best to satisfy you." Lu Xianyun was at a loss, not knowing why this guy was so attentive. As the saying goes, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. This made her a little vigilant. After all, she and Yang Kai were new here and didn't know much about the specific situation here. So naturally they had to be more careful. The scarred man said again, "This is some food prepared by our brothers for the two of you. There is nothing to serve on the ship, so I hope the two of you don't mind." Only then did Lu Xianyan notice that he was holding a tray in his hand. On the tray were 2 plates of side dishes and a jug of wine. She didn't know what kind of beast meat the side dishes were, but they smelled very fragrant. Is he going to poison us? Lu Xianyan's expression suddenly became strange. She wanted to refuse, but since the other party took the initiative to deliver it, it seemed a little inappropriate to refuse. In desperation, she could only look back at Yang Kai and ask for his opinion. Come in and talk. Yang Kai didn't seem to care. Hearing this, the scarred man suddenly showed a happy expression. He said, "Sorry to disturb you." Only then did Lu Xianyan move away. She let the scarred man enter the room. The latter put the tray on the table and looked at Yang Kai eagerly. The flattering smile on his face never disappeared. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Is this food free or charged?" The scarred man smiled and scratched his head. "This is a little gift prepared by our brothers for the 2 of you. Naturally there is no charge, but friend, you know." Lu Xianyan snorted, displeasure written all over her face. He felt that the people on this ship were all money grubbers. They actually had the nerve to charge for these 2 unknown side dishes, and a pot of old wine that looked very inferior. She couldn't be bothered to look at it even if it was placed outside for her to eat. Yang Kai asked thoughtfully, "Is it difficult to obtain source crystals here?" The scarred man's face suddenly turned bitter. "Friend, if you live here for a long time, you will know that source crystals are the most precious thing here. If not, how could he be so thick-skinned as to come to Yang Kai to get source crystals? You can't get source crystals here?" Lu Xianyan asked suspiciously. The scarred man said, "You can't get it. This solitary void-sealed world is filled with disruption force everywhere. Once source crystals, which are pure energy, are exposed to disruption force, they will be destroyed. That's why there's no source crystal mine in this damned place. It's also because of this that the world energy in the solitary void-sealed world is so rich." Lu Xianyan had also seen the scene of the source crystal disappearing quickly, so she heard the scarred man's words. After hearing the scarred man's words, she naturally understood a lot. The disgust in her heart towards the cultivator on this ship also subsided a little. She now understood why they were all so greedy. The scarred man sighed. The source crystals in the solitary void-sealed world are all brought in by the cultivator outside. Don't even think about finding any in this sealed world. Yang Kai nodded. It was just as he had guessed. When he saw the source crystal disappear, Yang Kai had a vague guess. Now, with the scarred man's explanation, he immediately understood that his guess was right. In this damned place, source crystals were really precious things. "What's your name?" Yang Kai asked. The scarred man quickly said, "Jiao Yi. Big sister calls me old Jiao. You 2 can call me whatever you want." "Brother Jiao, sit down. I have something to ask you." Yang Kai gestured as he took out a bag of source crystals from his space ring, placed it on the table, and pushed it in front of him. Jiao Yi's eyes immediately lit up, like a hungry ghost seeing food. He dragged the bag in front of him, opened it, and was almost blinded by the brilliance of the source crystals. He quickly put them into his space ring and said cheerfully, "Friend, feel free to ask. This old Jiao can even tell you the color of my underwear." "Bah." Lu Xianyan spat, her face slightly red. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "To be honest, junior sister and I have just arrived here and know nothing about this place, so." Jiao Yi said, "We already knew this. Who in the solitary void-sealed world dares to take out source crystals outside? Just by looking at your actions, friend, we can tell that you're not familiar with the rules here." He was naturally referring to Yang Kai wanting to trade with Ling Yinqin on the deck earlier. Yang Kai also understood that he must have been exposed, so there was no need to hide. In any case, the other party wanted source crystals, so he might as well use them to open a path and inquire about some information. Jiao Yi sighed and said, "As long as you live here for a year or so, you'll know how precious source crystals are. Old Jiao, let me give you a piece of advice. No matter how many source crystals you have, you must use them sparingly, otherwise, you'll run out one day." Back in the day, old Jiao had a few million source crystals on him, and was considered a rich man, but now he had a pained look on his face, as if he regretted squandering too much in the past. "How long has Brother Jiao been here?" This question seemed to have touched Jiao Yi's sore spot. He picked up the inferior wine, poured himself a glass, and drank it in one gulp before wiping his mouth and saying, I haven't counted carefully, but it should be 60 to 70 years, right? 60 to 70 years? Lu Xianyun's pretty face instantly paled. Jiao Yi glanced at her and said, That's nothing. Some people have been trapped here for hundreds, or even thousands of years. Is there no way out here? Lu Xianyun asked. Jiao Yi frowned and said, I'm not sure. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Old Jiao's strength is low, but even if there is a way out, it won't be so easy. Otherwise, those old monsters in Clear Sky City would have left long ago. Why would they stay here and suffer? Yang Kai said. Brother Jiao also came in from the Solitary Void Mountain Range. Solitary Void Mountain Range? Jiao Yi heard this and was at a loss, but after thinking for a while, he suddenly realized, Oh, you mean the Solitary Void Mountain Range at the border between the Southern and Eastern Territories? I came from a place at the border between the Western and Northern Territories. There are many places that lead to this place? That seems to be the case. There are people living on Heavenspan Island from all 4 of the major domains. Just the dozen or so people on this ship alone means that there are at least 10 people who came from different places. Why are there so many? Lu Xianyun was surprised. Jiao Yi spread his hands and said helplessly, I don't know. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, the entrances to this solitary void-sealed world are either moving, or there are many places. Brother Jiao, what's the situation with this Clear Sky Island you mentioned before? Jiao Yi said, Clear Sky Island is Clear Sky Island. All the cultivator in the solitary void-sealed world live on Clear Sky Island. The forces on the island are very complicated. If you go to Clear Sky Island in the future, Old Jiao advises you to quickly find a powerful force to join. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to survive here, especially for newcomers. Many people specifically target newcomers. You know why, right? Source crystals? Lu Xianyun said in a deep voice. Jiao Yi nodded. Yes, newcomers who come here will more or less have source crystals on them. People die for wealth and birds die for food. This is an unchanging truth. Yang Kai asked, Are there masters from the Emperor realm guarding the island? Yes, more than one, Jiao Yi replied. Jiao Yi replied, About 3 to 5. The most powerful one is the Clear Sky Island Master, a third-order Emperor Realm Master. I heard that he has been here for thousands of years. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master is trapped here? Lu Xianyun's pretty face paled, feeling more and more hopeless. Jiao Yi grinned meaningfully. What's so strange about that? If you can't find a way out, you naturally can't leave. However, the Island Master has been trapped here for so many years, and I heard that his cultivation has dropped drastically. He's only a second-order Emperor Realm Master now. I don't know if that's true or not. He sighed and continued, but it's true. As long as one lives here for a long time, whose cultivation doesn't drop. This old Jiao was a second-order Dao Source Realm Master before, but after so many years, I'm only a first-order Dao Source Realm Master now. Yang Kai frowned. You don't have source crystals, so how are you going to cultivate here? Jiao Yi replied. With the help of the Spirit Purifying Array. The Spirit Purifying Array in this room isn't of a high grade, so the cultivation effect isn't ideal. The higher the grade of the Spirit Purifying Array, the better. When you reach Clear Sky City, I suggest you rent a cave mansion with a high-grade Spirit Purifying Array. That way, you can slow down the decline of your cultivation to the greatest extent. Of course, in addition to the Spirit Purifying Array, you can also take spirit pills, but spirit pills are extremely expensive. There aren't many alchemists on the island, and most of them are under the command of the Island Master. The price of a spirit pill here is more than 10 times more expensive than outside. Then how do you live? Lu Xianyun couldn't help but sympathize with Jiao Yi. It was really not easy to survive in such a harsh environment in this solitary void-sealed world. Jiao Yi smiled bitterly. We go out to hunt sea beasts and look for some other materials. The monster cores of sea beasts can generally be sold for a good price. We came out this time to look for something called gray feather coral. What's its use? Lu Xianyun asked. Jiao Yi explained. This thing is the main material used to refine the base of the spirit purifying array. If you want to live on Clear Sky Island, the spirit purifying array is essential, so gray feather coral is very popular. At this point, Jiao Yi's expression changed. Are you two interested in joining us? If you are, I can talk to Big Sister. I'm sure she won't refuse. As for the split, it'll be the same as us. You get what you put in. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyin were both newcomers, and their strength was still at its peak. Especially Yang Kai, who was the third order Dao Source realm. If they could rope him in, they would definitely be able to return with a fruitful trip. Chapter 2369. Jiao Yi tried his best to persuade. We accidentally discovered that patch of gray feather coral 5 years ago, but there was a sea beast guarding it at that time, so we haven't been able to obtain it. But according to Big Sister's observation, that sea beast's lifespan is running out, so it must be dead by now. In other words, that patch of gray feather coral can be mined at will. After this trip, we won't have to go out to sea for at least a year. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, Junior sister and I won't participate in this matter. He didn't lack source crystals at all, so naturally he didn't want to mine that gray feather coral. No matter what Jiao Yi said, he wouldn't be tempted. Jiao Yi saw this and didn't insist, only thinking that Yang Kai and Lu Xianyin should live here for a few more years to understand the value of the gray feather coral. At that time, there would be no need for him to persuade them as they would take the initiative to join. By the way, how long will it take for you to return from this trip? Yang Kai asked. Jiao Yi said, about 3 days from our destination, and 2 to 3 days to mine. As for the return trip, it will take at least a month before we can return to Clear Sky Island. So long. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Jiao Yi smiled bitterly. The resources around Clear Sky Island are almost all mined, so if we want good things, we can only go farther. The risk is proportional to the benefit. Yang Kai nodded. Then I wish you success. When Jiao Yi heard him say this, he tactfully stood up and said, Then I won't disturb the two of you. If the two of you still need anything, just come and find me. Good. Jiao Yi walked to the door. Suddenly he said, Right. When you two go to Clear Sky City in the future, you must first find a way to apply for an identity token. Otherwise you won't be able to enter the city. However, applying for an identity token will expose your identity as newcomers. Do you want me to talk to Big Sister and ask her to think of a way? Although we aren't attached to any force, Big Sister's connections are quite good. She has a lot of connections, so maybe she can get it done. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before nodding. Thank you, Brother Jiao. Jiao Yi smiled. I'll let you know if there's any news. After Jiao Yi left, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyin looked at each other, and saw the worry in each other's eyes. This damned place could trap even a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so it was obvious that their chances of escaping were slim. Moreover, Jiao Yi's group obviously didn't know how to leave this place. He couldn't get any information from them. The only thing he could do now was to go to Clear Sky Island and make further plans. After sailing for 3 to 5 days, the ship suddenly stopped. Yang Kai released his telepathic thoughts and found that all the cultivator on the ship were standing on the deck, rubbing their palms together. He was full of drive. It seemed that they had arrived at their destination, and were preparing to enter the sea to collect the gray feather coral. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to them. Instead, it was Jiao Yi who came over and asked Yang Kai again if he wanted to go with them. After being politely rejected by Yang Kai, Jiao Yi did not pester him further. After a short while, most of the people on the ship jumped off the deck and disappeared into the sea. It seemed that it was just as Jiao Yi had said before. The powerful sea beast guarding the gray feather coral in the depths of the sea had died. Ling Yinqin and the others went very smoothly. There were cultivator constantly drilling in and out of the sea, and everyone looked very excited. For days later, when all the cultivator returned from the sea, no one else went into the sea. Yang Kai didn't pay too much attention to their movements, but occasionally, he could hear some of their conversations. From the scattered chatter, Yang Kai learned that they had gained a lot on this trip, even more than Ling Yinqin had expected. There were no casualties among the crew, and they had gained so many benefits effortlessly just by going out to sea. Every crew member had a smile on their face, And even Ling Yinchin, who had always been cold, showed a rare smile. After waiting for half a day, the ship turned around and slowly set sail. It seemed that they were going to return. Yang Kai finally relaxed. He was really afraid that Ling Yinchin and the others would encounter some kind of danger at sea. If that really happened, no one would take him to Clear Sky Island. Now that everything was safe and sound, Yang Kai naturally wanted to see it. The days passed peacefully. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyin stayed in their room and didn't go out. Ling Yinchin seemed to be very satisfied with their cooperation and honesty, so she didn't disturb them. Instead, it was Jiao Yi who brought them food and drinks from time to time. 7 days later, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he released his divine sense and poured it into the sealed world bead to connect with his embodiment. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. Just now, the embodiment had sent him a message and seemed to be in a hurry, so he didn't know what had happened. "That girl Ruosh is about to break through." The embodiment replied immediately. "Ruoshi is about to break through?" Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "That's good news." "Good news my ass," the embodiment shouted. Yang Kai also suddenly realized something and his expression changed. Dao Source Realm. He remembered that Zhang Ruoshi should be a third-order origin king. If she broke through again, she would be a Dao Source Realm cultivator. That's right. I don't know what's going on with this girl, but her strength is increasing so quickly. How long has it been? She's about to break through to the Dao Source Realm. Yang Kai suddenly understood the seriousness of the problem and quickly flew into the sealed world bead. Somewhere in the sealed world bead, Zhang Ruoshi was sitting cross-legged. Her aura was fluctuating and the Saint Qi in her body was flowing like a river. It was obvious that she was on the verge of a breakthrough. If it was outside, there would be no problem for her to break through like this, but this was the sealed world bead. The world principles here were not perfect. Zhang Ruoshi could cultivate here normally, but breaking through to a great realm involved a baptism of world energy. The comprehension of world principles could not be provided by the sealed world bead. In other words, it was impossible for Zhang Ruoshi to break through to the Dao Source Realm in the sealed world bead. If she was left alone, she would only fail. Once she failed, Zhang Ruoshi's martial Dao would come to an end. She might even suffer a backlash and die. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned ugly. There was a vast sea outside, and the environment of the solitary void-sealed world was so strange. He didn't know if Zhang Ruoshi could break through if he took her outside. Even if he took her outside, where would she break through? Beside Zhang Ruoshi, Hua Qingxi and Lu Yan were standing there with solemn expressions. Noticing his arrival, the two women hurried over. "How long has this been going on?" Yang Kai asked. "It has just begun," Hua Qingxi replied. "But looking at this girl's appearance, I'm afraid she can't be suppressed. If she forcibly suppresses it, it will only damage her foundation." "Master, what should we do now?" Lu Yan was completely at a loss. They both knew about Yang Kai's current situation, so they really couldn't think of a good way to solve Zhang Ruoshi's current situation. "Keep an eye on her for a while, I'll think of a way," Yang Kai said and immediately left the sealed world bead. Zhang Ruoshi had just realized the opportunity to break through, so she could probably hold on for a while longer, but she definitely couldn't hold on for too long. He had to find a solution before the time limit was up. Inside the room, Yang Kai appeared again and rushed out. Lu Xianyin was confused. She didn't know what Yang Kai was going to do in such a hurry, so she quickly stood up and followed him out. Inside the cabin, Ling Yinchin was meditating and cultivating. It was really beyond her expectations to have such a big harvest on this trip out to sea. After returning, she wouldn't have to come out for at least 2 to 3 years, so she was in a relatively good mood. Just as she was thinking about which great force to sell the gray feather coral to when she returned, the door was suddenly slammed open with a bang. Ling Yinchin turned pale with fright and jumped up from her spot, yelling, "Who's there?" She was the boss of this ship, so no crew member would dare to rush in without warning her. So Ling Yinchin's first reaction was that she had encountered an enemy. But after seeing the face of the person who came in, Ling Yinchin immediately gritted her teeth and said, "What are you doing?" She was furious and secretly rejoiced that she hadn't been comprehending any secret art or secret technique just now. Otherwise, wouldn't all her efforts have been for naught after being interrupted by Yang Kai? This person had been very well behaved since arriving on the ship. Ling Yinqin originally thought that he was a good person, but now, she found him to be extremely repulsive. Yang Kai also knew that he was being rude, but this was related to Zhang Ruoxi's life and future, so he could only cup his fists and say, "Big sister Ling, right? I have some urgent matters to attend to, so please forgive me." He had heard Ling Yinqin's name from the crew members' conversations. "What's wrong?" A burst of exclamations came from the corridor. Obviously, the noise of Yang Kai slamming the door had attracted the crew members. When everyone saw Yang Kai standing at the door and Ling Yinqin's angry face, they were all shocked. Jiaoyi stood in the crowd and blinked, saying in amazement, "Brother Yang, why did you slam into our big sister's door?" "Brat, could it be that you covet big sister's beauty and want to use force?" "What? How could such a thing happen? Damn it, damn it. Brat, you're courting death. You're not satisfied with having a junior sister, and actually have ideas about big sister? See if I don't cripple you today." The group of people clamored and the scene suddenly became very lively. Yang Kai's face darkened and he hurriedly cupped his fists to Ling Yinqin. "This one really has an urgent matter. Please forgive me, big sister Ling." Ling Yinqin gritted her teeth and glared at Yang Kai. Although she was still angry in her heart, seeing that his expression didn't seem to be fake, she coldly snorted and said, "What's so urgent that you don't even know how to knock on the door? Didn't your master teach you etiquette?" Yang Kai was reprimanded, but he didn't dare to talk back and could only say, "I just want to ask big sister Ling, what should I do if I want to break through outside?" "Break through?" Ling Yinqin heard this and her expression changed. "Break through to a great realm?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. As soon as these words came out, Ling Yinqin's mind buzzed and her face filled with shock. She thought that Yang Kai was about to break through. Yang Kai was in the third order Dao Source realm, so if he broke through, wouldn't that mean he would become an Emperor Realm Master? Chapter 2370. There were only a few emperors on Clear Sky Island. Ling Yinqin never thought that a random person she met on the way would have the potential to break through to the Emperor Realm. Once this Yang Kai broke through to the Emperor Realm, he would definitely be able to occupy a seat on Clear Sky Island, and even shelter them. But only those who had lived in the solitary void-sealed world for a long time would know that this place was simply a cultivator's grave. The cultivator who lived here would be lucky if their cultivation didn't regress with the passage of time. Even if they were lucky enough to find an opportunity to break through, there were very few who succeeded. Ling Yinqin had seen too many people fail to break through in this damned place, losing their cultivation and becoming crippled. So after the initial shock, Ling Yinqin looked at Yang Kai sympathetically. She could see that Yang Kai wasn't very old. Being able to reach the third order Dao Source realm was enough to show that his aptitude wasn't bad. In the outside world, he should be a young talent of some sect, a rising star. In time, he might be able to glimpse the mysteries of the Emperor realm. But here, the possibility of failure was very high. Yang Kai looked anxious. He didn't know why Ling Yinqin was looking at him with sympathy. Seeing that she didn't answer for a long time, he asked again, "Big sister Ling, do you have a good plan? Do you really want to break through?" Ling Yinqin couldn't bear it and suggested, "If you aren't confident, I suggest you sever your cultivation and don't break through in the solitary void-sealed world." Yang Kai was stunned and asked subconsciously, "Why?" Jiaoyi said, "Brother Yang, the solitary void-sealed world isn't a suitable place for breaking through. You also know that this world is filled with infinite disruption force. 90% of those who dare to break through here fail. Big sister is thinking for you." Yang Kai was really shocked this time. He had thought that this place wasn't a good place to break through, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. Right now, Zhang Ruoxi's aura was unstable and couldn't be suppressed at all. If she severed her cultivation like Ling Yinqin said, then Zhang Ruoxi would never be able to break through to the Dao Source realm. They could only remain in the Origin King realm for the rest of their lives. Because this was the end of one's own martial path, there were no pills that could cure it. The other crew members also looked at Yang Kai sympathetically, as if they felt that he had encountered a great misfortune. As for the matter of him crashing into Ling Yinqin's door, he didn't hold it against him anymore. It was simply too cruel to haggle over such trivial matters with a person whose martial path was about to come to an end. Yang Kai only hesitated for a moment before his expression hardened. Big Sister Ling, please give me some pointers. Seeing how insistent he was, Ling Yinqi knew that it was useless to dissuade him, so she could only say, I have a high-grade spirit purifying array here. Perhaps I can lend you a hand. There were a total of 4 grades of spirit purifying array: low, intermediate, high, and peak. While chatting with Jiao Yi over the past few days, Yang Kai learned that the spirit purifying array set up in these rooms on the ship was of a low level. This was because the higher the grade of a spirit purifying array, the more expensive it was. The price of a higher grade was almost 10 times more expensive. Ling Yinqin and her group were considered the lowest level of cultivator in the solitary void-sealed world, so they didn't have the financial resources to hire someone to set up a more powerful spirit purifying array. Yang Kai also didn't expect her to have a high-grade spirit purifying array. The higher the grade of the spirit purifying array, the better the effect it would have on the cultivator. This spirit purifying array was like a net. While it filtered out the neutralizing force between heaven and earth, it also blocked the flow of world spirit qi. Therefore, no matter how dense the world spirit qi was, wherever the spirit purifying array was set up, the world spirit qi would be relatively thin. The higher the grade of the spirit purifying array, the less it hindered the flow of world energy. The denser the world energy, the better the effect of a cultivator's cultivation would be. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Many thanks, Big Sister Ling. Hearing that Ling Yinqin was going to take out the high-grade spirit purifying array, the crew members couldn't help but change their expressions. Jiao Yi even whispered, Big Sister, that spirit purifying array. Ling Yinqin interrupted him, and took out a set of array flags and foundations from her space ring, handing them to Yang Kai. If you really can't do it, don't force yourself. She also stuffed a jade slip into Yang Kai's hands and continued, This is the method to set up the array. It's very simple, you'll understand once you take a closer look. I'll remember it. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Although he didn't know the origins of this high-grade spirit purifying array, he could tell from the crew's expressions that this thing was extremely precious to Ling Yinqin. Otherwise, she wouldn't have never used it before. But as far as Yang Kai knew, Ling Yinqin's room only had a low-grade spirit purifying array. He didn't know the story behind this high-grade spirit purifying array, but he secretly decided to compensate Ling Yinqin after this matter was settled. I'll have to trouble Big Sister Ling again. Are there any islands nearby? Yang Kai asked. Ling Yinqin raised her head and said to a cultivator with a full beard, Give me the sea map. The cultivator immediately took out a piece of animal skin from his space ring and spread it out in front of Ling Yinqin. Yang Kai also leaned over to take a look, but he couldn't quite understand it. Ling Yinqin's gaze swept over the sea map for a while before she reached out and pointed at a location, saying in a deep voice, 500 kilometers to the southeast, there is a small island. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Many thanks. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and he disappeared. Everyone was startled, and even Ling Yinqin's beautiful face paled. No one understood how Yang Kai left. Although she knew that Yang Kai was a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, she didn't expect him to be so strong. Just based on the superb method of disappearing just now, Ling Yinqin couldn't spy on Yang Kai at all. If such a person wanted to kill her, she wouldn't be able to defend herself at all. For a moment, Ling Yinqin secretly rejoiced that she didn't let the crew provoke Yang Kai. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Brother, he is breaking through to the Emperor Realm? Suddenly, someone murmured from the side. Ling Yinqin looked up and saw Lu Xianyun standing in place with a worried expression. She had followed Yang Kai out of the room and had heard the conversation just now clearly, so she couldn't help but be a little shocked. Unlike Ling Yinqin, who didn't know Yang Kai very well, Lu Xianyun had been meditating with Yang Kai these days and hadn't noticed any signs of him breaking through. So why was he suddenly breaking through to the Emperor Realm? But after the shock, she was deeply worried because Ling Yinqin had made it very clear that breaking through in the solitary void-sealed world wasn't a good thing. Big Sister Ling, my brother, he. Lu Xianyun looked at Ling Yinqin. The latter sighed and said truthfully, the chances are very small. It's basically impossible for him to succeed. Lu Xianyun's face turned pale, and she almost couldn't stand still. Kai Yang was such a talented person, yet he was going to be defeated in this damned place? And the root of all this was her. If they hadn't met by chance in Marsh City, young Kai wouldn't have stood up for her, and he wouldn't have attracted an old monster like Yao Chongjun. He wouldn't have been chased to the solitary void mountain range, and swallowed up by the solitary void-sealed world. The more Lu Xianyun thought about it, the more she felt sorry for Yang Kai. She felt that if he really failed to break through and became a cripple or died, it would be all her fault. Big sister, that spirit-purifying array was left to you by Big Brother Zhou. How could you? Jiaoyi looked at Ling Yinqin sadly. Ling Yinqin said, he needs it urgently, so it's not a big deal to lend it to him. Jiaoyi said, but what if he destroys it? If you want to break through, I will lend it to you. The group of crew members knew that Ling Yinqin wasn't lying. Her personality was like this, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Yang Kai was just a hitchhiker who had nothing to do with her, but she still lent the precious spirit-purifying array to Yang Kai. However, the value of that spirit-purifying array didn't lie in its value, but in its significance to Ling Yinqin. So even though everyone knew that Ling Yinqin had a high-grade spirit-purifying array, they never asked her to take it out for them to use. Everyone just stayed inside the low-grade spirit-purifying array and cultivated slowly, slowing down the speed of their cultivation regression. Passed down the order to wait here for a few days. You can all go back. Ling Yinqin waved her hand and ordered them to leave. The dozen or so crew members looked at each other and didn't dare to say anything more, so they left one after another. Brother Jiao, the big brother Zhou you mentioned just now, who is he? Lu Xianyun followed Jiao Yi to the room and asked. Jiao Yi said, he's Big Sister's partner. Back then Big Sister and Big Brother Zhou fell into this place together and brought us along. Later, when they went out to sea, Big Brother Zhou was killed by a sea beast while protecting everyone. Before he died, the only thing he left behind was that spirit-purifying array, which he bought by selling his own artifact. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have a suitable artifact, Big Brother Zhou wouldn't have died. Speaking of the past, Jiao Yi's mood became slightly agitated and he clenched his fists. Obviously, he had received a lot of care from Big Brother Zhou and had long regarded him as family. Big Brother Zhou was really good to Big Sister Ling, Lu Xianyun said in a slight daze. For the sake of his partner, he was willing to sell his own artifact to buy a spirit-purifying array. This approach seemed stupid, but who could criticize it? Now you should know how precious that spirit-purifying array is to Big Sister, right? Jiao Yi gritted his teeth. If your brother destroys that spirit-purifying array, this old Jiao will be the first to not let him off. Although Jiao Yi and Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun had been chatting happily these days, and had even obtained a lot of source crystals from Yang Kai, when it came to the high-grade spirit-purifying array, he still firmly stood on Ling Yinqin's side. After venting his anger, Jiao Yi said with some annoyance, I'm sorry, this old Jiao has a bad temper. I shouldn't have said this to you, but I don't know if your brother will be able to return safely. It's fine, I understand Brother Jiao's feelings. Lu Xianyun waved her hand. She couldn't help fantasizing that if Yang Kai left something for her, no matter how valuable it was, she would definitely treasure it. Chapter 2371. While Yang Kai was flying towards the island, his mind was immersed in the jade slip given to him by Ling Yinqin, looking for the method to arrange the spirit-purifying array. Although he hadn't come into contact with the Tao of spirit arrays, the records in this jade slip were extremely detailed and easy to understand. What's more, with the array base and array flags, it shouldn't be difficult to arrange it. Yang Kai arrived at the short 500-kilometer journey in a dozen breaths. And this was when he deliberately slowed down to study the jade slip. Otherwise, with his divine technique of space, he could have arrived in 3 breaths of time. Looking ahead, there was indeed a veritable island in front of him. It was only about 1,000 meters in radius, and not a single blade of grass grew on it. It looked like it was formed by reefs. The sky was clear and cloudless, and the sea was also quiet. Yang Kai hurriedly landed, and began to arrange the spirit array according to the records in the jade slip. After about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, He finally finished setting it up. A faint layer of light suddenly enveloped the entire island, purifying the world energy, but the world energy also weakened by several levels. It seemed that even a high-grade spirit purifying array couldn't allow all the world energy to rush in. Based on this, even a top-grade spirit purifying array wouldn't be very effective. Time was of the essence, so he only checked the spirit array a little. After confirming that it was fine, he waved his hand and released Zhang Ruoxi from the small sealed world. "Sir, I've caused you trouble again." Zhang Ruoxi's expression was difficult, and her aura was restless like boiling water. As soon as she appeared, she apologized to Yang Kai with a face full of guilt. She obviously knew about Yang Kai's current situation. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Don't think too much. Calm your mind. Breaking through is more important. I'll protect you from the side and eliminate all distracting thoughts." Zhang Ruoxi gently nodded, closed her beautiful eyes, and formed a seal with her hands, silently comprehending. After a while, the aura floating around her body became more and more fierce, and the Saint Qi in her body also became more and more violent. The world energy around her. It was as if it had been given life, and it rushed into her body. However, due to the hindrance of the spirit purifying array, the surrounding world energy was obviously insufficient to meet the requirements for her breakthrough, leaving Zhang Ruoxi in a dilemma. Seeing this, Yang Kai did not hesitate to take out a large number of source crystals from his space ring. With a shake of his qi, the source crystals were reduced to dust and turned into rich world energy that filled the small island. With the help of these source crystals, the bitter expression on Zhang Ruoxi's face finally eased a lot. Yang Kai continuously took out source crystals and shattered them. In just a short while, the world energy on the island was so dense that it turned into a mist, obscuring the entire island. Even though Yang Kai was 10 meters away from Zhang Ruoxi, he couldn't see her figure clearly. When Yang Kai felt that it was about time, he stopped. As for Zhang Ruoxi, ever since her bloodline power awakened, she had become much stronger. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Her aptitude was indescribably good, and every time she cultivated, it was as if she was swallowing the heaven-devouring great emperor's world energy. It was for this reason that her cultivation could improve so quickly. Back then, the patriarch of the Zhang family, Zhang Gaoxian, obtained a Dao source fruit from the 5-colored treasure pagoda, but he was seriously injured by someone. Before he died, he asked Yang Kai to go to the Zhang family in exchange for the Dao source fruit, and made Yang Kai promise to leave a Dao source pill for the descendants of the Zhang family. Yang Kai went, but at that time, Zhang Ruoxi was only a saint king. In just a few years, she had broken through to the Dao source realm. That Dao source pill was prepared for Zhang Ruoxi. Yang Kai still kept it, but it seemed that he didn't need it at all. Over the past few years, the young and inexperienced little girl had grown into a slender and elegant young woman. For a moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel emotional. The whistling sound kept coming, and Zhang Ruoxi seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, constantly swallowing the world energy on the island. After a while, the rich world energy became thin again. Yang Kai had to take out more source crystals and shatter them. After 3 times, Yang Kai estimated that he had consumed at least 10 million source crystals. Zhang Ruoxi suddenly snorted softly, and then an indescribable aura suddenly rippled out. She's about to break through. Seeing this, Yang Kai didn't dare to stay in place anymore. He rushed out of the island at a moderate distance, and paid close attention to Zhang Ruoxi's movements. This position ensured that he wouldn't interfere with Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough, and also ensured that he could rescue her in time if something happened to her. At this stage, Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough was going smoothly because of the 10 million source crystals he had, but Yang Kai knew that the real difficulty had yet to come. For Zhang Ruoxi, the most difficult hurdle right now was the world energy baptism. The world energy here was full of infinite disruption power. If she absorbed it into her body, who knew what would happen? But if she didn't absorb it, she wouldn't be able to break through. This was a dilemma. Hong long long. A buzzing sound came from the sky, and the originally cloudless sky suddenly changed. The entire sky was pitch black, and above the small island, a huge inky cloud suddenly formed. It slowly rotated and converged into a vortex. Within the inky cloud, lightning flashed and thunder roared, revealing the might of the heavenly Tao. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel nervous and looked up at the sky. At the same time, on the deck of a ship 500 kilometers away, a group of cultivators stood there and pointed in the direction of the island. In their opinion, this heavenly manifestation was obviously caused by Yang Kai, but they didn't know who it was. In Ling Yinqin's room, she leaned against the window and looked into the distance. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes as she muttered to herself. He actually caused a heavenly manifestation. Causing a heavenly manifestation meant that he would be baptized by world energy, and there really was a glimmer of hope for a successful breakthrough. Ling Yinqin suddenly felt that she seemed to have underestimated Yang Kai a little. Previously, she had said that Yang Kai's chances of breaking through were very low, but now it seemed that he really did have some confidence. However, what puzzled Ling Yinqin was that the power of this heavenly manifestation was a little off, because it obviously felt a little smaller. Although Ling Yinqin had never seen a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm, it obviously shouldn't be this small. In another room, Lu Xianyan was also looking out the window with a worried and nervous expression, but she didn't dare to rush over to take a look. She could only put her hands together and kneel on the ground, praying devoutly to the heavens. At the same time, 10,000 kilometers away on the sea, there was also a ship sailing slowly. Although it was 10,000 kilometers away, the people on the ship still noticed the heavenly manifestation. A moment later, the ship suddenly changed its direction and sailed in the direction of the small island. It was obvious that it was here to investigate. Above the island, dark clouds were as thick as mountains, and thunder rumbled incessantly. Suddenly, a heavenly manifestation blasted towards the island from the sky. Looking at its trajectory, it seemed to be about to fall on Zhang Ruoxi's head. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, but he resisted the urge to help. Hong Long. There was a loud noise as the heavenly manifestation blasted directly into the island. The spirit purifying array that Yang Kai had set up on the island suddenly collapsed, and the array flags hidden around it were damaged. At the same time, the light that shrouded the island disappeared. This high-grade spirit purifying array was destroyed just like that. Before the heavenly manifestation could fall on Zhang Ruoxi's head, her delicate body shook, and a huge phantom suddenly appeared behind her. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared at it. It wasn't the first time he had seen this phantom. Back in the Four Seasons realm, it had appeared when Zhang Ruoxi broke through to a great realm, but Yang Kai never knew what this phantom was. He only guessed that it had a lot to do with Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline power. Now looking at it again, the phantom was even more solid than the last time. What made Yang Kai feel strange was that he couldn't see it clearly. He only knew that this phantom was a huge woman, 20 to 30 meters tall, even bigger than Xiao Xiao after his transformation. She held a giant sword in both hands, her head reached the sky, and her feet touched the ground, giving off a strong visual impact. Although she was huge, this woman was definitely not ugly. She was like a stunning beauty that had been magnified countless times. No matter which part of her body it was, she was perfect and flawless. She was like Zhang Ruoxi's guardian, suddenly appearing behind Zhang Ruoxi. She was valiant and heroic, as if even if there were thousands of soldiers and horses, she would still be able to stop them. When the heavenly manifestation blasted down and fell into her body, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, not causing the slightest ripple. In the next moment, the phantom raised her head, stared at the sky, opened her mouth, and gently inhaled. The power gathered in the sky was directly sucked into her mouth, and in just 3 breaths, the dark sky became clear again, and the sea returned to its calm state. Even though he had seen it once, Yang Kai was still shocked and speechless for a long time. When a cultivator broke through to a great realm, it was common sense to be baptized by heavenly manifestation. No one could avoid it. If one could withstand it, they could peek into the mysteries of the next realm. If not, they would either die or be crippled. Yang Kai had been like this for so many years. But compared to Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough, Yang Kai felt that his breakthrough was simply too weak. It was on a completely different level. Just as his thoughts were running wild, the huge phantom flashed into Zhang Ruoxi's body. In the next moment, The aura of the Tao Source realm spread out from Zhang Ruoxi's body. Her bones creaked as the power in her body surged fiercely. Yang Kai was secretly anxious. He didn't know if there was a problem with the phantom swallowing the heavenly manifestation. After all, the world energy in this world was full of infinite disruption force. When the phantom swallowed the power of the heaven-devouring great emperor, it must have also swallowed the disruption force. He carefully observed Zhang Ruoxi's reaction and secretly decided to bring her into the sealed world bead if there was anything wrong. But no matter how he looked, Zhang Ruoxi didn't show any expression of discomfort. Instead, she had a happy expression, as if she was happy about her breakthrough. She was still sitting there, forming seals with her hands. This made Yang Kai confused. He couldn't understand the situation. Chapter 2372. 500 kilometers away, Ling Yinqin sighed inwardly. Did he really fail? The heavenly manifestation suddenly disappeared, which was obviously a sign of a failed breakthrough. She didn't know whether Yang Kai was alive or dead. She secretly felt sorry for Yang Kai. Although she wasn't familiar with Yang Kai, seeing a cultivator's path to Tao seeking come to an end made her feel sad. Inside the room, Lu Xianyun, who was kneeling on the ground and praying devoutly, suddenly collapsed to the ground, her pretty face pale and bloodless. After a long while, she gritted her teeth, stood up, and rushed outside. Whether Yang Kai was alive or dead, she had to find him. If he was alive, she wanted to see him, and if he was dead, she wanted to see his corpse. She felt that if it weren't for her, Yang Kai wouldn't have suffered such misfortune. With his aptitude, he would definitely be able to laugh proudly in the star boundary in the future, and become an overlord. Lu Xianyun had just rushed to the deck when she suddenly saw a huge ship approaching. This ship was much larger and grander than the ship Ling Yinqin and the others were on, and it braved the wind and waves without the slightest sign of life. Lu Xianyun didn't know when it had approached, but by the time she noticed it, the two ships were already very close to each other. She looked up and saw that the deck of the opposite ship was filled with cultivators under the leadership of a purple-robed man. They were all glaring at the ship below, clearly harboring malicious intentions. Only then did Ling Yinqin and the others realize what was happening. They ran out of their cabins one after another, and when they saw the sail symbol on the opposite ship, their faces sank. Lu Xianyun was worried about Yang Kai's life and death, so she didn't have the leisure to pay attention to these things. She leaped up and was about to fly out, but the face of the purple-robed man on the opposite ship sank. He waved his hand, and without moving, a palm print swept over. On the island, Yang Kai waited until Zhang Ruoxi opened her eyes before slowly flying over and landing in front of her. He hurriedly asked, "Do you feel any discomfort?" "Discomfort?" Zhang Ruoxi wore a blank look and shook her head. "No." Then her face lit up with joy and she said innocently, "Sir, I broke through to the Tao Source realm." A few years ago, she had never thought that she would one day be able to break through to the Tao Source realm and stand at such a high level. After all, the strongest member of the Zhang family back then was only a third-order origin king. Her family had not produced a Tao Source realm cultivator for many years, but since Yang Kai took her away from the Zhang family, her cultivation had risen steadily. He had grown at an inconceivable speed. In just a few years, he had achieved a feat that the ancestors of the Zhang family had never been able to achieve. Such a level of cultivation was enough to establish a firm foothold in Maplewood City. Zhang Ruoxi was extremely grateful to Yang Kai. She knew that if Yang Kai had not provided her with such a good and stable cultivation environment, she would not have been able to do such a thing. She also knew that if Yang Kai had not unearthed her cultivation talent, she would not have been able to do such a thing. Even if she cultivated for the rest of her life, she could forget about prying into the mysteries of the Tao Source realm. But now, she was only 17 years old, but she was already a Tao Source realm master. She still had a lot of good years ahead of her. She might even have the opportunity to reach the Emperor realm and pry into the secrets of the great emperors. Zhang Ruoxi's heart throbbed. "Give me your hand." Yang Kai came to her side. Although he did not notice anything unusual about Zhang Ruoxi, he was still a little worried and wanted to examine her carefully. Zhang Ruoxi blushed slightly and stretched out her white lotus-like hand. Yang Kai put his finger on it. He pushed a trace of source qi into her body and examined her carefully. After a short while, Yang Kai's body shook as he looked at Zhang Ruoxi in surprise and whispered, How is this possible? What's wrong, sir? Is there something wrong with Ruoxi? Zhang Ruoxi was startled when she saw his ugly expression, and suddenly became anxious. No. Yang Kai hurriedly shook his head, fearing that he would frighten her, but his brow furrowed more and more. His face was full of surprise, as if he had seen something extremely incomprehensible. Zhang Ruoxi did not move at all. She could only feel Yang Kai's source qi flowing around her body, although Yang Kai did not touch any of her private parts. This feeling still made Zhang Ruoxi blush, and she quickly lowered her head to her chest. But she also knew that Yang Kai was checking the situation in her body, and did not have any bad intentions. After a short while, Yang Kai withdrew his finger and looked at Zhang Ruoxi strangely. Sir, what's wrong with me? Zhang Ruoxi asked in a low voice. You're very good, Yang Kai replied. So good that it's hard to believe. Yang Kai thought that Zhang Ruoxi would definitely be affected by the disruption force here after breaking through to the Dao Source realm in this damned place. He was prepared to take this girl to the small sealed world to heal, but now after checking, Yang Kai found that there was no trace of disruption force in her body. The infinite disruption force that filled this world seemed to have completely evaporated after entering her body. That was not all. Although it was hard to believe, it was not enough to make Yang Kai lose his composure. The most important thing was that Yang Kai found that the power in Zhang Ruoxi's body was actually rich source qi, not saint qi. After a cultivator broke through to the Dao Source realm, their power would begin to gradually transform from saint qi into source qi. It took Yang Kai nearly a year to complete the transformation, and this was under the premise of taking a large number of source condensing pills. For example, although Qiyu, Guizhu, Gutsongyan, and the others were now in the first order Dao Source realm, the power in their bodies had not been completely transformed, and this was also the case for Lu Xianyun. Transforming source qi was an extremely long process. Any cultivator who had just broken through to the Dao Source realm would need at least 3 to 5 years to complete this transformation. And this was for a cultivator with good aptitude. For those with slightly worse aptitude, it was possible to take 8 to 10 years. Only by transforming all the power in one's body into source qi would one's foundation in the Dao Source realm be completely stabilized, and there would be hope for one to break through to the second-order Dao Source realm. Yang Kai watched Zhang Ruoxi break through on this island with his own eyes, but in such a short time, Zhang Ruoxi had already completed what would take an ordinary person several years to complete. There was no trace of saint qi in her body. What filled her tender body was pure and vigorous source qi. In other words, Zhang Ruoxi had completed the complete transformation of her source qi the moment she broke through. Yang Kai really couldn't figure out how such a strange thing could happen. Fortunately, this wasn't the only strange thing that had happened to Zhang Ruoxi. After thinking about it, Yang Kai could only attribute it to her bloodline. After all, Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline was really extraordinary, and seemed to be hiding a great secret. However, Yang Kai didn't dare to take it lightly. He let Zhang Ruoxi continue to carefully examine her body's condition on this island. After confirming that there were no hidden dangers, he took her back into the sealed world bead, and instructed Lu Yan and Hua Qingxi to explain the mysteries of the Dao Source realm to her, and assist her in her future cultivation. The island was still the same, but the high-grade spirit purifying array arranged on this island was damaged. After Yang Kai collected the set of array base and array flags, a bitter look appeared on his face. He still didn't know how to explain it to Ling Yinqin when he returned. This high-grade spirit purifying array seemed to be an extremely precious thing to her. Yang Kai didn't know if Ling Yinqin would be angry at him for ruining it. Yang Kai checked the array base and array flags and found that they were seriously damaged. His expression became even more bitter. With a sigh, he put away these things and turned around to return. After a while, a strange look appeared on his face as he stared at the 2 ships anchored in the sea, his brow furrowing slightly. Of these 2 ships, one of them was naturally Ling Yinqin's, while the other was even larger than the other one he had never seen before. It was obvious that it had come here when he was helping Zhang Ruoxi break through. In the vast sea, the chances of these 2 ships running into each other were extremely low. The reason this large ship came here was probably because of the heavenly manifestation brought about by Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough. That was because the bow of the ship was pointing in the direction of the small island that he had come from. The large ship was 2 to 3 times larger than Ling Yinqin's ship, so when the two ships were placed side by side, they looked like a grandfather and grandson. Before Yang Kai could get close, he heard a commotion coming from the other side, causing his expression to sink. His figure flickered and he landed directly on the deck. Looking up, he saw Ling Yinqin and a dozen or so other crew members standing on the deck facing off against another group of people under her leadership. Ling Yinqin and the others looked angry, but the other side looked relaxed and indifferent, as if they didn't put Ling Yinqin and the others in their eyes at all. Meanwhile, Lu Xianyun was being guarded by the crew members behind her. Yang Kai saw that there was a red handprint on Lu Xianyun's pretty face, as if she had been slapped hard. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth that hadn't dried up yet. Yang Kai's face suddenly became gloomy. He didn't know what happened on this ship, nor did he know who the other group of people were, but it was obvious that Lu Xianyun was beaten up by these people who had just arrived. His sudden appearance obviously alarmed the two groups of people who were confronting each other. Lu Xianyun was the first to turn her head, and when she saw Yang Kai, she immediately forgot about her situation and shouted in a trembling voice, "Brother!" Her beautiful eyes constantly swept over Yang Kai, fearing that she would discover something that would worry her. After confirming that Yang Kai was safe and sound, without missing an arm or a leg, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. "You're actually fine?" Ling Yinqin also had a surprised expression on her face. Just now, Yang Kai must have caused a heavenly manifestation. Even though she was 500 kilometers away, she could still see it clearly. However, that heavenly manifestation only lasted for 5 breaths before it suddenly disappeared, which meant that Yang Kai's breakthrough had failed. How could a person from the Third Order Dao Source Realm fail to break through to the Emperor Realm without suffering a backlash? Once he suffered a backlash from the heavenly manifestation, if he was lucky, his cultivation would be crippled, and if he was unlucky, he would die. However, Yang Kai really came back unscathed. Ling Yinqin examined Yang Kai several times before confirming that what she saw was real. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly, as if she had thought of something. Chapter 2373. This young man named Yang Kai must have severed his cultivation at a critical moment, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to be safe and sound. Severing one's cultivation was tantamount to severing one's own path of martial Dao. Thinking of this, Ling Yinqin couldn't help but sigh. Looking at his complexion, he seemed to have suffered some serious injuries, otherwise, he wouldn't have looked so bad. This person was really unlucky. He had only been in the solitary void-sealed world for a few days before encountering such a disaster. If he had been 2 months later, he might have been able to break through to the Emperor Realm in the outside world. "Brother Yang, did you fail to break through?" Jiao Yi asked bluntly with his mouth wide open. He didn't think too much about it. He only asked because he saw that Yang Kai had returned so quickly without any signs of improvement in his cultivation. But as soon as he spoke, Ling Yinqin quietly kicked him. Jiao Yi immediately knew that he had said something wrong and quickly shut his mouth. If there was no one else here, it would be understandable for him to ask out of concern for Yang Kai, but there were others here, so his question would undoubtedly let them know that Yang Kai's current state was very bad. "And I failed," Yang Kai replied calmly, without the slightest hint of annoyance. "Breakthrough." The purple-robed man opposite him raised his brow when he heard this, as if he had realized something. He looked at Yang Kai and asked, "So the commotion just now was caused by your breakthrough? Who are you?" Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently. Ling Yinqin hurriedly sent a message. "He's the Vice Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion, Yang Yaoshi." Profound Cloud Pavilion's influence on Clear Sky Island is not small, and the Pavilion Master's cultivation is in the Emperor Realm. "Don't speak. I'll take care of this matter." From her tone, it seemed that she was very afraid of this Profound Cloud Pavilion. Yang Kai had chatted with Jiao Yi a lot before and knew that there were many forces on Clear Sky Island. If one wanted to survive in this damned place, the cultivator had to stick together, so after a long time, various forces of various sizes would naturally emerge. Ling Yinqin and the others were actually part of this group, But they weren't famous. In the entire Clear Sky Island, there were as many as 3 to 5 in the Emperor Realm. These were the strongest forces under the control of the Emperor Realm, and no one dared to casually provoke them. The Profound Cloud Pavilion was one of them. Yongkai also did not expect that above this vast sea, he would actually still be able to run into the Profound Cloud Pavilion's ship. Ling Yinqin had sent him a message, undoubtedly because she was afraid that Yongkai was a newcomer. It was out of goodwill that he had offended the other party. At the same time, a man beside Yang Yaoshui suddenly leaned over and whispered something to Yang Yaoshui. Yang Yaoshui's eyes suddenly brightened. He looked at Yongkai with a meaningful expression and said with a smile, "Kid, you're just like that woman. Are they all new here? Why does he look so unfamiliar?" When Ling Yinqin heard this, her heart couldn't help sinking. The dozen or so crew members on this ship were all fixed, so the man beside Yang Yaoshui obviously recognized them. So when he saw Yongkai's unfamiliar face, he realized that these two should be newcomers. A new cultivator would generally carry a certain amount of source crystals, so this was tantamount to 2 fat sheep for a cultivator in the solitary void-sealed world. Even someone like Jiao Yi had been tempted, let alone someone from Profound Cloud Pavilion. Ling Yinqin quickly said, "Brother Yang, these two are my crew members, they're not newcomers." "Brother Yang, you must be mistaken, right?" Yang Yaoshui's face sank and he snorted. "Cheap servant, is Brother Yang someone you can call me?" Although his cultivation was only in the 3rd order Dao source realm, not much different from Ling Yinqin, he was the vice pavilion master of Profound Cloud Pavilion, and had a master from the Emperor Realm behind him. His status was not something a wild fox zen like Ling Yinqin could compare to. Hearing Ling Yinqin call him that, Yang Yaoshui immediately became annoyed. Ling Yinqin's face turned ugly, but the situation was beyond her, so she had no choice but to lower her head and apologize. "Vice Pavilion Master Yang, this mistress misspoke. Please don't take offense." She had lived in the solitary void-sealed world for several decades and knew what kind of people she couldn't provoke, so even if she was angry, she could only swallow her anger and ask for a moment of peace. Jiao Yi and the other crew members secretly clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. "Umph." Yang Yaoshui glanced sideways at Ling Yinqin and said, "This is the only time. If you do it again, I won't let you off." "Many thanks, Vice Pavilion Master Yang," Ling Yinqin said through gritted teeth. As for these two, Yang Yaoshui pointed at Lu Xianyun and Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Do you think this king can't tell if they're newcomers or not? People who live in this damned place all year round will more or less have some si qi on them, but they don't, so it's obvious that they've only been here for a short time. Ling Yinqin, how dare you deceive this king?" Ling Yinqin's pretty face changed slightly, knowing that she couldn't deny it now. She glanced at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun worriedly, thinking about how to get them out of this situation. But she also knew that there wasn't much hope, so her heart was filled with guilt. She originally thought that Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun would be panicking and fearful after being targeted by Yang Yaoshui, but when she looked around, the two of them were standing together with indifferent expressions, and were whispering something to each other. It seemed like Yang Kai was asking Lu Xianyun who had left the mark on her face, but Lu Xianyun kept shaking her head and refused to say anything, making Yang Kai feel extremely helpless. "Hand over these two people and give me half of your harvest from this trip, and this king will make an exception and let you go." Yang Yaoshui pointed at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun and said arrogantly, "Half of our harvest?" Jiao Yi had a fiery temper, so when he heard this he immediately exploded and stomped his foot. "Why don't you just rob us?" Yang Yaoshui's face sank and he glanced at Jiao Yi and snorted. "Ling Yinqin, are these people taught by you? Do you know the consequences of offending this king?" Ling Yinqin immediately glared at Jiao Yi and shouted, "Don't cause trouble." Since his big sister had spoken, even if Jiao Yi was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to say anything more, but his expression was extremely ugly. His suppressed anger almost ignited him, and the others also had similar expressions. They had painstakingly set out to sea, risking their lives, and finally returned with a full load. But they didn't expect to be blocked by Yang Yaoshui here, and be robbed of half of their harvest. Half of their harvest was not small, and it was equivalent to the result of their previous 1-2 battle. Who would be willing to hand it over? Ling Yinqin cupped her fists and said, Vice Pavilion Master Yang, since those two are on my ship, they are my crew, so this mistress will definitely ensure their safety. How about this? Our harvest this time is not small, so I can give it all to you, but the premise is that you don't make trouble for them. Are you bargaining with me? Yang Yaoshui narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in them as his whole body exuded an icy chill. Ling Yinqin raised her head and said, We harvested 100,000 pieces of gray feather coral this time, as well as the corpse of an ice-fire profound armored dolphin. Vice Pavilion Master Yang can consider whether it is worth it or not. What? Yang Yaoshui was shocked and cried out. 100,000 pieces of gray feather coral, and the corpse of an ice-fire profound armored dolphin. Even if he was the Vice Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion, he had never seen such a large amount of wealth in one go. Just the 100,000 pieces of gray feather coral alone was incredible, not to mention the corpse of a 12th-order monster beast. A 12th-order monster beast was equivalent to the Emperor Realm, and its monster core was priceless. In the solitary void-sealed world, many spirit pills were refined from the monster cores of sea beasts, and this 12th-order monster beast's monster core was enough to refine an emperor-grade spirit pill. Its usefulness to Yang Yaoshui was simply immeasurable. He was immediately moved. However, Yang Yaoshui still said in a deep voice, Ling Yinqin, you dare to tease this king? The ice-fire profound armored dolphin was a 12th-order monster beast. How could you have killed it with your strength? Ling Yinqin said, It's already dead, and that piece of gray feather coral was originally guarded by it. We just went there to mine and collect it. Yang Yaoshui immediately believed her, because in this solitary void sea, there were often some cultivator who encountered opportunities and fortuitous encounters that allowed them to obtain many good things without any effort. He laughed. You're quite lucky. Not bad, not bad. With so many things, it's enough to buy your lives. Ling Yinqin quickly said. So Vice Pavilion Master Yang agrees? Yang Yaoshui nodded. Naturally, why wouldn't I agree to such a good thing? This king won't take them away, but in addition to the conditions you just stated, these two must also hand over their space rings. He wanted to take Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan away mainly for the source crystals in their space rings. As long as he could get the space rings, why would he care whether Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan lived or died? Ling Yinqin frowned. This mistress is unable to decide for them. Saying so, she turned to look at Yang Kai with a helpless expression. This was the limit of what she could do. So the rest was up to Yang Kai to see if he was tactful or not. Yang Kai snorted. Shameless to such an extent, you can be considered unconventional. Previously, when Ling Yinqin and Yang Yaoshui were negotiating, Jiao Yi and the others did not interrupt even though they were angry. Even when Ling Yinqin said that she was willing to hand over all their gains in exchange for his and Lu Xianyan's safety, none of the crew objected. This made Yang Kai understand how high Ling Yinqin's prestige was among this group of people, because he and Lu Xianyan had nothing to do with them. They had only paid for the tickets and rooms to be with them temporarily. With such a relationship, who would be willing to pay such a high price to protect them? Ling Yinqin did so because Yang Kai was on her ship, so he was one of the people on her ship. She had to protect the people on her ship. This was a woman of great principle. Her subordinates also trusted her, so no matter what decision she made, they would only obey. He naturally saw the meaning in Ling Yinqin's eyes. And although she did not say it clearly, she was undoubtedly trying to persuade him to pay up to avoid disaster. Ling Yinqin thought that Yang Kai had failed to break through and cut off his cultivation, so his momentum was weak, but how could she have known that he did not put these people in his eyes at all? So when she heard him speak so arrogantly, Ling Yinqin's expression changed drastically and she hurriedly said, Yang Kai, bear with it for a while and you'll find peace, but take a step back and you'll see the world. Yang Kai snorted. Big sister Ling, the path of a cultivator is to forge ahead and face it head-on. Blindly retreating and enduring is not a good habit. Some people, if you take a step back, they will shit and piss on your head. Chapter 2374. Ling Yinqin was dumbfounded because many years ago, there was a man who told her the same thing. Even after so many years, that man's smile and demeanor were still engraved in her heart. At this moment, that figure gradually overlapped with the one in front of her named Yang Kai, causing her to fall into a daze. Well said, but it's meaningless. Yang Yaoshi sneered. This king wants to see how you're going to advance in front of me and face me head-on. You were the one who hit my junior sister? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. That's right. Yang Yaoshi looked at Yang Kai contemptuously. Daring to be presumptuous in front of this king. A slap is already a light punishment if you... He was still threatening, but halfway through his sentence, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, his vision blurred as Yang Kai suddenly appeared half a meter in front of him, raised his hand, and sent a slap flying towards him. Yang Yaoshi shuddered and instinctively leaned to the side, trying to avoid this blow. But Yang Kai's speed was simply beyond his imagination. And by the time he moved, the slap had already landed on his face. Pa. Yang Yaoshi was sent flying, his body tumbling in midair as he spat out a few teeth and a mouthful of blood before landing heavily on the ground. Silence. The entire deck was dead silent. Jiao Yi and the others were all dumbfounded as they watched this unbelievable scene. The soles of their feet almost cramping. Ling Yinqin was also shocked, her heart palpitating. Although she hadn't had much contact with Yang Kai, from her impression, Yang Kai wasn't a hot-tempered person. On the contrary, he was quite polite. But what she didn't expect was that Yang Kai would directly attack Yang Yaoshi. And this move was a slap to his face. What should she do now? She had hoped that she could spend money to avoid this disaster. But now it seemed that this was just wishful thinking on her part. That's not right. Yang Kai failed to break through and severed his own cultivation. His aura should be very weak and his strength should have dropped significantly. Yang Yaoshi was a cultivator of the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Even if he was ambushed, how could he not dodge his attack? But when Yang Kai attacked just now, there was no sign of his aura weakening or his strength dropping. The source energy fluctuations from that palm were clearly the power of the Third Order Dao Source Realm. What was wrong with him? Ling Yinqin was a little confused. The group of people from Profound Cloud Pavilion was also stunned. In this solitary void sea, and even on Clear Sky Island, they had always been the ones to show off and act arrogantly. Who would have thought that one day they would be slapped in the face? Furthermore, the person who was beaten up was actually their own vice pavilion master. These people's minds buzzed for a moment, and they almost went silly. You actually dare to hit me? Yang Yaoshi crawled up from the ground, his entire face completely distorted. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he glared fiercely at Yang Kai and shouted, "Do you know who this king is? How dare you hit me?" Yang Kai snorted. "You dare to be presumptuous in front of this young master? A slap is already a light punishment. If you dare to keep talking, I'll take your dog life." Yang Yaoshi was stunned. Then he laughed in anger. He shouted hysterically, "Kill them! Kill them! I want all the men on this ship to die. I want all the women on this ship to suffer a fate worse than death." He was really provoked by Yang Kai, and went completely berserk, his face full of resentment. Ling Yinqin's face changed drastically when she heard this and hurriedly shouted, "Vice Pavilion Master Yang, please show mercy." There were only a dozen or so crew members on her ship, and only half of them were Dao Source Realm cultivators. The remaining half were Origin Kings, but there were at least 30 people from Profound Cloud Pavilion. There were more than 20 Dao Source Realm cultivators. No matter how one looked at it, such a huge force was not something they could win against. If they really fought, they would definitely die without a grave. As the big sister, she naturally had to think for the crew. Yang Yaoshi said fiercely, "It's too late to say anything now. Ling Yinqin, this king will personally deal with you, strip you naked, and hang you on Clear Sky City's gates." His anger towards Yang Kai made him hate Ling Yinqin as well. As a female cultivator, being stripped naked and hung on the city gates for everyone to watch was definitely a great insult. Ling Yinqin's heart sank to the bottom when she heard this. Dong dong dong. Many of the cultivators from Profound Cloud Pavilion had already rushed over, each with a ferocious look on their faces. Obviously, they had no intention of letting Ling Yinqin and the others live. Seeing this, Ling Yinqin also knew that there was no turning back, so she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Fight!" Jiao Yi and the others' faces turned cold as they pushed their source qi and summoned their artifacts. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he suddenly returned to Jiao Yi and the others, facing the incoming storm head-on. "Brother, be careful." Lu Xianyun also took out her artifact and called out in a low voice, "Take care of yourself." As Kai Yang spoke, he flicked his wrist and a large long sword appeared in his hand, which he gripped tightly. "Chop off his limbs and cripple his cultivation. I want him to know the consequences of offending this king." Yang Yaoshui's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Yang Kai and shouted at his subordinates. He was truly furious. No one had ever dared to disobey his orders, let alone slap his face in front of so many people. Yang Kai was the first to do so, so his hatred for Yang Kai was so deep that even the water of the solitary void sea couldn't wash it away. If he didn't torture him, how could he dispel this resentment in his heart? Yang Kai was indifferent. Facing the dozens of cultivators pouncing on him like wolves and tigers, he simply swung his sword slightly. In an instant, sword light flashed and sword chi filled the sky. Million sword chi, chasing moon swallows the wolf. Myriad sword swept out, and sword chi shot forward like a waterfall, breaking through the sky with an imposing momentum. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk before the profound cloud pavilion cultivator at the front could figure out what was going on. He was shocked to find that his defensive artifacts and protective source chi had been easily destroyed. Then he felt a sharp pain in his body and lost consciousness. Asterisk walala. Asterisk on the deck, the smell of blood filled the air. The 7 or 8 cultivators at the front fell like cut straws, blood and internal organs flowing all over the floor. The cultivators at the back also suffered heavy injuries and fell to the ground, howling miserably. When the other profound cloud pavilion cultivators saw this turn of events, all of them stopped in their tracks in shock and stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, their eyes overflowing with fear. Emperor Aura. Emperor Artifact? Yang Yaoshi, who was covering half of his face with his hand and waiting for a good show to begin, suddenly cried out in alarm. His eyes were like locusts biting onto Yang Kai's myriad sword, an extremely greedy look flashing across his face. As soon as Yang Kai attacked, he felt the aura of myriad sword. This was an emperor artifact, a genuine emperor artifact. If he could obtain it, he might be able to use the power of an emperor artifact to comprehend the mysteries of the emperor realm. Where did this little brat come from? How does he have an emperor artifact? Ling Yinqin and the others were also dumbfounded. They originally thought that they would not be able to escape this time, and were prepared to drag a few people down with them before they died. They were mentally prepared to fight to the death, but before the enemy could reach them, more than a dozen of them had already fallen. And all this was caused by a single attack from Yang Kai. What's going on? Ling Yinqin was also confused by the sea breeze. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly at Yang Kai's back, thinking, didn't he fail to break through and sever his own cultivation? How can he still display such powerful strength? Was that attack just now the power of an emperor artifact? Yes, it was definitely the power of an emperor artifact. Otherwise, with Yang Kai's current situation, it would be impossible for him to achieve such a feat. She had long heard that emperor artifacts were extremely powerful, and now it seems that it was true. However, Yang Kai must have put a lot of burden on his body to use an emperor artifact, so it was very likely that he would not be able to make a second attack. What are you waiting for? He just failed to break through and doesn't have much strength left. After one attack, he'll be an arrow at the end of its flight. What are you waiting for? Yang Yaoshi was obviously thinking the same thing as Ling Yinqin. Seeing that his cultivator subordinates were scared out of their wits, he immediately shouted in disappointment, urging them to hurry up and make a move. Hearing him say this, the profound cloud pavilion cultivator, who had stopped in their tracks, seemed to wake up from a dream. Their previous timidity and fear were swept away and replaced with ruthless looks. Yang Kai grinned sinisterly and flicked his hands, sending out 2 huge moon blades. Like 2 pitch-black wheels, they directly crashed into the crowd on the other side. In the next moment, screams and cries of alarm resounded through the sky. Wherever the moon blades passed, they destroyed everything in their path. No cultivator could resist them at all. With the slightest touch, they were cut in half and died on the spot. There was a path to heaven, but you refused to take it. There was no door to hell, but you chose to throw yourself into it. Today no one can leave. Yang Kai coldly snorted and flicked his hands, sending out one moon blade after another. On the deck, the profound cloud pavilion cultivator instantly cried for their parents. A group of trash with only first-order Dao Source Realm and Origin King Realm cultivation. With Yang Kai's current means, he really didn't need to put them in his eyes. In just 3 breaths of time, only 5 or 6 cultivators from Profound Cloud Pavilion were left alive. The rest were all lying on the deck, lifeless. Run! No one knew who shouted. But that person leaped up and flew towards the sea. They were completely frightened by Yang Kai's bloody methods. So how could they dare to continue fighting here? When the others saw this, they naturally lost the will to continue fighting and fled one after another. Ling Yinqin's face changed and she shouted in a low voice, Group 221, chase after them. Don't let them escape. This battle happened too quickly, so fast that she didn't even have time to react before it was over. But seeing the remaining people flee, how could she just sit back and watch? Once these people escaped and news of this reached Clear Sky Island, the pavilion master of Profound Cloud Pavilion would definitely not let this matter rest. He was a master from the Emperor realm. Once he wanted to find trouble with them, no one could stop him. Xiao Yi and the others received the order, and naturally hurriedly chased after them. On the deck, the sea breeze whistled and the stench of blood filled the air. It was nauseating and the scene on the deck was like a ghost town. It was a ghastly sight. Yang Yaoshi's entire body was trembling, and his face was deathly pale as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. In his heart, he couldn't understand how this little brat could still have such powerful combat strength after failing to break through. More than 30 of his subordinates couldn't even last 10 breaths of time in front of him before almost all of them died. In the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. Chapter 2375. Looking at the cold and resolute face of Yang Kai, Yang Yaoshi felt a chill run down his spine, vaguely feeling that he had provoked an extremely powerful person, and was filled with regret. Even if he managed to escape this time, he wouldn't be able to explain this huge loss to the pavilion master, and would have to bear the pavilion master's wrath. Do you think I should stab you to death or stab you to death? A wicked smile bloomed on Yang Kai's face. Yang Yaoshi trembled all over as he said in horror, You can't kill me. I'm the Vice Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion. I'm Lord Mi Tianxing's subordinate. If you kill me, he absolutely won't let you off. Mi Tianxing? Yang Kai said coldly. That First Order Emperor Realm guy. Yes, Pavilion Master is very good to me. Yang Yaoshi quickly said, thinking that Yang Kai knew Mi Tianxing's name. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai showed a disdainful expression and curled his lips. A First Order Emperor Realm Master is nothing. It's not like this young master hasn't killed one before. When Yang Yaoshi heard this, his first reaction was that this guy was bragging. How could a First Order Emperor Realm Master be so easy to kill? Moreover, these words came from the mouth of a Third Order Dao Source Realm cultivator. No matter how one looked at it, it sounded ridiculous. But he didn't dare to refute and could only say, Let me go and I can give you a lot of benefits. If you kill me, you won't be able to move an inch on Clear Sky Island. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. You still dare to threaten me when you're about to die? I'm just telling the truth. What's more, it won't be easy for you to kill me with your current ability. Why fight until both sides are injured? Wouldn't it be better for us to sit down and talk? Yang Kai sneered. Talk should be based on the basis that both sides are equal. I can take your life with the snap of my fingers. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Don't underestimate this king. Even a rotten ship has 3 pounds of nails. You think too highly of yourself. Yang Kai snorted, and the myriad sword in his hand slashed down at him. Yang Yaoshi went pale with fright. He'd never imagined that even after he'd tried so hard to persuade them, the other party would still attack him. For a moment, he was both angry and anxious in his heart, and he didn't hesitate any longer to directly withdraw a secret treasure to block in front of him. Whoosh, a crisp sound rang out. Yang Yaoshi was horrified to find that his artifact had actually shattered into pieces, unable to provide any form of protection at all. It disintegrated the moment his opponent's sword slashed down. The power of the Emperor artifact directly cut into his body and split him in half. Was he even human? Even until his death, Yang Yaoshi could not believe that he, a third-order Dao Source realm, had been destroyed so easily. If he had known that the difference in strength between them was so great, how could he have continued to stay here? Perhaps he would have tried to escape. At the very least, there was still hope for survival. The deck soon became empty. Other than the corpses all over the ground, only Yang Kai was left. Even Lu Xianyun had followed Jiao Yi and the others to chase after the enemy. Yang Kai reached out and sucked the dead cultivator's space rings over. After inspecting them a little, he threw them on the ground in disgust. These cultivators should have lived in the solitary void-sealed world for a long time. There were a lot of things in their rings, but there was not a single one of them that had any real value. With Yang Kai's current wealth, he really didn't care about them. Yang Yaoshi's artifact was originally quite good, but after it was split apart by the myriad sword, it had lost its value. Yang Kai no longer paid attention to these people's space rings, and instead cast his gaze on the huge ship. This ship was driven by Yang Yaoshi and the others. In the solitary void-sealed world, this kind of large artifact used to go out to sea seemed to be very common. Yang Kai thought that he might need to go out to sea in the future, so he leapt up and flew to the opposite ship. He walked into the cabin, found the control center, and began refining it. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Ling Yinqin and the others returned from different directions. None of the dozen or so crew members were missing, and except for a few who were injured, everyone else was basically unharmed. Once everyone gathered and reported the situation to each other, Ling Yinqin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. None of the profound cloud pavilion cultivator escaped. They were all hunted down and killed, so there was no need to worry about news of this place spreading to Clear Sky Island. Danger had happened on the solitary void sea, so it was normal for Yang Yaoshi and the others to go missing. Profound Cloud Pavilion might not suspect Ling Yinqin and the others, and even if they did, there would be no proof, so she didn't have to worry about anything. After calming down, Ling Yinqin felt like she had just walked through the gates of hell. She ordered the crew to clean up the deck and push the corpses into the sea. Releasing her divine sense, she found that Yang Kai was refining the Profound Cloud Pavilion's ship, but she didn't disturb him. Instead, she pulled Lu Xianyun aside and asked in a low voice, "What happened to that brother of yours?" If not for Yang Kai, they probably wouldn't have encountered such a thing, but at the same time, if not for Yang Kai, they definitely wouldn't have been able to harvest anything, and all their gains would have been stolen by Yang Yaoshi. Therefore, Ling Yinqin was very grateful to Yang Kai, but what puzzled her was how Yang Kai could display such terrifying combat strength. More than 30 people on the Profound Cloud Pavilion's ship were almost wiped out by him alone. Only an Emperor Realm Master can do such an incredible thing, right? If such a powerful force was unfavorable to them, who on this ship could resist? Ling Yinqin felt even more fortunate that she had stopped the greedy actions of Jiao Yi and the others that day. Otherwise, she and the others wouldn't even know how they died. Although she didn't understand what she was asking, Lu Xianyun knew what she meant. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Brother is not an ordinary person. A few days ago, we were chased by a third-order Emperor Realm Master, but we still managed to escape. It was all thanks to Brother's efforts." "You survived being chased by a third-order Emperor Realm Master?" Ling Yinqin was shocked. She had never experienced how strong a third-order Emperor Realm Master was, but she knew that it was absolutely impossible for a third-order Dao Source Realm Master to survive being chased. However, Yang Kai did it, which meant that he wasn't an ordinary third-order Dao Source Realm Master. Brother is very powerful. He even injured that third-order Emperor Realm Master. Lu Xianyun didn't seem to notice Ling Yinqin's shock and added, "Injured?" Ling Yinqin was completely confused. She felt like her brain wasn't enough to process all of this. Everything she heard was completely beyond her comprehension. It was a sneak attack, and that third-order Emperor Realm Master seemed to have been injured before. Despite Lu Xianyun's explanation, Ling Yinqin's mind was still buzzing. She didn't listen at all, and just stared in the direction of the ship in a daze for a long time. "Big sister, they have a lot of good things. That Yang Yaoshi actually has more than 200,000 source crystals on him. We've struck it rich this time. Jiaoyi walked over with a happy face and handed the space ring in his hand to Ling Yinqin. Only then did Ling Yinqin come back to her senses and say, "Divide the things among yourselves, but throw away all the artifacts and unique things. You're not allowed to bring them back to Clear Sky Island. If they brought back artifacts and unique things, they might be exposed and the people of Profound Cloud Pavilion would be able to track them down, so Ling Yinqin wouldn't allow such a thing to happen." Although Jiaoyi felt that it was a pity, he also knew that Big Sister was right. He immediately nodded and left, preparing to share the spoils with his brothers. The deck had been cleaned up, and all the corpses had been thrown into the sea. The blood had also been washed away. However, Yang Kai hadn't come out yet, so Ling Yinqin could only continue to wait. About a day later, the ship on the other side suddenly buzzed and the entire hull began to tremble. In the next moment, accompanied by a flash of light, the huge ship suddenly disappeared, replaced by Yang Kai, who appeared in everyone's field of vision. At this moment, he seemed to have consumed a lot of his strength and his face was a little pale. However, he was holding an exquisite ship that had been shrunk countless times in the palm of his hand. It was obviously the one from Profound Cloud Pavilion. So fast! Even though Ling Yinqin already had some understanding of Yang Kai's strength, she still couldn't help but be surprised. It only took Yang Kai a day to refine the ship's barrier. If someone else told her this, she wouldn't believe it at all, but the truth was right in front of her. How strong is this person? Ling Yinqin had already overestimated Yang Kai as much as possible, but she found that she still underestimated him. Even if someone from the Emperor realm came here, it was impossible for him to refine the ship in just a day, right? She thought that she and the others would have to wait here for a month or two. While she was in a daze, Yang Kai had already put the ship into his space ring and his figure flickered. Arriving on the deck, the dozen or so crew members looked at him in awe. Jiao Yi opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. With the strength Yang Kai showed yesterday, Jiao Yi no longer had the confidence to call Yang Kai a brother. "I'm sorry for causing trouble for everyone," Yang Kai said apologetically. He knew that the reason why the people from Profound Cloud Pavilion came here and found Ling Yinqin and the others was most likely because of the commotion caused by Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough. Otherwise, how could they coincidentally run into each other in this vast sea? So, the cause of this matter was still him. Hearing what he said, the crew waved their hands and shook their heads. What a joke. The people from Profound Cloud Pavilion were slaughtered by Yang Kai in the blink of an eye, which showed how terrifying Yang Kai's strength was. They naturally didn't dare to take his polite words seriously. Observing their expressions, Yang Kai knew that these people were very afraid of him. "Brother Yang, we should be the ones thanking you. You saved us from a disaster," Ling Yinqin said. Yang Kai had a very good impression of this woman. Previously, she was willing to hand over all her gains on this trip in exchange for his and Lu Xianyun's safety. Yang Kai saw it all, but it was a pity that Yang Yaosher was too greedy and didn't know what to do. He just had to throw his life away. "Big Sister Ling is too serious. It's still my fault," Yang Kai said embarrassedly. He didn't know how to explain what happened before to Ling Yinqin, and it wasn't easy to explain, so he could only vaguely say it. "How are you doing now?" Ling Yinqin asked with a frown. Yang Kai had failed to break through earlier, severed his cultivation, fought a big battle, and even spent his energy refining the ship. In her opinion, he was simply courting death. "You should rest." Chapter 2376. Big Sister Ling, I have to apologize to you. Yang Kai scratched his head and awkwardly took out the high-grade spirit purifying array base. "I broke this thing." Ling Yinqin took a look and found that her spirit purifying array was seriously damaged and could no longer be used. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of sadness, reminiscence, and regret. "If it's broken, then it's broken." Ling Yinqin forced a smile and comforted. "It's just a high-grade spirit purifying array, don't worry about it." Yang Kai asked, "How many source crystals is this thing worth?" "I'll give it to you." Ling Yinqin waved her hand. "No need. It's a pity that it wasn't able to help you." Saying so, she took out 2 wooden tokens and handed them to Yang Kai. "What are these?" Yang Kai asked doubtfully. "These are Clear Sky Island's identity tokens. You'll need them to enter Clear Sky City. Yang Kai reached out and took them. He immediately reacted and raised his eyebrows. Did you take these from those people from Profound Cloud Pavilion? Will there be any problems with using these to enter the city? There won't be any problems. These two are just low-grade identity tokens and don't have any information recorded on them. If it's a high-grade identity token, it'll be different. Others won't be able to impersonate them, Ling Yinchin explained. Thank you very much. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He was originally worried about how he and Lu Xianyan would be able to sneak into Clear Sky City safely, but he didn't expect these people from Profound Cloud Pavilion to take the initiative to give them identity tokens. This was truly timely help. I'm a little tired, so I'll go back and rest first. Brother Yang, help yourselves, Ling Yinchin said. Then, she turned and walked into the cabin. Lu Xianyan came over. She whispered to Yang Kai. Brother, that high-grade spirit purifying array was left behind by Big Sister Ling's partner. It's very important to her. She had heard this information from Jiao Yi, but when she saw the change in Ling Yinchin's expression just now, she knew that Jiao Yi was telling the truth. This high-grade spirit purifying array was indeed very important to Ling Yinchin, as it contained her longing for someone. Only then did Yang Kai realize how much he had damaged. He hurriedly said in a loud voice, Miss Ling, I will definitely find someone to repair your spirit purifying array. The spirit purifying array was only damaged and not destroyed. Yang Kai originally wanted to compensate Ling Yinchin with some source crystals, or by a set of similar spirit purifying arrays when they reached Clear Sky Island. But now that he knew the significance of this spirit purifying array to Ling Yinchin, it didn't seem appropriate to compensate her or by a set of similar spirit purifying arrays. The best way was to find someone to repair the array flag and array base. When Ling Yinchin heard this, her footsteps paused slightly. However, he didn't turn around. He just waved his hand lightly. His back seemed extremely bleak as he walked further and further away. Brother Yang, do you two want to take a rest as well? Jiao Yi walked over with a flattering smile, his attitude no longer as casual as before. Instead, he was a little more careful. We're about to set sail. It'll take us less than a month to reach Heavenspan Island. Old Jiao will call you when we arrive. Okay, then I'll have to trouble Brother Jiao. Yang Kai nodded and walked towards the room with Lu Xianyan. After a while, the ship set sail again. Inside the room, Lu Xianyan wanted to ask about Yang Kai's current situation several times, but she swallowed the words back down every time. Yang Kai's failure to break through to the Emperor realm should have been a big blow to him, so Lu Xianyan felt that if she asked again, he would definitely be saddened even more. She didn't know how to comfort Yang Kai and sighed in her heart. She felt that the heavens were really unfair to allow Yang Kai to find an opportunity to break through in this damned place. The speed of the ship wasn't slow. Occasionally, they would encounter attacks from sea beasts, but the cultivator on board was able to deal with them properly. It could be seen that Ling Yinchin's subordinates, no matter how high their cultivation was, were all extremely experienced cultivators and had great experience in dealing with sea beasts. The entire journey was more daunting than dangerous. About 20 days later, Yang Kai suddenly heard a commotion on the deck. He listened carefully and learned from the joyous conversations of the crew that they were about to reach Clear Sky Island. Because the cultivator on Clear Sky Island had to search for cultivation resources at sea, every trip out to sea was accompanied by great risks. Often, 10 to 20 people would go out, but less than half would return. But this time Ling Yinchin's ship was very different. No matter how many people went out, they would all return. Not only that, but they also had a great harvest, so the crew was naturally overjoyed. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the ship slowed down and soon came to a complete stop. Hearing a burst of noise, Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that the ship had arrived at the edge of a huge island and was docked at a place similar to a pier. Before Ling Yinchin and the others arrived, there were already several ships waiting to dock, and from time to time, a cultivator would fly out of those ships and land on the ground. As soon as these cultivators landed, many people would gather around them, as if every cultivator that returned from the sea was in high demand. Yang Kai saw a cultivator that returned from the sea exchange a few words with another person before quickly leaving with that person. Brother Yang, we've arrived at Clear Sky Island. Ling Yinchin's voice came from outside the door. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan looked at each other and quickly stood up. When they arrived on the deck, Jiao Yi and the others were already waiting impatiently. When they saw Yang Kai, they all nodded at him in awe. These people are selling their harvest from the sea? Yang Kai walked to Jiao Yi's side and pointed at the cultivator that was talking. Jiao Yi nodded and said, yes. Basically, there will be some harvest from a trip to the sea. There are people waiting at the docks, and when they see those that return from the sea, they will take the initiative to buy it. If the price is agreed upon, it's very cost-effective to sell it, saving us the trouble of going to the city to find a buyer. Many shops in the city have people waiting here, and every time someone returns, they will surround them like madmen. The competition is fierce. After listening to Jiao Yi's explanation, Yang Kai knew that his guess was right. He had thought so when he saw this scene before. Let's go. Jiao Yi called out, and the crew used their movement skills to fly to the shore. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan followed closely behind, but Ling Yinchin stayed behind. She formed a seal with her hands and prepared to put away the ship. As soon as the crew came ashore, many merchants immediately came up to them and surrounded them, offering good prices to buy their harvest from this trip. Jiao Yi and the others were undoubtedly very familiar with this, so they all pretended to be profound and put on airs as they whispered to the merchants. It didn't take long for someone to agree on a price and go to the side to prepare for the transaction. Jiao Yi and the others had gained a lot from this trip to the sea, not to mention the more than 100,000 gray feather corals, and the corpse of a 12th-order monster beast. The spoils that Yang Kai collected after killing the people from Profound Cloud Pavilion were many times more than what they usually got. The harvest was too big to be sold all at once, so the dozen or so crew members split up and prepared to convert a part of the harvest into useful cultivation materials for themselves, such as source crystals and spirit pills. They would find an opportunity to sell the rest later. Otherwise, if they took out so many good things at once, they would definitely be inviting trouble. Source crystals were hard currency, whether it was in the outside world or in the solitary void-sealed world. There was another kind of thing popular here, and that was spirit pills. Any spirit pill that was slightly useful could be converted into source crystals and used as a bargaining chip. While Yang Kai was looking around curiously, a middle-aged beauty suddenly appeared in front of him. This middle-aged beauty wore a long green dress, and her figure was enchanting and voluptuous. Her breasts were bulging, and her clothes were almost torn apart. She was extremely eye-catching, and her cultivation was not low, at least in the second-order Tao source realm. However, although she looked enchanting, her demeanor was extremely dignified and beautiful. It was unknown whether she had been too slow just now or disdained to compete with others, but she hadn't been able to connect with the crew members who had just returned from the sea. Seeing Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan standing there with no one paying any attention, she took the initiative to approach them. Pursing her lips, she cupped her fists and said, "Little brother, this way please." "Madam, do you need something?" Yang Kai looked her up and down. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "This mistress is Deacon Fan Xian of Ice Heart Pavilion." Ice Heart Pavilion? Yang Kai raised his brow and couldn't help but take a closer look at this beautiful woman named Fan Xian. Fan Xian asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Little brother doesn't know about Ice Heart Pavilion?" She found it very strange. Although Ice Heart Pavilion wasn't big on Clear Sky Island, it was definitely famous. As long as one lived on Clear Sky Island, it was impossible not to know about Ice Heart Pavilion. However, Yang Kai's reaction just now seemed to be very surprised, as if this was the first time he had heard of Ice Heart Pavilion. Yang Kai said calmly, "Of course I have heard of Ice Heart Pavilion, but I didn't expect that Ice Heart Pavilion would buy things here." Of course, this was nonsense. It was indeed the first time he had heard of Ice Heart Pavilion, but Yang Kai also knew that his performance just now had aroused the beautiful woman's suspicion, so his words would undoubtedly dispel her doubts. Sure enough, the beautiful woman smiled bitterly and said, "Business is not easy, and there is competition everywhere. This mistress was forced to do this." She changed the topic and went straight to the point. "I wonder if little brother has any harvest from this trip to sea? If so, can you take it out and let me have a look?" This mistress will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Their goods are with me. If there's anything you need to discuss, come find me. Ling Yinqin walked over step by step from a distance, and finally helped Yang Kai out of his predicament. He didn't have any goods on hand. If he had known that the situation at the docks was like this, he would have definitely left something in his space ring after killing those people from Profound Cloud Pavilion. Fan Xian heard this and looked at Yang Kai in confusion, not knowing why he put the goods in Ling Yinqin's hands. After all, the dozen or so people who came off the ship just now all brought something with them. Yang Kai spread his hands and smiled. I tend to get carried away when I see a beautiful woman. Big sister was afraid that I would suffer a loss, so she gave me full authority. Now it seems that it was a wise decision. Fan Xian covered her mouth and laughed. Little brother is really interesting. Chapter 2377. Fan Xian of Ice Heart Pavilion soon got together with Ling Yinqin and secretly communicated with each other through divine sense. After a while, Ling Yinqin looked up at Yang Kai and said, Junior sister Fan's price is very reasonable, so I'm going to sell it. What do you think? She was obviously just putting on a show for Fan Xian to see. Moreover, her cultivation was a minor realm higher than Fan Xian's, so it didn't matter if she called her junior sister. Fan Xian immediately looked at Yang Kai expectantly. She had been here for most of the day, but hadn't gained anything. Now she finally saw a glimmer of hope. As long as Yang Kai nodded, she would receive a lot of things, so she was naturally looking forward to it. Yang Kai smiled and said, Then let's sell it. Fan Xian immediately smiled. Many thanks to senior sister and little brother. Don't worry, our Ice Heart Pavilion has always been fair and honest when it comes to business. We definitely won't lower the price. Ling Yinqin said lightly, I've heard of Ice Heart Pavilion's name a long time ago, otherwise, I wouldn't have sold it to you. As they spoke, the two quickly exchanged the goods. Yang Kai quietly took a look and found that in addition to some source crystals, Fan Xian also gave Ling Yinqin some spirit pills. After receiving the goods, Fan Xian was very happy and her attitude became more enthusiastic. Little brother, if you have anything else to sell in the future, don't forget this mistress. The price is negotiable. Yang Kai nodded. No problem. Let's go. Ling Yinqin called out and led Yang Kai and Lu Xianyin forward. After walking out of the noisy dock, the three of them stopped. They stood in place and waited for the others to arrive. About an incense stick worth of time later, the dozen or so crew members had all returned, and all of them were beaming with joy. Obviously, their harvest was not small. What they had just sold was only a small part of the harvest from this trip. There was still a lot more that they hadn't taken out yet. The 100,000 pieces of gray feather coral were too large, and would have to be sold in batches, so it was obviously not suitable for them to be traded at the dock. Ling Yinqin planned to wait until they returned to Clear Sky City before making a decision. Just the harvest from this trip alone was enough for them to not have to worry about food and water for the next 3 years, and they could even move to a better place to live. After walking for a short while, a huge city appeared in front of them. The city gate was also huge, like the open mouth of a beast, waiting to devour its prey. The top of the city gate was engraved with 3 large words. Heaven Connects City. At the city gate, with the cultivator's protection, passers-by had to pay a low-grade origin crystal, or something of equivalent value before they could enter. Seeing this, Kai Yang frowned. Source crystals were extremely precious in this solitary void-sealed world. He thought that as long as he had an identity token, he would be able to enter and exit this place at will, but he didn't expect that he still had to pay source crystals. This low-rank source crystal was nothing to him. However, for those poor cultivator who had lived here for a long time, it was tantamount to a considerable fortune. There weren't many people in front of the city gate. Other than the cultivator who had just returned from the dock and was lining up to enter the city, no one had left the city. It was obvious that the cultivator in Clear Sky City was unwilling to spend a single source crystal to enter and exit the city at will. They would only do so when they needed to go out to sea or when they had to leave the city. Ling Yinqin's group of a dozen or so people easily entered the city after paying a dozen or so source crystals and verifying everyone's identity tokens. Yang Kai was originally a little worried that his identity as a newcomer would be exposed. But seeing how simple things were, he knew that he was overthinking things. After entering the city, it was a lively scene. There were many cultivator shops in the city, and there were many shops on both sides of the street. There was an endless stream of cultivator shops. However, he soon noticed something different. Many cultivator were sitting cross-legged on both sides of the street, staring blankly ahead with blank expressions. There were many of these cultivator, and regardless of their cultivation, their auras were extremely weak, as if they hadn't cultivated for a long time. They just sat there, motionless. Not only that, there were also many people dressed as beggars on the street, constantly begging and bowing, but with little to show for it. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't expect that the seemingly bustling clear sky city would be so bleak on the inside. These are all pitiful people. Ling Yinqin sighed. Without cultivation resources, their cultivation is declining day by day, and they don't have the ability to go out to sea to find things. Other than begging, they can only wait for death. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai understood why the streets were like this. Just entering the city and seeing this, who knew how many people were waiting for death in Clear Sky City? Is there really no way to leave this place? Yang Kai asked. Ling Yinqin shook her head. I've never heard of anyone successfully leaving this place. While the two were talking, an angry shout suddenly came from not far away. Little thief, how dare you steal from me? The shout was followed by a commotion in the crowd not far away, with occasional sounds of fighting. Yang Kai released his divine sense and immediately found out what was happening. It seemed that a cultivator had been robbed, and the cultivator who was robbed had a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivation, while the person who robbed him was only a second-order Origin King. Not only was his cultivation much weaker than the other party, but his aura was so weak that he might not even be able to display the power of a first-order Origin King. This kind of suicidal behavior was absolutely impossible outside, but it seemed to be normal in Clear Sky City. With 2 bangs, the robber was killed on the spot and his space ring was taken back. The cultivator from the first-order Dao Source Realm was about to say something, but suddenly, countless people with blank expressions swarmed over from both sides of the street. These people's originally empty eyes were now red as they stared at the cultivator's space ring and fought over it. Even if the owner of the space ring was from the first-order Dao Source Realm, 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands. Although he killed several people, no one retreated and was soon overwhelmed by the crowd. Asterisk schwa schwa. Asterisk just as these people were fighting fiercely, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky. These 2 people were full of imposing auras. They were dressed in black robes, and their faces were full of ridicule as they watched the fight in front of them. However, they had no intention of stopping it. They are from Clear Sky City's law enforcement team, Jiao Yi explained softly to Yang Kai. They don't care. Yang Kai asked in surprise. Since they were from the law enforcement team, they naturally had to maintain the peace of the city, so why were they doing nothing when a fight was happening right in front of them? Jiao Yi sneered. You'll know when you see. Asterisk prung pung asterisk. 2 more robbers were sent flying by the owner of the ring, but this person seemed to be a little exhausted. Although his situation was better than those who were waiting for death or begging, his cultivation had dropped drastically after coming to Clear Sky Island. He couldn't exert the strength of a Dao Source Realm cultivator at all. At this moment, he was covered in wounds and exhausted. When he raised his head, he happened to see the 2 law enforcers in black robes. He hurriedly shouted, Your Excellencies, help me. These people are lawless. They actually robbed in broad daylight. Please uphold justice. The 2 law enforcers didn't move after hearing this and just watched coldly. The owner of the ring shouted again, Master, please help. This one is willing to give you half of the things in the space ring as a reward. One of the law enforcers heard this and sneered. Only half. The owner of the ring gritted his teeth and said with a bitter face, I'll give it all to you, Master. He knew that if he didn't get help soon, he would really be killed by these lawless people. Compared to his own life, what else was worth? The 2 law enforcers walked forward lazily, and the one who spoke earlier snorted. Since you're so sensible, we'll help you. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 of them attacked together. They were extremely ruthless, and as their energy surged, they directly blasted the robbers away. There were countless casualties in the air, and the air was instantly filled with a strong smell of blood. As soon as the two of them attacked, the surrounding cultivator instantly fell silent. The robbers who were lucky enough to survive immediately scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to stay any longer. Only the cultivator who had been robbed was left on the ground, lying there with blood all over his body. He looked extremely miserable. The law enforcers walked over, stretched out their hands, and sucked the space ring into their palms. After checking it with their divine sense, they frowned and said in disdain, "Poor bastard. That's all you have." After saying that, they even spat at the cultivator in disdain and swaggered away. This person can only wait for death in the future, Jiao Yi sighed. The cultivator who had been robbed probably didn't have much to begin with, and now that he had lost his space ring, unless he could find a fleet to follow them out to sea as soon as possible, he would definitely end up like the robbers, sitting here and waiting for death. "It's so chaotic here." Yang Kai's face darkened. Ling Yinqin said, "When you're at the end of your rope, you can do anything." These people were also forced into a corner. Yang Kai was silent, knowing that Ling Yinqin had a point. Those robbers were already waiting for death, so what else in this world could they be afraid of? However, what made Yang Kai feel a little incredulous was that the law enforcers of Clear Sky City were also so dirty. To put it nicely, what happened just now was hitting someone while they were down, forcing them to repay their kindness, but to put it bluntly, it was robbery. From the looks of it, Clear Sky City was a place without law, and it was hard for Ling Yinqin and the others to live here for so long. This is the outer city district, so it's relatively chaotic. The inner city district is safer, so this kind of thing won't happen, Ling Yinqin explained. "Then are you living in the outer city or the inner city?" Yang Kai asked. Jiao Yi replied, "The outer city, but we can move to the inner city in a few days." Their harvest this time was not small, enough to rent a good cave house in the inner city. Although the inner city's expenses were generally more expensive, it was safer, so some of the costs were still worth it. Ling Yinqin said, "Brother Yang, you've just arrived, so it's best to rent a cave house to live in first and slowly familiarize yourself with this place." "I was planning to do the same." Yang Kai nodded. He didn't know how long he would have to stay on Clear Sky Island, so he had to find a place to stay. Chapter 2378. This should be the place to rent a secluded home, right? Yang Kai stood in front of a large hall at the junction of the outer city and inner city, looking up before calling out to Lu Xianyan and walking in. The reason he was able to find this place so quickly was naturally thanks to Ling Yinqin and the others' guidance. Originally, Jiao Yi wanted to accompany him personally, but Yang Kai politely declined. Jiao Yi and the others had been out at sea for so long, so they definitely had their own matters to attend to. Moreover, it was just renting a secluded home, so it wasn't anything troublesome. Yang Kai believed that he could handle it himself. Before parting, Jiao Yi gave Yang Kai a communication bead and told him to call if he needed help. There were not many cultivators coming and going in this hall, but there were also quite a few of them. When Yang Kai arrived, there were already a few people waiting in front of him. They all seemed to be here to rent secluded homes. He stood to the side and watched silently for a while, quickly understanding the procedures. Half an hour later, when it was his turn, he walked up directly, threw a bag of source crystals on the table, and said to the cultivator in charge, "I want to rent a medium-sized secluded home for a year. Outer city or inner city?" The cultivator glanced up at Yang Kai and asked lightly. Yang Kai coldly snorted. "If it was an outer city secluded home, would I give you so many source crystals? Do you think I'm an idiot?" The person in charge was not angry and just grinned. He picked up the bag of source crystals and weighed it in his hand before putting it away. He pointed to the sand table beside him and said, "Choose for yourself." This sand table looked like a model of the entire Clear Sky City, except that it was countless times smaller. But every building was lifelike. There were two large areas of territory that were secluded homes. One of them was in the outer city and was relatively cheap, while the other was in the inner city and was relatively more expensive to rent. Most of the secluded homes had small flags outside, indicating that the secluded home had been rented out. Only a few secluded homes were still empty. Yang Kai was just looking for a place to stay, so he did not have many requirements for the quality of the spirit purifying array, or the amount of world energy in the secluded home. So he just glanced at the sand table and pointed to a secluded home. This one. The person in charge glanced over and tossed a token towards Yang Kai, not even bothering to raise his head as he said, "This is a restriction token, keep it for yourself. You are not allowed to sublet it or replace the spirit purifying array at will. If you are found to have done so, you will be killed without mercy." Yang Kai caught the token. After a brief inspection, he put it away and left with Lu Xianyun. Another half an hour later, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun arrived in front of the secluded home. The secluded home in the inner city was located in a mountain range on the island. Many secluded homes of various sizes were built on this mountain range, and the overall environment was quite good. The world energy of the solitary void-sealed world. The world energy here was extremely rich. However, this world energy was mixed with infinite disruption force, so a cultivator could not absorb it at will. They could only absorb it after arranging a spirit purifying array. Depending on the quality of the spirit purifying array, the efficiency of a cultivator's cultivation varied greatly. But generally speaking, even with the highest grade spirit purifying array, a cultivator could only barely keep their cultivation from weakening while cultivating in this damned place. They could not improve at all. The medium-sized secluded home Yang Kai rented was naturally equipped with an intermediate-grade spirit purifying array. He and Lu Xianyun entered the secluded home to investigate. They found that the secluded home was fairly large, with 3 rooms, one for alchemy, one for artifact refining, and even a living room. Compared to the secluded home Yang Kai rented in Maplewood City, this was undoubtedly much better, but the price was about the same. Source crystals were extremely precious in the solitary void-sealed world, so the same price represented a different value. Source crystals of the same level were naturally more valuable in the solitary void-sealed world. "Junior sister, find a room for yourself," Yang Kai said to Lu Xianyun. "What about you?" Lu Xianyun asked. "I'm going to familiarize myself with the environment and find that artifact refining grandmaster to repair Ling Yinchin's spirit purifying array." Lu Xianyun said, "Brother, you must be careful." "I know. If you have nothing else to do, you can strengthen the various barriers in the secluded home. We may have to stay here for quite a while. And come back early," Lu Xianyun said softly. Lu Xianyun whispered softly, blushing after saying this because she suddenly felt that she and Yang Kai were like a married couple living together. Before the husband left home, the wife would be worried about him, and wouldn't she be in the role of the wife? Thinking of this, her cheeks immediately became hot, but when she raised her head again, Kai Yang had already disappeared. After making several turns on the streets of Clear Sky City, and asking for directions several times, Yang Kai finally arrived in front of a small alley. He turned his head and looked around with a strange expression on his face, muttering to himself, "He didn't walk, did he? Would that artifact refining grandmaster live here?" When he separated from Jiao Yi and the others earlier, Jiao Yi gave him a communication bead and secretly sent him a message, telling Yang Kai that if he really wanted to repair Ling Yinchin's high-grade spirit purifying array, he should go to the inner city to find Grandmaster Sangda. On the entire Clear Sky Island, Grandmaster Sangda was the best artifact refiner. It was said that he had already faintly touched upon the mysteries of being an emperor artifact refiner. At least 80% of the high-grade spirit purifying arrays on Clear Sky Island were refined by Grandmaster Sangda. Since this person could refine a high-grade spirit purifying array, it shouldn't be a problem for him to repair it. Jiao Yi also knew the importance of the high-grade spirit purifying array to Ling Yinchin, so he secretly gave Yang Kai some pointers. He also hoped that the spirit purifying array could be repaired. Yang Kai wasn't familiar with Clear Sky City, but Grandmaster Sangda's reputation was great, so he just asked a few people on the way here before coming here. It was just that he couldn't believe that a guy who was about to become an emperor artifact refiner would actually live in a corner like this. But then he remembered that some masters had strange temperaments and always acted unexpectedly, so he wasn't surprised. He walked straight to the end of the alley and came to a large door. The door was open, and Yang Kai glanced inside and found a spacious courtyard. The courtyard was empty and spotless. There was a guy dressed like a boy sweeping the floor outside with a broom. Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Little brother, please." The boy seemed to be deaf and didn't pay any attention to Yang Kai at all. He only cared about sweeping the floor, as if there was a stunning beauty lying there. Yang Kai coughed dryly and asked, "Excuse me, is this the place where Grandmaster Sangda cultivates?" Only then did the boy raise his head and say impatiently, "Since you've already found this place, what's the point of asking?" Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately knew that he had found the right place and hurriedly said, "Is Grandmaster free right now? I have something I need Grandmaster's help to repair. I don't know." "Who are you? Don't you know the rules?" "Rules? What rules?" Yang Kai looked confused. The boy looked Yang Kai up and down and sneered. "You didn't even inquire about the rules before coming here. You're really interesting. You want to see Grandmaster like this? Maybe in your next life." Yang Kai humbly asked for guidance. "Please give me a few pointers, little brother." The boy raised his head and looked at the sky, holding the broom in his hand as he stood there, twirling it between his fingers. This boy wanted something good. As soon as Yang Kai saw this boy's posture, he knew that he had done this kind of thing many times before. No wonder people said that the king of hell was easy to meet, but the little demons were difficult to deal with. This boy was an out-and-out little demon. Yang Kai suppressed the displeasure in his heart, took out a cloth bag from his space ring, and handed it to the other party, asking, "Can you speak now?" The boy weighed the cloth bag in his hand before smiling with satisfaction and pointing condescendingly at Yang Kai. "Grandmaster's time is precious. How could he have so much free time to bother with you people? However, Grandmaster is a kind and benevolent man. Seeing that you are trapped on Clear Sky Island, and that life is not easy, he deliberately squeezed out some time to help you refine artifacts." Yang Kai curled his lips fiercely when he heard this. This boy spoke as if he wasn't trapped on Clear Sky Island. How shameless. "You'll remember." The boy's face was solemn as he quickly said, "Every month, Grandmaster will only open his door 3 times, and he will have 3 chances to help you refine artifacts. If you want to ask Grandmaster for help, it will depend on your own luck. Of course, in addition to these 3 times, Grandmaster will occasionally make an exception and open his door when he is in a good mood. Every time he opens his door, he will only refine artifacts for the first 10 people. If you are late, you won't get a chance." 3 chances and 10 people each time? Yang Kai frowned, thinking that this Grandmaster Sangda was quite arrogant, setting so many strange rules. However, Yang Kai understood why there was no one here today. Obviously, it was not time to open the door yet, or perhaps it had already been opened. "You're worth teaching, that's how it is." The boy smiled and nodded. "How old are you, little boy? How dare you talk to master like this?" Yang Kai's face darkened as he reached out and knocked the boy. The boy's head shrank back, but he did not dodge. His cultivation was not high, only at the origin returning realm, so how could he avoid Yang Kai's blow? You dare hit me?" The boy took a few steps back, covering his head with his hands as he screamed. His eyes were red, and he looked very angry. "Hitting you is already going easy on you. If you dare to be so disrespectful again, I'll really beat you up." The boy seemed to be frightened. He worked for Grandmaster Sangda, and everyone who came here was polite to him, not daring to offend him in the slightest. This was the first time he had met someone who dared to teach him a lesson. Frightened, he turned his head and glanced at the courtyard, as if expecting Grandmaster Sangda to stand up for him. But there was no movement from inside. "What are you looking at? At such a young age, you already know how to intimidate others. What will you do when you grow up? I'm asking you a question, answer honestly." Yang Kai coldly snorted. The boy looked unhappy, but he did not say anything. "How many times has Grandmaster opened the door this month?" Yang Kai asked. "Twice." The boy snorted. "When will the next time be?" "How would I know? Grandmaster opens the door at random. He will refine artifacts for you whenever he is in a good mood. Just you wait." Chapter 2379. You want to find a Grandmaster to refine an artifact, but you won't have the chance today. The boy snorted. "But you're lucky to have met this boy. If you don't mind, you might as well take out the materials and I'll refine it for you." You're also an artifact refiner? Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. The boy raised his head and puffed out his chest, flicking his hair in a carefree and unrestrained manner as he said proudly, "What's so difficult about artifact refining? This boy is talented and has been under the Grandmaster's tutelage for so long, so it's definitely not a problem for me to help you. But as for the reward..." Kai Yang's mouth twitched, and without looking back he left. This boy was just an origin-returning realm cultivator, so even if he was an artifact refiner, how good could he be? He was looking for Grandmaster Sangda to repair the high-grade spirit purifying array, and repairing it was even more difficult than refining it. He was sure this boy didn't have the ability to do so. "Don't go. Are you looking down on me? Let me tell you, this boy is a saint-grade artifact refiner. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have another one. Don't regret it." The boy stomped his feet behind him, as if he was deeply humiliated by Yang Kai. For the next few days, Yang Kai went to Grandmaster Sangda's place every day. According to the boy, Grandmaster Sangda had already opened the door twice this month, so there was only one last chance left. However, he didn't know the exact time, so Yang Kai could only try his luck. Unfortunately, after a few days, Yang Kai still had no results. However, after walking around the streets these days, Yang Kai had gained a better understanding of the situation in Clear Sky City and the local customs here. There were only a few days left this month, so Yang Kai was afraid that he would miss the opening time of the Grandmaster if he was late, or if he wasn't able to squeeze into the top 10 spots. So instead of running around, he went directly to the Grandmaster's residence and squatted down. He thought that he had arrived early enough and would definitely occupy a good spot, but when he really arrived, Yang Kai realized that he was wrong. In front of Grandmaster Sangda's residence, there were already many cultivators waiting in line. Kai Yang stared blankly. However, after thinking about it carefully, he knew that these people must have the same thoughts as him. He felt that there was not much time left in this month, but the master still had one last chance to open the door, so he came here in advance to wait. He counted carefully and found that there were 9 people in total. In other words, including himself, there were 10 people in total. At that moment, he didn't say anything and silently went to stand at the end of the line. That boy seemed to be a little crazy in front of people. After seeing so many people, he tried his best to promote himself, bragging about his abilities, hoping that the cultivator would give him the materials and let him refine the equipment. However, the cultivator who lived here obviously knew the ability of this boy. When a bucket of water was not full, half a bucket of water would sway. Everyone remained silent in the face of the boy's endless chatter. No matter what he said, she didn't pay any attention to him. The boy seemed a little annoyed. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "If you have time to blabber here, why don't you go look for materials and practice? You look like you've been with the master for a long time. Didn't the master teach you to take things one step at a time, and to avoid biting off more than you can chew?" The boy muttered, "You don't have to talk so much. Stand there obediently." However, after being lectured by Yang Kai, he was too embarrassed to continue pestering the cultivator. He turned around and went into the house, closing the door. Out of sight, out of mind. The cultivator who came here had to wait for Grandmaster Sangda to open the door. Those who requested to refine equipment were not familiar with each other, so no one chatted. Those who were bored waiting directly sat down cross-legged and meditated. No one dared to be presumptuous in front of the master's door, so naturally, they were not afraid of being found trouble with others. As time passed, more and more people came here. However, when these cultivators who came later saw that there were already 10 people waiting here, most of them shook their heads in disappointment and turned to leave. They knew Grandmaster Sangda's rules and naturally understood that it was useless to stay and wait, so they could only wait for the next opportunity. However, some people were already prepared. They took out source crystals and wanted to buy spots from the 10 people, including Yang Kai, but very few succeeded. Only 2 people readily made deals. These people who wanted to buy spots with source crystals naturally came to him. But how could Yang Kai lack source crystals? Naturally, he shook his head and refused. After waiting for 2 days, the door in front suddenly opened, and the boy walked out with his head held high. He pretended to cough dryly and said in a clear voice, The third refining of this month will now begin. Friends in the top 10, please follow me in. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this and stood up one after another. After waiting for so long, the master finally opened the door for the third time. These people felt that it was worth it because Grandmaster Sangda rarely failed when refining equipment. Although the fee was a little expensive, he was indeed very skilled. As long as he made a request, the master would be able to satisfy it. Ha ha ha, it's better to come at the right time than early. A burst of laughter suddenly rang out, followed by a figure shooting out from behind, rushing into the crowd in an extremely overbearing manner, squeezing into a spot. The powerful aura stirred up a gust of wind, causing everyone to frown slightly, showing displeasure on their faces. However, after checking the cultivation of the person who had come, this displeasure turned into fear. Because this person was a master from the third order Dao Source realm. Among the 10 people waiting here, except for Yang Kai, who was a third order Dao Source realm cultivator, there was only one woman who was a third order Dao Source realm cultivator. The others were all first or second order Dao Source realm cultivators, so they naturally did not dare to offend him. This person was dressed in a purple robe, and was extremely conspicuous. He had an imposing appearance, but there was a strong sense of superiority in his eyes, as if no one in this world could enter his eyes. After he arrogantly landed and occupied a spot, Yang Kai, who was originally at the end of the line, inexplicably became the 11th person. Grandmaster Sangda only opened the door for 10 people at a time. Now that he was standing at the 11th place, didn't that mean that he was not even qualified to enter and had waited for several days in vain? Yang Kai was unhappy and looked at the boy. Little boy, are you not going to do anything about this? What? I didn't see anything. The boy raised his head, his eyes rolling to the top of his head. A few days ago, Yang Kai knocked him on the head, so he obviously still held a grudge. Seeing Yang Kai's last spot being squeezed out, he was secretly happy, so how could he help Yang Kai? Yang Kai's face darkened. Are you blind? Didn't you see this person cutting the line? The boy angrily retorted. My eyes are fine. You're the one who's blind. Yang Kai sneered. How can you be so overbearing in front of the Grandmaster's door? Is there any reason to speak of? Reason? The cultivator who had occupied the spot sneered. This king is the reason here. You want to reason with me? Then I'll reason with you. You said that I cut the line, but who saw it? Whoever saw it can stand up and tell me loudly. I, Yu Leping, will immediately give up this spot. While speaking, he turned his head and looked around. The other 9 people were silent, not saying a word. They seemed to be extremely afraid of this guy called Yu Leping. I saw it. Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Yu Leping coldly snorted. Don't deliberately look for trouble since you came late. If you dare to slander this king like this again, do you believe that I won't gouge out your eyes? You can try. Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. This guy called Yu Leping was simply too shameless. He had clearly come late and cut the line, but now he was a thief crying thief. Yang Kai had never seen such a thick-skinned person. Brat, you're courting death. Yu Leping obviously had a fiery temper. He didn't think that Yang Kai would dare to chatter with him about this matter. In his anger, he took a step and directly turned his hand into a claw, grabbing at Yang Kai. Before the attack arrived, a strong gust of wind blew against Yang Kai's face. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he really wanted to gouge out Yang Kai's eyes. He didn't show the slightest bit of mercy. A few of the weaker cultivators were pushed by his aura. Their expressions changed greatly, and they fell back one after another. Yang Kai stood in place and didn't move. Instead, he coldly looked at the boy and said, You don't care about fighting in front of the Grandmaster's door? The boy snorted. You solve your own problems. Good to hear you say that. Yang Kai coldly snorted and raised his eyes to look at Yu Leping. Yu Leping, who was originally aggressive, suddenly had a very bad feeling when he was stared at by Yang Kai like this. His whole body emitted a cold aura, but then he remembered that he was from the third order Dao Source realm. On Clear Sky Island, besides a few Master Realm cultivators who could make him feel fear, who else could be his opponent? So, after a slight hesitation, his moves became even more ruthless. Yang Kai raised his hand and threw a punch forward. majestic source chi suddenly erupted like a dormant volcano. The power was so strong that everyone was shocked. Pa. Yu Luping's big hand grabbed Yang Kai's fist, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Just as he was about to crush Yang Kai's hand, he was shocked to find that a tsunami-like force was rushing towards him. This force was so strong that even with his third-order Dao Source Realm cultivation, he was unable to resist it. The source chi protecting his body was like a snowflake under the scorching sun, quickly melting away, and he was forced to retreat. The force followed his palm and rushed all the way to his arm. Wherever it passed, his clothes exploded, his flesh and blood splattered, and his muscles and bones were separated. Hong. The aggressive Yu Luping seemed to have been hit by a mountain. He was sent flying like lightning, directly crashing into the corner of the wall. A large mouthful of blood spurted out. Yu Luping's arrogant aura suddenly withered, and his face turned pale. My hand. In the next moment, he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Looking over, the arm he had used to hit Yang Kai had been broken inch by inch, and blood was dripping from it. White bones protruded from his flesh and blood, making for a shocking sight. The boy was instantly stunned, and the other 9 people were also shocked. They all looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of horror. Before Yang Kai made a move, he looked harmless, and even wanted the boy to uphold justice for him. But now that he had made a move, he was actually so cruel and ruthless. With just a single punch, he had crippled the third-order Dao Source Realm's Yu Luping's arm. This guy. Could he be a master from the Emperor Realm who had hidden his cultivation, and was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? This thought appeared in everyone's mind, and the boy was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 2380. You actually dared to cripple my arm. Even now, Yu Luping still couldn't accept the fact that his arm was crippled. He glared at Yang Kai with resentment, and shouted with all his might. His face was almost completely distorted by the pain. Get lost! Yang Kai shouted sternly. A mere third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator dared to be so arrogant in front of him. It was simply ridiculous. He had been in a bad mood these past few days, because he had landed in Clear Sky Island. Now that someone had hit the muzzle of his gun, he naturally took the opportunity to vent. Yu Luping seemed to finally realize that Yang Kai wasn't a pushover. He glared at him viciously, covered his injured arm, and ran away dejectedly. In front of the master's door, there was still silence. The other 10 people were emitting cold air, and their faces were pale. Hasn't the master already opened the door? How long do we have to wait? Yang Kai saw the boy standing there like a fool and immediately urged him. Come with me, come with me. The boy shrank his neck. He didn't dare to be negligent and quickly led the way. Judging from Yang Kai's hot temper and ruthlessness just now, the boy estimated that if he wasn't Master Sangda's disciple, this guy would probably have attacked him. After all, when this person was being squeezed out of his seat, he didn't say a word for him. Not long after, a group of people entered the inner hall under the guidance of the boy. The boy pointed to a side door and said, Go in one by one. The master is inside. You all know the rules, so make yourself at home. After he finished speaking, he quickly ran away, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. After he left, the first cultivator in line looked at Yang Kai cautiously. He found that Yang Kai had already found a seat and sat down. Only then did he know that the other party had no intention of snatching his first seat. He couldn't help but feel relieved and quickly walked through the side door to find the master. The other 8 people who came to find Master Sangda also found a place to sit down, but they were more or less afraid of Yang Kai, so they were relatively far away from his seat. It seemed that Yang Kai dominated the area while the others crowded together. Yang Kai didn't care at all. He closed his eyes and rested. That Yu Luping's background is somewhat unusual. Brother, you have to be careful. A gentle voice suddenly sounded in Yang Kai's ears. It sounded like a reminder. Yang Kai opened his eyes and glanced around. Then, he fixed his gaze on the young woman who was dressed elegantly. Among the 10 people who came here to seek artifact refining from the Grandmaster, only 2 were from the third-order Dao Source Realm. Other than Yang Kai and this young woman, the others were all first or second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. Although this young woman was dressed ordinarily, It was difficult to conceal her heavenly fragrance. Previously, Yang Kai had also glanced at her, but he did not pay much attention to her. He did not expect her to send him a sound transmission at this moment. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, the young woman just nodded slightly and then shifted her gaze away. In this inner hall, Yang Kai and her cultivation were the highest. His divine will was also the strongest. So, she didn't have to worry about being discovered by others. However, she was acting so sneakily because she didn't want to cause trouble for him. Many thanks for this junior sister's reminder. I will remember it, Yang Kai replied. Seeing that his expression seemed to be a little disapproving, the young woman said again, Brother, you must not be careless. That Yu Luping is from the city lord's mansion. Relying on the protection of the city lord's master, he has always been domineering and arrogant in Clear Sky City. He never puts others in his eyes. You made him suffer such a big loss this time. He will definitely not let it go. If he wants to die, I don't mind helping him. Hearing Yang Kai's understatement, the young woman suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly said, You must not. If you really kill him, there will be no place for you on Clear Sky Island. Yang Kai grinned and said, The tree wants to be still but the wind won't stop. What can I do? Hearing this, the young woman sighed slightly, knowing that Yang Kai was right. Today, even if Yang Kai showed mercy and let Yu Luping off, with Yu Luping's usual style, he definitely wouldn't swallow his anger. When the time came, Yang Kai would either be captured without a fight or resist. Looking at him, Yu Luping was the kind of person who would swallow his anger. Many thanks, junior sister. Yang Kai thanked her lightly. Although this young woman didn't help him much, she still secretly reminded him. It could be considered her kindness. The young woman no longer spoke, but when she occasionally glanced at Yang Kai, her eyes were full of pity and sympathy, as if she could foresee Yang Kai's tragic future. The inner hall was still quiet, and no one had any intention of talking to each other. The people who came here were all waiting for Grandmaster Sangda to refine artifacts, so at this moment, they were all burning with impatience, so how could they be in the mood to chat? About half an hour later, the first cultivator to walk through the side door suddenly came out. Everyone looked towards him and saw that this person's face was filled with joy, as if he had encountered something good. After coming out, he didn't say a word and directly left. The second cultivator quickly stood up and walked towards the side door. Just like that, it was evening before the other 9 left one after another. When each of them came out, they all had different expressions. Some were happy, some were serious, but none of them looked sad. Yang Kai observed them carefully and knew that Grandmaster Sangda's reputation really did have some real skills. The artifact refinement he helped the other 9 people was probably a success, without a single failure. It was rumored that Grandmaster Sangda had vaguely glimpsed the mysteries of Emperor artifact refinement, so it was likely not false. When the 9th person came out of the side door, Yang Kai stood up and walked in. As soon as he entered the side door, it was dark inside, without any light. But in front of him, there was a light coming from the exit. Following the light, Kai Yang walked forward, and not long after, he arrived in a warm environment. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that this was a secret room with flames constantly jumping around. A huge artifact refining furnace was placed in the middle of this secret room, and next to this artifact refining furnace, a figure was sitting cross-legged. As the flames jumped around, this figure flickered and flickered, making for a very strange sight. Although the light was not good, Yang Kai could still see Grandmaster Sangda's face at a glance. To his surprise, this Grandmaster looked like an ordinary old man. There was nothing unusual about him, but Yang Kai could still vaguely feel that this old man was not to be trifled with. Sitting there, he was like a dormant volcano, hiding a huge amount of energy in his body. In addition to being a good artifact refiner, this old man's strength was definitely not low. Greetings, Grandmaster. Yang Kai cupped his fist towards him. Sit. Sangda raised his eyes and pointed to a futon in front of him. Kai Yang took the opportunity to sit down. What do you want to refine? Take out the materials and tell me what you want, Sangda said. Yang Kai hurriedly took out the high-grade spirit purifying array and handed it to Sangda. I would like to ask Grandmaster to repair this array base and flag. Sangda took it and carefully examined it for a while before nodding. This array was made by this old master, so it won't be difficult to repair. Young Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. He had guessed that this advanced spirit purifying array was made by Sangda, and now it seemed that he was right. Since Sangda could refine it, there should be no problem in repairing it. Young Kai said, I don't know what materials are needed, so I didn't prepare anything. If Grandmaster has suitable materials, I can buy them. Source crystals won't be a problem. Sangda reached out and patted the artifact refining furnace, causing the lid to fly up immediately. He directly threw the array base and the array flag inside before looking at Young Kai indifferently. Do I look like someone who lacks source crystals? Young Kai didn't know what he meant by this question, and didn't know how to respond for a while. I don't want source crystals. Sangda continued. Then what does Grandmaster want? Young Kai's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself. You didn't even ask before throwing my high-grade spirit purifying array into the artifact refining furnace. Then telling me that you don't want source crystals. Isn't this just asking for too much? What if I can't afford the reward you want? Do you still want this advanced spirit purifying array? If this spirit purifying array was his own, it wouldn't matter, but it was Ling Yinchen's and had great symbolic significance to her. Otherwise, Young Kai wouldn't have gone through so much trouble, and could have just bought a new set at a high price and returned it to her. It was precisely because this spirit purifying array represented Ling Yinchen's longing for her partner that Young Kai went to great lengths to find Sangda to repair it. That depends on what you can give me, Sangda said indifferently. Young Kai couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If you want my life, do you think I'll give it to you? Sure enough, if the upper beam isn't straight, the lower beam will be crooked. That boy's behavior was unacceptable, and this Sangda was the same. It seemed that the name wasn't wrong. Sangda, Sangda. Young Kai suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and said in a deep voice, What does Grandmaster want? If I can do it, I'll do my best. In other words, if he couldn't do it, then he wouldn't do it. Sangda smiled slightly, but his smile was a little strange. Just as Young Kai was concentrating and preparing to listen, a pure and surging spiritual energy suddenly came from Sangda's side, converging into the shape of a spear and stabbing straight towards his knowledge sea. Although Young Kai was ambushed, his reaction wasn't slow and he hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to meet the attack head-on. Hong. With a silent collision, both Young Kai and Sangda shook slightly. Sangda's eyes were filled with surprise and joy. His originally indifferent eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying light as he stared at Young Kai with a murderous gaze, as if he had discovered some kind of treasure. Young Kai, on the other hand, suddenly stood up. He had been ambushed in a hurry just now and hadn't used his full spiritual energy. It wasn't that he didn't want to use it, but he was afraid of hurting Sangda. If Sangda's soul was seriously damaged, then there would be no one to repair the spirit purifying array for him. However, Sangda had attacked him without saying a word, which made Young Kai extremely angry. He secretly decided that if this old man didn't give him a satisfactory explanation, he would put a knife to his neck and force him to repair the spirit purifying array. Chapter 2381. What are you doing? Young Kai looked at Sangda coldly, and asked in a cold voice, Don't be nervous, little brother. Sangda, however, did not have the slightest awareness of being a sneak attacker. He looked at Young Kai with a smile and said, This old master was just doing a little test on you. I mean you no harm. Are you kidding me? What kind of test requires a sneak attack, and a soul attack at that? Young Kai was annoyed. If it were someone else whose soul power was not as good as his, they would be lying on the ground crying for their parents by now. If one soul was injured, it would not be a small injury. Young Kai suddenly had a bad impression of Sangda. Because what this old master does requires the use of soul power. If it weren't for the fact that I saw little brother easily deal with a cultivator of the same level outside the door, this old master would not have bothered to test you. Young Kai coldly snorted. So it's my honor. And from the meaning of his words, he seemed to know about the fight between him and Yu Liping outside. Little brother, calm down and listen to this old master slowly. Sangda reached out and comforted him. Young Kai stared at him fiercely for a while, feeling a little helpless. Now that he was the one asking for help, Even if he was dissatisfied with Sangda's approach, he had to wait until he repaired the spirit-purifying array first. Seeing Yang Kai sit down, Sangda put on a smile and said, "This old master wants to ask little brother, how long have you been trapped in this damn place?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, thinking that this old man wouldn't have noticed something, right? Did he know that he was new here? But he just said that he did not lack source crystals, so there was no reason for him to attack him. Distracting thoughts flashed through his mind. He said calmly, "Why are you asking this?" Sangda smiled. "It's fine if little brother doesn't want to say it, but this old master has been trapped here for 900 years. Yang Kai sneered in his heart, thinking that it would be better if you were trapped until you died. Sangda sighed. 900 years ago, this old master was in the third order Dao source realm, and 900 years later, this old master is still in the third order Dao source realm. It's my artifact refining skills that have improved. But so what if he knew how to refine artifacts? He still couldn't leave. If we can't leave this place, we won't be able to break out of the Emperor realm. We'll die here sooner or later." Yang Kai frowned slightly. He didn't know why he was saying all this, but he didn't say a word. He restrained himself and listened attentively. "No matter how long you've been trapped, little brother, this old man only has one question." Sangda's expression suddenly turned serious, his eyes bursting with light. "Do you want to leave this place?" Yang Kai was shocked. He stared at Sangda and asked, "You have a way to leave?" Sangda smiled slightly. Instead of answering, he asked, "Do you have any?" Hee hee. This answer made Yang Kai very angry. He couldn't wait to capture Sangda now, and use the soul-searching technique to see what was in his head. He had originally planned to stay here for a while before slowly looking for a way to leave this place. But today he heard some clues from Sangda. How could Yang Kai not be tempted? He pondered for a while and said, "Great master, let's not beat around the bush. You said you have a way to leave, but I don't believe you. Several people from the Emperor realm on this island are trapped. If there is a way to leave, can't they leave? They are them, and this old man is this old man. Don't confuse them." Sangda curled his lips. He said proudly, "What's more, this old man has a way to leave. Even if the people from the Emperor realm know about it, they won't be able to leave." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Since even people from the Emperor realm can't leave, how can you do it?" "That's my problem." Sangda snorted and said impatiently, "This old man came to find you. Consider it your opportunity. Whether you can grasp it or not will depend on your own ability." This Sangda seemed to be a little temperamental. Yang Kai was sure that if he refused, he would definitely kill him to silence him. Although this old man was an artifact refiner, according to him, he had been in the third order Dao source realm for 900 years. This artifact refiner's level was raised on Clear Sky Island, so he was definitely not weak. Now that he had revealed this information to him, he only had two choices left. Either cooperate or be enemies. If this is really an opportunity, I naturally won't miss it, but how do I know if what you're saying is true? Yang Kai said with a look of disbelief. At the very least, you have to tell me where to leave. Sangda smiled and said, "Little brother is also a cautious person. This old man likes to cooperate with cautious people." He paused for a moment and said, "The place to leave is on the solitary void sea." Yang Kai curled his lips when he heard this, thinking that this was as good as not saying anything. He had experienced how big the solitary void sea was. Sangda only said that the exit was on the solitary void sea. Who could find it? How could he verify it? Sangda said, "This old man will tell you the truth. This old man is not the only one who knows the location of the exit. There are two other people who know it too." "Who?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "The Clear Sky City Lord and the Ice Heart Pavilion Master," Sangda coldly snorted. "These two are the two most powerful people on Clear Sky Island." Yang Kai was stunned. He thought that Sangda was the only one who knew such secret information, but now it seemed that this was not the case. The Clear Sky City Lord and the Ice Heart Pavilion Master both knew about it. He had heard from Jiao Yi that the Clear Sky City Lord was originally a third-order Emperor Realm Master. But because he cultivated and survived on Clear Sky Island, he was unable to display his peak strength. Although Yang Kai was not clear about the Ice Heart Pavilion Master, He could imagine that her situation was similar to the Clear Sky City Lords. In other words, both of them were powerful Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters, but they were unable to display their full strength. Since they know, why didn't they leave? With their strength, they should be able to go anywhere, right? Yang Kai was puzzled. You can go anywhere? Sangda sneered when he heard this. That's not necessarily the case. If they were outside, such powerful cultivators would be able to run amok. But in this solitary void sea, if the two of them dared to stay outside for too long, they would be courting death. Their strength can't be replenished? Yang Kai suddenly understood. Exactly. Sangda nodded. Do you know how vast the solitary void sea is? Even if those two master exhausted their cultivation, they wouldn't be able to fly to the exit by themselves. Once their strength is exhausted, they won't be able to replenish it in this solitary void-sealed world. No matter how powerful they are, only death awaits them. The solitary void-sealed world was filled with infinite disruption force, making it impossible for any cultivator to absorb world energy to their heart's content. If the sea was calm, it would be fine. At worst, they could just stop and find a place to arrange a spirit-purifying array, and use source crystals and pills to slowly recover. Once they had fully recovered, they could move on. However, Yang Kai had traveled all the way from the solitary void sea and knew that there were countless waterspouts in the depths of the sea. The suction force of these waterspouts was extremely strong, making it impossible to find a place to recover in peace. Moreover, the deeper one went, the more waterspouts there would be, and the more terrifying the suction force would be. A third-order Emperor Realm Master might seem powerful, but if they really flew there, they might not be able to resist once they ran out of strength. Hearing this, Yang Kai was already 70 to 80% convinced. Sangda's words made sense, so he had no choice but to believe them. Then where is the exit? Can I see it? Yang Kai suppressed his excitement and asked casually. What a third-order Emperor Realm Master couldn't do didn't necessarily mean that he couldn't. He had the sealed world bead, so if he ran out of strength, he could hide inside the sealed world bead and continue moving forward after he recovered. The only thing he needed to worry about was whether the waterspouts were too powerful. If they were too powerful, he wouldn't be able to get out. However, it was definitely the right choice to show him the location of the exit first. I can't show you this. Sangda refused. Yang Kai quickly said, Grandmaster, that's not very kind of you, is it? You want to cooperate with me, so we have to share information. If you don't show me anything, how can I believe you? Sangda smiled slightly. If you believe it, then it's true. If you don't, then it's not true. He looked like he was going to eat Yang Kai, making Yang Kai gnash his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai asked, I don't understand. What does getting out have to do with Grandmaster looking for me to cooperate? Sangda said, if you want to get out, not only do you need the location of the exit, you also need the tools, right? Don't tell me you want to fly all the way out? Yang Kai frowned slightly. You don't even have the tools to get out? Sangda said, I do, but I need to go get it. It's not with this old master. Moreover, to get that thing, several people need to work together, which is why this old master came to you. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, getting that thing, does it have to do with the strength of one's spiritual energy? Sangda smiled and nodded. That's right. You were able to receive 70% of this old master's spiritual energy in such a hurry, which is commendable. It shows that even if your spiritual energy cultivation is not as good as this old master's, it's not far off. Otherwise, do you think this old master would tell you this? He had a proud look on his face, as if he felt that it was an honor for Yang Kai to receive 70% of his spiritual energy. What he didn't know was that Yang Kai had only used 20% of his spiritual energy just now. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of hurting this old man, Yang Kai would have definitely shown him what true spiritual energy was, lest he become a frog at the bottom of a well, and become arrogant. Yang Kai was puzzled. Since that thing is a tool to get out, how can it not be with you? Sangda snorted. That was refined by my master. With this old master's ability, he can't refine that thing for the time being. Yang Kai was shocked. Sangda was said to have peeked into the mysteries of Emperor artifact refinement, but even he couldn't refine it. Didn't this mean that his master was a genuine Emperor Artifact Refinement Master? There was actually an Emperor Artifact Refinement Master in this solitary void-sealed world, and it seemed that no one knew about it. Yang Kai was extremely shocked. Sangda seemed to see Yang Kai's doubts and said, "My master doesn't live in Clear Sky City and has never shown his artifact refinement skills in front of outsiders, so no one knows about it. Since it belongs to your master, won't he have any objections to you taking it?" Yang Kai asked with a sneer. This Sangda was really not a good person, even coveting his master's things. Yang Kai didn't know which blind master had accepted such a traitorous disciple. If it had been him, he would have cleaned up the sect long ago instead of allowing Sangda to live until now. Chapter 2382. Sangda grinned meaningfully. Master died 5 years ago. What objections could he have? At this point, his face suddenly twisted. Even if that old thing died, he wouldn't hand over that tool to me, so I can only go and get it myself. Yang Kai was stunned. Judging from Sangda's expression, it seemed that he didn't get along well with his master. Who knew what kind of disputes and grievances had happened between the two? This old master has been preparing for this for 5 years, and has been looking for a candidate like you. Today, I have finally found you. As long as little brother nods and trusts this old master promises to take you out of this solitary void-sealed world. Sangda looked at Yang Kai excitedly. I don't have the right to choose, do I? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Sangda said indifferently, although this old master doesn't leave his home, he has been refining artifacts on Clear Sky Island for 900 years. He has made many friends and made many people owe him favors. Little brother, you should consider carefully. Although these words sounded vague, Yang Kai wasn't stupid. How could he not understand the threat in the other party's words? He said that he had made many friends and made many people owe him favors. In other words, he could make many people work for him. Once Yang Kai refused, it would be difficult for him to move around Clear Sky City in the future. Many people would definitely make things difficult for him, and even want his life. Help me repair the spirit purifying array first. I need to think about it for a while. Yang Kai pointed to the artifact refining furnace. Of course. Sangda smiled slightly and didn't say anything this time. Instead, his expression turned serious and he made a series of hand seals. He ignited the furnace fire. He began to repair the spirit purifying array. Yang Kai sat there cross-legged, his brow furrowed. He seemed to be considering the feasibility of Sangda's proposal, but in fact he had been paying close attention to the old man's artifact refining to prevent him from doing anything to the spirit purifying array. Sangda was worthy of being an artifact refining grandmaster. He threw various materials into the artifact refining furnace while constantly changing hand seals. As he engraved a spirit array into the furnace, the huge furnace hummed from time to time. Yang Kai himself was an alchemist. Although he had never come into contact with the way of artifact refining, there were many similarities between the two, such as the input of materials, the control of fire, the carving of spirit arrays, and so on. Therefore, although he did not understand much, he knew that Sangda was not being perfunctory. Instead, he was really helping him repair the spirit purifying array. After a full hour, Sangda suddenly withdrew his hand seals, and the flames of the artifact refining furnace gradually began to weaken. After a certain degree, Sangda abruptly sent a few spirit seals towards the artifact refining furnace before suddenly stopping. He reached out and lifted it. The lid of the crafting furnace flew out. Array flags and array bases shot out from the artifact refining furnace and were caught in his hand. Yang Kai looked around and found that this spirit purifying array had indeed been restored to its original state. Moreover, it seemed to be more spiritually active than when Ling Yinqin first lent it to him. In other words, the spirit purifying array was definitely better than the previous one. Sangda smiled slightly and said, "The spirit purifying array that little brother brought to me should be something that this old master refined 50 years ago. In the past 50 years, this old master has comprehended a lot more. Since I have made some progress in the way of artifact refining, I decided to slightly modify this spirit purifying array. But you can rest assured that this is definitely better than the previous one." While speaking, he did not hold back and directly handed the spirit purifying array's array flags and array bases to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took them, and was not worried that Sangda would tamper with the spirit-purifying array. After a brief inspection, he threw them into his space ring and cupped his fists. "Many thanks, Grandmaster." Sangda asked, "What is little brother's decision?" "I've thought it through." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Count me in on this matter." Sangda laughed. "Little brother really is a reasonable person. This old master was not wrong about you." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "I just want to leave this place. Even if it wasn't Grandmaster, I would have cooperated with anyone else." It's fine. In that case, let's meet in front of the city gate in 3 days." Sangda smiled slightly. "This old master needs to prepare some things and gather the others. When the time comes, little brother, please be on time." "I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai got up and cupped his fists lightly to Sangda. "By the way, how should I address little brother?" Sangda suddenly asked. Yang Kai. There was no need to hide his name in this place, so Yang Kai directly used his real name. After leaving Sangda's residence, Yang Kai took out the communication bead that Jiao Yi had given him before and contacted him. He found out that they had indeed moved to a secluded home in the inner city district, and it was not far from the secluded home he and Lu Xianyan were living in. Yang Kai agreed to go to their place later and return the repaired spirit-purifying array to Ling Yinqin. After walking a few streets, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and looked up at a building not far away. The building looked like a loft with 6 floors. It was neither too big nor too small, but to be able to occupy such a place in this bustling area, the owner behind this loft was definitely not simple. In fact, the owner of this loft was not a simple person to begin with, because this was Ice Heart Pavilion. Yang Kai knew that the pavilion master of Ice Heart Pavilion was an extremely powerful master from the Emperor realm. She was even on the same level as the Clear Sky Island master, but this Ice Heart Pavilion master was different from the Clear Sky Island master. The former seemed to only control a single loft, while the latter controlled the entire Clear Sky Island. When he first came to Clear Sky Island, Ling Yinqin sold her goods to a beautiful woman named Fan Xian, who was from Ice Heart Pavilion. The name Ice Heart Pavilion reminded Yang Kai of many past events. Sangda also mentioned that besides him, the Ice Heart Pavilion master and the Clear Sky Island master also knew the location of the exit. Naturally, it was unrealistic to ask these two for information about the exit. They were third-order Emperor Realm masters, and Yang Kai might not even be able to meet them. Even if he did meet them, it was impossible for him to ask directly. This matter had to be planned slowly. He always felt that Sangda was a little unreliable and might be planning some shady business. As the saying goes, one cannot put all their eggs in one basket. Yang Kai thought that if he were to leave the solitary void-sealed world in the future, he would have to deal with the Ice Heart Pavilion master sooner or later, so he might as well get started now. Outside Ice Heart Pavilion, there was a wooden sign with 2 lines of words engraved on it. Yang Kai took a closer look and realized that it was a sign that Ice Heart Pavilion was hiring an alchemist. Hiring a high-grade spirit alchemist. Generous remuneration. There were only 2 lines of words on the sign, but Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw them. Moreover, the handwriting was elegant and deep, and there was an indescribable charm hidden in them. It seemed to have been written by an extremely powerful master. Just as Yang Kai stopped in front of the wooden sign and looked at it, a beautiful woman suddenly walked out of Ice Heart Pavilion and asked with a smile, "Little brother, are you an alchemist?" He stood motionless in front of the wooden sign, so it was easy for people to associate him with this situation. Yang Kai raised his head when he heard this, and when their eyes met, the beautiful woman said in surprise, "It's you. So it's senior sister Fan." Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. This beautiful woman was none other than Fan Xian, who had purchased Ling Yinqin's goods at the docks. "Why are you calling me senior sister?" Fan Xian glared at Yang Kai and said unhappily, "You're making me sound older. Your cultivation is higher than mine, so you can just call me junior sister." Junior sister Fan. Yang Kai immediately corrected himself. "How should I address you, brother?" Fan Xian asked. Yang Kai quickly reported his name. Fan Xian pursed her lips and smiled. "So it's brother Yang. Why? Are you also an alchemist?" "And I know a little," Yang Kai said modestly. Fan Xian's beautiful eyes lit up and she eagerly asked, "What grade of alchemist is Brother Yang?" Dao Source grade. Yang Kai understated his own abilities. After all, Emperor-grade alchemists were rare existences. Sangda was just a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact refiner, but he was already highly respected on Clear Sky Island. If he really became an Emperor-grade artifact refiner, even the Lord of Clear Sky Island would have to treat him with respect. What's the highest grade of pill you can refine? When Fan Xian heard that Yang Kai was a Dao Source grade alchemist, she seemed to be even more enthusiastic. She leaned her whole body against Yang Kai, and a fragrant wind blew over, causing ripples in his heart. Dao Source grade mid-rank. I can occasionally refine a high-rank pill, but the chances are not high. Brother Yang, are you willing to come in and test yourself? If you can really refine a Dao Source grade mid-rank pill, my Ice Heart Pavilion will definitely hire you. Okay. Yang Kai smiled slightly. He came here to find a backer. After all, he was new here and might encounter some trouble in the future. Having a backer would be easier for him to live in Clear Sky City. Secondly, he wanted to meet the master of Ice Heart Pavilion and get acquainted with her. Seeing Yang Kai agree so readily, Fan Xian was overjoyed and quickly led Yang Kai into the pavilion. Yang Kai looked around and found that Ice Heart Pavilion seemed to be a place that sold materials. The goods on the shelves were all kinds of alchemy, artifact refining and cultivation materials. There were no finished pills or artifacts. And to Yang Kai's surprise, the business of Ice Heart Pavilion didn't seem to be very good. There were only 3 or 5 customers inside, all of them looking around. There were a few women who were dressed very similarly, accompanying the customers and introducing them to the goods. Does Ice Heart Pavilion only accept women? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Fan Xian pursed her lips and smiled. Yes, this is the rule set by the pavilion master. Then I'm breaking the rule? Yang Kai raised his brow, thinking that this mysterious Ice Heart Pavilion master was either a pervert or a woman. That was why she set such a rule. Fan Xian said, "It's not the same. We are all master's disciples. If Brother Yang can join Ice Heart Pavilion, it will only be an employment relationship." So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly. He didn't really care. Ice Heart Pavilion only accepted female disciples, so it was naturally impossible for him to be accepted. What's more, Yang Kai wouldn't be willing. Chapter 2383. However, Yang Kai couldn't understand. Ice Heart Pavilion was just a place that sold materials, so why would they want to hire an alchemist? Moreover, judging from the material and marks on the wooden token, it was obvious that it had been there for a long time. In other words, Ice Heart Pavilion had been recruiting alchemists since a long time ago. Seeing Fan Xian walk in with Yang Kai, the female disciples of Ice Heart Pavilion were also very surprised. They all looked at them with their beautiful eyes. These women were all young girls, and each of them looked pure and flawless. It seemed that they all cultivated the same secret art, but their cultivations were different. Fan Xian was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, and these girls weren't even Dao Source Realm cultivators. The most powerful one was only a first-order Origin Returning Realm cultivator, while the others were all Saint King Realm or Saint Realm cultivators. Yang Kai didn't know how the Ice Heart Pavilion master recruited disciples. Junior Sister Fan, how many alchemists does your Ice Heart Pavilion have now? Yang Kai didn't care about the gazes of these girls and asked casually. There was one, but he was fired a few days ago, Fan Xian replied. Fired? Yang Kai was stunned. Was that person not diligent in alchemy? Since they had recruited him, why would they fire him? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Fan Xian smiled slightly, but this time she didn't answer. Yang Kai didn't know if there was another secret, or if it wasn't convenient for her to answer. As the two talked, they had already reached the 3rd floor. Along the way, Yang Kai found that Ice Heart Pavilion was full of materials. The higher they went, the higher the grade of the materials. At the corner of the 3rd floor, there was a secret room. After Fan Xian led Yang Kai into it, she said, Brother Yang, you can test it here. There is no source of earth fire on Clear Sky Island, so the conditions here are a little crude. I hope you can forgive us. It's nothing. Yang Kai waved his hand and found that the room was not small. There were more than a dozen large and small pill furnaces inside. Each of these pill furnaces was Dao Source grade, and 3 of them were even Dao Source grade high rank. Ice Heart Pavilion didn't have any alchemists. However, there were so many pill furnaces. It was obvious that they had deliberately collected them. Yang Kai was puzzled. Logically speaking, if Ice Heart Pavilion wanted to sell materials, then they should just sell materials. Why did they have to hire a senior alchemist? Furthermore, he had prepared so many pill furnaces. The Ice Heart Pavilion's master was a third-order Emperor Realm master, so she definitely didn't lack cultivation resources. After thinking about it, Yang Kai could only think of one possibility. The Ice Heart Pavilion's master was probably refining some kind of spirit pill. That was why he had deliberately sought out some high-level alchemists. You can use these cauldrons as you wish, as long as they aren't damaged, Fan Xian said, pointing at the cauldrons. Yang Kai turned his head and asked, I know, but what kind of spirit pill does junior sister Fan want me to refine? As long as it's a Dao Source grade mid-rank spirit pill, it's fine. Big brother, give me the pill recipe, and I'll go get the materials for you. Yang Kai nodded and pondered for a while. Then let's refine the 7-star Dragon Tiger pill. The 7-star Dragon Tiger pill was a Dao Source grade mid-rank spirit pill. Its effect was to allow a cultivator to erupt with greater combat power after taking it, but it had some side effects. Once the pill's effects wore off, the cultivator would feel weak and unable to use their strength for 2 months. Not only that, it would also cause some damage to the cultivator's meridians and foundation. An inferior grade 7-star Dragon Tiger pill could increase a cultivator's strength by 10%, medium grade by 20%, and high grade by 30%, if it had pill veins. A direct increase of more than 50%. The 7-star Dragon Tiger pill's medicinal properties were very strong, and only a Dao Source realm cultivator could take it. Forcefully taking it would only result in death. However, which Dao Source realm cultivator would be willing to take this kind of pill to forcefully increase their strength? Once their meridians and foundation were damaged, it was very likely that they would be unable to advance any further. Therefore, this kind of spirit pill was completely of little value, and there wasn't much of a market for it. Only a few desperados would keep 1 or 2 for self-defense. Yang Kai listed the materials for the 7-star Dragon Tiger pill. Fan Xian memorized them carefully, and immediately went to prepare them. The reason why he chose the 7-star Dragon Tiger pill was because the materials for this spirit pill weren't difficult to find. Even Clear Sky Island should have them. As expected, Fan Xian returned not long after, and this time she brought back 10 sets of materials. She handed the materials to Yang Kai and said, Brother Yang, as long as you can refine 2 furnaces of pills, you'll pass. This mistress will wait outside. Call me when you're done. 10 sets of materials and 2 furnaces of pills. For a true Dao Source grade mid-rank alchemist, this wasn't too difficult of a test. As long as they put in a little effort, they could succeed. For Yang Kai, this was naturally not a problem. He could even refine Emperor grade spirit pills now, let alone Dao Source grade mid-rank spirit pills. Fan Xian obviously knew that an alchemist shouldn't be disturbed when they were refining pills, so she took the initiative to say that she would wait outside. After she left, Yang Kai took out his black jade furnace and placed it in front of him. He urged his conflagrated knowledge to start refining. Although it was his first time refining the 7-star Dragon Tiger pill, he wasn't shaky at all. His movements were extremely skillful, and his control of the flame and the timing of the materials was perfect. Soon, Yang Kai was immersed in alchemy. Just as he was concentrating, the soul-splitting saber in his knowledge suddenly shook slightly, waking him up from his state of emptiness. His expression didn't change, and his hands didn't stop moving, but he began to examine himself very carefully. It was impossible for the soul-splitting saber to have such an abnormality for no reason. The only explanation was that something had happened to him. He examined himself, but still couldn't find any clues. After a long while, he suddenly realized that someone was spying on him. The soul-splitting saber had reacted strangely, because it sensed a divine sense that didn't belong to it nearby. Even with his ability, he couldn't detect this spying, which meant that this person's cultivation was far higher than his. The Ice Heart Pavilion's master. Yang Kai immediately understood who was secretly spying on him. An Ice Heart Pavilion. Aside from the elusive Ice Heart Pavilion master, who else could have such a heaven-defying ability? It seemed that he was wrong. He thought that a master like the Ice Heart Pavilion master would definitely live in the best cave mansion in the inner city, but he didn't expect that she was actually an Ice Heart Pavilion. The entire Ice Heart Pavilion had 6 floors. He was on the 3rd floor. It was very likely that the Ice Heart Pavilion master was on the 6th floor. Why was such a master secretly paying attention to his alchemy? What's more, he was refining a Dao Source grade mid-rank spirit pill. What was the use of this spirit pill to him? Or was this master paying attention to his alchemy skills? Yang Kai's thoughts flashed like lightning, but his hands didn't stop moving. He had planned to refine 2 furnaces of spirit pills directly, then wait for the time to pass before reporting to Fan Xian. But now that he knew that the Ice Heart Pavilion master was spying on him, how could he dare to do so? He quietly modified a spirit array in the pill furnace. After a while, a muffled sound suddenly erupted from the pill furnace, followed by a burnt smell. Yang Kai showed a dazed expression, and after a while he sighed heavily, as if he was regretting that he had failed to refine this batch of spirit pills. Pouring out the dregs from the pill furnace, Yang Kai rested for a moment before starting to refine again. When Yang Kai came out from Sangda's place, it was already late at night, so he continued to refine until the next morning. When Yang Kai opened the door to his room, Fan Xian, who was waiting outside, immediately greeted him. Fortunately, I did not fail. 3 furnaces of pills, please check them, junior sister Fan. Yang Kai handed over 3 jade bottles, each containing 4 or 5 7-star dragon tiger pills of different qualities. This was the standard of a Dao Source grade mid-rank alchemist. Fan Xian took the jade bottles without even looking at them, as if she had already expected the result. Fan Xian smiled gently. Brother Yang, you have passed the test. As long as Brother Yang is willing, you can become an alchemist of Ice Heart Pavilion. Of course I am willing. Yang Kai braced himself and replied. When he entered Ice Heart Pavilion, he had hoped to take the opportunity to meet the pavilion master and get acquainted with her. But now that he realized that the situation in Ice Heart Pavilion was treacherous, he didn't know if it was the right decision to apply for the position of alchemist. But now that things had gotten to this point, he could only bite the bullet and agree. Great! Fan Xian was overjoyed. Brother Yang, you don't know how difficult it is to find a Dao Source grade alchemist on Clear Sky Island. There are only a few alchemists of this level on Clear Sky Island, and none of them meet our requirements. Fortunately, we met you. Yang Kai wanted to ask why they didn't meet their requirements, but he swallowed the words back down. He felt that Fan Xian would definitely not answer this question. Brother Yang, it's like this. If you perform alchemy in my Ice Heart Pavilion, you can get half of the profits from all the pills sold. Half? Yang Kai asked with a surprised expression. It wasn't that he thought it was too little, but that it was too much. He didn't need to prepare any materials, and could just perform alchemy here, but he could get half of the profits. This was simply too good. 60% is fine too. When Fan Xian saw this, she thought he wasn't satisfied with the pay and quickly changed her mind. Brother Yang, as you can see, our Ice Heart Pavilion has a lot of materials. As long as you can perform alchemy here, you will be able to improve your alchemy skills sooner or later. Becoming an Emperor Realm alchemist is not a dream. This was the truth. Ice Heart Pavilion had a lot of materials, and if an alchemist wanted to improve their level and ability, they would need a lot of materials to practice. If it were any other alchemist who entered Ice Heart Pavilion, they would be overjoyed. No need, half is fine. Yang Kai waved his hand. Fan Xian was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Brother Yang is so kind. When can Brother Yang come over to perform alchemy? I'm afraid I can't right now. In 3 days. And 2 days. I have an appointment with someone to deal with, so I'll come over after I'm done, Yang Kai said. Although Fan Xian was a little disappointed, she didn't dare to force him and could only say, naturally Brother Yang's matter is the priority. Please come back to Ice Heart Pavilion as soon as you're done. Chapter 2384. Walking out of Ice Heart Pavilion, Yang Kai went straight to the secluded homes of Ling Yinqin and the others. He wanted to return the repaired spirit purifying array to them. After walking for a short while, he suddenly noticed that someone was staring at him. Yang Kai was alerted and immediately turned his head. What he saw was a person staring at him with wide eyes, looking like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. It was extremely comical. Peng Guang. Yang Kai was also stunned. He did not expect to run into the city lord of Marsh City in Clear Sky City. When the solitary void great maelstrom appeared, he and Yao Changjun were swallowed into the solitary void sealed world. Peng Guang, who had been chasing after them, was also not spared. However, at that time, Yao Changjun was anxious to find trouble with him, and was afraid of the threat Peng Guang's existence would pose to him, so he drove him away. Yang Kai thought that Peng Guang had already met his end. Even if he was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, it would be difficult for him to survive in the endless solitary void sea. But now, it seemed that he was wrong. This person's life was extraordinarily tough. He actually managed to escape the solitary void sea, and come to Clear Sky Island just like him. Looking at his travel-worn appearance, it seemed that he had only been on Clear Sky Island for a few days. Yang Kai did not know how he did it. Yang Kai was shocked that Peng Guang was still alive, but Peng Guang was even more shocked than him. After all, when he left, only Yang Kai and Yao Changjun were left on Mud Island. Looking at Yao Changjun's murderous look, how could Yang Kai have survived? He was bound to be torn to pieces by the enraged Yao Changjun. But now, Yang Kai was safe and sound, vigorous as a dragon and fierce as a tiger. It was impossible that Yao Changjun was not Yang Kai's opponent. There must be some other reason why this little brat was still alive. Or rather, Yao Changjun spared him. Just as Peng Guang was wondering if Yao Changjun had also come to Clear Sky Island, Yang Kai grinned at him and drew a half-circle around his neck with his thumb, making a beheading gesture. Peng Guang's face darkened. He was furious, thinking that this brat was really arrogant. If it weren't for the fact that he was unfamiliar with this place, he would have already taught Yang Kai a lesson. Although the two of them saw each other, they had no intention of communicating. They just stared at each other for a while before passing by each other. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of Peng Guang. With the power he currently possessed, a mere first-order Emperor Realm Master didn't pose much of a threat to him. This was still the inner city, and the security in the inner city was still pretty good. Yang Kai had stayed here for many days, but he had never seen anyone fighting or causing trouble. On the contrary, the outer city was like a completely different world from the inner city. If Peng Guang dared to make a move in the inner city, there was no need for him to retaliate. The law enforcement team of Heaven Connect City would not let him off so easily. After a short while, Yang Kai found the cave mansion where Ling Yinqin and the others lived. It wasn't far from his own cave mansion, and they were all mid-grade cave mansions. After Yang Kai returned the repaired spirit purifying array to Ling Yinqin, he stayed as a guest for a while before leaving. When he returned to his residence, Lu Xianyun greeted him with an anxious look on her face. Yang Kai had been gone for a day and a night, so she couldn't help but worry that something might have happened to him on this unfamiliar Clear Sky Island. The only person she was familiar with was Yang Kai, so if even Yang Kai was gone, she really didn't know where to go. Time seemed to have returned to a few years ago, when the two of them were forced to join the Blue Feather sect together. At that time, she and Yang Kai were in the same boat and could only rely on each other. She didn't expect to encounter a similar situation a few years later. "Junior sister, I'll be leaving the city in 2 days." "Leaving the city? Where are you going?" Lu Xianyun was surprised when she heard this and asked quickly. "I don't know where to go, but when I went to find the artifact refining Grandmaster to repair the spirit purifying array yesterday, he told me that he had a way to leave the solitary void sealed world, and needed my cooperation to get something." Yang Kai didn't hide anything from Lu Xianyun, and told her about the agreement between him and Sangda. Lu Xianyun's expression was mixed with joy and worry. She was happy that Yang Kai had found a way to leave so quickly, and from Sangda's tone, it seemed that the success rate was very high. She was worried that no one could verify whether Sangda was telling the truth or not, and even if it was true, there might be many dangers. "Brother, do you have to go?" Lu Xianyun pursed her red lips and asked. Yang Kai chuckled. "If there's hope in front of me, I naturally have to seize it. You don't have to worry, Even if Sangda has some tricks up his sleeve, I'm not afraid. If the way he knows to leave is fake, then so be it. But if it's real, then that's for the best. As for you, are you going to leave with me or stay here? The reason why Yang Kai told Lu Xianyan this was to ask if she was going to stay or leave. When Lu Xianyan heard this, she immediately understood what Yang Kai meant. If she wanted to go with Yang Kai, she would definitely be taken into that magical space by Yang Kai. She had stayed in that space for some time and knew that although it was a little empty and lonely, the world energy there was extremely rich and there was no disintegration force, so it could be directly absorbed by people. It was an extremely magical place. After thinking about it carefully for a while, Lu Xianyan said, I'll stay. Yang Kai was stunned. This answer was beyond his expectations. He thought that Lu Xianyan would go with him. Lu Xianyan smiled and said, This is the inner city district, so there's no danger for me to stay here. Brother, you don't have to worry about anything. Also, if Sangda's method isn't reliable, I'll stay here to familiarize myself with the environment. Who knows, I might have to live here for a long time in the future. Yang Kai saw that she didn't seem to be in a hurry to leave this damned place, and even seemed to like living here. He didn't know what to say for a while, so he could only nod and say, Then be careful. Ling Yingqin and Jiao Yi also live not far away. You can interact with them more. They've lived here for so many years, so their experience is very valuable. Lu Xianyan smiled sweetly and said, I know. Brother, you must go and come back early. I will wait for you here. At the end of her words, she couldn't help but lower her head, her cheeks slightly red. Yang Kai felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. He was the one who came to ask Lu Xianyan's opinion, so why was it like a couple saying goodbye? He hurriedly responded, then returned to his bedroom and closed his eyes to rest. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the third day, Yang Kai opened his eyes early and used his divine sense to investigate. He found that Lu Xianyan was sitting cross-legged in another bedroom, so he didn't disturb her and directly left the cave mansion. He had already said what he needed to say a few days ago, so there was no need to talk nonsense. As soon as he left the inner city, Yang Kai felt that he was being followed. He released his divine sense, and found that the person following him was just a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Although he cultivated an extraordinary concealment secret art, it had little effect on Yang Kai's powerful divine sense. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He hadn't been in Clear Sky City for long, and during this time he didn't seem to have offended anyone, except for a guy named Yu Liping who he beat up. At that time, a young woman reminded Yang Kai that Yu Liping was from the City Lord's mansion, and told him to be careful. Now, it seemed that this Yu Liping really had some tricks up his sleeve. As soon as he left the inner city, he was being followed. It was very likely that this person was sent by him. The security in the inner city was absolutely peaceful, so even if Yu Liping was from the City Lord's mansion, he wouldn't dare to casually attack him in the inner city. If he wanted to take revenge, he could only do it in the outer city or wait for Yang Kai to leave Clear Sky Island. Yang Kai didn't care. He now had a good grasp of the situation in Clear Sky Island. Apart from the Clear Sky Island Master and the Ice Heart Pavilion, no one else on Clear Sky Island was worthy of his attention. Therefore, even if he knew that he was being followed, Yang Kai pretended not to notice and headed straight for the city gate. At the same time, in a tea house in Clear Sky City, Yu Liping sat there with a gloomy expression. His injured arm had taken some unknown pills, and was more than half healed. Suddenly, he took out a communication bead and checked it. His eyes lit up and he grinned. You want to leave the city? Well, that's good. Hee hee, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, so I hope you've found a good burial ground for yourself. As he spoke, his divine sense surged and he sent a message. As soon as he left Clear Sky City, Yang Kai knew that Yu Liping didn't plan to attack him in the outer city. Although he could do the same, the outer city was still within Clear Sky City's territory. It was better than doing whatever he wanted on the solitary void sea. He came to the dock and stood under a palm tree. He leaned against the tree and waited quietly. At the same time, he secretly looked around to see if anyone could be the helpers that Sangda had invited. The dock was very lively. Ships came in and out one after another. Some were returning with a bountiful harvest, Some were excitedly preparing to go out to sea, and some were suffering heavy casualties. There were all kinds of people here, showing all kinds of life. Yang Kai soon noticed a gorgeously dressed young woman. Like him, this young woman came here alone. She stood near the dock and seemed to be waiting for someone. This young woman was round and smooth, and her figure was extremely hot. Only her red lips were a little harsh, and her eyes were extremely cold, making her look like someone who wasn't to be trifled with. Many cultivators who approached her couldn't help but be intimidated by her aura. Seemingly noticing that Yang Kai was looking at her, the young woman turned her head and looked over. Not only was she not angry, she even had a smile on her face. Yang Kai looked away without a trace, but both of them knew that the other was probably a helper that Sangda had invited. In other words, they would have to work together in the future. Besides this young woman, Yang Kai didn't see any other possible candidates. Or rather, they were all hiding. After all, Sangda couldn't have only invited him and this young woman. There must be others. Chapter 2385. After waiting for a full hour, there was still no sign of Sangda. Just as Yang Kai was getting impatient and wondering if Sangda was lying to him, the young woman suddenly took out a communication bead and frowned. This strange movement attracted Yang Kai's attention. If this beautiful young woman was Sangda's helper, then he could definitely find some clues from her. The young woman quickly put away the communication bead and then flew towards the depths of the sea. Did I guess wrong? Yang Kai was stunned. This young woman left the dock without saying a word. Could it be that she was not with him? Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, a soft voice suddenly came to his ears. We'll leave in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. I'll wait for you at sea. This voice was definitely the young woman's. Thinking of the scene when she took out her communication bead, Yang Kai immediately understood that Sangda must have secretly sent her a message, and then asked her to pass it on to him. After understanding this point, Yang Kai smiled faintly, thinking that Sangda was really cautious in his actions. However, this was probably not his fault. Sangda was too famous in Clear Sky City and would definitely be easily recognized. If someone saw him taking someone out to sea at the dock, it would definitely arouse the vigilance of some people, such as the Clear Sky Island Master and the Ice Heart Pavilion Master. Now, Sangda had used some unknown method to leave Clear Sky City without anyone noticing. Only after that did he quietly send a message to the young woman and Yang Kai, showing how careful he was. Just as the young woman said, Yang Kai waited at the dock for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea before his figure suddenly flickered and disappeared. The cultivator who had been hiding in the dark to monitor him had no idea what was going on. He only saw Yang Kai's figure blur and disappear. Shocked, he hurriedly sent a message to Yu Luping. Not long after, the furious Yu Luping hurried to the dock and looked around with a gloomy face, soon fixing his gaze on the depths of the sea. There was no sign of Yang Kai returning from the city, nor was there at the dock. The only explanation was that Yang Kai had gone out to sea. Yu Luping naturally didn't want to miss such a heaven-sent opportunity. He immediately summoned a ship and rushed out of the dock with a group of people, heading towards the depths of the sea. Yang Kai flew over the sea for less than a quarter of an hour before he saw a ship anchored in the distance. There were several vague figures on the deck, all of them looking in his direction. After seeing him appear, they immediately called out to him. One of them immediately waved a flag in his hand. Seeing this, Yang Kai didn't hesitate and shot towards the ship. After a short while he landed on the deck and looked up. There were 4 people standing on the deck. The beautiful young woman that Yang Kai had seen before was among them. At this moment, she was staring at him with a smile, looking up and down, as if she wanted to see a flower on Yang Kai's body. As for the other 2 people, Yang Kai naturally didn't know them. One of them had a bear's waist and a tiger's back, and was as strong as a tower. His burly muscles were like the most exquisite works of art, exuding a unique beauty of color and strength. This person was actually taller than Yang Kai by a head, and just by standing there, he gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. The other man, on the other hand, didn't look too extraordinary. He was quite ordinary, with nothing special about him. It was as if you threw him into a crowd, you wouldn't be able to find him. However, this person's expression was extremely cold, and from where he stood, Yang Kai could tell that this person was an extremely arrogant person. This was because he had distanced himself from the glamorous young woman and the burly man, as if he disdained to be associated with them. When he boarded the ship just now, he also glanced at him casually and then looked away, as if he couldn't enter his eyes. The fourth person on the ship was naturally Sangda. He seemed to have used some kind of artifact to change his appearance and aura. If it weren't for Yang Kai's first impression, he probably wouldn't have recognized him. At this moment, Sangda had changed his appearance from an old man to a middle-aged man. No wonder he could sneak out of Clear Sky City without anyone noticing. With the help of such a magical artifact, what couldn't he do? Everyone is here. Sangda, who had transformed into a middle-aged man, saw Yang Kai arrive and spoke in a deep voice before forming a seal with his hand and urging the ship to sail forward. Although everyone is here, Grandmaster, shouldn't you introduce them to us? It's easier for us to cooperate if we all know each other. The beautiful young woman suddenly giggled. Her laughter was as crisp and pleasant as a bell, and seemed to be mixed with some charm, causing the hearts of those who heard it to sway. As she spoke, she actually used a bewitching technique, causing a faintly discernible fragrance to immediately float on the deck, causing one to feel hot all over. Shilan, are you courting death? The arrogant young man suddenly snorted coldly, his plain eyes suddenly bursting with light as he stared coldly at the beautiful young woman and said, "If you don't withdraw your bewitching technique, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish." The young woman called Shilan smiled faintly, not taking the young man's threat seriously at all, and simply said with a smile, "Why are you so angry? I'm so scared." As she spoke, a strange sound suddenly came from the deck. Yang Kai focused his gaze and felt his scalp go numb. He didn't know when, but many strange snakes had appeared on the deck. They varied in size, and all of them seemed to be very poisonous. At this moment, these snakes were all circling around the young man, surrounding him so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape, constantly flicking their forked tongues. It was an extremely horrifying sight. Pretentious. The young man's expression remained unchanged, ignoring the snakes and pythons as he stared at Shilan calmly, seemingly not afraid of her at all. The two of them had made the atmosphere so tense as soon as they arrived, and who knew if there was any previous grudge between them? Whoever dares to make a fuss can get off this old master's ship right now. Sangda coldly snorted, sweeping his dignified eyes around. Shilan and the young man immediately fell silent. If Sangda was just an artifact refining grandmaster, he might not be able to suppress these arrogant people on the solitary void sea. But the key was that Sangda was not only an artifact refining grandmaster, but his strength was also not inferior to theirs. Put away your pets. This old master is worried just by looking at them. Sangda glared at Shilan and said. Shilan pursed her lips and smiled, saying sweetly, "This servant naturally wouldn't dare disobey grandmaster's orders." She placed her jade-like hand next to her red lips and gently whistled. The venomous snakes that were all over the deck instantly retreated, and no one knew where they were hiding. Sangda said, "Actually, you should have all heard of each other's names, but you might not have met before. There's no need for this old master to introduce you, just say your names." Shilan nodded and said, "That's true, this mistress greets big brothers. Please take care of me during the rest of the journey." As she spoke, her pair of coquettish eyes constantly flickered, and her tone was seductive and seductive. The arrogant young man coldly snorted and said, "Chen Fei." After saying his name, he did not say anything else. To him, it was as if saying another word was a disgrace. The burly man chuckled, scratched his head, and said in a booming voice, "My name is Man Kwai." He looked extremely simple and honest, but everyone knew that if they were deceived by his appearance, they would be the unlucky ones. None of the people who could make a name for themselves on Clear Sky Island were simple, and the simple ones were already dead. Sure enough, it's Big Brother Man. Shilan's beautiful eyes lit up, as if she had long heard of Man Kwai's great name. As she spoke, she leaned forward and said in a sweet voice, "Little sister has long heard of Big Brother Man's great name. Today, I'm finally lucky enough to meet you. You really live up to your reputation." As she spoke, she stretched out her slender jade fingers, and gently stroked Man Kwai's sturdy muscles with a seductive expression on her face. Even her breathing was slightly hurried, and the corners of her eyes glowed with lust. Man Kuai very cooperatively bulged his muscles and chuckled. If little sister likes it, feel free to touch me. This is my only skill. Shilan licked her red lips and said, That's not necessarily true, right? Does Big Brother Man not have any other strong points? Man Kuai chuckled and said, Of course I do. How long? Long enough to find out little sister's depth. Then we'll have to get closer to each other. This pair of adulterous man and woman, in broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of so many people, shamelessly flirting like this, like a tortoise looking at a mung bean, causing black lines to appear on the faces of Kai Yang and the others. What's this friend's name? You seem very unfamiliar. Chun Fei seemed to be too lazy to look at the adulterous couple, and turned his head to look at Yang Kai and asked. As soon as he said this, Man Kuai and Shilan also turned their attention to Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled slightly and cupped his fists. Yang Kai. Yang Kai? Chun Fei frowned and exchanged glances with Man Kuai. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes because the two of them had never heard of Yang Kai's name. So it's little brother Yang. Sorry for the disrespect. Shilan left Man Kuai behind and immediately came to Yang Kai's side. Her delicate body pressed against him as she said with charming eyes, Does little brother have any strong points? Can you tell little sister about it? Yang Kai's face darkened and said, No, I'm full of shortcomings. I don't have any strong points. How could that be? Shilan giggled. If you're a man, you should have strong points. Little brother, don't be so shy. Yang Kai's face turned cold and said, Auntie, how old are you? Can you be a little more shameless and call me big brother? The smile on Shilan's face suddenly stiffened and her entire body emitted a cold aura. She turned her head to look at Sangda and said, Grandmaster, where did you find this person? I'm going to tear his mouth off, okay? Sangda's face darkened. It seems that you didn't take what this old man said to heart. Shilan was so angry that she was trembling. She gritted her teeth and said, Master, I've long heard of Brother Man and Chun Fei that you invited. They're also famous loners on the island. But who does this kid think he is? How can he be qualified to work with us? Chapter 2386. Hearing her words, Yang Kai finally understood that the people Sangda had chosen were all extremely strong and had no backing. No wonder he needed 5 years to prepare for this matter. It seemed that there weren't many people who met his requirements. Whether he is qualified or not, this old man has personally tested him. If you have any objections, you can disembark now. Sangda snorted. Shilan gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. She knew that falling out with Sangda now would not end well. After thinking for a while, she suddenly smiled coldly and said, Then what happens after this matter is done? Sangda said indifferently, After this matter is done, you can do whatever you want. But before this, behave yourselves. Shilan nodded heavily and said, Okay, then I'll wait. As she spoke, she glared fiercely at Yang Kai and said, Boy, apologize to me as soon as possible, or I'll teach you a lesson. Yang Kai turned his head and threw the back of Shilan's head. Shilan was so angry that she almost shattered her teeth from clenching them. If this woman wasn't so shameless, Yang Kai wouldn't have not given her face. After all, they were going to cooperate in the future. But this woman didn't know how to cherish herself at all. If Yang Kai showed her a good attitude, she would probably really stick to him. Yang Kai had no interest in her at all. What's going on with that ship? Chun Fei suddenly frowned and looked in the direction of Heaven Connect City. He said in a deep voice, It's not coming for us, is it? The ship of the city lord's mansion. Man Kuai's expression also froze when he saw the symbol on the ship. Looking at its direction, it really seems to be coming for us. Shilan was not in the mood to argue with Yang Kai over such trivial matters. Her pretty face sank. She turned her head and looked around, shouting, Did any of you leak the information? As soon as she said this, Sangda's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with anger as he swept his gaze over Yang Kai and the others. It's not my fault. Chun Fei was the first to disassociate himself. This Chun is used to being alone, and has no habit of leaking information. Me too. Man Kuai said. Shilan sneered and said, Not the two of you. It's also not me, and it's even more impossible for Grandmaster to reveal it. Then the only possibility is... As she spoke, her beautiful eyes glanced at Yang Kai, sneering. Yang Kai shrugged and said, "It is indeed me." Seeing him admit it so readily, Xilan and the others were stunned. Then, the three of them moved and surrounded Yang Kai. He secretly circulated his origin energy, preparing to attack at any moment. Xilan said, "If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, this ocean will be your burial ground." Sangda's face was also gloomy as he stared coldly at Yang Kai, a look of extreme dissatisfaction on his face. He had only been looking for Yang Kai for 3 days, but he didn't expect to be betrayed so quickly. Naturally, he was furious. Yang Kai tilted his head, looked at Sangda, and said indifferently, "The man on the ship is called Yu Luping. Grandmaster, you don't need me to explain anything, do you?" Hearing this, Sangda's furrowed brows gradually relaxed and said, "So you didn't leak the secret, and he's only here for revenge?" Last time, Yang Kai had some conflict with Yu Luping in front of Sangda's residence. Sangda also knew about this, and now he knew that the person chasing after them was him. How could Sangda not know the whole story? It was not that someone leaked the information, but that Yu Luping chased after Yang Kai just to get revenge. "You have a grudge with Yu Luping?" Chun Fei also put away his hostility and asked suspiciously. Naturally, they all knew about Yu Luping. He was a powerhouse in the City Lord's mansion, at the level of the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and had some real power in the City Lord's mansion. "It's just a small matter." Yang Kai chuckled. "A few days ago, I crippled one of his arms at Grandmaster's door. Who knew that he would hold a grudge?" Crippled one of his arms. When Xilan and the others heard this, their expressions all changed. Yu Luping was from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and in terms of cultivation strength, he was about the same as them. For Yang Kai to be able to cripple one of his arms, it was clear that he was much stronger than Yu Luping. In other words, the true strength of this unknown Yang Kai was definitely not to be underestimated. For a moment, Xilan and the others looked at Yang Kai with serious eyes, especially Xilan. She didn't take Yang Kai seriously before, but now, she had to re-examine whether falling out with Yang Kai would benefit her. "Grandmaster, what do we do now?" Man Kuai frowned at Sangda. "We can't just hand Brother Yang over, right?" Sangda only pondered for a moment before decisively saying, "Pretend you didn't see anything and keep going." As he spoke, he formed a seal with his hand and stimulated his source chi, causing the ship's speed to increase significantly. Seeing him do this, everyone understood what he was planning. Sangda obviously wanted to lure Yu Luping and the others into the depths of the sea, and then silence them. The people he invited were all from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Although there weren't many of them, each of them was a top Dao Source Realm master. If Yu Luping really dared to chase after them, he might not have a good ending. As soon as the ship accelerated, the ship from the City Lord's mansion seemed to have noticed and immediately sped up as well, chasing after them. 1 day later, the two ships were already tens of thousands of kilometers away from Clear Sky Island. Since half a day ago, the ship chasing after them had been constantly waving its flag, as if ordering Sangda and the others to stop. But how could Sangda care? He pretended not to see it, and continued to rush forward with all his might. It wasn't until they were far enough away from Clear Sky Island that Sangda slowly slowed down the ship and gradually moored in the sea. Half an hour later, the ship from the City Lord's mansion finally approached. Yu Luping stood on the deck, his face so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. After the two ships were close together, Yu Luping's figure suddenly flickered, and he directly arrived on Sangda's ship. Following him were many cultivators from the City Lord's mansion. At a rough count, there were at least 15 of them, with a few people remaining on the deck. "Are you blind? Didn't you see this king's order to stop the ship?" Yu Luping shouted angrily as soon as he arrived. "So it's Master Yu." Xilan swayed her slender waist and greeted him with a smile on her pretty face. "Master Yu, why are you in the mood to come to the sea?" If this mistress had known that Master Yu was following behind, this mistress wouldn't have left no matter what. Xilan. Yu Luping seemed to know Xilan. Seeing that she was on this ship, he couldn't help but frown and move away from her. Obviously, he also knew that Xilan wasn't someone to be trifled with. She was simply a poisonous beauty. Getting involved with her definitely wouldn't end well. Master, are you chasing after me? Shilan was still showing off, giggling. Master, if you want this mistress, all you have to do is say the word. Why go through so much trouble to chase after me? Yu Luping's face darkened and he said in disdain, It's none of your business. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Yang Kai, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. But soon he was stunned again. Looking at the two people beside Yang Kai, he asked suspiciously, Qinfei Man Kuai? Sangda had used a secret artifact to change his appearance, so he couldn't recognize him. How did you guys get together? Yu Luping asked with a bewildered look on his face. Whether it was Shilan, Qinfei, or Man Kuai, they were all quite famous on Clear Sky Island. This was because the three of them were quite strong and had always been alone. They hadn't joined any factions, and there weren't many people like them left on the island. These Lone Ranger powerhouses had actually appeared on the same boat. Clearly there was a big problem. But soon, Yu Luping seemed to realize something, and his eyes lit up. Why are you guys going out to sea together? Shilan and the others were all people who wouldn't wake up early if there was no profit to be had. For them to gather together, it was obvious that they were up to something. Perhaps they had found some precious treasure, which was why they gathered together. Thinking of this possibility, Yu Luping's heart burned with passion. He had come out this time to chase after Yang Kai, but he didn't expect to accidentally discover such a secret. Didn't this mean that he could also get a share? A treasure that could catch the eyes of these people would definitely be useful to him. I was bored staying on the island, so I came out to look at the sea and enjoy the boundless scenery. Master, are you going to interfere in this? Shilan giggled. Yu Luping said with a sullen face. Do you think you're a fool, or do you think I'm a fool? The faces of the cultivator from the city lord's mansion who had followed Yu Luping here also darkened. Each of them had an ominous glint in their eyes as they looked at Shilan and the others with ill intentions. They were all under the protection of the city lord's mansion, and were used to being arrogant on Clear Sky Island, so they really didn't put Shilan and the others in their eyes. Yu Luping waved his hand and coldly shouted, I suspect that you guys are going out to sea with the intention of harming Clear Sky Island. Now, all of you come back with me for investigation. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy. It seems. Master Yu is a fool. Shilan pursed her lips and smiled. Yu Luping's face darkened as he shouted, You dare scold me? Shilan said, I'm just speaking the truth. If you're not a fool, why would you jump onto someone else's ship? Man Kuai also coldly snorted from the side. Do you still think this is Clear Sky Island? Yu Luping's expression changed greatly as he finally realized that the situation wasn't good. He was domineering and arrogant on Clear Sky Island, and everyone was afraid of him. He unconsciously brought that arrogance to the sea, thinking that no one would dare to disobey him and not give him face. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. Without the protection of the city lord's mansion, he was just a cultivator in the third order Dao source realm. In the depths of the sea, there were no traces of people. Even if something happened, no one would know. Sensing the malicious intent in the eyes of Man Kuai and the others, Yu Luping was shocked and quickly said, Wait, I came out to sea this time just for this brat. As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Kai and said in a deep voice, I have some grievances with him. Hand him over to me, and I'll return to Clear Sky Island immediately. Shilan sighed slightly and shook her head. Master Yu, you're so foolish and naive. I can't bear to hurt you. Chapter 2387. As soon as she finished speaking, a few screams suddenly rang out. The expressions of Yu Luping and the others changed drastically as they turned their heads to look. They saw that several cultivator on their side had turned green, and were foaming at the mouth. They trembled and fell to the ground, losing all signs of life in the blink of an eye. Snakes, there are so many snakes. Someone cried out in horror. At some point, the deck was covered with densely packed snakes of various sizes. The air was immediately filled with a nauseating smell. It was obviously the accumulation of snake venom, causing people to feel dizzy when they smelled it. A strange sound rang out. Shilan placed one of her slender, jade-like hands by her lips and gently blew. The venomous snakes seemed to have received an order as they jumped up from the ground and shot towards Yu Luping, and the others like arrows. A few of the weaker cultivators were already dizzy from the snake venom, and could not avoid it in time. They were bitten directly. In less than 10 breaths, these bitten cultivators fell straight to the ground and died on the spot. Seeing that Xilan had already made her move, Man Kuai roared and summoned a huge copper hammer that was taller than a person. He swung the hammer forward. The cultivators of the city lord's mansion were already flustered by the endless number of venomous snakes. They instinctively leaped into the air, trying to avoid the venomous snakes on the ground. At this moment, Man Kuai's sledgehammer swept over. A powerful aura and source chi erupted. A vortex of power swirled around the sledgehammer, as if it had an infinite suction force, causing the few people near the vortex to be unable to advance or retreat. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a muffled sound rang out as several cultivators of the city lord's mansion were smashed to pieces on the spot. Not even their bones were left. Before the few people who were lucky enough to survive had a chance to catch their breath, Sangda, who had been silent all this time, suddenly snorted coldly. An array flag appeared in his hand out of thin air. He threw the array flag into the void, and in an instant, the light of an array formation flashed above the ship. Not only did it envelop the entire ship tightly, but it even had the power to restrict the flight of the ship. The martial artists who had flown into the air cried out in alarm as they fell from above. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk Chun Fei held a long sword in his hand. Murderous intent surged from his body. He was like a gentle breeze that swept into the crowd. His movements were erratic. He struck out with his sword one after another. Every time he struck, there would be results. One by one, the enemies would fall to the ground while screaming, "How dare you attack me?" At this moment, Yu Luping was no longer as calm and collected as before. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. However, there was no doubt that his injuries were not light. In the blink of an eye, only 3 of the 15 City Lord's Mansion cultivator were left. These 3 were all third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. Although their realms were the same, Yu Luping was the strongest among them. Although the 3 of them were battered and exhausted, they still supported each other. He kept blocking the attacks coming from all directions. They barely managed to stabilize their footing. Xilan and the others' frenzied attacks did not succeed. They immediately slowed down the intensity of their attacks, so as to avoid forcing Yu Luping to do something irrational. On the other side, on the City Lord's Mansion's ship, the several cultivators who had stayed behind to guard the ship saw the battle erupt, and their sides suffer heavy losses. Each and every one of them turned pale with fright and were dumbfounded, none of them running away at the first moment. "Brat, you're actually slacking off." Xilan shouted hysterically at Yang Kai as if she had discovered a new continent. In the battle just now, everyone had made a move, except for Yang Kai. He just stood there as if he was enjoying a good show. Today's matter was clearly caused by Yang Kai. If he did not have a grudge with Yu Luping, the other party would not have chased them all the way to the sea and caused this battle. However, all of them had made a move, but the person in question, Yang Kai, was actually indifferent. How could Xilan not be angry? Although Chun Fei and Man Kuai didn't say anything, their faces were filled with displeasure. "Who said I was slacking off?" Yang Kai retorted with a look of disdain. "Are you blind? I'm just holding the fort for you." Xilan was so angry that she trembled. She realized that this brat called Yang Kai was simply abominable. Ever since he boarded the ship, he had not given her any face and had been going against her at every turn. It was as if there was some deep grudge between them. Now he actually dared to lie through his teeth. He was clearly slacking off, but he still said that he was holding the fort. How shameless. She gritted her teeth and secretly swore in her heart that she would teach Yang Kai a lesson and let him know the consequences of offending a woman. "Since you're holding the fort, it's time for you to be useful. I'll leave these 3 to you." Sangda seemed to be dissatisfied with Yang Kai's slacking attitude and said coldly, "What about the people over there?" Yang Kai pointed at the cultivator still on the City Lord's Mansion's ship. It was unknown whether these cultivators were inexperienced or had been scared silly, but they did not even think of running away until Yang Kai pointed at them. Only then did they begin to flee in panic. "Leave these people to this old man. You just need to deal with Yu Luping and the others." Sangda snorted and leaped up from the ship. like a great rock spreading its wings. He chased after the fleeing cultivator with great momentum. The cultivator's cultivation was not high, and they were only responsible for looking after the ship. Even if they split up and fled, they would not be able to escape Sangda's pursuit. Death was only a matter of time. "Brat, what are you waiting for?" When Shilan saw that Kai Yang was still standing there without any intention of making a move, she couldn't help but urge him. Although she, Chun Fei, and Man Kuai were working together to trap Yu Luping's group in place, the three of them weren't mediocre. With their cooperation, they were actually able to form a watertight defense. A long delay may lead to trouble. "Brother Yang, hurry up and make a move," Chun Fei urged impatiently. "Brother Yang, is it? A few days ago, this Yu was blind and offended Brother Yang. Master Brother Yang, please forgive me this time. I, Yu Luping, will definitely repay you generously." When Yu Luping saw Yang Kai looking at him, his face turned pale, and he quickly begged for mercy. If he had known that his life would be in danger on this voyage, how could he have acted so rashly? Wouldn't it have been better to just stay on Clear Sky Island? He could enjoy life on the island, and no one would dare to not give him face. However, he did not expect that his words, which carried so much weight on Clear Sky Island, would be nothing in the depths of the sea. Shilan and the others were not to be trifled with. He knew that begging them was useless, so he could only beg Yang Kai. "I have 1,000,000 source crystals. I can give them all to Brother Yang. I only ask that Brother Yang let me go." Yu Luping seemed to know that empty promises could not win the trust of others, so he quickly put out some solid goods. 1,000,000 source crystals. When Shilan and the others heard this, their eyes all turned red. Although they had a bit of fame on Clear Sky Island, and their strength was not bad, the source crystals they worked hard to earn were barely enough for their own use. There was no surplus at all. Now that they heard that Yu Luping had 1,000,000 source crystals, they were like hungry wolves that had seen fresh meat, unwilling to look away. If they could get 1,000,000 source crystals, they would have made a fortune on this trip. Thinking of this, Shilan quickly gave Yang Kai a look, indicating that he should first feign civility, and agree to get the 1,000,000 source crystals first. Yang Kai ignored her and looked at Yu Luping contemptuously, saying, "You want to buy your life with a mere 1,000,000 source crystals?" Mere. When Shilan and the others heard this, their faces all darkened. 1,000,000 source crystals was considered mere? Did this kid have no concept of numbers? Yu Luping said with a sullen face, "Brother Yang, my life is cheap. I can see that you're a cheap person." Yang Kai snorted. Yu Luping said, "Brother Yang, master, please be magnanimous and let me go." Under the eaves, how could he dare not lower his head? Even if he knew that hope was slim, Yu Luping could not give up looking for a chance of survival. Yang Kai sneered and turned his head to look at the other two cultivator beside Yu Luping, saying, "Do you want to live, or do you want to die?" The two cultivator were already scared witless, and did not know when their defenses would be broken. At this moment, when they heard Yang Kai's question, they hurriedly nodded and said, "We want to live, we want to live." Listening to the meaning in Yang Kai's words, it seemed that they still had a way out. "If you want to live, then help me kill him." Yang Kai pointed at Yu Luping and said, "I have some grudges with this person, and it has nothing to do with you. As long as you help me kill him, I will let you live." As soon as these words came out, Yu Luping's face changed greatly, and the expressions of the other two city lords' mansion cultivator changed, as if they were considering the gains and losses. Yu Luping shouted, "Two brothers, don't listen to him. This person wants to drive a wedge between us. If this Yu dies, they will definitely not let you go." While speaking, he turned his head to glare at Yang Kai and shouted, "You are so sinister." Knowing that Yang Kai would never let him go, Yu Luping was too lazy to beg for mercy. However, the two city lords' mansion cultivator frowned. How could they not know that Yang Kai was trying to drive a wedge between them? However, at this critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai's proposal was inevitably tempting. "You two, you can't be." Yu Luping observed their expressions and was shocked. If these two people were successfully instigated by Yang Kai, then how could he survive? With this thought, he let out a long roar and gathered all his strength. His whole body shot up into the sky like an arrow leaving the bow, wanting to escape this place. "Yu Luping, you. the expressions of the remaining two cultivators changed greatly. The reason why they were able to remain safe and sound was firstly, because the three of them worked together to form an airtight defense. Secondly, it was because Xilan and the others did not dare to force them too much, so they could barely maintain a balance. But now, Yu Luping had actually abandoned the two of them in his shock. A huge flaw suddenly appeared in this defensive circle. Man Kuai's huge hammer swept over, and the poisonous snakes surrounding the two swarmed over, swallowing the two in the blink of an eye. Yu Luping rushed up less than 5 feet before falling down in a sorry state. The level of the forbidden space restriction on this ship seemed to be extremely high, and it was not something he could contend against. Chun Fei, who was already prepared, attacked with a long sword wrapped in rainbow light, directly sweeping Yu Luping into his sword curtain. Chapter 2388. A few screams were heard, and the two cultivators of the city lord's mansion were instantly killed. Yu Luping's situation did not seem to be much better. He was enveloped by Chun Fei's sword curtain, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not break through. The wounds on his body continued to increase. A figure suddenly flashed by, and Yang Kai appeared behind him strangely, throwing a punch at him. Yu Luping was already having a hard time dealing with this, so how could he guard against Yang Kai's sneak attack? This punch hit him directly in the back, and a powerful force gushed out. Yu Luping spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was pushed forward by the force, taking a few steps forward. Chun Fei arrived with his sword, and with a sweep of the sword, his head was sent flying. Blood immediately gushed out from the headless corpse like a fountain. The next moment, Chun Fei suddenly reached out and grabbed Yu Luping's space ring. Previously, Yu Luping said that he would give Yang Kai 1,000,000 source crystals, which showed that this person was extremely rich. Once he died, Yu Luping's space ring naturally became a hot commodity. However, before Chun Fei could succeed, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Brother Shin, what are you trying to do?" As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a powerful punch at Chun Fei. Chun Fei frowned, but he was not in the mood to tangle with Yang Kai. He just tilted his body slightly to avoid the attack, and the target in his hand was still the space ring. However, at this moment, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air, and immediately, a dark green shadow wrapped around Yu Luping's wrist. When Chun Fei's large hand reached out to grab it, the dark green shadow actually bit at him like an arrow released from a bow. At the same time, it was accompanied by a hissing sound. It was only at this moment that Chun Fei saw clearly that the dark green shadow was actually a venomous snake that looked like a bamboo stick. He immediately pulled back in shock. He was afraid of being bitten. The green venomous snake was extremely agile. Seeing that Chun Fei had pulled back, it did not chase after him. It just coiled around Yu Luping's finger, and the space ring disappeared. Then it straightened its body and shot at Xilan. Yang Kai and Chun Fei slowly landed on the ground, looking at Xilan with gloomy expressions. Previously, the two of them were fighting, and Xilan was the one who reaped the benefits. This naturally put the two in a bad mood. Man Kuai, on the other hand, seemed to have reacted a beat slower. Only now did he come back to his senses. He glared at the ring on Xilan's hand like a tiger watching its prey. "Brothers, why are you staring at me like that? It's like you want to eat me. I'm so scared." As Xilan spoke, she slipped the spatial ring into her bosom. Chun Fei held his sword horizontally and pointed it at Xilan. "If you dare to make any more moves, don't blame me for being impolite." "What are you doing?" Xilan's expression stiffened, but she didn't dare to continue. Clutching the space ring in her jade hand, she laughed dryly. "You know what you're doing." Chun Fei coldly snorted and turned to look at Man Jin. "Brother Man, there may be 1,000,000 source crystals in that ring. What do you think?" Man Kuai chuckled and said, "Ill-gotten gains. Naturally, you have a share. I'll have one." Yang Kai looked at Chun Fei in astonishment and said in dissatisfaction, "Why didn't you ask me?" Chun Fei said, "How could Brother Yang be interested in a mere 1,000,000 source crystals?" These words were obviously mocking what Yang Kai had said to Yu Luping before. "I'm interested, but I'm very poor," Yang Kai said with a serious face. Although he really didn't care for 1,000,000 source crystals, he couldn't show it at this time and place. Otherwise, the people on the ship would definitely suspect him. If he was indifferent to a million source crystals in front of him, anyone would have a guess. Yang Kai called out, "Count me in on this matter. Don't be so unkind." Chen Fei frowned, knowing that he couldn't get rid of Yang Kai. When he exchanged blows with Yang Kai earlier, he had already sensed that Yang Kai's strength was not inferior to his. Thinking of this, he could only say, "Xilan, do you want to be enemies with the three of us alone? If you know what's good for you, you should know what to do." Xilan gritted her teeth with a hateful look, but when she saw Man Kuai and the other two men eyeing her covetously, she knew that it was impossible for her to monopolize Yu Luping's space ring. If she really did so, it would definitely arouse public anger. Although Xilan's strength was not bad, she was not confident that she could deal with Chen Fei and Man Kuai at the same time. What's more, she had not experienced how strong that brat called Yang Kai was. Here, Xilan angrily threw the space ring at Chen Fei and said with an aggrieved expression, "You only know how to bully people." She looked like she was about to cry. If someone who didn't know the inside story saw it, they would definitely feel pity and hate Yang Kai and the others for bullying her with numbers. This time, Yang Kai did not intercept the ring and allowed Chen Fei to grab it. In the next moment, Chen Fei's divine sense surged. He was obviously trying to break the restriction on the ring. For a moment, Yang Kai and the others all stretched their necks and looked on eagerly with greedy expressions. After a while, Chen Fei's face suddenly revealed a look of joy. Everyone immediately knew that he had broken the restriction. "How many?" Man Kuai asked impatiently. Chen Fei also seemed to be a little excited and said, "Take a look for yourselves." Saying so, he waved his hand and a medium spirit purifying array was set up on the deck. Then, he took out everything in the ring. In an instant, the deck was filled to the brim with source crystals. As far as the eye could see, the mountain of source crystals almost blinded Xilan and the others. No one knew exactly how many source crystals there were, but judging from the scale, there were at least 1,000,000. When Yu Luping said that he had 1,000,000 source crystals, he was not joking. His cultivation was about the same as Xilan and the others, but he lived a carefree life. He had so many source crystals that he could not use them all up. On the other hand, Xilan and the others had to work hard at sea every day. The resources they earned were barely enough for their own use. Comparing the two sides, Xilan and the others felt a little unbalanced. How hateful! A mere steward of the city lord's mansion has plundered so much of the people's wealth. He's simply insane. He deserves to be punished by heaven and earth. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed. These words touched the hearts of Xilan and the others. Yu Luping was indeed just a small steward in the city lord's mansion, but he had such a huge amount of wealth. What about the others? What about the others who had higher status than Yu Luping? They must have more wealth than Yu Luping, right? Let's split it first. Man Kuai licked his lips and said excitedly, "How many people?" Xilan asked, "Isn't it just the four of us? How many people do you want to split it?" Man Kuai replied matter-of-factly. Chen Fei and Yang Kai looked at each other, but did not say anything. "Then let's split it quickly." Xilan also made up her mind and waved her hand. Immediately, the four of them divided the things in Yu Luping's ring equally. All of them were beaming with joy, as if they had picked up a great bargain. Nearly 20 cultivators from the city lord's mansion had died this time. In addition to Yu Luping's ring, there were naturally other spoils of war. However, after everyone collected them, they found that there were not many good things in these people's rings. Apart from the last two cultivators from the Third Order Dao Source Realm who were struggling at death's door with Yu Luping, the others only had a few hundred source crystals in their space rings. Some even had a few dozen source crystals. They were so poor that it made one's heart ache. The two Third Order Dao Source Realm cultivators' space rings did have some things, but the overall value was not even 1/10 of Yu Luping's. Yang Kai and the others also hastily divided it up. After about half a cup of tea's time, a figure suddenly appeared above the sea. That figure flew straight towards them, and quickly landed on the deck. It was Sengda, who had chased after them. Looking at him, it was obvious that he had already killed all those who had escaped. "Grandmaster, what do we do with this ship?" Xilan looked at the ship anchored at the side with some interest and asked. "If you want it, you can refine it yourself," Sengda replied indifferently. Shilan was overjoyed and was about to fly over when Sangda said, "Let's keep going." Shilan's face darkened, but she did not dare to argue with Sangda too much. Not long after, the ship continued to sail forward. To Shilan's and the others' surprise, Sangda did not ask them about the spoils of war after returning, as if he had forgotten about it. However, this was what they had hoped for. If Sangda insisted on a share, Shilan and the others could not refuse. Young Kai, however, knew that Sangda did not forget, he just did not care. This guy had been refining artifacts on Clear Sky Island for 900 years, and had received a lot of benefits. In terms of wealth, even Tinyu Leping's might not be comparable to Sangda. How could some trivial spoils of war enter his eyes? Instead of getting into an argument with Shilan and the others, it was better to pretend that he did not know. After a fierce battle, Shilan and the others seemed to be a little tired, so they all went to the cabin to meditate and rest. Although Yang Kai was not tired, he did not want to be a maverick, so he also went to his room and closed his eyes to meditate. Days passed, and Sangda's destination seemed to be extremely far away from Clear Sky Island. The ship had sailed for more than half a month, but they still had not reached their destination. During this time, everyone took turns to rest and control the direction of the ship, so it was peaceful. Occasionally, they would encounter attacks from sea beasts, but they were not in danger. Sangda's ship seemed to be of extremely high grade. Although it was not at the level of an emperor artifact, it was definitely at the peak of the Dao source grade. Those huge sea beasts could not damage the ship in the slightest. This was not surprising, as Sangda was a peak Dao source grade artifact refiner himself. How could he not put his heart into refining his own artifact? Not only was this ship extremely sturdy, but it was also arranged with many spirit arrays and barriers. For example, the light curtain that restricted the movement of Yu Luping, and the others was one of the functions of this ship. Yang Kai even suspected that Sangda had refined this ship to his heart's content. On this ship, Sangda could dominate everything, and nothing could escape his perception. If he wanted to deal with Shilan and the others on this ship, it would be a piece of cake. However, as long as Sangda had not reached the point of madness, he would definitely not do so. He still needed a few people on the ship to help him get that tool. On this day, Yang Kai, who was meditating in the cabin, suddenly felt the ship shake violently and quickly stop. He raised his brow and realized that they should have arrived at their destination, so he quickly walked out of the cabin. Chapter 2389. Yang Kai was the first to arrive on the deck. Sangda was already standing there, and not long after, Man Kuai and the others also came up. Looking around, the surface of the sea was sparkling as far as the eye could see. Under the blue sky and white clouds, it was a beautiful scene of calm. "Grandmaster, why aren't we moving?" Shilan turned her head and looked around, asking suspiciously. "We're here," Sangda replied. Although his tone was calm, anyone could feel his faint excitement. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned and looked around again with bewildered expressions. There was only a vast sea around them, no different from any other place. How could they have reached this place? That old thing's array skills are extremely high. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's an emperor array master. There's a 10 colors aqua light array in front of us, so it's normal that you can't see anything. Sangda looked ahead and explained with a sneer. "If you can see it, then there's a problem." An emperor array master. Chun Fei's expression changed and he frowned. "Grandmaster, you never said that this was the lair of an emperor array master. What kind of joke was this? They were actually going to break into the lair of an emperor array master? Wasn't this no different from courting death? Even if an emperor array master died, how many killing and trapping arrays would he have set up in his lair? What good would come of breaking in rashly? He was afraid that he would be blasted to the point that not even his ashes would be left. Although Shilan and Man Kuai did not speak, their faces were filled with deep worry and fear. Obviously, they were extremely afraid. "If you're afraid, you can leave now," Sangda snorted coldly. Chun Fei's expression turned cold, and he was extremely unhappy. He felt as if he had boarded a pirate ship. Sangda was telling him to leave at this time. Wasn't this a joke? Not to mention whether he could just leave like this. Even if he could, he was unwilling. Since Grandmaster brought us here, he must have his own reasons. What are you so anxious about? Yang Kai glanced at Chen Fei and said coldly. Shilan smiled when she heard this. He nodded and said, That's right. Grandmaster must have been prepared. We only need to listen to Grandmaster's orders. Sangda turned his head to look at the crowd and said, If you really think so, then that's for the best. From now on, I don't want to hear any doubts. Do what I tell you to do. If you don't want to cooperate, scram. No one answered. Who would refute him at this time? Sangda nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Although the 10 colors aqua light grand formation was impressive, it was still a powerful formation. But formations are dead. And people are alive. If that old thing was still alive, this old man might not be able to break it. But he's already dead, humph. He sneered. While they were talking, with a flash of his figure he flew out of the ship. At the same time, he waved his hand and said, Follow me. Yang Kai and the others followed him without saying a word. Next, Sangda seemed to begin walking in a large circle around a certain place. As he did so, he constantly took out array flags from his space ring and threw them into the void. When he reached a specific location, he would also ask one of Yang Kai and the others to stop, hand them a control flag, and let them be on standby. Seeing that he was so familiar with the situation and had a well-thought-out plan, everyone had more confidence in him. No longer hesitating or disagreeing, they were very cooperative with his commands and actions. About half an hour later, everything was ready. The 5 people stood in 5 different positions, each holding a control flag in their hands, ready for battle. Suddenly, there was a loud shout from Sangda's side, followed by a wave of source chi. When the other 4 saw this, they immediately activated their source chi according to Sangda's previous instructions, and poured it into the array flags in their hands, shooting them into the void in front of them. In an instant, over a large area on the surface of the sea, 5 rays of light were like rainbows from the sky, running through the east, west, north and south, closely connected. At the same time, the array flags that had been secretly arranged by Sangda also played their role. Under the control of the 5 control flags, they suddenly produced a strange resonance, emitting strange energy fluctuations. A transparent semicircular light curtain appeared out of thin air, visible to the naked eye. This huge light curtain was like an inverted bowl, covering the surface of the sea. Through this light curtain, some scenery that was different from the sea surface could be faintly seen. When everyone saw this scene, they immediately knew that Sangda was right. This was indeed the lair of a master, but it was hidden by a powerful spirit array. What Sangda had to do now was to break this spirit array and reveal this place again. As the 5 people continued to activate their source chi, the scenery inside the transparent light curtain gradually became clear. Yang Kai paid close attention and found that this was just a small island. The area was not too big, but the scenery was extremely good. The island was rugged with rocks and lush vegetation, a pleasant scene. Yang Kai did not know how Sangda's master found this place, but it was indeed a good place to live. If one could not leave the solitary void-sealed world, they could choose to live here alone and leisurely. Unfortunately, that master was blind and accepted a traitorous disciple like Sangda, causing him to not be able to rest in peace after his death. Sangda had brought people here to disturb his peace. After more than half an hour, Yang Kai and the others had exhausted a lot of their strength, and were almost unable to make ends meet. The scenery of the island inside the transparent light curtain finally appeared before everyone's eyes. At that moment, Sangda seemed to have made a move. Yang Kai and the others only noticed that the array flags arranged around the island hummed in unison before a huge force burst out, directly shattering the transparent light curtain. The huge burst of power shook Yang Kai and the others, who were unprepared, and they almost suffered a loss. However, from the looks of it, the 10-colored aqua light array that covered the island and hid its tracks was also broken. Sangda had already taken the lead and landed on the island. When the others saw this, they naturally used their movement skills and did not fall behind. Not long after, the 5 people gathered on the island and stood in a corner of the island. If Sangda did not move, no one dared to move. After all, this was the lair of an emperor array master, and one wrong step could lead to a fatal disaster. After pondering for a moment, Sangda said, "There are still many spirit arrays on this island. This old master will break them one by one. Will you wait for me here? Or will you come with this old master? After saying that, he added, this old master suggests that you wait for me here. Before the others could speak, Shilon hurriedly said, this island is so dangerous. This mistress feels safer following Grandmaster. Are you sure? Sangda glanced at Shilon indifferently. Shilon pursed her lips and giggled. Since Grandmaster has brought me here, you have to be responsible for protecting me. She could still act coquettishly in front of an old man like Sangda, who knew if it was her nature, or if she was used to acting. What about you? Sangda turned his head to look at the others. Man Kuai scratched his head and chuckled. I'll follow Grandmaster as well. Chun Fei furrowed his brows and glanced at Kai Yang. I'm tired. I want to rest here. Call me when you're done. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he actually sat down cross-legged. Chun Fei said, then I'll stay too. I'll accompany Brother Yang. Yang Kai glanced at him with a faint smile, but Chun Fei's expression did not change. Then the two of you come with this old master. Sangda sneered and called out to Shilon and Man Kuai before leading the way. The two of them looked at each other. They did not know if their choice was right or wrong, but since things had come to this point, they could only brace themselves and follow. After the three of them disappeared from sight, Chun Fei suddenly looked at Yang Kai and said, Brother Yang, aren't you afraid that they'll leave you behind if you don't follow them? Yang Kai said indifferently, if Brother Chen is afraid, just follow them yourself. There's no need to drag me into this. Chun Fei smiled and said, Brother Yang seems to be very hostile to me. I wonder how this Chen has offended you? Yang Kai said, I've always been like this. If Brother Chen is not used to it, don't chat with me, or you won't be able to stand it. Chun Fei's face twitched and he forced a smile. This Chen admires proud people like Brother Yang. Brother Yang seems to be a capable person. I wonder if you would be willing to cooperate with this Chen? Cooperation? Cooperation on what? How? Yang Kai looked at him with a faint smile. Chun Fei's expression turned serious and he said, I won't beat around the bush. Since Brother Yang was invited here by Grandmaster, he must also want to leave this solitary void-sealed world. If what Grandmaster said is true, then there is a tool here that can leave. Doesn't Brother Yang want to have that tool in his hands? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth rose, revealing a meaningful smile as he said, Brother Chen is overthinking things. Chun Fei said, the location of the exit is in Sangda's hands. If even the tool is in his hands, then whether he takes us out or not is up to him. Whether or not Sangda can be trusted is another matter. In any case, I don't trust him. However, if we can get that tool, the power to lead will be in our hands. Sangda will also have to act according to our wishes. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Brother Chen's words make sense. I haven't considered that. Chun Fei smiled and said, Brother Yang may not have not considered it. It's just that a gentleman's heart is open and aboveboard. He casually flattered Yang Kai, which greatly pleased him. Yang Kai asked, then according to Brother Chen, what should we do? Chun Fei said, naturally, after Sangda finds that thing then, Brother Chen will rush over and slash wildly to attract their attention. I'll take the opportunity to snatch that thing away. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish speaking and continued. Chun Fei's face darkened and his mouth opened wide. For a long time he couldn't spit out a word. Yang Kai asked solemnly, does Brother Chen think this proposal is inappropriate? Chun Fei's face twitched and he said, This Chen will have to think about it carefully. Those people are not easy to deal with. One moment of carelessness and we may be doomed eternally. Of course you have to think about it carefully. Once Brother Chen has thought about it, let me know when to make a move. Yang Kai said seriously. Oh okay. Chun Fei nodded stiffly. Chapter 2390. Seeing Chun Fei fall silent, Yang Kai sneered in his heart and no longer spoke. This person wanted to cooperate with him, regardless of whether it was a scam or not. Just his sincerity alone needed to be considered. Otherwise, how could he have been driven away by Yang Kai with just a few words? Such a person obviously only wanted to use others, and was not reliable at all. Besides, even if the two really cooperated and obtained the tool, who would control it in the end? However, Chen Fei was right about one thing. The location of the exit was in Sangda's hands. If even the tools were taken away by Sangda, it would be up to him to decide whether or not to bring them out of this place. What Chen Fei could think of, Yang Kai could naturally think of as well. Shi Lan and Man Kuai were not fools and must have thought about it. That was why they followed Sangda closely, lest he burn the bridge after crossing the river. However, Yang Kai felt that it was useless to follow Sangda now. Sangda spent 5 years gathering 5 people here. It was impossible for him to just break a 10-colored watery spirit array. He would definitely need their help later, so even if Sangda wanted to leave them, it was not time yet. Yang Kai was not afraid of anything. With his current strength and the help he had at hand, Sangda would not be able to make any waves. After finding the tool, if Sangda knew what was good for him, he could naturally cooperate with him to leave this solitary void-sealed world. If he did not, then he could only use force. He believed that with his current means, Sangda would not be able to resist. From time to time, there would be some strange movements in the depths of the island, which seemed to be caused by Sangda cracking the spirit array. From this, it could be seen that this guy was not only a powerful artifact refiner. His skill in spirit arrays was definitely not low. It was quite similar to his dead master's style. An hour later, Shi Lan and Man Kuai walked back with their faces covered in dirt. They were in a sorry state and looked extremely unhappy. Chen Fei heard the movement and opened his eyes to look at them, asking in surprise, "Where's Grandmaster?" He thought that Sangda had already cast him and the others aside. Shi Lan did not answer and Man Kuai said awkwardly, "He's still cracking the spirit array." "Then why did you?" Chen Fei did not finish his question. Shi Lan and Man Zhao must have been unable to do anything by Sangda's side. Instead, they had suffered under the effects of the array, which was why they had returned. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take pleasure in their misfortune. He secretly rejoiced that he had the foresight to stay here. Otherwise, he would definitely be in the same sorry state as these 2 people. After Shi Lan and Man Kuai returned, they found a place to sit down and recuperate. Time flew by. Several days passed. For the past few days, none of them had moved at all. Only some strange sounds would come from the depths of the island from time to time, indicating Sangda's progress in breaking the formation. After a few days of rest, they had more or less recovered. All of them were full of energy. He secretly rubbed his palms together. He was ready to go all out. At a certain moment, Man Kuai suddenly frowned and said in surprise and bewilderment, "Everyone, has there been no movement for a long time?" Over the past few days, when Sangda was cracking the spirit array, he would make some noise every now and then, but now, after more than half a day, it was completely peaceful, which made everyone puzzled. Grandmaster couldn't have. Chen Fei's expression changed slightly as he thought of a very bad possibility. After hearing what he said, everyone's expression turned solemn. If Sangda was really accidentally destroyed by the remnants of the spirit array here, then it would be a huge mistake. At this moment, Shi Lan suddenly took out a communication bead and said in surprise, "Grandmaster is calling us over. All the spirit arrays along the way have been broken." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They stood up together and set off towards the depths of the island. Along the way, they could occasionally see some traces of power erupting. Obviously, these were the masterpieces of Sangda when he was cracking the spirit arrays. Judging from those traces and the residual power fluctuations, Sangda was indeed a top Dao Source Realm master. His strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. After walking forward for a full hour, everyone finally saw Sangda's figure. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged under a stone wall. It could be seen that the past few days of cracking the spirit arrays had consumed a lot of his energy, making him look a little haggard and tired. However, before everyone came here, he had obviously taken some pills and was rapidly recovering. Seeing that he was meditating, Yang Kai and the others did not disturb him, and just looked around. Soon, everyone's eyes were attracted to a stone slab on the stone wall. This stone slab was flat and neat. At first glance, it was obvious that it was a door, blocking everyone's path to the back of the stone wall. Sangda was meditating here, obviously because he was blocked. Everyone was very curious as to why this was so, because this stone slab did not seem to have any traces of spirit arrays at all. Although the material was a little strange, it should not be a problem for Sangda, right? Everyone was an experienced cultivator. Although they were puzzled, no one touched the stone slab rashly. They just waited quietly for Sangda to wake up. No one knew what kind of pills Sangda took, but after just an hour, the old man's face was ruddy, as if he had completely recovered. He slowly opened his eyes and stood up. "Grandmaster!" Chenfei hurriedly shouted when he saw this. "What should we do now?" Sangda glanced at the stone slab with a sullen face and said, "This is a dragon-subduing stone made of heavenly gold from a foreign territory. It costs 100,000. We must push it with brute force before we can enter. Behind it is that old man's cave mansion, and that thing is hidden there." Heavenly gold from a foreign territory. The other four seemed to have only heard these two words. Their eyes lit up when they heard this, and they stared fervently at the seemingly ordinary stone slab. Young Kai was also very surprised. Although he felt that this stone slab was quite extraordinary before, he did not expect it to be such a precious thing. Heavenly gold from a foreign territory was an emperor-grade artifact refining material. It was the most suitable material for upgrading an emperor artifact. It was a treasure that many masters from the emperor realm wanted, but could not find. Who would have thought that there would be such a large piece on this small island? And it was even used as a stone slab to seal the cave mansion. Sangda's master was really generous. If this piece of heavenly gold from a foreign territory was sold, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Countless masters from the emperor realm would fight for it. Seeing everyone's reaction, Sangda frowned and shouted in a low voice, "Man Kuai, it's up to you here." Man Kuai heard this and understood. He nodded and said, "Grandmaster, don't worry. I can't guarantee anything else, but I still have some strength." Sangda had made it very clear that the stone slab made of heavenly gold from this foreign territory could not be attacked. It could only be pushed with brute force. Among the 5 people present, Man Kuai was definitely the most suitable candidate. Perhaps Sangda had chosen Man Kuai because of his strength. Immediately, Man Kuai walked forward with a solemn expression and circulated his energy. Nobody knew what kind of secret technique he was using, but his already tall and sturdy figure suddenly grew even larger. His bulging muscles were filled with an explosive beauty, causing Shilan's beautiful eyes to flash with a peculiar light and her heart to ripple with lust. Manjiao shouted in a deep voice and slowly pushed his hands forward. The moment the 2 large hands came into contact with the stone slab, a muffled sound suddenly rang out. It was as if 2 large mountains had collided. It was extremely shocking, and it seemed as if the entire island had shaken. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. They were horrified by Man Kuai's astonishing strength. Even Yang Kai was stunned. He was confident that his strength was not bad, but compared to Man Kuai, there was still a gap. If it was purely a competition of strength, he might not be Man Kuai's opponent. There were indeed many capable people in this world. Each territory was unique. Good, Man Kuai, you really did not disappoint this old master." Sangda was pleasantly surprised and his calm expression finally showed a smile. After passing this level, the rest will be much simpler. Listening to the meaning behind his words, it seemed that this level was the most difficult. However, this was not surprising. With 100,000 gold object placed here, there were very few people in this world who could push it with brute force. Yang Kai estimated that on the entire Clear Sky Island, it was absolutely impossible to find a second person who met this requirement. It was very likely that Sangda had spent 5 years mainly looking for someone like Man Kuai. "Grandmaster, have you been here before?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat and he asked. If he had never been here before, how could he know what was going on behind the scenes? How could he know so much about this place? Breaking the spirit arrays along the way was no pressure at all. It happened a long time ago. Sangda answered casually, not bothering to explain further. Asterisk squeak. Asterisk, a harsh grinding sound rang out. The stone slab made of heavenly gold in this strange territory was gradually pushed away by Man Kuai's great strength, and a small gap gradually appeared in the stone wall. Seeing this, Man Kuai let out a shout and pushed harder. As the gap grew bigger and bigger, Sangda stared at it with wide eyes, a look of extreme nervousness on his face. Suddenly, Man Kuai frowned and said in surprise, Grandmaster, something seems to be wrong. What's wrong? What's wrong? Sangda frowned and asked hurriedly. Man Kuai said, this stone slab seems to be emitting a suction force. Grandmaster, are you sure there's no problem in pushing it away like this? Sangda coldly snorted. What problem can there be? Hurry up and push it away. Although Man Kuai faintly felt that something was wrong, he still took advantage of his skill and boldness to increase his strength and directly widen the gap, allowing one person to pass through. Seeing this, Sangda shouted, go in. The next moment, his figure flickered and he rushed through the gap, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai and the others, who were already prepared, naturally rushed in one after another. Just as everyone rushed in, they heard Man Kuai suddenly cry out in horror, as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying. Immediately after, he shouted, Grandmaster, save me. What's wrong? Shilon quickly turned around and asked with a pale face. When she rushed in just now, Man Kuai was still fine and was pushing the stone slab. So how did he suddenly become like this? Chapter 2391. Man Kuai's screams caused Yang Kai and the others to pale, all of them releasing their divine senses to investigate. After seeing his current situation, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this moment, for some unknown reason, Man Kuai's hands were tightly pressed against the exotic heavenly metal slab, as if they were being sucked in. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the stone slab was actually devouring his blood essence at an unimaginable speed. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the dark red blood essence was being devoured by the stone slab. The originally unremarkable stone slab quickly turned blood red and gave off a nauseating smell. Grandmaster, save me! Man Kuai roared with all his might, extremely flustered. If he had known earlier that this stone slab was so strange, he would not have touched it rashly, but now that things had come to this, it was too late to say anything. In just a few breaths of time, he had already weakened by half. If this continued, wouldn't he be sucked dry? Yang Kai and the others all looked at Sangda, wanting to know what he was going to do. Sangda hurriedly said, Don't worry, this old master is coming. Saying so, he went straight to Man Kuai. After a short while, violent fluctuations of power came from the other side. It seemed that Sangda was trying to rescue Man Kuai, but no one could see the specific situation clearly. Because of Sangda's interference, the divine senses released by Yang Kai and the others were greatly disturbed. Not long after, Man Kuai's voice gradually disappeared. Sangda slowly returned with a gloomy face, and when he arrived in front of everyone, he said with a pained expression, Brother man, he unfortunately passed away. Shilon and Chunfei's expressions changed slightly as they stared gloomily at Sangda. Yang Kai's face was also as pale as water. They all knew how strong Man Kuai was. They all roughly knew, but such a guy had actually died in such a short period of time. It was obvious that he had fallen into some kind of incredible restriction or trap. If it were Shilon and Chunfei, they probably wouldn't have fared much better. Damn it, that dragon-subduing stone actually had a spirit-devouring array hidden inside. This old master was careless and failed to notice it, allowing Brother Man to suffer such an unexpected calamity. It's really sad and hateful. Sangda lamented for a while, his tone low and deep, as if he was grieving for Man Kuai's misfortune. He paused for a moment, then looked up and said, I hope Brother Man's experience didn't cast any psychological shadow on you. They were all indifferent and did not say anything. He didn't know if it was Sangda's fault for not discovering the spirit-devouring great array, or if he knew about it and didn't say anything, sending Man Kuai to his death. No matter what, everyone had already come this far, and the one who died was just an outsider. Naturally, they couldn't back down here. However, after this incident, no matter who it was, no one dared to lower their guard. This was the lair of an Emperor Formation Master. Any place could be fatal. If none of you have any objections, please continue to follow this old man. Sangda swept his gaze over the crowd. Yang Kai said faintly, Master, you prepared 5 people. Now that one is missing, is there any problem? Sangda said, It's not a big problem. This old master looked for Man Kuai mainly because he wanted him to push away the dragon-subduing stone. Hasn't he already completed the task? I don't need him to do anything for the rest. So that's how it is. Yang Kai grinned. That's good. Master, please continue to lead the way. Sangda nodded. He really did lead the way. The remaining three looked at each other and slowly followed. However, after Yang Kai's question, the three of them were almost certain that Sangda definitely knew about the spirit-devouring great array hidden in the dragon-subduing stone. He also knew what would happen to Man Kuai after he pushed away the stone, but he deliberately didn't say anything. In other words, after pushing away the dragon-subduing stone, Man Kuai's value was gone. It didn't matter whether he lived or died. This old man usually looked harmless, but in fact he was full of evil tricks, so Shilan and Chen Fei had to be on guard against him. They didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. This was indeed a cave mansion left behind by a master. The interior was spacious, and the walls were inlaid with glowing stones that emitted a faint light, making the entire cave mansion less dim. Half an hour later, the group had walked more than 1,000 meters underground before they suddenly arrived at a huge stone cave. Stalactites hung upside down on the stone walls of this stone cave, and water dripped down with a crisp sound. After arriving here, everyone's eyes were immediately attracted to an object placed in the center. It was a shuttle-shaped artifact that was more than 78 meters long. Its entire body was curved and smooth, and its artifact aura flowed around it, making this artifact look extremely extraordinary. After arriving here, Sangda's eyes suddenly lit up. He stood in place and stared at the shuttle-shaped artifact, unwilling to leave for a moment. As for Kai Yang and the others, their eyes were filled with amazement. Sangda brought them here to get a tool that could allow them to leave the solitary void-sealed world. They all knew this, so when they saw this thing, they naturally made some connections. Grandmaster, could this be? Shilan couldn't help but ask. Although Chen Fei didn't speak, his eager eyes deeply betrayed him. Yes, Sangda nodded heavily. This is the Sea King shuttle refined by Old Ghost. Although it's not an Emperor artifact, it only lacks the Emperor aura. With this old master can leave this solitary void-sealed world. He had an agitated look on his face, and he was extremely excited. Chen Fei and Shilan were also ecstatic. They didn't expect this trip to be so easy. After all, when they followed Sangda this time, other than needing the 5 of them to work together to break the 10-colored watery spirit array before entering the island, they didn't encounter any other difficulties. Only Man Kuai had encountered misfortune. They had only followed Sangda here, but they saw the special tool right at their fingertips. Master, don't forget our contributions when you leave. Chen Fei hurriedly reminded him. Sangda grinned meaningfully. Naturally, I won't forget. He paused for a moment, then continued. Do you still have the array flags this old master gave you before? Although they didn't know why he asked this, they still took out the array flags they had obtained before. These array flags were originally used to break the 10-colored watery spirit array. After breaking it, Sangda didn't take them back, so everyone put them away. Very good. Sangda smiled slightly. There is still a spirit array near the Sea King shuttle that needs to be broken. This old master needs to borrow your strength. Shilan hurriedly said, Grandmaster, please tell us what to do. Things had already reached this point, so she was naturally very cooperative. She had already forgotten about Man Kuai's tragic death. Come with me. Sangda waved his hand and took the lead to fly towards the Sea King shuttle. The others hurriedly followed, all of them secretly excited. Without waiting for them to reach the Sea King shuttle, Sangda suddenly stretched out his hand in midair and formed a seal. He softly uttered a word before flying forward at an extremely fast speed. The moment they heard him say that word, the expressions of Yang Kai and the others changed slightly. They felt that something was wrong. When they saw him fly away so quickly, how could they not know that this old man was up to no good? The 3 of them were shocked. Just as they were about to chase after him, an explosion suddenly came from Chen Fei's hand. The array flag in his hand suddenly exploded. Violent energy fluctuations surged and sputtered in all directions. Chen Fei was directly blown up, and his protective origin energy instantly collapsed. Before he could return to his senses, another explosion was heard. This time, it was the array flag in Shilan's hand that exploded. Immediately after that, The 3 array flags in Yang Kai's hand exploded in succession. The power was extremely terrifying. However, Chun Fei and the others were not weaklings. Although they were caught off guard, they still summoned their defensive artifacts and activated their source chi to protect themselves. Only by a hair's breadth did they avoid the misfortune of dying on the spot. Suddenly encountering such a sneak attack, especially by Sangda, Chun Fei and Xilan were naturally furious. After enduring the impact of the explosion, the first thing they wanted to do was find Sangda to settle the score. But what made their expressions change drastically was that at this moment, their bodies went limp and they could not muster up any strength. They fell heavily from midair and landed on the ground, disoriented. Kai Yang didn't seem to have fared much better, falling beside the 2 men, not moving at all. It's poisonous. Chun Fei's expression was extremely ugly. How could he not know that not only had Sangda added an explosive seal to the array flag, but the materials used to refine it were also problematic? Most likely, he had already planned this when he gave them the array flags to break the 10 colors watery grand formation. Sangda's figure slowly walked out from a corner. His pace was neither fast nor slow. His calm eyes stared coldly at the 3 people lying on the ground without the slightest pity. Grandmaster, why did you do this? Xilan could not figure it out. She had also expressed her intentions towards him. Moreover, the interior of the Sea King shuttle was huge, and could hold at least 10 or 20 people. Sangda hadn't even gotten his hands on the item yet, so why did he suddenly turn hostile? There was no conflict of interest, so why did Sangda do this? Chun Fei also looked at Sangda with bitter resentment. He had long known that Sangda could not be trusted, but he did not expect this old man to turn hostile so quickly. He had thought that even if Sangda wanted to turn hostile, it would only happen after he obtained the Sea King shuttle. Please don't blame me, this old master had no choice. Sangda said indifferently, showing no intention of explaining. Instead, he quickly formed a seal with both hands. As his seals changed, a strange sound was heard. The 3 of them turned their heads to look, and immediately felt their scalps go numb. They saw that there were many holes on the ground, and at this moment, dark red blood was gurgling out. This blood spread along some of the array patterns on the ground, and gradually converged into a mysterious pattern. The smell of this blood was very fresh, and the aura it contained was also very familiar. Man Kuai's blood. Chun Fei seemed to have thought of something and his face turned pale. Chapter 2392. The blood contained an extremely rich and fresh blood essence. It was obvious that it had just been extracted not long ago, and it was the blood of a cultivator, who paid great attention to the cultivation of the physical body. Apart from Man Kuai's blood, there was no other explanation. An hour ago, Man Kuai had just died, and an hour later, his blood had actually come to this place and gathered into a large array that enveloped everyone. This was obviously a scheme, but no one knew what kind of strange effect this array had. After a cup of tea's worth of time, the blood stopped gushing out and seemed to have been cleaned up. The large array on the ground was completely activated by the blood, and a strange aura lingered, making people feel a little cold. Faintly, a ghostly wail and howl could be heard. Chun Fei and the others were lying on the ground, quietly circulating their source chi to neutralize the poison in their bodies. However, they did not know what kind of poison it was, but the more they neutralized it, the weaker it became. Suddenly, Xilan's face turned pale and she cried out in alarm. Man Kuai! Hearing her cry, Chun Fei hurriedly looked up and his eyes widened in an instant. This was because in the center of the array, a phantom image had appeared. This phantom image looked exactly like Man Kuai, but it did not have any spirituality. It looked muddle-headed, as if it had no consciousness. Man Kuai's soul avatar. Not only did the stone slab absorb all of Man Kuai's blood essence, but it also did not let go of his soul avatar. Moreover, looking at the current state of Man Kuai's soul, it seemed to have suffered great damage. Otherwise it would not be so sluggish. Even without a physical body, the soul of a master from the third order Dao source realm was enough to maintain its rationality. Sangda, what are you doing? Chun Fei gritted his teeth and shouted. It seemed that he could not bear this unknown pressure. His psychological defenses showed signs of collapsing. Sangda coldly snorted and ignored his question. Instead, he fiercely stomped the ground and said in a deep voice, Old ghost, it's time to wake up. There was someone else? Chun Fei's face paled as he hurriedly turned his head to look around. Xilan also looked around in bewilderment. She wanted to know who the old ghost Sangda was talking about was. In the next moment, both of them looked in the same direction. On the other side, an ethereal figure slowly appeared. From the appearance of this figure, it seemed to be a soul avatar, but unlike Man Kuai, this soul avatar seemed to be extremely weak and could dissipate at any moment. After this figure appeared, an aura similar to that of a malicious spirit suddenly spread out. Sangda sneered. Old man, I brought you some delicious food, so why aren't you thanking me? I've treated you well, haven't I? What? When Chun Fei heard this, his mouth immediately opened wide as he stared at the illusory figure with a dumbfounded expression. Xilan's beautiful face also paled. This person is your master? Sangda snorted. You don't need to worry about that. Just lie there obediently. As he spoke, he frowned and glanced at Yang Kai. He didn't know why. He always felt that Kai Yang was a bit too calm. Although he was lying there motionless like Chun Fei and Xilan, he didn't even say a word. Could it be that he had accepted his fate? But now that things had come to this, he couldn't care less. He just wanted to get this over with as soon as possible. What did you mean by food just now? Chun Fei asked in surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, he knew what it meant. Sangda's master's ghost-like figure let out a sharp howl, making an extremely unpleasant sound, then pounced on Man Kuai's soul avatar like a hungry wolf, opening its bloody mouth wide. In one bite, half of Man Kuai's body was bitten off. This ghost-like existence could actually eat soul avatars. This kind of thing was simply unheard of. Chun Fei and Xilan stared blankly at this frightening scene, feeling a chill run down their spines. Under their watchful eyes, the illusory figure spent less than 10 breaths to eat Man Kuai's soul avatar clean. Not only was it not satisfied, but it seemed to have become even more ferocious. Its originally ethereal body became much more solid. Turning its head, it stared fiercely at Chun Fei. Then with a fierce howl, it turned into a gust of cold wind and rushed towards Chun Fei. No, get out of my way. Chun Fei was shocked and shouted in resistance. But he couldn't muster any strength now, so how could he resist? The illusory figure disappeared in a flash, rushing into his body and disappearing. Immediately after, Chun Fei's entire body began to tremble, his eyes trembling non-stop, and his expression was ferocious, as if he was undergoing the most terrible torture. Xilan was so scared that her face was drained of blood. Seeing that she would be the next one to meet this fate, she hurriedly begged Sangda, Great Master, please spare me. I'll be your servant in the future, and serve you to the fullest. I definitely won't disappoint you. As she spoke, she squeezed out an extremely forced smile, as if she was trying to make a final effort to use her beauty to win a chance of survival. Sangda turned a deaf ear to her and coldly snorted. A pile of rotten meat that even wild dogs would disdain dares to show off in front of this old master. Xilan's beautiful eyes dimmed, knowing that this time there was really no escape. At this moment, Chun Fei suddenly breathed his last and the illusory figure rushed out of his body. After eating the soul avatars of 2 people in succession, the illusory figure had become extremely solid, and from the look in its eyes, it seemed to have regained some of its intelligence. It didn't stop and directly rushed into Xilan's body again, repeating the same process. Xilan screamed tragically, knowing that she was going to die without a doubt, constantly cursing Sangda to die a horrible death. Sangda coldly snorted and ignored her, turning to look at Yang Kai. You don't seem to be worried at all. Yang Kai grinned. I'm a fish on a chopping board, what's the use of worrying? Sangda smiled faintly. You're quite open-minded, this old master appreciates it. Since Grandmaster appreciates it, why don't you let me go? Let's be good friends after we get out. Yang Kai asked with a smile. Sangda's face darkened. Impossible. You are the key to this old master's deal with this old ghost. I can let go of anyone but you. Deal. Yang Kai keenly grasped this information and asked in surprise. What deal? This has nothing to do with you. Yang Kai curled his lips. Grandmaster, you must be joking. Since I'm the key to this deal, how can it have nothing to do with me? I'm going to die anyway, so just tell me, it's not like I'll lose anything. Sangda sneered. Be good and don't resist later, you'll suffer less. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to him. Yang Kai lightly snorted and didn't want to dwell on this topic, instead looking at the Sea King shuttle and saying, Grandmaster, you said that this is a tool to leave this sealed world. It can't just be a cover, right? Sangda didn't change the topic this time, solemnly saying, this Sea King shuttle took this old ghost a lifetime to refine. It was prepared to leave this place, how could it be a cover? With this, it's enough to leave this sealed world. That's great. Yang Kai sighed, but no one knew what he was feeling. At this time, Shilan had also died. After the Een soul devoured Shilan's soul avatar, it had completely recovered. As its eyes turned, they were extremely lively, no longer as rigid and dull as before. You've recovered quite well. Sangda looked at the Een soul and sneered. The Een soul said, it's all thanks to this old master taking in such a good disciple. It's only right to do this for master, Sangda snorted. The master and disciple pair exchanged a few words with a fake smile on their faces. There was no trace of a master and disciple relationship at all. Their eyes were filled with the desire to kill the other party. It was unknown how they had come to this point. The Een soul turned to look at Yang Kai and said, this is the body you found for this old master? Sangda said, in order to find him, this disciple spent a lot of effort. The Een soul frowned. Is there a problem with his soul force? He better not be unable to withstand this old master's possession. I tested it myself. Even if it's worse than mine, it's not that much worse. It'll definitely be fine to carry you. The Een soul nodded. That's for the best. Kai Yang stared at the Een soul with great interest, a look of sudden realization appearing on his face. You want to seize my body? The Een soul said. Why ask when you already know the answer? You're a little interesting, not afraid? Yang Kai chuckled. The one who should be afraid is not me. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't try to possess me, or you'll die a horrible death. The Een soul was clearly stunned, then turned to look at Sangda. What do you mean by finding me a lunatic? Sangda said angrily. This kid is just talking big. Can't you see that? I think you're really old and muddle-headed. A long night is fraught with dreams. Hurry up and do it. The Een soul pondered for a moment, and felt that his words made sense, so he immediately turned into a gust of Een wind and pounced at Yang Kai. Yang Kai still had a smile on his face as he said lazily, you'll really die a horrible death. The Een soul ignored him and rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the Een soul appeared and was about to find Yang Kai's soul avatar and devour it when suddenly, Yang Kai's soul avatar took the initiative to appear and stared at him with a mocking expression. The Een soul was taken aback, not because he was frightened by Yang Kai's boldness, but because he was shocked by what he saw. He had never seen a person's sea of consciousness so majestic. The seawater gathered below was incomparably deep, dense, and pure. It was like a real ocean, giving people a strong visual conflict. This knowledge sea was not something a Tao source realm cultivator could possess. Compared to the knowledge seas of the two people he had devoured before, the difference was like comparing a stream to the sea. Traitorous disciple. The Een soul instantly cursed Sangda in his heart. Sangda said that he had personally tested this person's soul force, and even if it was not as good as his, it was not far off. How could this be explained by not far off? The other party's soul force was clearly countless times better than his traitorous disciples, so Sangda's judgment was wrong. This was simply the knowledge sea of the Emperor realm. The Een soul knew that no matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to defeat Yang Kai here. Thinking so, he hurriedly retreated. He knew that if he retreated too late, he might not be able to escape. Chapter 2393. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yang Kai said with a chuckle, but there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. Instead, they were icy cold. How many years had it been since he last encountered someone who dared to possess his body? The last soul who dared to do this to him had long been blasted to pieces. A ray of light shot out from somewhere in his knowledge sea, carrying with it a monstrous killing intent as it headed straight for the Een soul. A soul-type emperor artifact. Perceiving the terrifying power of the soul-splitting saber, the Een soul roared in horror and no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and spat out a dark light to meet the soul-splitting saber. Yang Kai didn't know what that dark light was, but after colliding with the soul-splitting saber, it suddenly slowed down a lot. As the saber wave slashed down, the Yin soul let out a pitiful cry. Although it was seriously injured, it had at least managed to retain its life. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it tore through Yang Kai's knowledge sea defenses and rushed out. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't expect this Yin soul to have such an ability, but after taking a blow from the soul-splitting saber, he definitely didn't feel good. Even if he didn't die, he probably wouldn't live for long. Inside the cave, Yang Kai opened his eyes again and immediately heard the Yin soul's cries and howls. Obviously, he was in great pain. Looking around, Yang Kai saw the Yin soul curled up in a corner. His originally solid body was now extremely dim, flickering in and out of existence, as if he could collapse at any time. Sangda stared dumbfounded, his face full of shock. After a long time, he shouted in a low voice, "Old ghost, what's going on?" The Yin soul was seriously injured and didn't hear what he said at all. How could he have the time to answer? "Ha! I kindly reminded you, but you didn't listen. You just had to suffer a loss to learn your lesson." Yang Kai sneered, patted his butt, and stood up with a look of indifference. Sangda took a few steps back, looking at Yang Kai as if he had seen a ghost, and said in shock, How could you? Yang Kai was clearly injured and poisoned, so how could he be so lively in the blink of an eye? Unforeseen events happened one after another. This made Sangda's heart gradually uneasy. Yang Kai snorted coldly. "Grandmaster, you're so calculative. You worked so hard to bring us here just to let your master devour our bodies. Your filial piety is deeper than the sea. It's so touching that I'm moved to tears." Sangda's expression flickered as he said, "You were prepared." Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "It's not just me. Chun Fei and Shilan were already prepared. But so what? They still fell into your hands. Why are you fine? How can a piece of trash like you pry into my abilities?" Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain. "You want to plot against me with your tricks?" Upon hearing this, Sangda's face turned green and then red. It was unclear whether he was angry or embarrassed, but it was useless to say anything now. Yang Kai did look fine. Not only that, even Old Ghost, who had entered his sea of consciousness to seize his body, seemed to have been severely injured. Save, save. The Yin soul roared intermittently, and the light on its body flickered, as if it was about to dissipate. The soul-splitting saber was an emperor artifact, and a soul emperor artifact at that. The Yin soul was just an soul avatar. It was lucky that it was not destroyed on the spot after taking such a blow. Upon hearing this, Sangda's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly looked towards the Yin soul. But in this situation he was obviously powerless, and an extremely pained expression appeared on his face. "Let go. Let go of your sea of consciousness defense." The Yin soul continued to roar. Listening to his words, it seemed that he wanted Sangda to let go of his sea of consciousness defense, so that he could enter the other party's sea of consciousness to hide for a while. But how could Sangda be willing to do such a thing? He pretended not to hear anything and just stood there with a sullen face, not moving at all. "Traitor!" The Yin soul roared unwillingly, and immediately, a dazzling light burst out from its illusory body. It collapsed with a bang, turning into specks of fluorescent light and disappearing. "The friendship between your master and disciple. Tsk tisk." Yang Kai watched the show from the side and clicked his tongue. "You killed him." Sangda turned his face and looked at Yang Kai gloomily. "So what?" Yang Kai smiled coldly. "You and I are the only ones left here. Sangda, let's not beat around the bush. If you want to live, that's fine, but give me the location of the exit and I'll spare your life. Otherwise," Yang Kai grinned and continued, "I'll make you wish you were dead." "You want the location of the exit from me?" A strange expression appeared on Sangda's face. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Sangda laughed hysterically. "You killed Old Ghost and now you want the location of the exit from me?" Yang Kai said, "I don't think the two of you have a good enough relationship to avenge each other. On the contrary, there seems to be a great enmity between you two. What's wrong with me killing him? Sangda, don't be so stubborn. Cooperate with me obediently." Only Old Ghost knows the location of the exit. If you kill him, where do you expect me to get it from? Sangda suddenly roared hysterically, blue veins popping out on his forehead. Yang Kai was stunned, and after a long time, he anxiously asked, "What do you mean?" Sangda sneered. "The Sea King shuttle is here, and with this old master's ability, he can come and take it away at any time. But why would this old master go through so much trouble to bring you here and scheme against you so that Old Ghost could possess you and be reborn? I was the one who destroyed Old Ghost's body back then. Yet I went through all the trouble to save him. Do you know why?" Yang Kai suddenly remembered the deal Sangda had mentioned before, and his expression changed. "Could it be," Sangda snorted, "this old master will help him possess this body, and he will give me the location of the exit? This is the deal." Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom. After a long silence, he cursed. "You old dog, your mouth is full of nonsense. Why didn't you say such an important thing earlier?" If he had known about this earlier, Yang Kai would never have used the soul-splitting saber to deal with the Een soul. But now, the Een soul had been destroyed by the soul-splitting saber, and the location of the exit had disappeared, rendering the Sea King shuttle useless. This was a big mistake from beginning to end. "Who are you to this old master? Why should this old master tell you this?" Sangda sneered as he looked at Yang Kai with a look of ridicule. Yang Kai said, "You said before that there were 3 people who knew the location of the exit. That wasn't nonsense, was it? Isn't it very important? Who are Ice Heart Pavilion's Pavilion Master and Clear Sky Island's Master? Do you have the guts to cooperate with them? Be careful, or they'll swallow you whole." Sangda sneered again and again. After he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and said, "Since things have come to this, you and I will part ways. From now on, you will walk your own path and I will walk mine. We have nothing to do with each other." Having said that, he took a step forward and was about to walk to the side. Yang Kai snorted coldly and directly pressed down on Sangda. Sangda paused and turned his head to look at Yang Kai. "What? You want to kill this old master? You take the first, I take the 15th. It's fair. Young people these days are so arrogant. Do you think you can kill this old master?" Sangda was already full of anger. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai chattering and unwilling to let him go, he suddenly exploded. He was also a master at the peak of the Third Order Dao Source realm, so he didn't need to fear anyone in the Dao Source realm. If he was really forced into a corner, he didn't mind fighting with Yang Kai to teach him a lesson. Old men these days are a little ignorant of the situation. They always think that age is an advantage and take advantage of it. How ridiculous! Yang Kai retorted. "Boy, haven't you heard that the older the ginger, the spicier it is? Do you really want to be an enemy of this old master?" Sangda's face was so dark that it was almost dripping water. Yang Kai sneered and waved his hand to release Lu Yan and Hua Qingxi. Lu Yan was still riding the Heaven's Oyster White Tiger. His small body sat on top of it, looking majestic. Come, let this old man see the vitality of us young people." Yang Kai pointed at Sangda. Hua Qingxi glared at Yang Kai thinking, "Sister Hua is not young anymore. Since when did I have anything to do with the word young? What the hell?" Sangda, on the other hand, turned pale with fright. He didn't see how Lu Yan and Hua Qingxi appeared at all. It was as if Yang Kai had just waved his hand, and the two of them had mysteriously appeared. Could it be that these two have been hiding their tracks and following behind? But why didn't I notice them at all? After releasing his divine sense, Sangda's heart sank. He found that whether it was the little girl who looked to be 7 or 8 years old or the beautiful woman, they both had the cultivation of the Third Order Dao Source realm. What's more, the white tiger that the little girl was riding exuded a strange aura that made him feel extremely dangerous. "Master, should we kill them or keep them alive?" Lu Yan suddenly asked faintly. "Kill them." Yang Kai snorted. Sangda didn't even know where the exit was, so what was the point of keeping him alive? "Wait!" Sangda was alarmed and hurriedly shouted. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yan and Hua Qingxi had already surrounded him from both sides. Seeing this, Sangda's expression changed drastically. He didn't dare to stay in place. He turned around and rushed out. The white tiger opened its mouth and a pure white energy beam rushed out. It seemed to contain the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It brushed past Sangda's body and hit the air. Sangda was scared out of his wits. Although the attack just now didn't hurt him, he felt the traces of the Emperor Realm's attack. That white tiger is actually from the Emperor Realm. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to stay in the slightest. He just wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. The three of them chased and fled, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai snorted coldly and turned his gaze to the Sea King shuttle. Although he didn't understand the situation and accidentally killed the Een Soul, the Sea King shuttle was indeed the key to leaving. Now that it was in front of him, Yang Kai naturally couldn't let it go. He flew up, sat cross-legged on the Sea King shuttle, and began to refine it. A few days ago, it only took Yang Kai a day to refine a ship, but it took him 7 days to refine the Sea King shuttle. The more he refined it, the more he realized how complicated it was to refine this artifact. Sangda said that his old ghost master spent his whole life refining this thing. It didn't seem to be a lie. A weapon refiner who could refine such a time-consuming artifact in their lifetime was already good enough. Chapter 2394. After Yang Kai put away the Sea King shuttle into his space ring, he stood up. Lu Yen and Hua Qingxi had been waiting for a long time, and Yang Kai didn't ask what happened to Sangda. The two of them had chased after Sangda with a heaven puppet, so it would be a huge joke if they let him escape. In fact, Lu Yen and Hua Qingxi only spent half a cup of tea's time to kill Sangda. The two women also took some time to explore the island and take away anything of value. After putting Lu Yen and Hua Qingxi back into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai left the underground and summoned his wooden boat, flying all the way to Clear Sky Island. Others wouldn't dare to do this in the solitary void sealed world, because flying like this consumed too much source chi, and it would be extremely troublesome to replenish it. So no matter which cultivator went out to sea, they would use a ship to travel quickly and save a lot of source chi. Yang Kai wasn't worried about this. He had countless source crystals and the sealed world bead. Even if he ran out of source chi, he only needed to hide in the sealed world bead and cultivate for a while to recover. Now that he had the Sea King shuttle, he could only ask the Ice Heart Pavilion Master or the Clear Sky Island Master about the location of the exit. Yang Kai didn't want to contact the Clear Sky Island Master, but he might have a chance to meet the Ice Heart Pavilion Master. At this time, Yang Kai was a little glad that he had gone to the Ice Heart Pavilion before coming to this island, and applied to be their alchemist. Now he could be considered to be in a favorable position, but the Ice Heart Pavilion Master was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. She wasn't someone he could meet just because he wanted to. Even if he did meet her, he had to be extremely careful when cooperating with such a master. The journey was smooth, and it only took 3 days. Yang Kai had already returned to the dock of Clear Sky Island. Many cultivator on the dock saw him fly all the way back, and couldn't help but be surprised. They couldn't help but look over, secretly surprised. They didn't know what Yang Kai had encountered at sea, that even his ship and his companions were gone. Yang Kai ignored those strange gazes and walked all the way into Clear Sky City. Yang Kai arrived in front of his rented abode. He took out his token and opened the restriction. Then he leisurely stepped inside. He suddenly paused, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. He raised his hand and pressed it into the void, the source chi in his body surging violently. Bang! A loud bang resounded, and the immortal's cave shook violently for a few times. Then, the light of various restrictions flickered wildly. Yang Kai was also hit by a huge force and was sent flying like a ragged sack. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and landed heavily on the ground. The Emperor Realm. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with shock. He never thought that there would be someone from the Emperor Realm ambushing him in his own cave. Although the other party was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and hadn't used his full strength in this attack, Yang Kai still suffered quite a bit in his haste to deal with it. He hurriedly got up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He angrily looked to the side. There, he saw a surprised look on the person's face, as if he didn't expect that his sneak attack wouldn't be able to capture Yang Kai on the spot. Instead, the latter had taken the opportunity to escape. For some reason, this person's face was a little pale. It seemed that he had suffered serious injuries. Peng Guang. After seeing this person's face clearly, Yang Kai immediately gnashed his teeth and shouted. The person who had ambushed him in his cave abode was none other than Marsh City's city lord, Pang Guang, who had followed him in. A few days ago, before Yang Kai left Heaven Connect City, he had accidentally bumped into Pang Guang on the street. However, the two of them had just brushed past each other. Neither of them had greeted the other, so he didn't expect to meet them again under such circumstances. Looking to the side, Yang Kai's face turned gloomy, and a thick murderous intent was brewing in his heart. Because at this moment, Pang Guang's hand was covering Lu Xianyun's head, and the power in his palm was hidden, as if he could take Lu Xianyun's life at any time. Yang Kai didn't know why Pang Guang was here, or how he had taken Lu Xianyun hostage, but the current situation made him very cautious. Lu Xianyun's delicate body was trembling with her life in his hands, and her pretty face was pale. Seeing Yang Kai injured, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother!" Her beautiful eyes were full of concern and uneasiness, as well as deep guilt and self-blame. When Yang Kai left Heaven Connect City a few days ago, he had asked her if she wanted to go with him, but Lu Xianyun had chosen to stay. Now, it seemed that this decision was a mistake. If she had gone with Yang Kai, she wouldn't have been taken hostage to threaten Yang Kai. She had only gone out a few days ago, and she hadn't gone far. She had only gone to the cave mansion where Ling Yinchin and the others were staying to familiarize herself with the way. She had thought that they would be neighbors in the future, so they could interact more. But on the way back, she had been targeted by Pang Guang, and as soon as she entered the cave mansion, she was subdued. "I'm fine." Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Lu Xianyun. "He didn't do anything to you, right?" Lu Xianyun slowly shook her head. "No, he was just waiting for you to come back." Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. He looked at Pang Guang coldly and said in a deep voice, "City Lord Pang, isn't this a little unethical?" Pang Guang coldly snorted, and his expression was a little uncomfortable. He was a master from the Emperor realm, and he had secretly followed someone into the cave mansion, and taken a woman whose cultivation was far weaker than his. This matter was not very pleasant to hear. "Boy, I won't beat around the bush with you," Pang Guang said in a deep voice. He seemed to be lacking in qi. "This king has only one purpose in coming here, and that is to give me your heavenly restoration lotus, and I'll let you go immediately." Pang Guang already knew that Yang Kai had the heavenly restoration lotus back in Marsh City. He also knew how precious the heavenly restoration lotus was, otherwise, he wouldn't have secretly followed Yang Kai and Yao Changjun. His original intention was to find an opportunity to fish in troubled waters, but he didn't expect to encounter the solitary void great maelstrom, and come to this solitary void sealed world. "You want the heavenly restoration lotus?" Yang Kai raised his brow and looked Pang Guang up and down. He immediately realized something and grinned. "City Lord Pang, is the Dantian damaged, or is it your soul?" The heavenly restoration lotus's effect was to repair the damaged Dantian and soul. Yao Changjun snatched it back then because his soul was damaged. Pang Guang obviously wanted the heavenly restoration lotus for the same reason. No wonder this guy looked a little short of breath, as if he was injured. He must have fought with a master, and was accidentally injured. In Clear Sky City, even though he was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, it wasn't easy for him to recover from such a serious injury. There were no powerful alchemists here, nor were there any good spirit pills. Fortunately, he knew that Yang Kai had the heavenly restoration lotus, so he set his sights on Yang Kai. He thought that even if he was injured, it would be easy for him to sneak attack Yang Kai, but he didn't expect things to go the other way. Yang Kai's ability to adapt and counterattack made it impossible for him to succeed, so he could only rely on the hostage in his hands. "This has nothing to do with you. Hand over the heavenly restoration lotus, and this Pang won't make things difficult for you." Pang Guang shouted impatiently. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "City Lord Pang, it seems that you've been having a hard time recently." "That's right. Someone from the Emperor realm suddenly appeared on Clear Sky Island. I'm afraid everyone knows that you're a newcomer, and have a lot of good things on you. You must have been robbed, right?" Pang Guang was different from him. He and Lu Xianyun entered Clear Sky Island quietly, and as long as they had a suitable identity token, no one would know that they were newcomers. However, Pang Guang couldn't hide it. There were only a few people from the Emperor realm on Clear Sky Island, so if one suddenly appeared, Who else could it be but a newcomer? Cut the crap, I want the heavenly restoration lotus. Pang Guang gritted his teeth and shouted, the power in his hand becoming unstable. It seemed that he was extremely desperate. Lu Xianyun cried out in a low voice, the pain on her face unbearable. If you dare to hurt a single hair on my junior sister, I'll make sure you come in alive and leave alive. Yang Kai roared angrily. That depends on whether you cooperate or not. Pang Guang's forehead gradually oozed beads of sweat. At a glance, it was obvious that his injury was not light. The heavenly restoration lotus, right? Yang Kai's face darkened. He flipped his hand and said, look at what this is. Pang Guang immediately looked at the heavenly restoration lotus in Yang Kai's hand, his eyes burning with desire. It was as white as snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. As soon as Yang Kai took it out, a faint fragrance wafted out of the cave. As soon as the fragrance entered his nose, Pang Guang's spirit was lifted, and even his injury seemed to have healed a lot. Give it to me, give it to me. Pang Guang shouted anxiously. As long as he had the heavenly restoration lotus, his injury would heal quickly. He wouldn't have to worry about leaving behind any hidden injuries that would affect his martial arts foundation in the future. Yang Kai laughed coldly. Then, under Pang Guang's stunned gaze, he stuffed the heavenly restoration lotus into his mouth and chewed it like a cow chewing on a peony. His face revealed an expression of ecstasy, as if he was eating a peerless delicacy. Munch, munch. Pang Guang was dumbfounded. He froze on the spot as if he had been immobilized. Yang Kai laughed maniacally as he ate. You want it? If you want it, come and take it. Let's see if I'll spit on you to taste it. You. Pang Guang's blood rushed to his heart. He almost couldn't calm down, and his face turned pale with anger. He clearly had a hostage in his hand, but Yang Kai still dared to act so unscrupulously. Was this kid crazy? Did he really not care about his junior sister's life at all? Just as he was letting his imagination run wild and his mind trembled, Yang Kai's left eye suddenly turned into a golden vertical pupil. The golden pupil contracted and contracted, and a strange power leisurely spread out. Pang Guang was stunned. His soul suddenly became unstable, as if it had been affected. At this moment, Yang Kai had already summoned the myriad sword. His body was wrapped in sword light, and he slashed at Pang Guang with great momentum. The sword essence was awe-inspiring. Before the sword arrived, an aura of death had already rushed over. Pang Guang almost subconsciously took a step back. But in the next moment, his heart skipped a beat as he understood Yang Kai's intentions. Gritting his teeth, Source Chi surged out from his hand, and he grabbed out fiercely. He wanted to kill Lu Xianyun first, and let Yang Kai know the consequences of angering him. But what he didn't expect was that he would grab empty air. Lu Xianyun, who was originally under his control, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Only a strange power fluctuation was emitted, and Lu Xianyun's entire body moved horizontally a few meters, avoiding this fatal blow. Chapter 2395. Space Force. Pang Guang narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Kai in horror. That strange power just now was definitely the fluctuation of Space Force, and it was an extremely profound Space Force at that. This brat actually knows the Tao of space. He can even teleport people away directly. How can a Tao Source Realm cultivator achieve such a level of attainment? Before Pang Guang could figure it out, Yang Kai's myriad sword had already shot towards him. This sword attack contained all of Yang Kai's cultivation. Even a cultivator from the Emperor Realm like Pang Guang couldn't help but change his expression when he saw this. He raised his hand and summoned a jade butterfly-like defensive artifact. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk. A loud noise rang out. The cave mansion's barrier, which was already on the verge of collapse, finally collapsed under this blow. Without the protection of the spirit array, the violent energy dissipated and Yang Kai's cave mansion was directly razed to the ground. Asterisk Shua Shua. Asterisk. Two figures flew out of the cave mansion one after another, and looked at each other from a distance. Pang Guang's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Brat, you dare to play with me? Kai Yang would rather eat the heavenly restoration lotus, like a cow chewing on a peony, than give it to him. This caused his heart to ache to the extreme. Yang Kai sneered and said disapprovingly, So what if I played with you? Come hit me if you have the guts. This king will tear you apart. Pang Guang roared. Yang Kai flipped his hair and stood motionless in the air. He didn't care about the threat at all and said confidently, "City Lord Pang, you should consider your own situation." As soon as this was said, Pang Guang's expression changed greatly and he looked around. His mood suddenly turned bad. Before, he was hiding in Yang Kai's cave mansion. No one could find him, but now, after the conflict with Yang Kai, such a big commotion had already alarmed all the cultivator in Clear Sky City. The cultivator in the cave mansions all came out to investigate the situation, and countless cultivators gathered from all directions. Among them, there were two people whose auras made Pang Guang particularly wary. It was these two who had joined forces to injure him before. He had no choice but to hide in Yang Kai's cave mansion and wait for an opportunity to recover. At this moment, when he sensed that these two people were also coming, Pang Guang didn't have the mood to stay in place. He glared fiercely at Yang Kai, then turned around and fled out of the city. Not long after Pang Guang left, the cultivators were all pointing at him. They didn't know what happened here that caused such a big commotion. Two people suddenly descended from the sky. Both of them had dignified expressions on their faces, making it hard for anyone to look at them directly. The powerful auras they gave off showed that they were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Kai Yang was also secretly vigilant, his eyes sweeping over these two people and the Unrestrained Society's president. These two organizations were quite powerful on the island, and the biggest reason was that they had the Emperor Realm as their backer. These two had obviously sensed Pang Guang's aura, which was why they had hurried over. Yang Kai observed their expressions and found that these two people had faint signs of internal injuries. It seemed that they didn't have a good time dealing with Pang Guang. "Where is he?" The pavilion master of Profound Cloud Pavilion swept his gaze and immediately fixed it on Yang Kai. He asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai hurriedly pointed in the direction Pang Guang had escaped and shouted, "He ran that way. Master, you have to help me. That thief is hiding in my cave mansion." While I wasn't paying attention. Before Yang Kai could finish his words, the two First-Order Emperor Realm Masters ran away as fast as they could. They weren't interested in helping Yang Kai. What they were interested in was the various cultivation resources Pang Guang carried with him. If not for this reason, even if the two of them joined forces, they wouldn't be willing to have such a big conflict with someone from the Emperor Realm. After the two disappeared, Yang Kai turned around and landed on the ground. He grabbed Lu Xianyin and shouted, "Let's go." After such a big commotion, and even his cave mansion was destroyed, the city lord's mansion would definitely send people to investigate. If they were questioned, there would be many things he couldn't explain. Why would someone from the Emperor Realm hide in his cave mansion? Why was he safe and sound after being ambushed by someone from the Emperor Realm? Yang Kai didn't want to explain these things, and he couldn't. So he could only leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. Sure enough, less than 30 breaths after Yang Kai left, a master from the city lord's mansion hurried over. After asking around, they couldn't find out who the owner of the destroyed cave mansion was and could only retreat helplessly. Yang Kai rushed all the way to Ice Heart Pavilion with Lu Xianyin and walked straight in. "Hey, Alchemist Yang." Fan Xian greeted Yang Kai happily as soon as she saw him and smiled. "Are you done with your business? And thank you for your concern." Yang Kai nodded with a smile. Fan Xian was about to say something when her pretty face suddenly changed. "Alchemist Yang, how did you get injured?" Although Yang Kai was lucky enough to escape from Pang Guang's sneak attack, he was still seriously injured and looked quite pitiful at the moment. "I ran into some trouble," Yang Kai said awkwardly. "I came here to take refuge for a while." "I don't know." Fan Xian looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully and said, "The commotion in the cave mansion just now, could it be related to you, Alchemist Yang?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. An unexpected disaster. Fan Xian was stunned. She had just made a random guess and didn't expect to be right. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the inner city, there weren't many people who dared to cause trouble, let alone in the cave mansion. She didn't know what Yang Kai had encountered to be in such a sorry state. "Junior sister Fan Xian, if it's inconvenient, we can leave now." Yang Kai saw that she didn't let him in and thought she was afraid of getting into trouble, so he couldn't help but feel gloomy. Fan Xian pursed her lips and smiled. In my Ice Heart Pavilion, any trouble is no trouble. Since you are an alchemist of Ice Heart Pavilion, where do you want to go? Come with me. Young Kai's eyes lit up and he quickly cupped his fists. Many thanks, junior sister Fan Xine. After entering the Ice Heart Pavilion, Young Kai immediately felt relieved. Although this place was small and the people who came and went weren't high class, there were masters guarding it. It could be said that this place was even safer than the cave mansion, so there was no need to worry about anything else. Fan Xine led Young Kai inside and arranged accommodation for him and Lu Xianyun before turning around and leaving. Young Kai's injuries seemed serious, but his physique was good, so he recovered very quickly. However, he didn't intend to deliberately heal himself. Instead, he directly took out the other black Heavenly Restoration Lotus from the Sealed World bead. The Heavenly Restoration Lotus had 2 stalks, one black and one white. A single stalk could only repair the damaged dantian and soul of a cultivator. It wasn't very heaven-defying, but if the 2 stalks were refined into pills, they could greatly expand the cultivator's dantian and knowledge sea. This effect was extraordinary for any cultivator. Even those who had reached the peak of the Third Order Emperor realm couldn't refuse such a temptation. The expansion of one's knowledge sea and dantian meant an increase in one's strength. Previously, Young Kai had no choice but to swallow one Heavenly Restoration Lotus. Now there was only one left, so he couldn't refine the twin Heavenly Restoration pill. In for a penny, in for a pound. He stuffed the black Heavenly Restoration Lotus into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Not only that, he also took out all kinds of supplementary herbs from his space ring and ate them all. These supplementary materials were all needed to refine the twin Heavenly Restoration pill. Refining the twin Heavenly Restoration pill was impossible, so he could only rely on this method to maximize the effects of the twin Heavenly Restoration Lotus. Using his body as the furnace and source chi as the flame, he merged with the heavens and earth in order to obtain some of the effects of the twin Heavenly Restoration pill. Although this was a great waste of herbs, he had no choice but to do so. The pure medicinal efficacies exploded in his stomach and turned into energy that flowed through his limbs and bones. Crackling sounds kept coming from the secret room. Young Kai guarded his mind and focused on refining the twin Heavenly Restoration Lotus. He could feel that his dantian and knowledge sea were slowly expanding. The magical effects of the twin Heavenly Restoration Lotus were taking effect. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Young Kai slowly opened his eyes. He was in high spirits and looked as if he had gained a lot. He sensed his body's condition and found that his injuries had healed. Not only that, the dantian seemed to have expanded by 1/10 compared to 3 days ago. His knowledge sea had also grown tremendously. At his level of strength, any bit of improvement was not easy to come by. It required a lot of effort and great opportunities. But now he had only consumed 2 Heavenly Restoration Lotuses, and he had already gained so much. It was obvious how powerful the Heavenly Restoration Lotus was. After rejoicing for a while, Young Kai gritted his teeth and cursed, "Peng Guang, you old bastard." If he hadn't been forced by Peng Guang, how could he have swallowed the Heavenly Restoration Lotus? Now that he thought about it, his heart ached. The Heavenly Restoration Lotus was not easy to come by. Moreover, he had 2 stalks on one stalk. His original plan was to find an opportunity to refine the twin Heavenly Restoration pill. Now that plan was ruined. Compared to refining the twin Heavenly Restoration Lotus, Young Kai's consumption of the lotus didn't even bring out 1/10 of its effects. As an alchemist, Young Kai simply couldn't tolerate such a reckless waste of God's gift. He remembered this grudge on Peng Guang. Just as he was secretly venting his anger, there was a sudden knock on the door. Kai Yang was stunned for a moment, but he quickly opened the door. Fan Xine was standing at the door, looking at him with a strange expression. "Junior sister Fan Xine, what's the matter?" Young Kai asked. Fan Xine said, "Master wants to see you." "Master?" Young Kai frowned. In the next moment his eyes widened and he whispered, "Pavilion Master?" "Yes. I am here on Master's orders to bring you to her." Fan Xine nodded. Young Kai suddenly felt uncomfortable. He didn't expect that the elusive Ice Heart Pavilion Master would want to see him at this time. This was a Third Order Emperor Realm Master. Although Young Kai had long planned to meet her, and even wanted to ask her about the location of the exit. Things had happened so suddenly that he couldn't help but feel nervous. He didn't know why the Ice Heart Pavilion master wanted to see him. Chapter 2396. Following behind Fan Xian, Yang Kai asked, "Junior sister Fan Xian, why does Pavilion Master want to see me?" Fan Xian smiled and said, "Disciple doesn't dare to ask too much about honored master's actions." She was only following orders, so how could she know why the Ice Heart Pavilion master wanted to see Yang Kai? After a pause she continued, "However, honored master rarely meets with outsiders. Even us disciples haven't seen her for a long time." Speaking of this, a sad look appeared on her face. At the same time, there was some envy, as if she envied Yang Kai, an outsider, for having the opportunity to be summoned by her honored master. When you see honored master later, don't look at what you shouldn't look at, and don't say what you shouldn't say. Otherwise, if you annoy honored master, no one on this island can save you. Fan Xian said worriedly, afraid that Yang Kai would be rude in front of her honored master. "I'll remember," Yang Kai replied seriously. However, after hearing Fan Xian's words, he inexplicably felt a little nervous. He felt that this Ice Heart Pavilion master wasn't someone easy to get along with, and was most likely an old woman with a bad temper. "By the way, my junior sister has been." Yang Kai thought of Lu Xianyun again. He hadn't seen her since taking refuge in Ice Heart Pavilion, so he didn't know how she was doing these days. Fan Xian said, "Please rest assured about junior sister Lu. She has a gentle personality and gets along well with us sisters. She even took the initiative to help us, so I let her work as an assistant in the pavilion." "That's good." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xianyun wasn't someone who liked to cause trouble, so he didn't need to worry too much about this. As the two talked, they arrived at the 6th floor of Ice Heart Pavilion. Just as Yang Kai had expected, the Ice Heart Pavilion master, who had great divine technique, lived on the 6th floor. Standing in front of the door, Fan Xian said, "Alchemist Yang, you can go in by yourself. Honored master is waiting for you inside." "Many thanks." Yang Kai nodded lightly and pushed the door open. After entering the 6th floor, Kai Yang didn't even have the time to take in his surroundings before the door behind him slammed shut. He didn't panic even in the face of such a situation. His expression was natural as he looked around. The 6th floor didn't occupy a large area, but the furnishings were filled with a lively spirituality. It was as if these inanimate objects had their own lives, causing people to feel inexplicably comfortable and happy. Yang Kai was secretly surprised. He walked inside and saw that the decorations were simple yet elegant. Moreover, there was a natural fragrance floating in the air, giving Yang Kai the illusion that he had walked into a young girl's boudoir. "You're the new alchemist?" A pleasant voice suddenly came from the side. This voice was extremely clear and melodious. It was gentle yet didn't lose a trace of tranquility, yet it didn't carry the slightest aura. It was as if it came from above the 9 heavens, and it caused others to feel as if it was misty and traceless. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he quickly turned to look in the direction of the sound. He hadn't noticed anyone nearby at all. Suddenly he heard a voice. It was clear that the owner of this voice had a cultivation far above his, so he couldn't detect it at all. If the owner of this voice had wanted to harm him, he would have already fallen for it. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's back was dripping with cold sweat. Looking around, Yang Kai discovered that there was a young girl in a palace dress standing there quietly. The young girl was looking at him with an indifferent expression. Just like the voice, this young girl exuded a lively aura, like a blooming white lotus. She was untainted by the slightest speck of dust. Yang Kai's first impression of her was pure. Pure like lake water without the slightest impurity. He couldn't believe that there was such a pure and flawless woman in this world. Immediately, Yang Kai felt a sense of familiarity. Not only was this young girl's pure aura familiar to him, but her appearance was also familiar. He felt as if he had seen this young girl somewhere before. A distant image flashed through his mind. He wanted to delve deeper into it, but he couldn't remember where or when he had seen this image. Seeing Yang Kai staring at her with a dazed expression, the young girl frowned slightly and raised her hand, wanting to teach Yang Kai a lesson. She knew what kind of impact her appearance would bring to a man. Since she started cultivating, she had seen this scene countless times, so she also knew what kind of dirty thoughts would appear in the hearts of these men when they looked at her. She thought that Yang Kai was the same, but soon she discovered that something was wrong, because although Yang Kai was staring at her, there was no blasphemy in his eyes, only surprise, nostalgia, and suspicion. She could understand why he was surprised, but what was with the nostalgia and suspicion? The young girl could clearly see that Yang Kai's eyes were full of confusion, as if he was puzzled about something, but at the same time, he was also thinking of someone. His expression was very gentle. She gently placed her hand back down and snorted heavily. Yang Kai quivered and suddenly woke up, his old face turning red as he realized that it was rude of him to stare at her so fiercely. Moreover, this person was most likely the Ice Heart Pavilion's master. Yang Kai's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he lowered his head and cupped his fists. Indeed, may I ask if Senior is Ice Heart Pavilion's master? He still couldn't believe that such a pure and flawless young girl was actually Ice Heart Pavilion's master. He had thought that she was just a temperamental old granny. The difference between the two was too great. This queen is. The young girl gently nodded. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior. Please forgive me for my rudeness, Yang Kai hurriedly said. The young girl remained silent, but Yang Kai's attitude of immediately admitting his mistake was very good. So the young girl didn't pursue the matter. If she really wanted to blame him, she could have taught Yang Kai a lesson just now. Who were you thinking of just now? After a while, the young girl asked. Yang Kai didn't raise his head and replied. Junior was thinking of his wife. The young girl faintly asked. What? Do this queen and your wife look alike? If that wasn't the case, how could Yang Kai think of his wife when he saw her? Her tone was flat, without any emotions, but Yang Kai felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cautiously said, Their appearances aren't similar, but their auras are. Both are extremely pure and untainted, and, Yang Kai grinned. She's also like Senior, as cold as ice, just like an ice doll. Speaking of Su Yan, Yang Kai's expression became much more natural, and a nostalgic smile appeared on his face as his heart filled with sweetness. Ice doll. The young girl seemed to find this description very interesting, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upwards. Ah! Yang Kai suddenly screamed and looked up at the young girl, his eyes trembling violently as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. What's wrong? The young girl frowned, extremely dissatisfied with Yang Kai's reaction. This little brat even raised his head and stared at her so fiercely, which was a little too rude. What made the young girl even more dissatisfied was Yang Kai's expression, as if he had seen a ghost. Senior. Yang Kai gulped, looking extremely nervous. Junior has a question to ask you, but I don't know if Senior would be willing to answer. The young girl said impatiently, Ask. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, as if he was considering his words, and after a while he grit his teeth and asked, May I ask Senior's name? Is it Bing Yan? The young girl frowned and coldly asked, How do you know? It was impossible for her disciples to tell Yang Kai her name, and the others on Clear Sky Island didn't know either, so how did Yang Kai find out her name? Yang Kai didn't answer, but instead became even more excited. He took a step forward and shouted, Was it Senior who founded Ice Heart Valley? And left behind the profound Frost Divine Sword? Bing Yan was surprised. You even know this? Are you from the Northern Territory? Northern Territory? Yang Kai frowned and slowly shook his head. Junior is from the Southern Territory, and has never been to the Northern Territory. Bing Yan asked curiously, Since you have never been to the Northern Territory, how do you know this queen's name and Ice Heart Valley? No. At this point, the young girl's tender body suddenly trembled, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes as she stared at Yang Kai and said, Even if you are from the Northern Territory, have been to Ice Heart Valley, seen this queen's statue, and know this queen's name and relationship with Ice Heart Valley, it is impossible for you to know about the profound Frost Divine Sword. This queen left it there long ago. After a pause, Bing Yan tenderly shouted, Could it be that you? Yang Kai grinned foolishly, his whole body relaxing. Bing Yan also showed a rare smile and asked softly, Are you from Hung Luo Star Field? Yang Kai scratched his head and said, Hung Luo Star Field? I don't know what the Homeland Star territory is called, but there is indeed a powerful Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce there. Is there also Sword Union, Purple Star, and Galaxy Ridge? Bing Yin asked. Yes, yes, yes. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Bing Yin couldn't help laughing. You really are from Hung Luo Starfield. I didn't expect to meet someone from my homeland here, after so many years. Junior also didn't expect to meet Senior Bing Yin here. Yang Kai also had an incredulous expression on his face as he sighed. When he first saw Bing Yin, he had a feeling that she was kind to him, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember exactly where. It wasn't until he recalled every little detail of his time with Su Yan that these dusty memories suddenly resurfaced. He had indeed seen Bing Yin before, but what he saw wasn't a living person, but a statue. Back then, Su Yan was taken away by the people of Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley, and cultivated in Ice Heart Valley for many years. When Yang Kai went to Ice Heart Valley to find Su Yan, he saw Bing Yin's statue in the valley. Bing Yin was the ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley, but no one knew whether she was alive or dead. At that time, Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master, Bing Long, told Yang Kai that ancestral founder Bing Yin had most likely left that world, and went to a wider sky, leaving only the profound Frost Divine Sword that she always carried with her as the sect's most precious treasure. Later, the profound Frost Divine Sword was inherited by Su Yan. Calculating the time, it had been tens of thousands of years since Bing Yin founded Ice Heart Valley. Who would have thought that she was still alive, had come to Star Territory, and had even cultivated to the Third Order Emperor realm? Chapter 2397. Bing Long's guess at that time was correct. Ancestral founder Bing Yin did not fall, but instead left that world and went to a wider sky. Now she was standing in front of Yang Kai. Ice Heart Valley could be considered Su Yan's sect, and Bing Yin was the ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley, so after understanding the other party's origins, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of closeness to Bing Yin, and he was less restrained and cautious. Although Bing Yin's expression was still cold, there was a layer of gentleness in her beautiful eyes. Even for her, meeting someone from Home Star's territory in this place was an extremely rare experience. Sit down, this queen has a lot to ask you. Bing Yin pointed to a chair next to her. Yes, Yang Kai cupped his fists and walked over to sit down obediently. Over the next hour, Bing Yin asked Yang Kai a lot about Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai naturally told her everything he knew, including his relationship with Su Yan, and what he had encountered in Ice Heart Valley. After Bing Yin listened, she was silent for a long time. After all, she was the founder of Ice Heart Valley on Scarlet Wave Star. Although she had come to the star boundary a long time ago and had not returned for tens of thousands of years, the feelings in her heart had not been cut off with time and distance. After hearing that Ice Heart Valley only had one First Order origin king, Bing Yin couldn't help but sigh. When she was in Ice Heart Valley was the overlord of Scarlet Wave Star. Even in the entire Hung Luo Star field, it was a famous existence with endless masters. Tens of thousands of years had passed. The sect had fallen to such a state. It was inevitable that she felt sad. However, she was a Third Order Emperor Realm Master after all, and her state of mind was extraordinary. She knew that there was no everlasting sect or force in this world. She had left for tens of thousands of years, but Ice Heart Valley's inheritance could still be considered the result of the efforts of the younger generation. Senior, how did you leave Home Star's territory and come here? Yang Kai saw her expression was a little lonely. He quickly changed the topic. Bing Yin pursed her lips and smiled, saying, "It was just a coincidence. This queen entered a mystic realm, and when I came out, I was already in the astral boundary. What about you?" Yang Kai scratched his head and said, "My friends and I borrowed the Star Emperor tokens left behind by the great emperors of the Star Field to forcefully open the passage." Star Field's great emperors? Bing Yin frowned slightly. She looked very pretty. When Yang Kai saw her expression, he knew that when she left, there were no great emperors of Star Field. He immediately explained. After listening, Bing Yin nodded and said, "I didn't expect that such a small place could attract a powerful person. However, I have never heard of the Yang inflammation you mentioned. I don't know where she is right now, or what her identity is." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. After he came to the astral boundary, he didn't deliberately inquire about the yang inflammation. However, he had never heard of the great emperors of the yang inflammation. At the very least, there weren't any of the 10 great emperors. Thinking of the yang inflammation, Yang Kai thought of the little girl Lin Yun'er. When yang inflammation left Shadowed Star, he took Lin Yun'er with him. He didn't know how the little girl was doing after so many years. Back then, she was still a silly little girl. After so many years, she should have become a slender and elegant girl, right? If fate wills it, we will meet again, Bing Yun said softly. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Fate was an extremely mysterious thing. It was hard to explain. If fate didn't exist, even if one begged hard, it would be useless. If fate willed it, the world would become close. Yang Kai being able to meet Bing Yun in the solitary void-sealed world today was also a kind of fate. By the way, Senior, why did you call this Junior over today? Yang Kai was still a little nervous before he came here. He didn't know why this Ice Heart Pavilion master, whom he had never met before, called him over. But now he was no longer worried and relaxed. It is very difficult to find a Dao Source grade alchemist on the island. You are probably the last person this queen can find. This queen just wants to ask, if you are given enough materials, when can you advance? Bing Yin said. Advance to Dao Source grade high-rank alchemist? Yang Kai raised his brow, vaguely understanding something, and asked, Senior wants me to refine some kind of spirit pill? Bing Yin said, that's right. The grade of the spirit pill this queen wants to refine isn't low. If your alchemist level is too low, I can't guarantee a success rate. What kind of pill does Senior want to refine? Yang Kai asked. 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill. Yang Kai raised his brow when he heard this. He was an emperor-grade alchemist, so he naturally knew what the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill was. This thing was purely a spirit pill used by the masters of the Emperor realm to restore their Emperor Qi. A low-rank Emperor Yuan pill could restore about 10% of the Emperor realm's strength in a short time. A mid-rank Emperor Yuan pill could restore 20%, and a high-rank Emperor Yuan pill could restore 30%. Moreover, the consumption time was very short. However, because the masters of the Emperor realm were generally very powerful, they usually didn't need this kind of spirit pill. Coupled with the fact that it wasn't easy to refine, this kind of spirit pill didn't sell well. Yang Kai didn't expect that Bing Yin wanted him to refine the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill. He didn't know what she wanted to do with this kind of spirit pill. Just as Yang Kai was about to tell her his alchemy skills, Bing Yun's pretty face suddenly changed. She raised her head and looked in a certain direction. In the next moment she shouted in a low voice, "Come here." As soon as she finished speaking, she stretched out her hand towards Yang Kai. A strong suction force came from her jade hand. Yang Kai couldn't resist at all, and was pulled in front of her. Immediately, she reached out and patted her seat. A small secret compartment suddenly appeared there. Without any explanation, Bing Yun stuffed Yang Kai into the secret compartment and hurriedly ordered, "Conceal your aura and hold your breath. Don't come out until this queen tells you to. Also, don't expose yourself." Yang Kai had no idea what was going on, but when he saw Bing Yun so nervous, as if she was facing a great enemy, he knew that the situation wasn't good. She was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. How could something that could make her so cautious be simple? So he didn't say anything. He curled up in the secret compartment and directly used his Nihility secret technique to conceal his aura. Prng. The secret compartment was closed again. Bing Yun sat cross-legged on the secret compartment again, motionless. She circulated her strength slightly and isolated the place where Yang Kai was. Originally, she was afraid that Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high enough and his concealment technique wasn't good enough, which would expose his aura. However, after some investigation, she found that Yang Kai had become illusory, as if he had been exiled to another space. Even her divine sense couldn't detect any trace of Yang Kai. Only then did she feel relieved, knowing that she had underestimated Yang Kai's ability. Just as she finished doing all this, a figure flashed in the loft. A person appeared there strangely with a smile on his face. He cupped his fist to Bing Yun and said politely, "Little sister Bing Yun, It's been 3 months since we last met. You're still as elegant as ever. This one is very pleased. Below the secret compartment, Yang Kai's heart jumped when he heard this. He was extremely shocked. He didn't know who this person was, but this person was so arrogant that he directly called Bingyun little sister. This wasn't something that could be described as daring. There was only one person in the entire Clear Sky Island who was qualified to call Bingyun this way. Clear Sky Island Master, Chi Ri. When he realized that the person who spoke was actually the Clear Sky Island Master, Yang Kai's heart jumped. He also understood why Bingyun was acting like she was facing a great enemy. But why did Chi Ri come to Ice Heart Pavilion? What kind of grievances did these two third-order Emperor Realm Masters have? Why did Bingyun immediately hide herself in the secret compartment under her seat when she sensed his arrival? Yang Kai was confused. He only knew that Bingyun was extremely afraid of this Chi Ri. Just as Yang Kai was thinking about this, Bingyun's faint voice came from outside. Chi Ri, do you still want to try? Chi Ri laughed and said, life on this island is boring. Only little sister Bingyun is worthy of this king's attention. Since little sister has given me a test, Chi Ri naturally wants to complete it. The sooner I win the beauty, the better I can be with little sister. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face couldn't help but twitch. He vaguely knew what Chi Ri wanted to do here. Listening to the meaning of his words, it seemed that he was interested in Bingyun. However, this wasn't surprising. In the entire Clear Sky Island, only Bingyun could stand on equal footing with Chi Ri. Moreover, Bingyun wasn't ugly. On the contrary, she was pure, flawless, and extremely beautiful. Even a master like Chi Ri couldn't help but be moved. However, Bingyun seemed to have some kind of test that Chi Ri hadn't completed yet. He couldn't capture Bingyun's heart. However, according to Yang Kai, even if Chi Ri really completed the test, Bingyun might not be willing to marry him. Bingyun had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. During these tens of thousands of years, she must have met countless amazing men. If she really wanted to marry a man, she would have done so long ago. How could she wait for the Clear Sky Island Lord to do so? Yang Kai knew that many of Ice Heart Valley's secret arts required one to remain a virgin. They couldn't be too intimate with men. Since Bingyun was the ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley, many of her secret arts must be like this. This Clear Sky Island Lord could only be said to be impulsive. Even Yang Kai could feel Bingyun's indifference and rejection. He didn't believe that Chi Ri couldn't feel it. Bingyun coldly snorted and said, since that's the case, then come. After saying this, the outside suddenly fell into silence. Yang Kai didn't dare to use his divine sense. He didn't even dare to reveal his aura, so he didn't know what was happening outside. After a short while, the silence was suddenly broken as Kai Yang heard a series of whistling sounds. He could also feel that a powerful force was constantly colliding within a small area. Even though he was hiding in the secret compartment, he was still scared witless. He was afraid that the two people's strength would leak out and destroy the loft. If they really destroyed the pavilion, then he would have nowhere to hide. This battle didn't last long. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the intense fighting suddenly stopped. Bingyun's cold voice sounded. The water spilled. Chi Ri said regretfully, just a little bit more, and this king would have been able to drink the tea personally brewed by little sister. What a pity, what a pity. Please go back. Bingyun unceremoniously asked him to leave. Chapter 2398. Chi Ri didn't seem to care about Bingyun's cold personality at all. On the contrary, he admired her very much. He felt that the more she acted this way, the more interesting it was. Hearing this, he smiled and said, then this king won't disturb little sister's cultivation. This king will come back in a month. At that time, I will definitely not disappoint little sister. After saying that, he laughed loudly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bingyun sat there with a cold face. Her pretty face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. After a long while, she reached out and knocked on the secret compartment below, saying, you can come out now. Hearing this, Yang Kai quickly jumped out. Looking around, the furnishings in this pavilion were not messy at all. It seemed that the fight between the two great emperors' third-order masters had not affected this place at all. This made Yongkai speechless because he clearly felt that extremely powerful energy fluctuations were constantly colliding in this area, but now there was no trace of it. It was obvious that whether it was Bing Yun or Qi Ri, both of them had reached the pinnacle of control over their own strength. On the table next to them, there was a cup full of tea, but it seemed to have overflowed a lot and spilled on the table. Senior, that Qi Ri. Yongkai opened his mouth but hesitated. Bing Yun sighed and said, "You probably can see that he has some thoughts about this queen." "That old bastard is simply a toad wanting to eat swan meat," Yongkai said angrily. Bing Yun glanced at him and knew that he was defending her. She smiled slightly and said, "Not necessarily a toad. Qi Ri is still capable. This queen is not his opponent right now." Yongkai was surprised and said, "If it is really a life or death battle, what are Senior's chances of winning?" Bing Yun frowned and thought for a while. She said, "Less than 30%. She sighed and continued, "He is the Clear Sky Island master, sitting on the cultivation resources of the entire Clear Sky Island. Although my cultivation has declined over the years, compared to him, this queen's decline is more severe. If we were both at our peak, I wouldn't be afraid of him. Of course, I'm not afraid of him. But now, there's a difference." Kai Yang revealed a look of understanding. Although the world energy in the solitary void-sealed world was extremely rich, it wasn't suitable for cultivation. After staying here for a long time, no matter how strong one was, their strength would decrease. However, Qi Ri's cultivation resources weren't comparable to Bing Yun's, so his decline was relatively slow. As a result, Bing Yun wasn't his opponent now. However, it's impossible for him to take me down. Thus, 100 years ago, I made an agreement with him. "What agreement?" Yongkai asked curiously. Bing Yun pointed at the cup of tea on the table and said, "If he can snatch this cup of tea in front of me and drink it all without spilling a single drop, I will let him do whatever he wants with me. If he can't, then leave." Yongkai looked at the teacup and the water splashed on the table. He finally understood why Bing Yun had said that the water had spilled. It turned out that these two experts were fighting over this cup of spirit tea. Unfortunately, Qi Ri's efforts were in vain and he failed. Bing Yun frowned slightly. "At first he didn't bother me for several years, but he seems to have gradually lost his patience over the years. The last time he came was 3 months ago, and this time he is even more difficult to deal with. If he comes again in a month, this queen may not be able to handle him." Speaking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. She had no choice but to make such an agreement with Qi Ri back then. Both of them were third-order Emperor Realm Masters. They couldn't really fight. If they did, the entire Clear Sky Island would be razed to the ground. She still had a few disciples in Ice Heart Pavilion. She wasn't afraid of offending Qi Ri, but what about those disciples? The agreement had been delayed for 100 years, but it wasn't a long-term solution. Qi Ri is also very stingy. If he sees you and I alone in a room, it won't do you any good. Hearing her say this, Yongkai finally understood why Bing Yun had hidden him in the secret compartment. It turned out that this Clear Sky Island master was a jealous lover. If he saw a young man like him alone with Bing Yun, he would definitely think too much. However, before he even got his hands on her, he already regarded Bing Yun as his exclusive property. This Clear Sky Island master seemed to be a shameless person. He only cared about his own happiness and didn't care about what others thought. Then what does Senior plan to do? Yongkai was a little nervous when he heard that she might not be able to handle him in a month. "That's why I need to find someone to help me refine the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill," Bing Yun said in a deep voice. "As long as I have enough 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pills, this queen can leave Clear Sky Island, and even leave the solitary void-sealed world. I won't have to worry about Qi Ri anymore." Leave the solitary void-sealed world. Yongkai was shocked when he heard this. Then he realized something and asked in surprise, "Senior wants to fly all the way to the exit?" Sangda said that the exit was very far away from Clear Sky Island. Even if a third-order Emperor Realm Master knew where it was, he or she might not be able to reach it. The biggest reason for that was the lack of energy. Flying over the sea consumed too much energy. If one couldn't replenish their energy along the way, they would definitely be exhausted. However, they couldn't stay at sea for long, and they couldn't use source crystals to replenish their energy. The only way was to use spirit pills. The 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill was the best choice. Yang Kai only needed to ponder for a moment before he realized what Bing Yun wanted the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill for. It was clearly to replenish her energy at a critical moment. You know where the exit is? This time it was Bing Yun's turn to be surprised. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I don't know. I just heard about it. Where did you hear it from? As far as this queen knows, there are no more than 3 people who know about this location. This queen is one of them, Qi Ri is one of them, and the other is missing. Yang Kai grinned and said, the other person Senior is talking about should be Sangda's master. A few days ago, Yang Kai then told her about what happened when he went out to sea with Sangda and the others. After Bing Yun heard this, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at Yang Kai in a daze and asked, you're saying that the Sea King shuttle is in your hands now? Yes. It's not convenient to take it out here, but the Sea King shuttle is indeed in my hands. Is this the will of the heavens? Bing Yun murmured. If it wasn't the will of the heavens, how could she and Yang Kai, 2 people who both came from Hung Luo Star Field, meet here? If it wasn't the will of the heavens, how could Yang Kai obtain the Sea King shuttle at such a critical moment? Originally, she was just happy to meet someone from her hometown here. Moreover, Yang Kai gave her a good impression. If he wasn't a man, Bing Yun even wanted to take him into Ice Heart Valley. But now, Yang Kai gave her an even bigger surprise. Even someone as indifferent as Bing Yun couldn't help but feel a little excited. With the Sea King shuttle, why would she need to refine the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill? She could take the Sea King shuttle to the exit. It was much safer than flying. Originally, she was worried about how to take her disciples away, but now, all of this was no longer a problem. Sangda's master suddenly disappeared more than 1,000 years ago. This queen and Qi Ri have inquired many times, but we haven't found any clues. We all thought that he had fallen, but we didn't expect that he was hiding outside and secretly refining the Sea King shuttle. Unfortunately, in the end, he still made a wedding dress for someone else. Bing Yun sighed. She also knew why Sangda's master hid outside. Obviously, he was afraid that Qi Ri would capture him and force him to refine the Sea King shuttle. Although he did need to refine it, doing it willingly and being forced were 2 different things. The reason why Ice Heart Pavilion collected so many materials was because Bing Yun wanted to train a senior alchemist to refine the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill for her. Over the years, she had spent a lot of money to collect herbs, but unfortunately, none of the alchemists she recruited met her requirements. In the end, Yang Kai came. Bing Yun wanted to stake everything on Yang Kai and let him refine the spirit pill regardless of success or failure. Now it seemed that there was no need. Yang Kai scratched his head and said, I came to Ice Heart Pavilion to ask Senior about the location of the exit, but Junior didn't dare to tell you before because of Senior's strength. Bing Yun smiled slightly and said, it's natural for you to be careful. Don't mind it. Yang Kai was from the 3rd Order Dao Source realm. If he wanted to cooperate with her, he naturally had to be careful. I have the Sea King shuttle, and Senior knows the location of the exit. Now that everything is ready, we can set off at any time, Yang Kai said excitedly. He didn't expect this happiness to come so suddenly. Originally, he planned to take it slowly, but after learning about Bing Yun's true origin, he no longer had any concerns. Even so, it won't be easy to leave, Bing Yun said with a frown. Why do you say that? Yang Kai was stunned. If I leave Clear Sky Island, Qi Ri will definitely sense my presence. If I really end up falling out with him. Bing Yun's face was filled with worry. If she really fought with Qi Ri, she wasn't confident that she could escape unscathed. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, Senior, you said that the reason why you are not Qi Ri's opponent now is because your cultivation has declined more than his? That's right. If we are both at our peak, I will be on par with him. Yang Kai smiled and said, what if I have a way to restore Senior to your peak in a short time? Bing Yun was shaken when she heard this and said, what method do you have? If I want to recover, I will need to consume a lot of resources. With your ability, Senior, take a look at this. Yang Kai said as he took out an space ring and threw it to Bing Yun. Bing Yun caught it suspiciously and scanned it with her divine sense. Her pretty face suddenly changed and she cried out. Where did you get so many source crystals? There was nothing else in this space ring, only source crystals. And there were 10 million high-rank source crystals. Although Bing Yun had seen such a huge amount of source crystals before, it was enough to shock anyone on Clear Sky Island. Even Chi-Ri couldn't take out so many source crystals at once. Yang Kai grinned and said, I won't hide it from Senior. I have only been in this solitary void-sealed world for a few months. I brought these things from the outside. You have only been here for a few months. Frozen Cloud's face was filled with shock. He had only been here for a few months, but he had actually obtained the Sea King shuttle. This was something she and Chi-Ri had wanted for 1,000 years, but still hadn't been able to obtain. Chapter 2399. Yang Kai had only been here for a few months, yet he had already obtained the Sea King shuttle, and given her so many source crystals, allowing her to recover her strength without any worries. Thinking about it this way, Bing Yun realized that Yang Kai seemed to have come here specifically to rescue her. It was all heaven's will. Holding the space ring, she was a little excited for a while before suddenly saying, You've given me so many source crystals. What about yourself? How about this? I'll take half of the source crystals. Before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai waved his hand and smiled. Senior, don't worry, I have a lot of source crystals. If it were the other third order Dao source realm, they might not be able to take out 10 million high-rank source crystals at once. This was equivalent to 100 billion low-rank source crystals. Which Dao source realm cultivator could be so rich? But Yang Kai was different. He didn't lack source crystals. Last time, he killed Yao Changjun and obtained a lot of loot from killing Sangda. 10 million high-rank source crystals really wasn't that big of a deal for him. Hearing him say so, Bing Yun didn't refuse and nodded. Give me 5 days. We'll set off in 5 days. Also, we have to discuss how to leave this place. If she wanted to leave Clear Sky Island, she couldn't just swagger around, let alone leave with Yang Kai. Otherwise, if Chi-Ri found out, he would definitely intercept them. Okay, then I'll take advantage of this time to prepare. Yang Kai nodded and continued, Senior, how many sets of materials have you prepared for the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill? I can refine it for you first in case you need it. Bing Yun was stunned for a moment and said, You can refine the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill? That's an Emperor-grade spirit pill. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. He said, Senior, please don't blame me. In fact, Junior is not a Dao Source-grade mid-rank alchemist. I can barely be considered an Emperor-grade alchemist. Previously, he didn't know what kind of person the Ice Heart Pavilion Master was, or why she wanted to hire an alchemist, so he didn't show his true ability. Now that he was honest with Bing Yun, he felt that there was no need to hide it. An Emperor-grade alchemist. Bing Yun's beautiful eyes lit up in surprise. You're actually an Emperor-grade alchemist? For Yang Kai to have such a cultivation at such a young age, it could be said that he was a genius. Bing Yun didn't expect him to be an alchemy master. Even in the entire star boundary, how many alchemy emperors were there? This was an existence that was even more noble and rarer than an emperor realm master. Yang Kai's identity alone was enough to make the top sex fight to the death over him. Looking at Yang Kai, Bing Yun's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of pity. What's wrong? Yang Kai observed her expression and didn't know what she was feeling regretful about. Bing Yun pursed her lips and smiled. If you were a girl, I would definitely accept you as my disciple. It's a pity. My Ice Heart Valley never accepts male disciples. Yang Kai scratched his head and said, Junior appreciates Senior's kindness. For Bing Yun to be able to confide in him like this, it was clear that she didn't treat him as an outsider. After all, the two of them came from the same star territory. This relationship was extremely rich and couldn't be cut off. The materials for the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill are not easy to find. I've only collected 10 after so many years. I'll give them all to you. Bing Yun handed some rare herbs to Yang Kai as she spoke. These herbs were her biggest hope to leave this place, but after receiving so many source crystals from Yang Kai, she didn't have to worry too much about them. Whether the refinement was successful or not, it wouldn't have much of an impact on her next plan. Yang Kai insisted on refining the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill as a precaution. After retreating from Bingyun, Yang Kai immediately began refining the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill. He hadn't refined many Emperor-grade spirit pills before, but practice made perfect. After wasting 2 furnaces of materials, Yang Kai was already in a good mood. In 3 days, out of 10 sets of Emperor Essence pills, 8 furnaces had been formed. The first few furnaces of Emperor Essence pills were not of very good quality, and could only be considered as a success. However, they were all low-grade Emperor Essence pills of the lowest grade. However, the last few furnaces produced some good Emperor Essence pills, and even a few high-grade ones. There weren't many, but it was definitely enough. There were still 2 days before the agreed time, so Yang Kai didn't stay idle. After reminding Lu Xianyun not to run around, he left Ice Heart Pavilion alone, and headed to his cave mansion. In front of a certain medium-sized cave mansion, Yang Kai waited for a while before the barrier opened. Ling Yinchin revealed her face and beckoned to Yang Kai. "Come in and talk." Yang Kai nodded and followed her in. This cave mansion was almost identical to the one he had rented before, whether it was the number or size of the rooms inside. After entering, Ling Yinchin served him some fragrant tea and asked, "What happened a few days ago? There seemed to be a fight in your cave mansion. When I went to check, it was a mess. You and Lu Xianyun were nowhere to be found." When Yang Kai heard this, he realized that Ling Yinchin had actually gone to see him. His heart warmed as he felt that he had made the right choice in coming here. "Someone wanted to cause trouble for me, so I ran away." Yang Kai grinned and didn't explain too much. Ling Yinchin frowned and said, "I heard that there were masters from the Emperor Realm fighting over there. Could it be someone from the Emperor Realm looking for trouble with you?" Her expression changed slightly as she cried out, "Could it be the Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion?" She thought that the matter of her killing the people from Profound Cloud Pavilion on the sea last time had been exposed, so her face turned pale. It wasn't him, it was someone else. Yang Kai shook his head. "But it's all in the past, so Big Sister Ling doesn't have to take it to heart. I came here this time because I wanted to ask you something." Ling Yinchin asked, "What can I help you with?" She didn't ask what it was, only asking if there was anything she could help with. It was obvious that she was a warm-hearted person. Yang Kai's expression turned serious as he asked, "Big Sister Ling, have you ever thought about leaving the solitary void-sealed world?" "Leaving?" Ling Yinchin was shocked when she heard this, and a trace of yearning flashed across her beautiful eyes, but she soon shook her head with a bitter smile. "There are millions of people in Clear Sky City. Who doesn't want to leave? It's just that even a master like the Island Master is trapped here, so how could it be easy to leave?" "So you want to?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Ling Yinchin said, "It's just a thought." After saying this, she suddenly realized something and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. "Why are you asking me this? What do you want to do?" Yang Kai said seriously, "If I say that I can leave this place, would Big Sister Ling believe me?" "You?" Ling Yinchin was stunned and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. She was different from others. The first person Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun saw when they came to the solitary void-sealed world was her, so she knew Yang Kai very well and knew that he hadn't been here for long. A person who had just arrived here suddenly told her that he could leave this place. Even if Ling Yinchin wanted to believe it, she couldn't. If it was so easy to find a way to leave, those people wouldn't have been trapped on the island. After a while, Ling Yinchin frowned. "Did someone lie to you? There are many swindlers on this island. Some of them often trick others into going out to sea, and then do all sorts of evil things. You have to be careful." Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. "No one lied to me. I'm 80% sure that I can leave this place." 80%. Ling Yinchin's tender body trembled as her beautiful eyes instantly widened. She didn't know Yang Kai very well. After all, the two of them hadn't had much contact, so even though Yang Kai's words were so convincing, she didn't dare to believe them. Yang Kai said, "Although Junior Sister and I haven't been here for long, you and Brother Jiao have given us a lot of help. So if I can leave this place, I want to take you with me." Regardless of whether the high-grade spirit purifying array Ling Yinchin gave him at the time worked or not, The fact that she was willing to lend it to him at that time was enough to show her kindness. Even if it was damaged in the end, she didn't blame Yang Kai. This woman was very good, so Yang Kai thought that if he really wanted to leave, he could take them with him. Big sister Ling, it's normal for you to have your own concerns and doubts. I didn't want you to believe me immediately, but if you can really trust me, I definitely won't let you down. Whether you agree or not, junior sister and I will leave here in 2 days, Yang Kai said as he stood up. He had come here to invite Ling Yinchin. As for whether she would agree or leave with him, it was up to her to decide. Yang Kai couldn't just take her away by force, could he? Even if he wanted to repay her kindness, this wasn't the way to do it. Ling Yinchin didn't even notice when Yang Kai left. After listening to Yang Kai's words, she fell into a dilemma. Her intuition told her that Yang Kai wasn't lying. He definitely knew how to leave this place and how to get out. But after all, she wasn't familiar with Yang Kai, so she didn't know where Yang Kai had heard about this method or whether it was safe. With just a few words from Yang Kai, she was willing to bet everyone's lives. Ling Yinchin was under a lot of pressure. In the end, she felt that it was necessary to listen to everyone's opinions, so she immediately took out her communication artifact and summoned her crew. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Yang Kai brought a few women to the docks. Among these women, there was Lu Xianyuan, Fan Xian, and a few other disciples of Ice Heart Pavilion. Bingyun didn't take in many disciples on Clear Sky Island, and Fan Xian and the others were pitiful people who had been bullied on the island and had nowhere to go. They were found by Bingyun and taken in by Ice Heart Pavilion, so the cultivation of these women was uneven. Among the group, Yang Kai was the strongest. Alchemist Yang, honored master, said that you will be in charge of this trip. What should we do now? Fan Xian asked nervously. Last night, she had suddenly received a message from Bingyun, telling her to pack up everything in Ice Heart Pavilion with her junior sisters, and set out to sea today. Yang Kai would be in charge of this. Chapter 2400. Fan Xian didn't know why her honored master would give such an order, because the disciples of Ice Heart Pavilion had never gone out to sea, nor did they need to go out to sea. What surprised her even more was that her honored master had put Yang Kai in charge of everything, and had them listen to his orders. Yang Kai hadn't been in Ice Heart Pavilion for long, yet he had already gained her honored master's trust. She had even put her senior sisters in his care. Fan Xian really didn't know what Yang Kai had done to make her honored master trust him so wholeheartedly. However, despite her doubts, Fan Xian didn't dare to disobey her honored master's orders. Let's wait here for a while, Yang Kai said, glancing at the city gate. Oh, Fan Xian didn't ask any more questions, nodding gently before finding a place to stand quietly. Not long after, Yang Kai suddenly saw several familiar figures passing through the city gate, and couldn't help but smile. Big sister Ling? When Lu Xianyun saw Ling Yinchin, she knew what Yang Kai was waiting for, and quickly went to greet her. After exchanging greetings, Ling Yinchin walked up to Yang Kai with a dignified expression and said, "Brother Yang will go with you." "Good." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "I won't let you down." He glanced around and found that only a small portion of Ling Yinchin's crew had gathered here. The rest of them were nowhere to be seen. It was clear that even with Ling Yinchin's prestige, she couldn't make all the crew trust Yang Kai. On the other hand, Jiaoyi came over with Ling Yinchin and winked at Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, we're putting our lives in your hands. Don't let anything happen to you." Yang Kai said, "We'll see in the future. Let's get on the ship and set off now." The dock was crowded with people and ships, so it wasn't too conspicuous for Yang Kai's group to leave on a ship. A moment later, the group was sailing on the sea, getting further and further away from Clear Sky Island. Although the disciples of Ice Heart Pavilion had never been out to sea, they knew nothing about it. However, Ling Yinchin and her crew were all veterans, so the ship sailed in an orderly manner, braving the wind and waves. A day later, the ship was already several 100,000 li away from Clear Sky Island. Fan Xian worriedly came to the deck and found Yang Kai asking, "Alchemist Yang, where is honored master? Why haven't I seen her yet?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Pavilion master, you don't have to worry. She needs to get rid of someone before she can join us." "Get rid of someone?" Fan Xian raised her eyebrows. She vaguely understood something, nodded, and left. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look to the side, only to see a flash of light rapidly approaching from the horizon. The initial position was still very far away, but in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. The rainbow light landed on the deck and dissipated, revealing Bing Yun's figure. "Who is it?" Ling Yinqin and the others turned pale with fright and shouted. It was definitely a taboo to have someone board a ship on the sea without warning them, so Ling Yinqin and the others immediately prepared for battle. However, when they scanned with their divine senses and realized that Bing Yun was unfathomable, they were shocked and didn't dare to act rashly. Although they couldn't detect Bing Yun's strength, the pressure they felt from Bing Yun's aura was very strong. However, the huge pressure he felt from Frozen Cloud's body was not fake. Just a slight inspection caused his blood and qi to churn, and his chest to feel stuffy. This was definitely an expert that he could not afford to offend. "Senior, you're here." Yang Kai cupped his fists at Bing Yun. Bing Yun gently nodded. "Master." Fan Xian and the others also hurriedly came forward and saluted. Everyone looked excited, as if they had found their backbone. "Senior." "Master." Ling Yinqin and the others were completely dumbfounded. Yang Kai was from the Third Order Dao Source realm, so the only people he could call senior were masters from the Emperor realm. Ling Yinqin also knew Fan Xian, and knew that she was from Ice Heart Pavilion. Hearing Fan Xian call this girl master, how could Ling Yinqin not know her identity? This girl turned out to be the famous pavilion master of Ice Heart Pavilion, the only top master on Clear Sky Island who could stand on equal footing with the island master. After understanding this, Ling Yinqin and the others inexplicably became excited. They all looked at Bing Yun with worship and respect, and their confidence in Yang Kai increased significantly. If Ling Yinqin had chosen to leave with Yang Kai because she didn't want to stay on Clear Sky Island any longer, and decided to take a gamble, then they really saw hope now. Even a powerful master like the pavilion master of Ice Heart Pavilion was on board, so what else could they be worried about? "Are these your friends?" Bing Yun glanced at Ling Yinqin and the others and asked. Yang Kai smiled and said, "When junior sister and I first came here, we received a lot of kindness from big sister Ling and the others, so we invited them to leave with us this time." Bing Yun nodded and said, "You know how to repay kindness. They were lucky to have met you." When Ling Yinqin saw that Bing Yun was asking about her, she hurriedly walked up in fear and trepidation. She was so nervous that the tip of her nose was oozing with sweat as she said cautiously, "Junior Ling Yinqin greets Sir Pavilion Master." Jiao Yi and the others also hurriedly bowed and looked straight ahead, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. "Since you are Yang Kai's friends, then you are on the same side. No need to be so polite," Bing Yun said lightly. "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Ling Yinqin was very grateful. She was very surprised that the elusive Pavilion Master of Ice Heart Pavilion was so approachable. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't seem to feel the slightest pressure in front of her and spoke with confidence. She didn't know how he could maintain such an aloof attitude. After comparing the two, Ling Yinqin realized that she was really inferior to Yang Kai. "Senior, have you shaken off that old toad?" Yang Kai asked. In his plan with Bing Yun, he would lead everyone out to sea first before Bing Yun left Clear Sky Island. Because once she left Clear Sky Island, Chi-Ri would definitely notice and chase after her. Bing Yun needed to lead Chi-Ri around in circles outside, then find an opportunity to shake him off before meeting up with Yang Kai. Now that Bing Yun had appeared here, Chi-Ri had undoubtedly been shaken off. Bing Yun nodded, but just as she was about to answer, her pretty face suddenly sank. She looked up in a certain direction and gritted her teeth. "You won't cry until you see the coffin." Just as she finished speaking, a deafening thunderclap suddenly exploded in the sky. Accompanied by the sound of the explosion, a fiery red light suddenly appeared in the sky like a rising sun. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. At the same time, an extremely strong pressure radiated out. The pressure was so strong that it seemed as if the sky was collapsing, making it difficult for people to breathe. Everyone on the ship paled in shock. When the light dissipated, two figures suddenly appeared there. One of them was like a deep pool with a dignified expression. No one knew what he had encountered, but at this moment, there was a faint trace of anger on his face. The other person was half a step behind this person, standing there respectfully with a smile on his face like a servant. City Lord Master. Ling Yinchin looked at the dignified middle-aged man, and her pretty face suddenly turned pale. Although she had never seen Qi Ri in person, she had seen a portrait of him, so she recognized at a glance that the master chasing after them was the City Lord of Clear Sky City. Peng Guang. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was extremely stunned. Looking at the figure standing behind Qi Ri, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He never expected that Peng Guang would be together with Qi Ri, and from the looks of it, he seemed to have been subdued by Qi Ri. The last time Yang Kai saw him, this guy was seriously injured, and was counting on him to get the Heavenly Restoration Lotus to heal his injuries. Now, although he didn't seem to have fully recovered, he was undoubtedly much better than last time. It was probably because he took some pills. However, since he had been subdued by Qi Ri, it wasn't strange for him to get some healing pills from Qi Ri. Peng Guang's gaze swept across the crowd and stared at Yang Kai with a resentful expression. If it weren't for Yang Kai, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state today. Although there was a huge difference in strength between him and Qi Ri, he was still a master from the Emperor realm, and had his own dignity. If he hadn't been forced into a corner, he wouldn't have sought refuge with Qi Ri for protection. Although the other two First-Order Emperor Realm Masters on Clear Sky Island were also under Qi Ri's control, their situation was undoubtedly much better than his. At least they had their own freedom. And the culprit behind all this was Yang Kai. If he had given him the Heavenly Restoration Lotus, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state today. His life and death were no longer under his control, and even his freedom was restricted. Therefore, in terms of hatred, Peng Guang's hatred for Yang Kai couldn't be washed away even with all the water in the solitary void sea. Bing Yin! Qi Ri suddenly shouted. His voice was loud and clear, spreading in all directions. As if sensing his suppressed anger, even the sea began to churn for no apparent reason. The waves rose more than 100 feet high. You're in such a hurry. Where do you want to go? Bing Yun stood alone and looked up at Qi Ri. With a wave of her hand, she dispersed his boundless pressure and said indifferently, "This queen is free to go wherever she wants. City Lord Master doesn't need to care about this." Qi Ri's face sank and he coldly snorted. "Bing Yun, do you want to leave this place? Why do you ask when you already know the answer?" Bing Yun said with a cold face, as if she didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with him. "You really want to leave this place?" Although Qi Ri had already guessed it, when he saw Bing Yun admit it, he couldn't help but feel angry and bitter. He felt like he was abandoned by Bing Yun for no reason, and this feeling made him uncomfortable. He suppressed his anger, took a deep breath and said, "Bing Yun, you and I both know that leaving this place is just wishful thinking, so why force it? This king can let bygones be bygones. As long as you are willing to come back and marry this king, you can live freely in this solitary void-sealed world from now on. Isn't that perfect?" Bing Yun shook her head and said, "You know that this is just wishful thinking, so why force it? I don't want to be your enemy, and I don't want to be your enemy. Go back." Qi Ri said angrily, "Why are you so stubborn? Aren't you afraid that this king will bury all of you in the sea?" Chapter 2401. As soon as he said this, the faces of Ling Yinchin and the others changed drastically. Now that two of the strongest masters in the solitary void-sealed world had gathered here, and it looked like they were about to fight at any moment, how could they not be terrified? When immortals fought, mortals would suffer. If they really fought here, everyone would be involved. At that time, would Ice Heart Pavilion's pavilion master have the time to care about their lives? If they were careless, they would all be smashed to pieces. On the other side, hearing Qi Ri's threat, Bing Yun said coldly, "Qi Ri, this queen doesn't want to be your enemy, not because I'm afraid of you. If you continue to be so aggressive, don't blame this queen for being impolite." Qi Ri narrowed his eyes, which were spewing flames of anger. He had known Bing Yun for so many years, but he had never heard Bing Yun speak to him in such a tone. In the past, even if she was impatient, she would not show it too obviously. Bing Yun had always been extremely cold and did not show her emotions, but today for some reason, her words were so sharp, and from her tone, it was as if she could do anything to him. This made Qi a little angry. He had always suppressed Bing Yun, and although their cultivations were basically the same, because of the different cultivation resources they had, Bing Yun was becoming weaker and weaker as time passed. He felt that he would eventually succeed in subduing Bing Yun and make her his exclusive property. But now this woman, who he regarded as his exclusive property, dared to resist him. How could Qi tolerate this? It seems that you want this king to capture you, Qi said with a sullen face. He secretly made up his mind that today, even if he had to risk getting injured, he had to teach Bing Yun a lesson. He had to let her know the difference in strength between them. Yang Kai, take them away first. Bing Yun did not say anything more and quietly sent a message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded and gave Bing Yun a few high-grade 100 revolutions Emperor Yuan pills that he had refined a few days ago. He said in a low voice, Junior will wait for Senior's arrival in front. He wasn't worried about Bing Yun's safety at all. With the help of his 10 million high-grade source crystals, Bing Yun must have recovered to her peak. With a few high-grade 100 revolutions Emperor Yuan pills as a foundation, how could Qi compete with her? Bing Yun can't lose. After saying that, Yang Kai hurriedly signaled to Ling Yinqin and the others with his eyes. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands and urged the ship forward. Qi didn't pay any attention to Yang Kai and the others, nor did he try to stop them. He just stood there in the air, quietly staring at Bing Yun. For him, as long as he could stop Bing Yun, he would be able to do anything. It didn't matter if the others were dead or alive. Above the sea, the Emperor's pressure filled the air. The thick and substantial pressure collided with each other, setting off waves. The power of principle fluctuated at the same time, causing the sky to change color. Pang Guang, who was standing behind Qi, instantly felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. His face turned pale, even though he was also from the Emperor realm. But there was still a big gap between him and Qi and Bing Yun. These two top masters hadn't even made a move yet, but Pang Guang was already showing signs of being unable to withstand their pressure. He was shocked. Only now did he realize how big the difference was between the people from the Emperor realm and him. Realizing that there was no point in continuing to stay, Pang Guang raised his head and looked in the direction Yang Kai and the others left. His figure flickered, and he was about to chase after them. He definitely couldn't intervene in the battle here, so he could only set his sights on Yang Kai and find an opportunity to take revenge. But just as he moved, Frozen Cloud suddenly pointed a finger at him from afar. The finger came down. There was no trace of it, but an extremely cold concept suddenly spread out and shrouded Pang Guang. Pang Guang inexplicably felt the aura of death rushing towards him. The aura was so cold that it felt like it could even freeze his soul, making him unable to move forward or retreat for a moment. If he was at his peak, he might be able to fight back, but he was seriously injured and had yet to recover. How could he resist Bing Yun's suppression? In despair and horror, he hurriedly shouted, City Lord Master, save me. Qi didn't intend to ignore him. Seeing Bing Yun make a move, he quickly waved his sleeve and a wave of heat swept across the sky, dispelling the bone-chilling cold. Pang Guang suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. He hurriedly urged his strength to retreat more than 10 kilometers away. Only then did he gasp for breath, a look of lingering fear on his face. In front of this king, you still have the mind to deal with others? Bing Yun, don't look down on others. Qi shouted angrily. Bing Yun's pretty face sank as she said in surprise, You've been hiding your strength all this time. Although they only fought for a moment, Bing Yun still noticed that Qi had been hiding his strength all this time. Every time he fought with her for that cup of spirit tea, he didn't use his full strength. Only now did he reveal his true strength. While she was shocked, she couldn't help but rejoice in her heart. She was glad that she met a lucky star like Yang Kai, who gave her 10 million high-rank source crystals at once to restore her strength. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had a chance of winning this battle. You seem to have recovered your strength too? Qi was also surprised. Today, he had chased after Bing Yun with the intention of crushing her with absolute superiority and forcing her to submit to him. But now, it seemed that if they really fought, it would be hard to tell who would emerge victorious. Realizing this, Qi expression couldn't help but become somewhat unsightly. Although both of them were a little surprised, they were both third-order Emperor Realm Masters after all. Their mental fortitude wasn't bad, so they quickly calmed down. Bingyun looked past Qi and at the pale-faced Peng Guang. She clenched her jade hand slightly and a snow-white sword suddenly appeared in her hand. This sword was just like her, pure and flawless, crystal clear, like the most beautiful work of art in the world, without the slightest trace of murderous intent. With the sword in hand, Bingyun's aura erupted and she slashed down at Peng Guang from a distance, shouting, "Clear sky snowfall." As this sword slashed down, the world changed color, the universe collapsed, and the universe was turned upside down. Icy laws and concepts instantly spread out, and the churning seawater above the sea froze into ice in the next moment. It was snowing in the sky. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers sprinkled down, covering the entire world in white in an instant. It was a magnificent sight. Peng Guang, who bore the brunt of the snowflakes, didn't react at all. He just stared blankly at the beautiful scenery, as if he was completely immersed in it. An intoxicated look appeared on his face, and he even stretched out his hand to catch the snowflakes floating in the air. Frost quickly formed on his exposed skin and hair, and his whole body showed signs of being frozen. Great sun like heaven! At this moment, Qi shouted angrily, and a dazzling round sun suddenly rose in the world of ice and snow. This round sun brought with it an unparalleled amount of heat, scattering the snow and ice in the sky, and melting the sea in the blink of an eye. The two forces of completely different attributes collided in the sea territory within a 100-kilometer radius, and they quickly dissipated. This contest actually ended in a draw. Peng Guang finally awoke from his stupor. Recalling the beautiful scene from a moment ago, bean-sized beads of sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead and kept dripping down. How could he not know that he had just walked through the gates of hell? If it weren't for Qi help at the critical moment, he would have been dead. Even though Peng Guang was furious that a peak master like Bingyun had attacked him without saying a single word, Peng Guang also knew why. Bingyun was obviously afraid that he would chase after Kai Yang and the others, so she made the first move to gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. Thinking of this, he hurriedly chased in the direction Kai Yang and the others had left. He couldn't intervene in this battle at all. Just watching was enough to put his life in danger. If he really intervened, wouldn't he die quickly? The only thing he could do now was to chase after Yang Kai and the others and distract Bingyun. He couldn't defeat Bingyun, but how could he not defeat Yang Kai and the others? As long as he could capture those people, he could make Bingyun hesitate, and even make her surrender. When that time came, Qi would be happy, and his future would be better. You want to leave? Bingyun saw Peng Guang's movement and knew what he was planning. She gritted her teeth and pointed her sword in the air. A white ice flower suddenly shot out from the tip of her sword and rushed toward Peng Guang. The ice flower quickly bloomed halfway, as if it wanted to swallow Peng Guang whole. A figure flashed, and Qi suddenly appeared in front of the ice flower. He punched down, and the violent fist energy slammed into the ice flower, causing it to shatter into pieces. With this king here, you still have the mind to deal with others? Qi sneered. It seems that this king is really underestimated by you. Bingyun frowned and watched Peng Guang disappear, but she couldn't do anything. Qi alone required her full attention, so she didn't have the energy to deal with Peng Guang. She took a deep breath, and her full breasts rose and fell slightly. In the next moment, her anxious and worried expression suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a cold and determined look. She knew that if she wanted to chase after Peng Guang, she had to deal with Qi first. In order to deal with Qi, she had to do her best and couldn't relax or be negligent. Seeing Bingyun's change, Qi praised her in his heart, but he said, "Bingyun, that ship's people died because of you. If you know what's good for you, surrender now and this king will treat you well in the future." He sentenced Yang Kai and the others to death with one sentence. His main purpose was to disturb Bingyun's state of mind. But Bingyun didn't care at all. Her long sword shook, and the cold law of ice filled the air again, directly enveloping him. Qi was so angry that he shouted, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He used the divine technique to fight Bingyun. In an instant, the two figures moved back and forth above the sea. Principles collided, and the world collapsed. Above the sea, waves rolled, and the world energy within 1,000 kilometers trembled. This was a life-and-death battle between two third-order Emperor Realm Masters. Such a scene was rare in the entire star boundary. What was even rarer was that the two were not only equal in strength, but their divine technique also countered each other. This made the battle even more thrilling. Chapter 2402. Even Yang Kai and the others, who had already run far away, could clearly feel the aftermath of the explosion. All of them were shocked, and Fan Exine and the other Ice Heart Pavilion disciples were even more worried for their honored master's safety. They didn't know that Bing Yun had already regained her peak strength, but they knew that their honored master had always been wary of Qi Ri. Now that the two were fighting, they didn't know who would win. "Someone's chasing us." Lu Xianyun suddenly pointed behind her and shouted. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked over, frowning. "Why didn't you stop him?" He thought that with Bing Yun's current condition, she could definitely kill Pang Guang right under Qi Ri's nose. After all, Pang Guang was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and he was seriously injured. How could he block Bing Yun's attack? But in fact, Pang Guang was fine, and he was chasing after them. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened on Bing Yun's side that caused Pang Guang to slip through the net, but it seemed that they wouldn't be able to leave so easily. If they wanted to leave, they would have to kill Pang Guang first. "It's that guy from the Emperor Realm." Ling Yinqin saw Pang Guang's face and couldn't help but turn pale. She didn't know Pang Guang's name, but he came with Qi Ri just now, so they were obviously not friends. The difference between the Emperor Realm and the Dao Source Realm was like heaven and earth. Anyone from the Emperor Realm could easily destroy this ship. Seeing Pang Guang chasing after them, everyone looked nervously at Yang Kai, wondering what he was going to do. At first glance, Ling Yinqin and the others couldn't help but be stunned because Yang Kai didn't show the slightest sign of nervousness. He just stood there with a calm expression. Not only that, instead he had a mocking expression on his face, as if he wasn't from the Emperor Realm, but a piece of trash who had come to die. "You guys go first, I'll catch up in a while," Yang Kai told Ling Yinqin and the others before turning around and leaping away. "Brother." Lu Xianyun had a worried expression on her face. She seemed to want to stay behind with Yang Kai to fight the enemy, but her strength was too low. At the same time, she was afraid that she would become a burden to Yang Kai, so her expression was very conflicted. "Brother Yang, let me help you." She had the strength of a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, so if she went all out, she could exchange a few blows with a first-order Emperor Realm Master. However, she didn't know what the outcome would be, but looking at the current situation, she didn't know. Except for her, who could help Yang Kai, she couldn't count on anyone else. "You don't need to come, I'll go meet him myself. He's just a trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master, I don't care about him." Yang Kai turned around and flashed everyone a bright smile. Ling Yinqin and the others were dumbfounded. A powerhouse from the Emperor Realm was called a mere by Yang Kai. No one knew where he got his confidence from. "Don't worry, I'll catch up in a moment." Yang Kai grinned when he saw that Ling Yinqin and the others had no intention of leaving. After saying this, he took the initiative to leave the ship and fly towards Pang Guang. Ling Yinqin stood on the deck and hesitated for a while before gritting her teeth and saying, "Let's go." "But brother, Lu Xianyun was so anxious that she started sweating. Ling Yinqin said with a sullen face, "If we stay here, we'll only distract him. Your brother is far stronger than an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator. Since he's so confident, he'll be fine." Hearing her say that, Lu Xianyun suddenly remembered. At that time, they were chased by a third-order Emperor Realm Master outside Marsh City, and Yang Kai carried her all the way and escaped. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master couldn't do anything to him. So how could Pang Guang, a first-order Emperor Realm Master, do anything to him? Thinking of this, Lu Xianyun suddenly relaxed and looked back at Yang Kai's position, secretly praying that he would be fine. Only then did she join forces with Ling Yinqin and the others to drive the ship away. Above the sea, Pang Guang suddenly stopped about 100 meters away from Yang Kai and glared at him angrily. However, Yang Kai was in high spirits and his eyes were as bright as stars, making him look like a celestial being. This made Pang Guang extremely unhappy, and the anger in his heart surged. He couldn't help but shout angrily, "Little brat, How dare you stop and wait for me here? Yang Kai grinned. Since City Lord Pang wants to die, this young master will naturally grant you your wish. Pang Guang couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Little brat, did you eat too much lard and lose your mind? This king is from the Emperor realm. Killing you will be as easy as breathing. So what if you're from the Emperor realm? Yang Kai curled his lips. It's not like I haven't killed someone from the Emperor realm before. Even if I lose my head, I'll still die on the spot. Pang Guang was stunned. He looked Yang Kai up and down, as if he was re-examining him. After a while he nodded. I have to say your courage is very big, just like your tone. Enough nonsense. Yang Kai looked impatient. This young master is in a hurry. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, and the myriad sword appeared. He raised his hand and pointed it at Pang Guang, saying in a deep voice, Do you want to come here and die, or do you want me to cut you down? It's your choice. Wah! Pang Guang shouted in anger. He had never seen such an arrogant Dao Source Realm cultivator before. In the past, every Dao Source Realm cultivator would be respectful to him, not even daring to breathe loudly. He had always been the one looking down on them. Today he was actually being looked down on by a Dao Source Realm cultivator. Pang Guang was fuming with anger. He roared. If this king doesn't skin you alive today, I swear I'm not human. As soon as he finished speaking, he roared and rushed towards Yang Kai like a cannonball. His momentum was peerless, and the huge impact spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding space to explode. While in midair, he fiercely punched towards Kai Yang. In a split second, the sky was filled with fist shadows, enveloping Kai Yang's location in a nearly airtight barrier. Zheng. The sound of a sword rang out, and a sword light appeared and swept over. The majestic power was like a sleeping dragon waking up, and the moment it erupted, Pang Guang's whole body trembled. Hong hong hong. A loud sound rang out, and the fist shadows that filled the sky suddenly collapsed, leaving only a single sword light that slashed towards Pang Guang. Pang Guang sucked in a breath of cold air, and his expression changed instantly. Without thinking, he hurriedly dodged to the side. The sword light brushed past him, but the rolling sword intent made his whole body ache. This little brat. How can he be so strong? Pang Guang couldn't believe what he had just seen. He had taken the initiative to attack as a cultivator from the Emperor realm, but not only did he not gain any advantage, he was almost injured by the other party. Is this still a Dao Source Realm cultivator? Pang Guang couldn't wait to gouge out his eyeballs and stick them on Yang Kai's body to see if he was hiding his cultivation from the Emperor realm to play with his feelings. Before he could finish this thought, Yang Kai suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost, a ferocious smile on his face, and a fist smashed towards him. Strange principle strength lingered on this fist, making Pang Guang feel great pressure. He didn't dare to take this lightly, and also punched out, mobilizing all his strength. Hong. When the two fists collided, Pang Guang's whole body shook, and he felt an extremely strong force coming from the front. The impact made his blood and chi tumble, and he couldn't stand firmly, and was directly sent flying a few thousand meters away. On the other side, Kai Yang's body was also like a rag sack, tumbling backwards. After all, his realm was lower than Pang Guang's, and it was commendable that they could fight evenly. Chi. Both of them exerted their strength at the same time, and stopped their momentum. After they stood still, they had different expressions. Unlike Yang Kai's calm and fighting spirit, Pang Guang's aura was greatly reduced. He found that this battle was completely different from what he had imagined. Yang Kai was actually qualified to fight with him. The last time they fought in his cave mansion was not like this. At that time, although he felt that Yang Kai was different from ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivators, he didn't think that he was this strong. But in just a few days, Pang Guang found that Yang Kai's strength had increased by more than a little. Could it be the effect of the Heavenly Restoration Lotus? Pang Guang's heart shook, and he suddenly realized something. Then anger surged. That Heavenly Restoration Lotus should have been his. If he had consumed the Heavenly Restoration Lotus back then, not only would his injuries be healed, he would even be able to advance further on the path of martial arts. Unfortunately, It was swallowed whole by this brat. Let me tell you a secret. Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang in Pang Guang's ears. Pang Guang was startled because Yang Kai was still a few thousand meters away just a moment ago. He didn't even notice that Yang Kai had moved, but in the next moment, he was right beside him. How fast is this little brat? The moment he heard Yang Kai's voice, Pang Guang summoned his emperor artifact. It was a copper gong. When he poured his source qi into it, the copper gong buzzed incessantly, making a strange sound that seemed to be able to disturb one's mind. A dark ray of light suddenly shot out from the copper gong, heading straight for Yang Kai's waist. It was so fast that it was impossible to guard against it. But even such a blow failed to hit Yang Kai. Pang Guang only felt a wave of space principles before Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. The next moment, his voice came from the other side. Yao Chongjun, he's dead. When he heard the name Yao Chongjun, Pang Guang's expression changed drastically. He subconsciously thought that Yao Chongjun was nearby. His heart tightened as he heard the second half of the sentence. He blurted out, "How did he die?" "Of course, he was killed by me." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he let out a maniacal laugh. "Bullshit." Pang Guang cursed angrily, thinking that Yang Kai was just making fun of him. He would rather believe that heaven and earth had been turned upside down and day and night could not be distinguished, than believe that Yang Kai had killed Yao Chongjun. That was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even he had to retreat, so how could Yang Kai, a third-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator, kill him? You don't believe me? Take a look at this. As Yang Kai spoke, he had already retreated more than a dozen meters away. With a flick of his wrist, a five-colored spear suddenly appeared in his hand. Pang Guang's eyes widened in an instant as he stared at the five-colored spear in shock. Then his whole body began to tremble. He had never seen this five-colored spear before, but he could feel the aura on it. This was obviously an extremely high-grade Emperor artifact. Even his copper gong was inferior to it. A person who could possess such an Emperor artifact was definitely a second-order or third-order Emperor Realm Master. More importantly, Pang Guang actually felt Yao Chongjun's aura from this five-colored spear. Chapter 2403. This five-colored spear was actually Yao Chongjun's Emperor artifact. Emperor artifacts were rare even in the Emperor realm. Each of them would be regarded as a treasure, and would not be easily discarded. But now, Yao Chongjun's Emperor artifact had actually appeared in Yang Kai's hands. What did this mean? This meant that Yao Chongjun was most likely dead. No wonder he hadn't seen Yao Chongjun all this time. Ever since he came to the solitary void-sealed world, he had even seen Yang Kai, but he hadn't found any trace of Yao Chongjun. Now, it seemed that it wasn't that Yao Chongjun had hidden himself well, but that he was no longer in this world. But how could Yang Kai, a Dao Source Realm cultivator, kill Yao Chongjun? If he didn't kill him, how could this five-colored spear be in his hands? Pang Guang was confused as he stared at the five-colored spear in a daze. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried, nor did he know whether Yang Kai was telling the truth or not. Just as his mind was in shock, a chill suddenly came from behind him. This chill came without warning, and by the time Pang Guang sensed it and wanted to dodge, it was already too late. A ray of light suddenly appeared, accompanied by the roar of a wild beast. Pang Guang only felt a pain in his back, and then his body was hit by a huge force, causing him to involuntarily fly forward, blood spurting out of his mouth in mid-air. Before he could regain his balance, Yang Kai had already flown over with a ferocious smile on his face. He punched towards him, a strong space force fluctuation lingering on his fist. Wherever the fist passed, it left a pitch-black mark, as if space itself had shattered. Pang Guang sucked in a breath of cold air, and forced himself to circulate his source qi. He urged the gong in front of him to protect himself. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk, a loud noise rang out. The gong flashed wildly, as if the spirituality of this Emperor artifact had been damaged by this blow, causing Pang Guang to feel distressed. But this was obviously not the time to feel distressed over the loss of his Emperor artifact. Pang Guang's face turned pale as he used the recoil to quickly pull away from Yang Kai. Asterisk Xiai La. Asterisk, a soft sound rang out. An extremely dangerous aura lingered in his heart, and the world suddenly brightened for a moment. Then a thin bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from a certain direction, accurately hitting Peng Guang's body. Even though Peng Guang was an expert from the Emperor realm, after being struck by this bolt of lightning, his entire body trembled violently. His hair stood on end, and a strong burnt smell came from his body. He looked extremely miserable. His eyes widened in anger as he forced himself to look to the side. In the next moment, his eyes widened. On the other side, there was a little girl about 7 or 8 years old. She looked like she was carved from jade. However, his face was ice cold. He was riding on a white tiger, holding a light green bead in his hand, and looking at him coldly. Whether it was this little girl, or the white tiger under her, but they both appeared without warning. Peng Guang did not notice how they appeared at all. And the various sneak attacks and attacks from before were undoubtedly from this person and beast. What was most unbelievable to Peng Guang was that the light green bead in the little girl's hand was actually a Thunder Attribute Emperor artifact. He did not know if it was because the little girl's cultivation was not enough, but after activating the power of this Emperor artifact, her face turned pale. It was obvious that she had consumed too much energy. What's going on? Peng Guang's mind was a little confused, and he only felt that what he saw and heard was too unbelievable. At this moment, an angry roar rang out. Peng Guang, today, this place will be your burial place. Quickly accept your death. Peng Guang was frightened and no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. He had aggressively chased after Kai Yang, thinking that he would be able to kill him for revenge, but he hadn't thought that he would fall into a trap. The enemy hadn't done anything yet, but he had already been beaten half to death. The white tiger-like monster beast exuded the aura of a master from the Emperor realm. At first glance, it was obvious that it was not to be trifled with. He might not be able to deal with it alone, not to mention that Yang Kai was watching from the side. There was no way he could fight at all. If he had known that this place was so dangerous, he would not have come over. Wouldn't it be better to cheer for Chi-Ri over there? For a moment, infinite regret rose in Peng Guang's heart, and he turned around to escape. Condense. Yang Kai knew his intention and shouted. Under the convergence of space principles, the space around Peng Guang suddenly became extremely sticky, making it difficult for him to move. This moment of delay determined Peng Guang's life and death. Under Lu Yan's command, the white tiger turned into a stream of light and suddenly appeared beside Peng Guang. It opened its bloody mouth and bit Peng Guang's neck. Peng Guang was scared out of his wits. He circulated all his strength to protect his neck, so that the white tiger would not bite it off. At the same time, he struggled to get out of this predicament. Come in. Yang Kai sneered and threw the sealed world bead in his hand at Peng Guang, directly swallowing him and the white tiger Lu Yan. Then his figure flickered and he entered the sealed world bead. Somewhere in the sealed world bead, Peng Guang used all his strength and even self-detonated his blood essence to get rid of the white tiger. But when he turned around, he was completely dumbfounded. Looking around, there was no sea here. He was surrounded by lush vegetation, birdsong, the fragrance of flowers, and rich world energy. It was like a fairyland. Am I dead? Am I in the underworld? Cold sweat dripped down Peng Guang's forehead. Fortunately, he saw Yang Kai in the next moment and felt relieved. However, after being tormented like that, coupled with the fact that he had not yet recovered from his injuries, Peng Guang no longer had the demeanor of a master from the Emperor realm. He looked like a stray dog, extremely embarrassed. Yang Kai looked at him with a sneer, as if he was looking at a dead man. Peng Guang's eyes flickered as he felt a great shock in the depths of his heart. He exclaimed, "What the hell is this place?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Of course it's your grave. Look at how good this young master is to you, choosing such a beautiful place for you to be buried. This is something that others can't even ask for. City Lord Peng, your family's ancestors have accumulated so much good karma that smoke is rising from their graves. Your ancestors' graves are emitting smoke." Peng Guang cursed in his heart. He was so angry that his stomach hurt, but he did not dare to curse out loud. He could only stubbornly say, "You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability." As he spoke, he glanced at the white tiger with a face full of fear. He was actually not very afraid of Yang Kai. The only thing he was wary of was this white tiger exuding the Emperor realm's aura. He did not know what this thing was, But although it looked like a monster beast, it did not have the slightest fluctuation of blood energy. It was like an inanimate object, but it was vivid and lifelike. Yongkai chuckled. Once you enter this place, your life and death are in this young master's hands. If this young master wants you to live, you will live. If this young master wants you to die, you will die. You speak as if you are the ruler of this world. Be careful not to blow your cover. Peng Guang said with disdain. Yongkai snorted. You're right. In this place, this young master is the ruler. As he spoke, Yongkai reached out and slapped at Peng Guang from afar. Peng Guang did not see any signs of Yongkai activating his strength, nor did he see him use any secret technique. However, when this palm came down, he suddenly felt a great pressure descend from the sky. The pressure was so great that his bones creaked and his straight body could not help but shrink. Peng Guang's face changed greatly as he cried out in alarm. World Force. You can actually mobilize World Force. This is impossible. Even the 10 great emperors could not mobilize World Force. No one could do this to such an extent. But in fact, Yongkai had really mobilized World Force and placed it on his body, making it impossible for him to even move a finger. Peng Guang's eyes trembled violently as a look of inexplicable horror appeared on his face. Under the suppression of this great force, he could not summon the slightest bit of strength and felt as if he would be crushed to pieces at any moment, causing him to panic. He wanted to resist, but he could not summon the slightest bit of strength. Don't kill him, give this to me. A thunderous voice suddenly came from the side, causing Peng Guang's eardrums to go numb. In a daze, Peng Guang raised his head and was instantly stunned. Not far from him, there was a huge humanoid stone giant sitting cross-legged, staring at him with a pair of eyes larger than a house. The voice just now was made by this stone giant. Peng Guang's feet were cramping. It was not that he did not notice this stone giant before, but he thought it was just a small mountain, so he did not pay much attention to it. Who would have thought that this guy was actually alive and could even speak? Moreover, the way it looked at him was like a hungry wolf that had seen a piece of fat meat, glowing with a green light, making Peng Guang feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Yongkai raised his eyebrows and looked at the embodiment. Why are you doing this? Isn't it too inhumane? The embodiment chuckled and said, It's only once in a while. You've killed so many people in the Emperor realm, but I haven't seen you throw one in here. Now that I've come across one, I can't just let it go. Yongkai thought for a while and nodded. Then do as you wish. After saying so, he turned his head and looked at Peng Guang with a sympathetic look on his face. In the next moment, his figure flickered and he left the small sealed world. Hey boy, where did you go? What inhumane? Explain it to me clearly. Peng Guang shouted. He did not know why, but an extremely uneasy feeling lingered in the depths of his heart. This feeling gave him an illusion that was worse than death, and he was so scared that his face turned pale. He did not know what this stone giant wanted to do to him, but judging from Yongkai's words and the look in his eyes before he left, he knew that his encounter would not be good. Just as Peng Guang was panicking, he suddenly felt that the light above his head was blocked. He looked up and saw a huge palm coming towards him. Peng Guang immediately shouted, Stop! The embodiment was unmoved. He reached out and lifted Peng Guang up, then threw him in the palm of his hand and said in a muffled voice, Close your eyes. Children should not look, it will leave a psychological shadow. Peng Guang. The embodiment's expression turned solemn and he shouted in a low voice, Heaven-devouring great emperor. Battle Law. Chapter 2404. Lu Qinyan and the rest all stood on the deck and looked up. Everyone's face was filled with deep worry. Suddenly, Ling Yinqin seemed to have noticed something and her beautiful eyes lit up. She pointed in a certain direction and said, Someone's coming. Hearing this, Lu Xianyun, Fan Xian, and the others were also shocked and looked in that direction. Sure enough, they saw a ray of light rushing towards them. Prepare for the worst and get ready to fight. Ling Yinqin shouted. With this order, everyone's expression turned serious, and they secretly circulated their source qi. It would be best if the person coming was Yongkai, but if it was Peng Guang, then they would have to fight to the death. After a short while, the ray of light was not far away. Lu Xianyun cried out happily, It's brother, it's brother. When she saw that the figure hidden in the light was Kai Yang, she felt as if a large stone had been lifted from her heart. She felt her whole body relax. When Yang Kai landed on the deck, everyone greeted him with joy and asked about his well-being, especially Lu Xianyun. She looked Yang Kai up and down, worried that he was missing an arm or a leg. But after looking around, they found that not only was Yang Kai unscathed, but he was even in high spirits. They were all at a loss for a moment. After all, Yang Kai had stayed behind to fight Peng Guang. Even if he could escape unscathed from the Emperor realm, he shouldn't be in such good condition, right? Where's that Peng Guang guy? Ling Yinqin asked suspiciously. At the same time, she looked in the direction Yang Kai had come from, afraid that Peng Guang would appear again. He's dead, don't worry. Yang Kai grinned. Dead. Ling Yinqin's beautiful eyes widened. She cried out involuntarily. How did he die? As soon as she asked the question, she knew she was being silly. Yang Kai had stayed behind to deal with Peng Guang, and now that Yang Kai had returned, Peng Guang was dead. How else could he have died? It was obvious that Yang Kai had killed him. Realizing this, Ling Yinqin's heart was filled with shock. Although she had seen Yang Kai kill Dao Source Realm Masters as easily as chopping vegetables, she had never expected him to be able to kill even those from the Emperor realm. What kind of heaven-defying cultivation method and secret technique did he cultivate? What kind of artifact did he possess that allowed him to achieve such a feat? Yang Kai said, that guy was already seriously injured, so his strength was greatly reduced, but he still thought he was so great, so he died. Hearing his explanation, Ling Yinqin inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, so Peng Guang was injured to begin with. No wonder he was killed by Yang Kai. If even the Emperor realm at full strength isn't Yang Kai's opponent. That was too inconceivable. But even so, Ling Yinqin couldn't deny Yang Kai's strength. An injured the Emperor realm was still the Emperor realm. And as the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse, but Yang Kai was still able to kill him. He was definitely the most outstanding Dao Source Realm Master she had ever seen in her life. Alchemist Yang, where's my honored master? Fan Xian asked worriedly. Did you see the situation on her side? Yang Kai glanced at her and comforted her. You don't have to worry about Senior Bingyan, she will definitely be fine. Let's keep going, Senior Bingyan will catch up with us. Seeing him so confident, Fan Xian and the other Ice Heart Pavilion disciples inexplicably felt more confident, feeling that their honored master definitely wouldn't have any problems dealing with Qi Ri. Soon, everyone entered the cabin and continued to sail forward. For the next few days, it could be said to be calm. Occasionally, they would encounter a few ignorant sea beasts that came to harass them, but under Yang Kai's leadership, they were easily repelled or killed. By now, they were already far away from Clear Sky Island. They had already reached the depths of the solitary void sea. But after a few days, Bingyan was nowhere to be seen. This made Fan Xian and the others anxious, wondering if something had happened to their honored master. Yang Kai was also puzzled. Logically speaking, Bingyan had already recovered to her peak condition, and she had several high-rank 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pills that he had refined. How could she possibly lose to Qi Ri? He originally thought that Bingyan would quickly make Qi Ri retreat, and then come back to join them, but now, it seemed that the situation was a little different from what he had imagined. Qi Ri seemed to be more difficult to deal with than he had expected. Yang Kai had already learned the location of the exit of the sealed world from Bingyan. So even if Bingyan didn't come back, he had the ability to bring everyone out. But Bingyan was Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, and she came from the same star territory as him, so there was some relationship between them. Yang Kai didn't want to abandon her here. Deep in his heart, he still hoped to see her leave this place with him and return to the star boundary. He had been staying on the deck for the past few days. First, he was guarding against the sea beasts in the sea, and second, he wanted to see Bingyan's trace as soon as possible. For 5 days, Yang Kai didn't get what he wanted. On this day, he was looking into the distance from the deck when Fan Xian suddenly rushed out of the cabin and said anxiously, "Alchemist Yang. What's wrong?" Yang Kai was startled when he saw her expression. He didn't know what had happened to make her so anxious. Fan Xian said anxiously, "Honored Master sent a message for help. She's in trouble." While speaking, she handed the communication artifact in her hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face changed and he quickly took it. After checking it with his divine sense and confirming that Fan Xian was telling the truth, he quickly turned around and jumped into the sea. At the same time he said, "I'll go pick her up." Yang Kai's figure flickered as he shuttled back and forth. Fan Xian wanted to go with Yang Kai, but before she could say anything, Yang Kai disappeared. 3,000 kilometers away from the ship, a faint light was flying over the sea. The light was flickering, as if it could disappear at any time. Wrapped in the light was the figure of a young girl. It was none other than Bing Yin. However, at this moment, Frozen Cloud looked extremely miserable. Her originally pure white clothes were dyed red with blood, and her beautiful face was as pale as a sheet of paper. The energy fluctuations in her delicate body were intermittent, and she looked like a lamp that was about to run out of oil. As a third-order Emperor Realm Master, she rarely encountered such a crisis. It could be said that this was the most serious injury she had ever suffered since she reached the Emperor Realm. There was no place to stop on the sea. The sea beasts below seemed to be attracted by the smell of blood, and chased after her like maggots. As time passed, more and more sea beasts gathered. She struggled to fly forward, but in the end, when she couldn't hold on any longer, she sent a message to her disciple for help. The last trace of energy in her body was squeezed dry. Bing Yin looked up at the endless sea, and felt a touch of desolation in her heart. She had worked so hard all the way from Hung Luo Starfield to the star boundary. She had cultivated to the third-order Emperor realm. But today, she was going to be eaten by fish. This way of dying was a little too shabby. However, at this moment of life and death, her expression was still cold and resolute. She didn't panic at all, as if she wasn't facing death, but a journey of life. The flickering light finally shattered. Bing Yin no longer had the strength to fly forward. Her body swayed slightly, and she fell into the sea upside down. The sea beasts that had been chasing her down below seemed to have foreseen something. They all became excited and stirred up the sea. They all opened their bloody mouths, ready to welcome the food. Just as Frozen Cloud was about to fall into a beast's mouth, a figure suddenly appeared below Frozen Cloud. He reached out and caught her. Then with a tap of his foot he leapt up. Yang Kai saw at a glance that Bing Yun's current situation was worrying. His hand was cold and wet. He couldn't help but frown. How did she end up like this? He didn't expect that after the battle between Bing Yin and Qi Ri, she would end up in such a miserable state. He didn't know whether Qi Ri was alive or dead, but if Bing Yin was in such a state, Qi Ri wouldn't be any better. Even if he wasn't dead, he probably wouldn't have the strength to continue chasing. Being held in Yang Kai's arms, Bing Yin opened her weak eyelids and glanced at him. She seemed to understand that she was saved by Yang Kai. She quickly cast a grateful look at him and said weakly, "I need to heal. Take me back." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Obviously, she was extremely weak. If Yang Kai wasn't close enough to her, he probably wouldn't have been able to hear what she said. "Senior, don't worry. Just focus on healing." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, he found that Bing Yin had closed her beautiful eyes and had lost consciousness. Yang Kai frowned and turned around to head back to the ship. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai returned to the ship. Fan Xian and the others had been waiting anxiously on the deck. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai carrying Bing Yin back, and not knowing whether Bing Yin was dead or alive, their hearts were in chaos and their pretty faces turned pale. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Senior's life isn't in danger, she's just too weak. I gave her a few healing spirit pills. Junior sister Fan, take Senior back to the cabin and take good care of her." Okay. Fan Xian had no idea what to do at this moment. She did whatever Yang Kai said. After taking Bing Yin from Yang Kai, she hurriedly brought her honored master into the cabin with a few Ice Heart Pavilion disciples, and carefully arranged for her. After they left, Ling Yinchin walked up and asked, "What about Qi Ri? Do you know Qi Ri's current situation?" Yang Kai shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I didn't see him, but since Senior Bing Yin is in such a state, Qi Ri's situation is likely to be grim. Don't worry, he won't chase after us." Hearing this, Ling Yinchin breathed a sigh of relief. If Qi Ri had chased after them at this time, the people on the ship wouldn't have been able to stop him. Although Yang Kai killed Peng Guang, if he really faced Qi Ri, there was no chance of survival. Qi Ri was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. The ship continued to sail. Because of Bing Yun's unexpected injury, everyone's mood seemed to be a little low. The few people from Ice Heart Pavilion had disappeared for a few days, taking care of Bing Yun in the ship's cabin. Yang Kai didn't rashly disturb them. This was a critical period for Bing Yun's recovery. As a third-order Emperor Realm Master, she definitely had her own healing methods, so he didn't need to worry about her. Chapter 2405. After a full 3 days, Bing Yun woke up. The first thing she did was ask Fan Xian to call Yang Kai in for a chat. Inside the room, Yang Kai knocked on the door, pushed it open, and entered. Bing Yun was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Her face still pale and her aura weak. After 3 days of recuperation, she was much better, but it would still take some time for her to fully recover. Seeing Yang Kai, she squeezed out a smile and waved. "Come here." Yang Kai walked to the bedside and asked with concern, "Senior, how are you feeling?" Bing Yun said weakly, "I'm fine, but I need to slowly recuperate. I really have to thank you this time." If Yang Kai hadn't arrived in time at the critical moment, she might have been eaten by the fish. This was definitely not the way she wanted to die. A powerhouse like her would rather die at the hands of another powerhouse than be swallowed by a sea beast. Yang Kai shook his head. "I didn't do anything. Senior was able to return safely, because of her own strength." He paused for a moment and asked nervously, "Is Qi Ri dead or alive?" Bing Yun said faintly, "He's dead." Sure enough, although Yang Kai had expected that Qi Ri's fate wouldn't be any better, now that he heard Bing Yun personally confirm his death, he was relieved. Now that Qi Ri was dead, no one could stop them from leaving the solitary void-sealed world. The only danger left was the dangers hidden in this sea, and as long as they could safely cross it, they would be able to reach the exit. "We were able to win this battle thanks to the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill you refined." Bing Yun looked at Yang Kai gratefully. "Qi Ri's true strength was on par with mine. If it weren't for the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill you refined, I wouldn't have been able to kill him. I couldn't kill him at the last moment, so I really have to thank you." She opened her mouth to express her gratitude once again. Clearly, it was from the bottom of her heart. Yang Kai hadn't expected that the key to victory would be the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill that he had prepared for Bing Yun. At that time, he had only refined it as a precaution. But now, it seemed that it had been a wise decision. If Bing Yun didn't have the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill, she might not even be able to come back. Even if she could kill Qi Ri, she would probably be dragged down with her. "I won't be able to use my power for the time being. Otherwise, I might leave behind some hidden dangers. So, you'll have to be careful for the rest of the journey. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't help you," Frozen Cloud said seriously. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Senior, don't worry and recuperate. I will bring you all out." A gratified smile appeared on Bing Yun's pale face. "You are a very reliable person. Then I'll wait for the good news." Bing Yun still had to recuperate, so Yang Kai didn't stay with her for too long. After chatting for a while, he took the initiative to leave. 2 days later, when the miraculous sight of waterspouts appeared on the surface of the sea, Yang Kai summoned the Sea King shuttle and moved everyone onto it. They wanted to leave the solitary void-sealed world. The Sea King shuttle was definitely the most crucial part, because only by relying on it could they reach the exit. The Sea King shuttle had been completely refined by Yang Kai, so Yang Kai was familiar with all kinds of restrictions and spirit arrays, so it wasn't difficult for him to navigate it. Unlike the ship, the Sea King shuttle sailed under the sea. It was precisely because it sailed under the sea that it could avoid the waterspouts that were everywhere on the surface of the sea. The Sea King shuttle's speed was definitely not slow. In fact, it was even faster than Yang Kai's ship. Sangda's unknown master had put a lot of effort into refining the Sea King shuttle. He had inscribed countless practical and simple arrays on it, so even under the sea, the shuttle was still able to move. Even under the sea, the people inside the shuttle could still clearly see the scenery and wonders around them through the reflections of some of the spirit arrays. It was just that the light under the sea wasn't very good, so they couldn't see very far. The colorful schools of fish and the large and small sea beasts shuttling back and forth made the people on the ship study them with great interest for several days. Although Ling Yinchin and the others had been out at sea all year round, they had never seen the scenery under the sea. Now that they saw it, they naturally enjoyed it. There were no bumps along the way. Occasionally, some sea beasts would come looking for trouble, but they were all bombarded by the spirit stone cannons installed on the Sea King shuttle. The spirit stone cannons were very powerful, but their consumption wasn't small either. One shot cost 10,000 mid-rank source crystals. However, Yongkai didn't lack source crystals, so Jiao Yi, who was in charge of the spirit stone cannons, was very happy to fire. Any sea beasts that dared to invade were beaten to a pulp. The weaker ones were directly blasted into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a corpse. The stronger ones could only cover their heads and flee, unable to get close to the Sea King shuttle. Everyone was in a good mood after the smooth sailing. They had been sailing under the sea for a month now, and no one knew how far they had traveled. However, they still hadn't reached the exit, so they couldn't help but feel anxious and uneasy. On this day, Yongkai, who was correcting the course, suddenly heard a cracking sound. He was startled and immediately released his divine sense to investigate. Beside him, Ling Yinchin's beautiful face also changed and she hurriedly asked, "Brother Yang, our Sea King shuttle, did it crack? Why did I hear something?" Yongkai said with a sullen face, "It did crack." Ling Yinchin was shocked and asked, "Then what should we do? If the Sea King shuttle is destroyed, we won't have anywhere to run." They were deep in the sea. If the Sea King shuttle was destroyed, they might not be able to fly to the surface. Even if they were lucky enough to fly to the surface, the omnipresent and powerful waterspouts would become their graves. That was a barrier that even Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters couldn't cross, so how could Dao Source Realm cultivators like them be safe? "Don't worry, we can still hold on for a while." Although Yongkai was comforting Ling Yinchin, he wasn't confident either. After all, this Sea King shuttle wasn't made by him, so he didn't know how long it could last. "How far are we from the exit now?" Ling Yinchin asked. "I'm not sure, but we shouldn't be far." Yongkai pointed to the spirit array around them and said, "Have you noticed? Since yesterday, there have been fewer and fewer sea beasts around here. I haven't seen a single sea beast in the past 2 hours. Also, the pressure around here is getting stronger and stronger, and there's an abnormal flow of water that seems to be gathering in a certain direction. As long as we follow the flow, we should be able to reach the exit smoothly." Ling Yinchin looked at him and asked, "Are you confident?" 70%. Yongkai said seriously. Ling Yinchin gently nodded and didn't say anything else. She knew that since they had already reached this point, there was no point in saying anything. The only thing they could do now was to pray that the Sea King shuttle wouldn't be destroyed before they reached the exit. When the others heard the conversation between the two, they also realized the seriousness of the problem. The atmosphere in the shuttle suddenly became solemn, and everyone looked nervous as they secretly prayed in their hearts. Yongkai controlled the Sea King shuttle to turn around and follow the flow of water. Half a day later, another series of cracking sounds came from somewhere in the shuttle, causing everyone's already tense nerves to become even more uneasy. As the Sea King shuttle moved forward, the surrounding seawater flowed more and more violently, and the pressure grew stronger and stronger. The cracking sounds continued to ring out. Yongkai's mind was still connected to the Sea King shuttle, and he noticed that it was getting more and more damaged. Seeing that it could only hold on for half a day at most, he cursed Sangda's dead master in his heart. That old man must have been too careless when refining it, and actually refined a defective product. It was really a disaster. However, since they had already come this far, there was no turning back. Yongkai could only concentrate on driving the Sea King shuttle forward at full speed. Half a day later, Yongkai, who was paying close attention to the surrounding movements, suddenly became excited. Looking at one of the spirit array projections, he exclaimed, "We're here!" When he shouted, everyone followed his gaze and looked at the spirit array projection. Over there, in the depths of the sea, there was a huge whirlpool spinning wildly. This whirlpool was so fierce that it seemed to be able to swallow the heavens and earth. Just looking at it made people feel suffocated. If they really rushed into it, who knew if they would die without even their bones remaining? Brother Yang, this is the exit? Ling Yinqin's pretty face turned pale as she gulped and asked. Yang Kai didn't answer and instead turned his gaze to Bing Yun, who had rushed over after hearing the news. Bing Yun nodded and said, "This is the exit. If we rush in, we can leave the solitary void-sealed world." She made such a solemn vow, dispelling everyone's doubts. Even though they didn't know where she got the information about the exit, Bing Yun was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. It was impossible for her to deceive them. "I can also feel the space force fluctuations in this whirlpool," Yang Kai added. He was proficient in the Tao of space, so he could naturally perceive more things than others. The inside of this huge whirlpool seemed to be connected to another space, making it impossible for his divine sense to detect the situation on the other side. The location of this exit is connected to a random place. When we go out later, we may arrive at any location in the star boundary. We may encounter danger, so be careful, Bing Yun exhorted. Understood. Lu Xianyun and the others nodded heavily. Gotcha. At this moment, a burst of clear and crisp sounds suddenly came from all directions, densely packed and continuous. When everyone heard this, their faces changed drastically. Yang Kai even exclaimed, "Not good, the Sea King shuttle is about to collapse." Saying so, he used all his strength to control the Sea King shuttle and rush into the whirlpool. As soon as they entered the whirlpool, the Sea King shuttle was driven by a huge force and began to spin. This artifact that Master Sangda had spent his entire life refining was also shattered at this moment, breaking the connection between it and Yang Kai. Screams rang out as Fan Xian, and the others turned pale with fright. They all thought that all their efforts would be in vain, and that they would be buried here. At the critical moment, a powerful force suddenly radiated out, turning into an invisible force that enveloped everyone and resisted the strangling force coming from all directions. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Bing Yun with a solemn expression. She urged the Emperor Qi in her tender body to protect everyone as her figure flickered, and rushed into the center of the whirlpool with everyone. Chapter 2406. Somewhere in the star boundary, above the sea, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared strangely. This whirlpool appeared without warning, but when it appeared, it stirred up the seawater within a radius of 100 kilometers. It was so powerful that the surrounding sea beasts scattered like birds. Then, from the whirlpool, a number of figures suddenly shot out and scattered in all directions. There were men and women among these people, and their cultivations were uneven. All of them looked as if they had encountered a huge disaster. Their faces were pale and filled with lingering fear. Suddenly appearing above the sea, everyone seemed to be in a daze as they looked around blankly. These people were naturally Yang Kai, and the others who had escaped from the solitary void-sealed world. When the Sea King shuttle collapsed, Bing Yun used her powerful Emperor Qi to protect everyone. Only then was she able to bring everyone out at the last moment. Otherwise, no more than 3 people would have been able to escape from this group. Wah! Bing Yun opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that the forced use of her Emperor Qi just now had aggravated her previous injuries. Fan Xian and the others all turned pale, and went forward to check on the situation. Yang Kai also hurried over and asked nervously, "Senior, are you okay?" Bing Yun waved her hand and said nothing. She sat cross-legged in midair, and made a hand seal to circulate her secret art. Seeing that she was in an urgent position to treat her injuries, Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Everyone spread out and guard the surroundings. Don't let Senior be disturbed." Hearing this, everyone quickly spread out around Bing Yun. "Brother, have we left that place?" Lu Xianyun moved closer to Yang Kai and asked uncertainly. Because this place was still the vast sea, she didn't know whether this was the star boundary or the solitary void-sealed world. If they couldn't leave, then they might have to stay in the solitary void-sealed world for the rest of their lives. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know whether this was the solitary void-sealed world or not, but soon, he tried to absorb the surrounding world energy, and found that there was no obstruction. Yang Kai was overjoyed and said, "This is not the solitary void-sealed world." Hearing this, Lu Xianyun's beautiful eyes immediately lit up. Yang Kai smiled. The world energy here is thinner than in the solitary void-sealed world, and the most important thing is that there is no strange disruption force. The solitary void-sealed world was filled with disruption force, making it impossible for any cultivator to absorb world energy. They could only rely on special spirit-purifying arrays. But here, Yang Kai could easily absorb the surrounding world energy, which was the best proof that he had left the solitary void-sealed world. He really left. Lu Xianyan was overjoyed. Ling Yinqin and the others heard their conversation. Their faces were also filled with disbelief. They had lived in the solitary void-sealed world for so many years, but they had never thought that they would be able to leave and return to the star boundary one day. But now this impossible wish had actually come true. This made Ling Yinqin and the others feel like they had been reborn, and they were all so excited that they couldn't control themselves. If this isn't the solitary void-sealed world, then what is this place? Lu Xianyan asked. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, there are 4 territories in the astral boundary. Aside from the Western Territory, every territory has a sea, but I'm guessing that this is the Northern Territory. Why? Lu Xianyan looked at Yang Kai curiously, not knowing how he came to this conclusion. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, haven't you noticed that this place is abnormally cold? The Eastern Territory and the Southern Territory rarely have such an environment. Only the Northern Territory, which is covered in ice and snow all year round, would be so cold. Although it was just a guess, Yang Kai felt that it wasn't too far from the truth. He had set off from Thousand Leaves sect with the intention of going to the Eastern Territory's Netherworld sect to find Yin Lisheng and inquire about Xiao Zhao's whereabouts, but he hadn't expected that he hadn't even reached the Eastern Territory yet. He had actually come to the Northern Territory. The heavens were truly unpredictable, and fate was playing with people. Brother Yang, you're saying that this is the Northern Territory? Fan Xian looked at Yang Kai and asked excitedly. It's just a guess, but I don't know if it's true or not. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Our sect is in the Northern Territory. Fan Xian and the other senior sisters looked at each other and cheered. They had been accepted as disciples by Bing Yun in the solitary void-sealed world. And although they claimed to be disciples of Ice Heart Pavilion, Bing Yun had already told Fan Xian and the others about her origins. They all knew that their honored master was the ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley in the Northern Territory. Fan Xian and the others had an almost pious yearning for the sect they had never been to, hoping that one day they could return to live with their honored master. However, they had been trapped in the solitary void-sealed world for a long time, so this wish had never been fulfilled. Now that they had escaped and arrived in the Northern Territory, Fan Xian and the others were naturally very excited. Someone's coming. We'll know if this is the Northern Territory after asking. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Only then did everyone realize that there was a group of people flying over from that direction. When they arrived, they saw that the group was led by an elderly man, and there were about a dozen people in total. The elderly man had white hair and a gloomy expression, and for some reason he was looking at Yang Kai and the others with some hostility. The men and women who followed him also looked indignant, as if Yang Kai and the others had offended them. Yang Kai frowned slightly, not knowing what was going on. However, he didn't dare to be careless because the elderly man didn't hide his aura, and the energy fluctuations that leaked out showed that this person was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. The dozen people who followed him were all Dao Source Realm Masters, and there was no lack of Third-Order Masters among them. Such a force was definitely not small, and it was very likely that they were from a great sect. Yang Kai secretly shivered. He wasn't afraid of these people. If there was a conflict, he could just run away if he couldn't beat them. However, Lu Xianyun and the others wouldn't be able to escape so easily, not to mention that Bing Yun was still healing and couldn't be disturbed. Thinking so, he quickly went up to the elderly man and cupped his fists. Junior Yang Kai greet Senior. How should I address Senior? His tone was very polite because he thought that this might be someone else's territory, and there was no benefit in offending them. Who knew that the elderly man wouldn't give him any face at all, and his nose was pointed to the sky. He shouted in a low voice, "This king is Immaculate Island's Vice-Island Master, Jiang Zhouzi. Who are you and why are you here?" It was Yang Kai's first time here, and he didn't even know if this was the Northern Territory, so how could he have heard of Immaculate Island? However, Since this immaculate island had a vice-island master from the Emperor realm like Jiang Zhouzi, their strength couldn't be too weak. At the very least, they should have an island master who was stronger than Jiang Zhouzi. So it's Island Master Jiang. This junior has been rude. We just happened to pass by this place. We didn't mean to disturb you, so please forgive us, Island Master Jiang. Yang Kai replied politely, his expression neither servile nor overbearing. You didn't mean to disturb us? Before Jiang Zhouzi could say anything, a woman in a red dress standing behind him suddenly sneered. This woman was quite pretty, and her body was curvaceous. However, her face was not perfect. Her cheekbones were a little high, and she looked a little mean. It was unknown why she was so agitated, but she angrily shouted at Yang Kai. You suddenly appeared here and scared away the blue infant beast, yet you dare say you didn't mean to disturb us? You must be blind. This red-robed woman seemed to be relying on the Emperor realm's support, so she didn't put Yang Kai and the others in her eyes at all, and began to lecture them arrogantly. This caused Ling Yinchin and the others' expressions to darken. Blue infant beast? Yang Kai frowned slightly. He had heard of this blue infant beast before. It was a type of monster beast that lived in the depths of the sea. Its cry was a little like the cry of a baby, and because its entire body was ice blue, it was called the blue infant beast. The blue infant beast was a 12th-order monster beast. In other words, it was equivalent to a master from the Emperor realm. Moreover, the blue infant beast was extremely rare, but its monster core was priceless. It had the effect of strengthening one's divine sense and allowing a cultivator's thoughts to flow smoothly. If it could be refined into a pill, if a cultivator consumed it while cultivating a secret technique or divine technique, it would often yield half the results with twice the effort. He didn't expect that there would be a blue infant beast here, and from what the red-robed woman said, it seemed to have been scared away by the commotion caused by their appearance. Earlier, Yang Kai had indeed noticed a lot of sea beasts wandering in all directions, but his mind wasn't on them at that time, so he didn't see if there really was a blue infant beast. That's right. Jiang Zhouzi's face darkened as he coldly said. We've worked hard for a month and spent half a month to wait for the blue infant beast to appear, but you scared it away before we could even make a move. We can't let this matter rest. The red-robed woman added. The blue infant beast's monster core was a congratulatory gift for the Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master's big day. Now that it's gone, what do you think we should do? Yang Kai originally felt a little guilty, because if what these people said was true, then it really was his and his group's fault. After all, they had worked so hard here for so long, and had even waited half a month for the blue infant beast to appear, only for it to be scared away by them. No one would be too happy about such a thing if it happened to them. However, this pair of old and young were chattering away in an imposing manner, and he couldn't help but feel a little angry. If there was a problem, they could just talk it out and come up with a solution. Why did they have to be so aggressive? Weren't they clearly trying to bully the weak? Considering all this, Yang Kai put on a serious face and said, Then in your opinion, what should we do? Ling Yinchin frowned and said, How about this? How much is the blue infant beast worth? We'll compensate you. She just wanted to keep the peace. A few days ago, she and her crew obtained a lot of good things and sold them all on Clear Sky Island, so they still had some source crystals on hand. What's more, she knew that Yang Kai was rich, so she felt that compensation was the best solution. Compensate? The red-robed woman looked at Ling Yinchin and said sarcastically, Even if you sold all of you, you wouldn't be able to afford it. Do you think it's so easy to find a blue infant beast? There are definitely no more than 3 of them in the entire ice sea, and now that it's gone, you want to compensate. As she spoke, she looked like she was about to go mad with anger. Yang Kai frowned and said, Since it's already like this, what do you want to do? Hearing this, Jiang Zhouzi coldly glanced at Yang Kai and snorted. What? From your tone. Are you not putting our immaculate island in your eyes? Chapter 2407. Yang Kai was speechless as he looked at Jiang Zhouzi thinking, When did I say that I didn't put immaculate island in my eyes? I don't know how this guy figured it out. However, when the group of Dao Source Realm Masters behind him heard this, they were filled with righteous indignation, as if they had been greatly insulted. Everyone secretly pushed their source chi and glared at Yang Kai and the others with malicious intent, as if they were ready to attack at any moment. Yang Kai calmed down and said, "That's not what I meant. I just felt that since things have already happened, there should be a solution." Island Master Jiang, why don't you lay it out? We'll accept it. Jiang Zhouzi laughed and said sarcastically, "Boy, your tone isn't small." The red-robed woman suddenly stepped forward and whispered a few words into Jiang Zhouzi's ear. As she spoke, her eyes kept glancing towards Bing Yun's direction, a hint of playfulness flashing in her eyes. Seeing this, Fan Xian and the others' faces all sank. Although they didn't know what the woman in red said to Jiang Zhouzi, they could tell that it was unfavorable to their honored master. Right now, their honored master was at a critical juncture of healing and couldn't be disturbed. What did this person want to do to their honored master? Thinking up to this point, Fan Xian and the other senior and junior sisters gave each other a look and moved to block Frozen Cloud's path. On the other side, Jiang Zhouzi coldly snorted as he looked at Yang Kai and said, "You scared away the congratulatory gift this island prepared for Seeking Passion sect. This is an unforgivable crime." He had mentioned Seeking Passion sect several times, and although Yang Kai had never heard of it, he was sure of it. This sect should have a great influence in the Northern Territory. Otherwise, these people from Immaculate Island wouldn't have gone to such lengths to prepare a congratulatory gift. Yang Kai didn't interrupt and just looked at Jiang Zhouzi quietly, waiting for him to continue. "Now that the congratulatory gift is gone, but since you are willing to compensate, it's not without discussion." Yang Kai said lightly, "What does Island Master Jiang want us to compensate?" Jiang Zhouzi coldly snorted and pointed his finger saying, "Leave this girl here. The rest of you can scram." When he first came here, he was full of anger and didn't notice the existence of Bing Yun. However, under the reminder of the woman in red, he realized that there was a beautiful girl in the group. Jiang Zhouzi had lived for so many years, but he had never seen such a pure and flawless woman. Although Bing Yun seemed to be heavily injured and was at a critical juncture of healing, her pure and untainted temperament, as if she was a goddess from beyond the heavens, still shocked him. She was such a clean woman. There was probably no other person like him in this world. He didn't want Bing Yun for himself, but to give it to the Seeking Passion sect. Now that the blue infant beast was gone, there was no way to find a congratulatory gift. However, if it was this young girl, she might be able to win the favor of the Seeking Passion sect. Although the people of the Seeking Passion sect entered the Tao through love, it was rumored that the cultivation method they practiced was filled with emotions and righteousness. The deeper one fell in love, the higher one's cultivation was, the more beautiful the women around every Seeking Passion sect disciple, let alone the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master. If this young girl was given to the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master as a gift, the young sect master would definitely be happy. If the young sect master was happy, their Immaculate Island would definitely receive support. Audacious! Fan Xian and the other Ice Heart Valley disciples couldn't help but shout in anger when they saw Jiang Zhouzi pointing at their honored master and saying such words. Jiang Zhouzi's face sank and he said coldly, "What did you say? If you have the guts, say it again." Fan Xian gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to argue with him, Yang Kai waved his hand to stop her. Immediately, Yang Kai looked at Jiang Zhouzi calmly and asked with a playful smile, "Island Master Jiang, are you sure you want to keep that girl?" Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Bing Yun was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and because of the secret art she cultivated, she was pure and flawless. Moreover, she looked no different from a young girl in appearance. This Jiang Zhouzi is really blind. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and wants to force Bing Yun to stay. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. Except for this girl, everyone else scram. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't leave now, don't even think about leaving. Jiang Zhouzi glanced sideways at Yang Kai and shouted impatiently. When he spoke, his murderous intent was overflowing. Good. Let's go. Yang Kai waved his hand and led the others away. Waste. The red-robed woman from Immaculate Island shot a disdainful glance at Yang Kai, her face full of ridicule and mockery. In her opinion, Yang Kai was actually willing to abandon his companions so easily for his own safety. He was simply a coward, causing her to stare at him from the bottom of her heart. Although it was her idea to keep Bing Yin as compensation, it didn't stop her from despising Yang Kai's character. The remaining Immaculate Island cultivators didn't say anything, but they all had mocking expressions on their faces. Alchemist Yang. Fan Xian stomped her feet and looked at Yang Kai angrily with a disappointed expression. She didn't expect Yang Kai to abandon her honored master so easily. Couldn't he see that her honored master was healing? Don't worry, Yang Kai winked at her, as if everything was under his control. Seeing this, Fan Xian didn't say anything more, and just glanced at Bing Yin worriedly before retreating to the side with Yang Kai and the others. Jiang Zhouzi, on the other hand, rushed forward and grabbed Bing Yin. It seemed that he wanted to subdue Bing Yin and take her back to Immaculate Island first. Looking at Bing Yin's calm face, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. How could there be such a pure woman in this world? Looking at her, even he, who wasn't interested in women, couldn't help but be tempted. An impulse to take her back and take good care of her grew in his heart. He seemed to have already foreseen a happy life with Frozen Cloud in the future. A beautiful scene of happiness and bliss. No, he couldn't let the seeking passion sex young sect master take advantage of such a beautiful woman. He had to keep her for himself. Greed rose in his heart, and he was extremely excited. At this moment, Bing Yin, who had been healing with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Z. Seeing those beautiful eyes, Jiang Zhouzi felt as if his heart had been hit by an invisible sledgehammer, and he could no longer look away. What a pair of pure eyes! Jiang Zhouzi could even see his own dazed reflection in those eyes. Those eyes were like a clear spring, like a full moon. Anyone who saw them would never be able to forget them. They were like a brand that was carved into the depths of one's soul. Jiang Zhouzi became more and more determined to keep this girl and enjoy her for himself. After so many years of cultivation, he had never felt so moved by a woman he saw for the first time. Don't move, this king won't hurt you. Jiang Zhouzi tried to make his tone gentle, lest he frighten the girl in front of him. While speaking, his big hand was about to grab Bing Yin's shoulder. At this moment, Frozen Cloud suddenly raised her jade-like hand and lightly tapped Jiang Zhouzi's palm. Her movements were extremely gentle, without the slightest trace of anger. Jiang Zhouzi was slightly stunned, but then his expression changed dramatically. Because the instant Frozen Cloud made her move, he suddenly sensed the extremely terrifying energy fluctuations of Frozen Cloud. This girl was actually a third-order master from the Emperor realm. When he saw Yang Kai and the others before, each of their cultivations were uneven, and the strongest among them was only from the third-order Dao Source realm. Bing Yin was also healing, so he didn't pay too much attention to her. He only thought that Bing Yin's cultivation was similar to Yang Kai and the others, so he didn't pay too much attention to her. But now that he realized that Bing Yin's cultivation wasn't something he could look up to, he realized what a big mistake he had made. He was really blind. How could he think of keeping such a master? If he had known that Bing Yin's strength was so terrifying, he wouldn't have dared to be so rude. The island master of Immaculate Island was only a second-order Emperor Realm master, and no one on Immaculate Island was this girl's opponent. His heart trembled and he hurriedly tried to retreat, but an invisible force bound him in place, making it impossible for him to move. Bing Yin's movements seemed slow and gentle, but in the nick of time, she pointed her finger at Jiang Zhouzi's big hand. "Senior, please spare my life." Jiang Zhouzi screamed in horror, his face turning pale. As soon as his voice fell, he felt a slight pain in his palm, as if he had been pricked by a needle. Then, a strange chill suddenly spread from his palm. Jiang Zhouzi's eyes widened, and his heart suddenly sank to the bottom, because in the center of his palm, a pure white ice flower suddenly bloomed. That ice flower was magnificent, as if it was carved from ice and jade, without the slightest flaw. It was like the most beautiful scenery in the world, causing people to linger and forget to leave. However, Jiang Zhouzi was not in the mood to appreciate it, because when this ice flower appeared, a layer of ice suddenly formed on his arm and spread upwards at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wherever the ice passed, he completely lost feeling in his arm. This chill seemed to come from the depths of his soul, and it seemed to be able to freeze his soul. Seeing that the ice layer was about to spread to his chest, Jiang Zhouzi bit the tip of his tongue, used his finger like a knife, and slashed at his shoulder. Pucci. Blood spurted out, and one of his arms broke. Jiang Zhouzi suddenly felt that the force binding him disappeared. Horrified, he hurriedly pulled back and put some distance between him and Bing Yun. After regaining his footing, his forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and his face was as pale as paper. Hurriedly taking out some healing pills from his space ring and stuffing them into his mouth, he stared towards Bing Yun in fear and dread. With the powerful strength Bing Yun just showed, if she really wanted to kill him, he would not be able to resist. Now, he could only pray that Bing Yun was not a bloodthirsty person, and would spare his life on account of the suffering he had suffered. On the other side, the group of Dao Source Realm Masters from Immaculate Island were dumbfounded. They only saw Jiang Zhouzi rush towards Bing Yun, and then Bing Yun raise her hand. Jiang Zhouzi quickly retreated and cut off one of his arms. Chapter 2408. All of this happened in a flash, and everyone was dazzled. Before the red-robed woman and the others could react, Jiang Zhouzi was already severely injured. The group of people from Immaculate Island were all inexplicably shocked, their faces filled with fear. Senior. The red-robed woman muttered suspiciously. She had just heard Jiang Zhouzi call the girl senior. Sir Jiang Zhouzi is a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Someone he calls senior. Could it be that this person is a peak Emperor Realm Master? After figuring this out, the red-robed woman's body trembled. She no longer had the arrogance and disdain she had before. You're quite decisive. Bing Yun looked indifferently at Jiang Zhouzi, who had cut off one of his arms. She had no intention of killing him. It was unknown whether it was because she was kind or because she was injured and couldn't kill him. However, Jiang Zhouzi was indeed a decisive person. If he hadn't cut off one of his arms at the critical moment, he would have definitely died here. Although he looked miserable now, he had at least kept his life. Senior. This Jiang had eyes but failed to see. Please forgive me and spare my life, master. Jiang Zhouzi endured the piercing pain and begged for mercy. The lives of the Immaculate Island people were now in the hands of this girl. If she didn't let them go, they would definitely die. Compared to their lives, what was a mere pride? It wasn't shameful to beg for mercy from a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Bing Yun looked at Jiang Zhouzi indifferently. Her expression was indifferent. Jiang Zhouzi felt a little suffocated. He didn't know what kind of fate awaited him and the others. After a while, Bing Yun opened her mouth and waved her hand. He waved his hand and said scram. Jiang Zhouzi was overjoyed. He quickly said, "Thank you, senior, for sparing my life." After that, he shouted to the Immaculate Island people, "Let's go." The Immaculate Island people didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly followed him and left the sea territory. They were all using all their strength, afraid that Bing Yun would go back on her words. Yang Kai had no intention of stopping him. He could see that. It was not suitable for Bing Yun to continue attacking now. After all, the other party still had the Emperor realm. If they really forced the other party into a dead end, it might not be a good thing. Anyway, they did not suffer any losses this time. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. After the people from Immaculate Island left, Bing Yun looked around and sighed. I didn't expect to return to the Northern Territory directly. Senior. Is this really the Northern Territory? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Bing Yun nodded and said, Yes, this is the Ice Sea in the Northern Territory. Immaculate Island is a force in the Ice Sea, and it's not bad. The Seeking Passion sect is also in the Northern Territory. It's one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Bing Yun was the founder of Ice Heart Valley in the Northern Territory. He had lived in this place for who knows how many years. Therefore, he knew the forces and terrain of this place like the back of his hand. While speaking, she turned to look at Fan Xian and the others and asked, Do you want to go and see the sect? Fan Xian and the others nodded their heads like chicks pecking at rice. Although they were accepted as disciples by Bing Yun, they had never been to Ice Heart Valley. They had been looking forward to the sect their honored master had founded for a long time. Now that they had suddenly come to the Northern Territory, they naturally wanted to take a look. Then let's go, I haven't been back in a long time. Bingyan smiled and continued. I wonder how those little girl are doing now. The little girl she was talking about. They were probably the first batch of disciples she accepted after she founded Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai guessed that they were all masters in the Emperor realm. Only Bingyan could call them little girl. Senior, your injuries. Yang Kai looked at her worriedly. I still need to recuperate. As long as I don't fight, I'll be fine, Bingyan replied. Although she had severely injured Jiang Zhouzi with one move just now, she actually didn't use much of her strength. The reason why she was able to do so with just one move was because Jiang Zhouzi had underestimated her, and also because of the difference in cultivation. Bingyan, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, could easily deal with a first-order Emperor Realm Master like Jiang Zhouzi. Even if she was injured, it was just a casual move. Since Fan Xian and the others wanted to go to Ice Heart Valley to take a look, Yang Kai naturally had to follow. He thought that if Su Yin came to the star boundary in the future, she might be able to join Ice Heart Valley again. After all, her secret art and physique were of the same origin as Ice Heart Valley's. Moreover, Yang Kai wanted to settle Lu Xianyin in Ice Heart Valley. Lu Xianyin and he had some brother and sister feelings, and they had gone through thick and thin together during this time. They had supported each other, but he had his own things to do, so he couldn't take Lu Xianyin with him all the time. Ice Heart Valley was definitely the best place for Lu Xianyin. Ice Heart Valley only accepted female disciples, and Lu Xianyin had a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivation. She also came from a lower star territory, so her aptitude and tenacity were top-notch. Although her current cultivation wasn't high, that was because Lu Xianyin hadn't been able to obtain good cultivation resources. If she was nurtured by a sect, Lu Xianyin's future achievements would definitely not be bad. Any cultivator who came from a lower star territory would have a good future. Yang Kai believed that Bingyan wouldn't refuse her. However, Yang Kai couldn't find an opportunity to ask Bingyan for help yet. As for Ling Yinqin and the others, Yang Kai didn't know what they were planning to do. Thinking of this, Yang Kai turned to look at Ling Yinqin and asked, Big Sister Ling, where are you going? Ling Yinqin pondered for a moment before saying, I want to go to the Eastern Territory. Eastern Territory? Yang Kai raised his brow, not knowing why she wanted to go to the Eastern Territory. Bingyan said from the side, You are Yang Kai's friend, and your cultivation is not bad. If you want to join my Ice Heart Valley, this queen can accept you. The strength of a cultivator from the third-order Dao Source Realm was not bad. If she had the opportunity, she might be able to advance to the Emperor Realm. Such a cultivator would be welcomed by any sect. Bingyan said this because she was giving face to Yang Kai. She knew that Ling Yinqin had just escaped from the solitary void-sealed world, and had nowhere to go for the time being. Ling Yinqin smiled and said, This junior appreciates senior's kindness. It's just that Junior's husband was born in the Eastern Territory's Heavenly Wolf Valley. Junior wants to send his ashes back. This was his last wish. Speaking of her deceased husband, Ling Yinqin's expression dimmed a lot. She seemed to have fallen into some kind of memory. Her eyes were slightly red. Bingyan praised, You are an infatuated woman. The journey to the Eastern Territory will be difficult, so you must be careful. After your husband's ashes are taken care of, if you still have the heart to come to my Ice Heart Valley, just come. Ling Yinqin said gratefully, Many thanks for senior's kindness. With Bingyan's words, if Ling Yinqin had nowhere to go in the future, she could come to the Northern Territory and join Ice Heart Valley. It could be considered a backup plan. Let's go back to the mainland first. Bingyan looked at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai nodded and summoned the ship. He then boarded the ship with a group of people, and headed towards the mainland under Bingyan's guidance. The ice sea was not like the solitary void sea. The journey was safe and did not encounter any danger. Bingyan had been healing in the ship's cabin, and did not come out. Yang Kai told Lu Xianyin about his plans and told her that he wanted her to stay in Ice Heart Valley. Lu Xianyin didn't hesitate too much and immediately agreed. She knew it was impossible for her to follow Yang Kai. After all, the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. If she followed Yang Kai, she would only be a burden. Rather than that, it was better to join Ice Heart Valley and stay in the sect to cultivate. after getting Lu Xianyun's agreement. Only then did Kai Yang find an opportunity to discuss this matter with Bing Yun. Bing Yun naturally did not refuse. He agreed without hesitation. She was the ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley. Accepting someone into the sect was a simple matter. There was no need to ask for the permission of others. In less than 5 days, the group saw the existence of land. After Yang Kai summoned everyone to the deck, he glanced at Bing Yun and laughed dryly. "Senior, wouldn't it be better for you to change your appearance?" A few days ago, even someone like Jiang Zhouzi was inevitably tempted by Bing Yun. Yang Kai was afraid that Bing Yun would cause trouble because of her beauty when she returned to the mainland. Fan Xian and the others heard this and pursed their lips and snickered. Although these female disciples were also beautiful, they were not inferior to Bing Yun's beauty. But when compared to Bing Yun, he immediately paled in comparison. Bing Yun's pure and flawless appearance was something that no other woman could compare to. It was extremely easy for men to develop protective and possessive feelings towards her. It's because there are so many shameless men who covet beautiful women in this world that we women are so troublesome. Bing Yun snorted unhappily. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. "Senior, why are you looking at me when you say this? I'm innocent." Frozen Cloud lightly snorted, but didn't refute. She clearly knew that her beauty would always attract unnecessary trouble. Yang Kai took out something from his space ring and handed it to Bing Yun. "I have a mask here that suits Senior. If Senior doesn't mind, please take it. This mask is well made. Where did you get it?" Bing Yun glanced at the mask that was as thin as a cicada's wing and praised it. "This should be refined by Sangda." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. When Sangda took him out to sea that day, he was wearing this mask. If Yang Kai did not have a preconceived notion, he would not have been able to recognize him. After Sangda was killed by Lu Yan and Hua Qingxi, this mask naturally became his spoils of war. Bing Yun's jade-like hand that had reached out suddenly retracted. She said with a look of disgust, "Was it made by that thing? He used it, right?" "He did use it." Yang Kai nodded. Bing Yun glared at Yang Kai and said, "Then don't take it." She didn't know what this brat was thinking. He actually gave her something that an old man had used before. Moreover, it was going to be stuck on her face. Which woman wouldn't dislike it? While speaking, Bing Yun made a hand sign and her face suddenly squirmed slightly. After a while, her face suddenly swelled up. Although she still looked beautiful, she did not have the stunning feeling she had before. Senior has done this many times. Yang Kai saw Bing Yun change her appearance so skillfully and immediately knew that she definitely knew how to do this. Bing Yun said, "Otherwise, how do you think I used to travel the star boundary alone?" Chapter 2409. In the wilderness, Yang Kai and the others were riding a ship, flying at high speed. Only he, Lu Xianyun, and a few disciples from Ice Heart Valley were on the ship. Ling Yinqin had already separated from everyone when she returned to the mainland. According to her, she was going to take her husband's ashes back to Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory and bury them in the place where he was born. Jiao Yi and the others naturally followed Ling Yinqin. As for Yang Kai and the others, they were going to Ice Heart Valley. Fan Xian and her junior sisters had been longing to visit the sect for a long time, so now that they were in the Northern Territory, they naturally wanted to visit the sect. Ice Heart Valley was not close to the frozen sea, so even if the ship flew very fast, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to arrive. Fortunately, Bing Yun was the owner of this place and knew the terrain of the Northern Territory like the back of her hand. With her guidance, Yang Kai did not have to worry about getting lost. After flying for 3 to 5 days, Yang Kai, who was meditating and resting in the cabin, suddenly heard a commotion on the deck. He was shocked and did not know what was going on, so he hurried to the deck. At this moment, Fan Xian and the others were standing on the deck, looking in the same direction. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. "Brother Yang." Fan Xian saw Yang Kai coming and quickly pointed in the direction. "There are people fighting over there, and many of them are besieging a woman. How shameless." Yang Kai heard this and quickly released his divine sense. Sure enough, he found a group of people besieging a woman a dozen kilometers away. The woman's cultivation was not bad, at least in the third-order Dao source realm, and her source chi was extremely dense. The grade of the artifact in her hand was also very high. So, even if she was alone, it would not be easy to take her down. There were also 2 third-order Dao source realm cultivators among the group of people who were besieging her, but it was unknown what they were afraid of. They didn't attack the woman directly, but instead continued to besiege her. From the looks of it, they wanted to consume her strength. He would capture her alive when she was exhausted. Yang Kai only glanced at her, and knew that this woman must be an elite disciple from a large sect. Her strength was not much worse than Xiaosheng Wuchang, and the others he knew. In a life-or-death battle, they were definitely on par. The top sects in the Southern Territory had nurtured rising stars like Xiaosheng and Wuchang, so the Northern Territory naturally wouldn't be too inferior. This woman was the best example. Yang Kai guessed that the group of people besieging the woman must have recognized her, which was why they were afraid and didn't dare to kill her. He only wanted to capture the other party alive. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yang Kai said indifferently, "Walking in the star boundary, this kind of thing happens every day. Who cares about it?" Although it wasn't right for a group of people to bully a woman, this kind of thing was common in the star boundary, so Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to pay attention to it. Furthermore, he felt that with that woman's strength, if she really wanted to escape, this group of people might not be able to stop her. She was besieged right now because she hadn't hardened her heart yet. But Brother Yang. Fan Xian looked at Yang Kai anxiously. That woman is using Ice Heart Valley's secret techniques and secret arts. She may be one of Ice Heart Valley's senior sister. Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai raised his brow and asked with some surprise, "Are you sure?" Fan Xian hurriedly said, "Of course, we have been cultivating the secret arts and secret techniques our honored master taught us, so we can't be wrong. This senior sister is in trouble now, so we can't just sit back and watch." Yang Kai carefully observed the woman again. He found that she was using ice attribute secret arts and secret techniques, and the power of the artifact in her hand was also extremely cold. It seemed that Fan Xian was right. This woman was indeed from Ice Heart Valley. However, Ice Heart Valley was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, and few people dared to provoke its disciples when they roamed the Northern Territory. How could this woman have encountered such trouble? What kind of people were besieging her? "Brother." Lu Xianyan also looked at Yang Kai with a pleading look on her face. She was now a disciple of Ice Heart Valley, so seeing her senior sister being besieged by so many people, she naturally couldn't bear to watch, but her cultivation was too low, so she could only pin her hopes on Yang Kai and ask him to help this woman. "Good, since she is from Ice Heart Valley, we naturally can't just sit back and watch." Yang Kai nodded and formed a seal with his hand, causing the ship to immediately change direction and fly towards the battlefield. The distance of 12 kilometers was covered in just a few breaths with the ship's speed. The two sides who were fighting down below noticed that someone was approaching and wore different expressions. The woman frowned, seemingly a little worried, and the cultivator who was besieging her also wore a displeased expression, but both sides stopped fighting and looked towards the ship. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai discovered that this Ice Heart Valley female disciple was extremely beautiful. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, her eyebrows were like smoke, and her pair of beautiful eyes sparkled. Perhaps it was because she had just been fighting, but at this moment, her breathing was slightly rapid and her jade cheeks were rosy. Her skin was also extremely fair, white and flawless, almost as if it was covered in snow. Her aura was somewhat similar to Bing Yun's. Both of them were extremely pure, and the little bit of sweat that seeped out of her delicate nose made her look even more beautiful. Sure enough, this woman is from Ice Heart Valley. Feeling that her aura was somewhat similar to Bing Yun's, Yang Kai immediately became certain. Standing on the deck, he nodded slightly to her. The woman frowned. Although she could sense Yang Kai's goodwill, she didn't know why he was willing to help her. After all, the people besieging her weren't easy to deal with. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of them. A middle-aged man from the third-order Dao Source realm waved his hand impatiently and shouted at Yang Kai. "Seeking Passion Sect is here to handle some matters, get lost." Seeking Passion Sect. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. A few days ago, when they had just returned to the Northern Territory, they encountered a group of people from Immaculate Island. They said that they were catching blue infant beasts to prepare a congratulatory gift for the Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master's big day. Yang Kai didn't expect that this group of people would actually be from Seeking Passion Sect. Bingyan had said that Seeking Passion Sect was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. When she left, its strength was on par with Ice Heart Valley, so its disciples were used to acting arrogantly in the Northern Territory. At this moment, Yang Kai knew that Bingyan was telling the truth. These people from Seeking Passion Sect didn't even ask about their origins before acting so aggressively. Obviously, they didn't put them in their eyes. Perhaps in their opinion, as long as they mention the Seeking Passion Sect's name, everyone else should obediently scram. Originally, Yang Kai didn't have much of a good or bad impression of this Seeking Passion Sect, but after hearing the tone of this person's voice, coupled with the fact that they had ganged up on this female disciple from Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai's impression of this Seeking Passion Sect suddenly soured. Is the Seeking Passion Sect so great? Fan Xian was enraged by her senior sister's misfortune. 5 or 6 men bullying a woman. How shameless! She retorted angrily. Bitch, you court death. The middle-aged man was furious when he heard this and glared at Fan Xian with murderous intent. As he spoke, he sent out a strand of pure spiritual energy towards Fan Xian. Obviously, he was angry and wanted to teach her a lesson. In the Northern Territory, not many people dared to provoke the Seeking Passion Sect's disciples. He didn't know where the people on this ship came from, but they actually dared to meddle in other people's business. They were truly reckless. On this ship, only Yang Kai, a third-order Dao Source Realm disciple, could enter his eyes. The rest of the people on this ship had varying cultivations, so he took it for granted that this group of people didn't have a great background and should be disciples from some mid-level force. As soon as the spiritual energy was released, a stifling feeling hit Fan Xian in the face. Fan Xian's pretty face paled, and even her breathing became slightly hurried. She felt as if a sharp sword was stabbing towards her, but she couldn't avoid it. She was so scared that her heart sank to the bottom, and her hands and feet turned cold. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly pulled her behind him, and at the same time his spiritual energy burst out to meet the middle-aged man's attack. The collision was silent, but Yang Kai didn't move at all. On the other hand, the arrogant middle-aged man's body swayed, and he was forced to take a few steps back. His face paled slightly, and he coughed up blood. With just this one attack, his soul was injured. It was obvious that there was a huge gap between his spiritual energy and Yang Kai's. Deacon Dong. The Seeking Passion Sect's disciples turned pale with fright and hurriedly surrounded the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man seemed to be seriously injured, and he didn't even have the strength to speak. He just waved his hand slightly, then hurriedly took out some pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Boy, how dare you sneak attack Dongshan? Die. The other disciple from the third-order Dao Source Realm was furious, and as he shouted, he suddenly summoned a machete with a ghost head in his hand. Leaping forward like an eagle spreading its wings, he arrived above Yang Kai and viciously chopped down. He thought that Dongshan's injury was due to a moment of carelessness, so relying on his slightly superior strength to Dongshan's, he planned to kill Yang Kai directly to wash away the humiliation he had suffered. The power of this machete shattered the sky. Even though Fan Xian, Lu Xianyan, and the others were standing behind Yang Kai, their pretty faces paled as they felt the aura of death wash over them. Standing on the deck, Kai Yang didn't move to evade. Only when the machete was about to chop down did he suddenly launch an attack. Both of his fists fiercely punched out, and in a split second, an endless stream of fist shadows completely filled the space in front of him. The machete wave that shrouded the surrounding area suddenly collapsed like a broken mirror, unable to withstand a single blow. What? The Seeking Passion Sect's cultivator's complexion changed drastically as he sensed the terrifying power coming from the front. He quickly turned his saber around to protect himself while pushing his source chi and retreating backwards with a tap of his foot. But it was already too late. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk after a few muffled noises, the cultivator was sent flying backwards and landed heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Deacon Chaoyang. The remaining Seeking Passion Sect's cultivator turned pale with fright and hurriedly rushed to Chao Yang's side to check his injuries. Chapter 24:10. Chao Yang forced himself to stand up and looked at Yang Kai with fear and disbelief. By now, he knew that Dong Shan's injury wasn't caused by Yang Kai's sneak attack. Even if they fought fair and square, Dong Shan definitely wouldn't be this young man's opponent. When did such a monstrous young man appear in the Northern Territory? Which sect is he from? We're both cultivators in the Third Order Dao Source realm, but I can't even withstand a single blow from him. If such a person cultivates to the Emperor realm, how strong will he be? The names and appearances of the rising stars of the various sects flashed through his mind one by one, but none of them matched Yang Kai. Friend, where are you from? Please leave your name. My Seeking Passion sect will definitely pay you a visit in the future. Knowing that he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, Chao Yang had no choice but to bring up his sect's name. This way, Yang Kai wouldn't attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. If this guy really wanted to kill them, none of them would be able to escape. Fan Xian coldly snorted and said, "What happened to your imposing manner when you bullied me with numbers? Several grown men bullying a woman. The Seeking Passion sect is really powerful." Her sarcastic words made the Seeking Passion sect's group feel a little embarrassed, each of them wearing ugly expressions. But now that their strength was inferior to hers, and their two strongest cultivators were seriously injured, they didn't have the capital to act tough. They could only feel their faces burning, and their hearts were filled with resentment. "There's no harm in telling you we're..." Before Fan Xian could finish, Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted her. He still stood on the deck and didn't move from the beginning to the end. He looked down and said indifferently, "We're just travelers passing by." Passing by. Chao Yang gritted his bloody teeth, knowing that Yang Kai didn't want to reveal his identity. Since he was weaker, he couldn't use force. He just stared fiercely at Yang Kai, as if he wanted to remember his appearance. He cupped his fists and shouted, "Friend, this Chao has learned a lot. Since you're here today, we'll retreat. I hope you'll take care of yourselves." After saying this, he waved his hand. He waved his hand and quickly left with the Seeking Passion sect's people. Fan Xian gritted her teeth, her face full of resentment. But seeing that Yang Kai wasn't going to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, she couldn't say anything. After the group of people left, Yang Kai said lightly, "Seeking Passion sect is a top sect in the Northern Territory. With your current status, it's not appropriate for you to have a falling out with them." If he really killed that group of people, Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect would likely go to war. Once these two top sects started fighting, the entire Northern Territory would be swept into the flames of war. However, what Yang Kai could not understand was why the Seeking Passion sect's people would make things difficult for this Ice Heart Valley disciple. "Many thanks to this brother for your help. May I ask for your esteemed name? Ziyu will definitely repay you in the future." The woman cupped her fists towards Yang Kai and asked gratefully. This time, if it wasn't for Yang Kai's help, she would have been able to escape. She would have consumed a lot of energy. She had mastered a forbidden technique. Once she used it, Chao Yang and the others definitely wouldn't be able to stop her. But after using this forbidden technique, she wouldn't be able to use her strength for 3 months. At that time, she wouldn't be able to escape the Northern Territory. "Senior sister, we're all family. There's no need to be polite." Fan Xian looked at the girl named Ziyu with a smile, her face full of friendliness. "Family." Ziyu frowned. She didn't understand what Fan Xian meant. Fan Xian smiled. She pointed to the women on the ship and said, "We're all from Ice Heart Valley. Senior sister, from the secret technique and secret art you just used, you should also be from Ice Heart Valley, right? So we're all family." They had just returned to the Northern Territory a few days ago, but they had actually met a senior sister from the same sect here. Moreover, her strength was quite good. Fan Xian was naturally happy and didn't plan to hide it, directly telling Ziyu who they were. However, she never expected that Ziyu's beautiful face would actually change when she heard these words, and dense vigilance arose in the depths of her beautiful eyes. At the same time, she imperceptibly took a few steps back and bit her red lips as she said, "All of you have come to capture me?" Fan Xian was stunned and asked, "Senior sister, what are you talking about?" Ziyu said, Since we're all senior sister from the same sect, I won't take action against you. Go back and tell my honored master that Ziyu has implicated her. Ziyu is unfilial. When Ziyu's cultivation reaches a certain level, she will definitely return to Ice Heart Valley to fulfill her filial duties. After saying this, her tender body flickered and turned into a streak of light that shot off into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Leaving behind Kai Yang and the others, they all looked at each other in confusion. Senior sister. What is she doing? Fan Xian frowned. She and the others had saved Ziyu's life, but Ziyu didn't thank them. Instead, when she heard that they were also from Ice Heart Valley, Ziyu became so vigilant and uneasy. She even said a bunch of inexplicable words. It was really confusing. I'm afraid something has happened to Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai quickly said. Fan Xian was startled and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. Brother Yang, how do you know? Yang Kai explained, Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect are two of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any conflicts between them. But just now, a group of Seeking Passion sect disciples besieged Ziyu. This is very unusual. Coupled with what Ziyu said before she left, Fan Xian's expression changed as she vaguely understood. Why was Ziyu besieged by Seeking Passion sect disciples? Why did she become so vigilant after hearing that they were also disciples of Ice Heart Valley? Something big must have happened to Ice Heart Valley. Brother Yang, let's hurry to the sect, Fan Xian said anxiously. Fan Xian said anxiously. She didn't know what had happened to Ice Heart Valley, but she wanted to hurry over and take a look. Because of Bing Yun, Fan Xian still had feelings for this sect she had never visited before, so she naturally didn't want anything to happen to it. Yang Kai nodded and glanced into the cabin again. He was sure that Bing Yun had noticed what was happening outside, but he didn't understand why she didn't care at all. Shaking his head, Yang Kai regained control of the ship and flew towards Ice Heart Valley. Fan Xian kept urging him, so Yang Kai could only speed up the ship. 5 days later, a huge city appeared in front of them. That's Ice Moon City. It's only an hour away from Ice Heart Valley. Let's enter the city first. Bing Yun's voice suddenly reached Yang Kai's ears. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded and controlled the ship to land outside the city gate. After a short while, he led the group of women through the city gate and entered Ice Moon City. As soon as he stepped into the city, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and shouted, Senior, why are there so many cultivators from the Emperor Realm in this city? After entering the city, he felt the auras of 7 or 8 cultivators from the Emperor Realm. This was obviously abnormal. Bing Yun, who had concealed her cultivation and was hiding in the crowd, shook her head slightly and said, I don't know. Ice Moon City is a transit point for Ice Heart Valley to communicate with the outside world. It's impossible for so many cultivators from the Emperor Realm to appear here. Perhaps something big happened here, but let's not meddle in it for now. I still need a few days to fully recover. Last time, Bing Yun rashly attacked Jiang Zhouzi before she recovered, which caused her to need more time to heal. Otherwise, she would have already recovered. The next few days were critical for her recovery, so she didn't want any more accidents to happen. Then let's find a place to stay first. When Senior recovers, we'll go to Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai suggested. Bing Yun naturally didn't have any objections. Immediately, the group found an inn in the city to stay. Although Fan Xian was worried about her sect and wanted to see it as soon as possible, her honored master was currently recuperating, so she didn't dare to act rashly. She could only hide in the inn with her junior sisters and wait quietly. Yang Kai didn't plan to go out either. Now that his cultivation had reached the 3rd order Dao Source Realm, he was only one step away from breaking through to the Emperor Realm. Naturally, he cultivated harder and harder, wanting to see the mysteries of the Emperor Realm as soon as possible. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was meditating in his room, suddenly opened his eyes with a suspicious look. He then stood up, pushed the door open and walked out. A moment later, he came to the door of another room. Before he could knock, Bing Yun's voice came from inside. Come in. Hearing this, Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. After turning a corner, he saw Bing Yun meditating and asked, Senior, have you recovered from your injuries? Bing Yun shook her head. I still need 2 to 3 days. Yang Kai was stunned. Then why did Senior call me over? He came over because he heard Bing Yun's call. He thought that Bing Yun had recovered, but he didn't expect that to be the case. Bing Yun frowned slightly and didn't answer directly. Instead, she pointed to the front and said, "Sit down, I'll tell you slowly." Yang Kai sat down in front of her obediently. Bing Yun pondered for a moment and said, "When I came to the star boundary from the Hung Luo star field, I was only a third-order origin king. You should know that this kind of cultivation can run amok in the territory of the star boundary, but it's nothing in the star boundary." Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. People like Chi Yu, Aio, and the others were all overlords when they were in the Hung Luo star field. With a stomp of their feet, the entire territory of the star boundary would tremble. But after coming to the star boundary, it was difficult for them to even find cultivation resources. The number 1 master at that time, Wu Dao, had already fallen. Bing Yun continued. "Once, I was in danger and almost lost my life, but a master saved my life. That master even sacrificed his Yuan Qi to pull me back from the gates of hell. Later, under his careful care, I slowly recovered. He taught me a lot of things. Bing Yun, ever since I started cultivating, if there is a master, that person is the only one. Unfortunately, he only taught me for half a year before he went to travel the world." Yang Kai praised. "That master must be an open-minded person who doesn't ask for anything in return." Bing Yun smiled faintly and said, "That's right. He didn't have any ulterior motives for saving me. With my strength at that time, I was just an ant in front of him. However, he was willing to exhaust his vitality for an ant like me. It was also thanks to his teachings for half a year that my cultivation in the star boundary was able to progress smoothly." Chapter 24:11. Although he didn't know why Bing Yun suddenly brought up the past, Yang Kai felt that she must have her own deep meaning, so he didn't interrupt her and listened quietly. "Later, I succeeded in my cultivation and founded Ice Heart Valley in the Northern Territory. I took in some disciples and Ice Heart Valley gradually grew to its current scale. However, I never forgot the kindness of saving my life. 3,000 years ago, I left Ice Heart Valley and swore that I would find him even if I had to search the entire star boundary to repay his kindness. At the very least, I had to thank him in person." Bing Yun smiled slightly. "As cultivators, we should repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring, not to mention the kindness of saving my life. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to investigate further before I accidentally fell into the solitary void-sealed world. I stayed there for 3,000 years until I met you and was able to escape." After hearing what she said, Yang Kai realized that Bing Yun was the flowing time great emperor, who had been trapped in the solitary void-sealed world for 3,000 years. After understanding this, Yang Kai was shocked. Bing Yun couldn't improve her cultivation in the solitary void-sealed world. In other words, she was already a third-order emperor realm master 3,000 years ago. If she hadn't fallen into the solitary void-sealed world, she might have been able to peek into the level of the great emperors in these 3,000 years. "Finding that great master is my lifelong wish. So no matter where he is, I will continue to search until I find him," Bing Yun said with a determined look. Yang Kai heard this and said, "Then Ice Heart Valley." Bing Yun smiled faintly. "Although Ice Heart Valley was founded by me, it is impossible for me to protect it forever. If the disciples have the ability to help it continue to grow, that would be for the best. But if the disciples are incompetent, then I'll leave it to you. If the disciples are incapable, they can only let it weaken. In this world, there is no sect that can last forever, and no family that can last forever. It's just like the cycle of life and death." Yang Kai agreed. Senior's words make sense. Bing Yun continued, "Back then when I left Ice Heart Valley, I was still somewhat worried, so before I left something behind in the sect. That is an artifact I refined using my secret technique. I told my disciples that if the sect was facing a great disaster, and they were unable to deal with it, they could send me a message through that artifact. I would try my best to rush back as soon as possible." While speaking, Bing Yun faintly took out a jade token from his space ring and presented it in his palm. "Just now, I felt the fluctuations of that artifact." Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it. he discovered that the jade tablet was flickering with a faint brilliance, flickering in and out, like a firefly. His expression changed as he asked, "Ice Heart Valley is in danger of being wiped out?" Bing Yun shook her head and said, "I'm not sure, but it's extremely abnormal for so many people from the Emperor Realm to suddenly appear in Ice Moon City. It might be related to the sex calamity this time." "What do you want me to do?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. Bing Yun had said so much. Taking out this jade token, it was obvious that she wanted him to help. Bing Yun said, "I still need to continue recuperating for 2 to 3 days, so I can't leave here. I'd like you to go to Ice Heart Valley and see what's happening there." Yang Kai didn't even think about it and nodded. "This is no problem. Since Senior has asked, I will go. However, your sect is one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. It won't be easy to enter, right? If I accidentally trigger some kind of barrier or spirit array, with this junior's current strength, if I really trigger some kind of barrier or spirit array, Yang Kai would definitely be treated like a rat on the street, and everyone would want to beat him up. Even if Ice Heart Valley lost Bing Yun, the Emperor Realm wouldn't be too small. At that time, it would be difficult for him to fight against so many, and he might not be able to escape. You don't have to worry about this. Take this token, and no barrier or spirit array will be able to stop you." While speaking, Bing Yun took out another token. This token was white and flawless, as if it was carved out of the most beautiful jade in the world. There wasn't the slightest flaw. On the token, there was a large Yun character engraved on it. It should be Bing Yun's name. Yang Kai reached out and took it. Bing Yun also gave the other glowing jade token to Yang Kai and said, "Take this with you. You can use it to sense the location of the artifact I left behind. When I left back then, I placed the artifact in Ice Heart Valley's restricted area. It should still be there now." "I will remember." Yang Kai nodded seriously and stuffed the 2 jade tokens into his space ring. "Take this too." Bing Yun suddenly handed over a round bead solemnly. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he whispered, "Emperor Authority Bead." He was all too familiar with this round bead. It was clearly an Emperor Authority bead. Previously, he had obtained an Emperor Authority bead from the Flowing Time Great Emperor in the Four Seasons realm. In the end, he had used it in Thousand Leaves Sect's sealed world. With one move, he had used the principles of time to defeat the Third Order Emperor Realm Corpse puppet. He had even used the principles of time to advance to the level of the Third Order Dao Source realm. The Emperor Authority bead sealed the all-out attack of a master from the Emperor realm. Moreover, ordinary masters from the Emperor realm couldn't condense it. Only masters from the Second Order Emperor realm and above could condense it after spending a lot of time and energy. This kind of thing was usually given to juniors by the masters from the Emperor realm as a life-saving tool. Every master from the Emperor realm wouldn't condense too many of them. The limit was 3 Emperor realm beads in their lifetime. If they condensed too many, it would affect their foundation. Yang Kai didn't expect Bing Yun to be so generous, directly giving him an Emperor Authority bead to protect himself. Bing Yun said, "This is something I condensed when I just advanced to the Third Order Emperor realm. It contains one of my secret techniques, so use it with caution." Yang Kai happily received it and solemnly stored it away. He stood up and said, "There's no time to lose. Then this junior will set off now. You must be very careful. If someone really finds you, just take out my token. Those little girls won't dare to touch you," Bing Yun warned. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "With Senior's words I'm relieved." After saying so, he turned and left. There were no male disciples in Ice Heart Valley. The rule set by Bing Yun was that the valley only accepted female disciples. This rule was exactly the same as Ice Heart Valley on Scarlet Wave Star. When Yang Kai went to Ice Heart Valley on Scarlet Wave Star back then, he didn't find any trace of a man. The sect was filled with women, and any man who came to Ice Heart Valley would probably be dazzled by the sight of so many beauties. Originally, Yang Kai shouldn't be the one to inquire about this matter. However, among Bing Yun's disciples, the strongest, Fan Xian, was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Compared to Yang Kai, her real strength was worlds apart. Therefore, Bing Yun had no choice but to ask Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai was also well aware of this. Moreover, not only did Bing Yun give him the token, but she also gave him an Emperor Authority bead. It was clear how much importance she attached to this matter. With this double protection, Yang Kai felt that even if he sneaked into Ice Heart Valley to investigate the situation, it wouldn't be too dangerous. Ice Moon City wasn't too far away from Ice Heart Valley. If he flew directly, he could reach it in an hour. After all, Ice Moon City was a transit point for Ice Heart Valley to communicate with the outside world. If it was too far away from the sect, it would lose its significance. Yang Kai didn't say goodbye to the others. He left Ice Moon City alone and flew slowly in the direction of Ice Heart Valley. It wasn't until the sky turned dark that Yang Kai arrived at the edge of Ice Heart Valley. The entire Ice Heart Valley was located in a huge mountain valley surrounded by mountains. The terrain was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, the environment was beautiful and the world energy was rich. It was obvious that Bing Yun had put a lot of thought into choosing the location of Ice Heart Valley's headquarters. There must be an excellent earth vein here. Otherwise, the world energy here wouldn't be so rich. The only way to enter Ice Heart Valley was through the 1,000-meter-long valley corridor, which was guarded by the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley on both sides and at the end, making it impossible for outsiders to enter. Naturally, Yang Kai couldn't enter through the valley entrance openly. The main reason he came here was to find the disciple who contacted Bing Yun and ask her what was going on in Ice Heart Valley. He wandered around the periphery of Ice Heart Valley to investigate before heading straight in a certain direction. After a while, Yang Kai stopped and scanned the front with his divine sense. In front of him, there was an invisible barrier blocking the way. It was obviously Ice Heart Valley's protective and alert spirit array. Once an outsider touched it, the entire Ice Heart Valley would be on alert. At that time, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. Yang Kai didn't act rashly. Instead, he hid in the dark and waited for about an hour. After confirming that there were no Ice Heart Valley disciples around, he took out the token Bing Yun gave him and shook it slightly at the barrier. A beam of profound light shot out from the token, and in the next moment, a crack silently appeared in the barrier. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and entered it. Using his space force, he hid in the shadows like a ghost. At the same time, he used his Nihility secret technique to conceal his aura. Being able to break into Ice Heart Valley so easily, it seemed that the token Bing Yun gave him could indeed allow him to ignore all the barriers and spirit arrays in the valley. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a lot more relieved after this success. Taking out another jade token, Yang Kai sensed the location of the artifact and quietly walked in that direction. The deeper he went, the more auras he sensed from the cultivator. These cultivators were obviously Ice Heart Valley's disciples. Ice Heart Valley could become one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, so it must have many disciples. However, the disciples Yang Kai encountered weren't very strong. The most powerful one was only a Dao Source Realm cultivator. With his strength and concealment secret technique, he didn't need to worry about being discovered. Half an hour later, Yang Kai bypassed a building and was about to go deeper when he suddenly stopped, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Because he heard the voice of a man here. The voice came from one of the buildings next to them. Moreover, there seemed to be more than one person. It was obvious that two men were communicating. How could there be a man in Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai was stunned. This was an all-female sect, and men were generally not allowed to enter. Could it be that some Ice Heart Valley disciple couldn't bear the loneliness and secretly raised a wild man here? Thinking of this, Yang Kai was shocked. If this was true, then Ice Heart Valley's reputation would be completely ruined. Chapter 24:12. Ice Heart Valley was a huge sect with tens of thousands of disciples, so it was impossible for someone to secretly keep a man here without being discovered. What's more, Ice Heart Valley did not forbid marriage. If a disciple fell in love with another man, they could marry, but they would no longer be part of Ice Heart Valley after marriage. When it came to love, Frozen Cloud didn't set too rigid a rule. She knew that everyone had 7 emotions and 6 desires. It was normal for disciples to meet a man they liked when they were out adventuring. This rule could be considered very open-minded. However, Yang Kai was still a little surprised to meet a man here, because it was impossible for him to live in Ice Heart Valley, unless his identity was extraordinary. His curiosity was piqued, and he wanted to secretly investigate what the two men were doing here. But when one of them inadvertently revealed a trace of power, Yang Kai immediately did not dare to act rashly, because that person was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. He had fought against first-order Emperor Realm cultivators before, and even killed a few, but he had never fought against a second-order Emperor Realm Master before, so he did not know how powerful a second-order Emperor Realm Master was. He had another mission to complete this time, so he naturally could not complicate matters at this time. So Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before hurriedly fleeing into the distance. Who? A loud shout came from the loft, followed by a figure shooting out. Yang Kai was shocked, knowing that he had underestimated the vigilance of this second-order Emperor Realm Master. He had just passed by, but he was discovered. At this critical moment he did not dare to hesitate. He quickly teleported away. He disappeared from his spot. In the next moment, a heroic figure appeared where he had been hiding. With a gloomy face, he released his divine sense to search around, but found nothing. The other young man immediately chased after him and stood beside the middle-aged man frowning. "Martial Uncle Yao, what happened?" The middle-aged man said. "Someone was here just now." The young man was surprised. "Who?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "I don't know. But this person left very quickly. And there is still a trace of residual space force fluctuations here." "Space force?" The young man was shocked and blurted out. "What Martial Uncle means is that someone from Ice Heart Valley is proficient in the Tao of Space." The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "As far as I know, no one in Ice Heart Valley is proficient in this strange secret art. The residual space fluctuations here may be the result of some kind of transmission spirit array arranged here in advance." Hearing his explanation, the young man couldn't help but relax. "I thought Ice Heart Valley had some kind of genius who cultivated the Tao of Space, but it turns out it was just a transmission array. I wonder what kind of person would be so bored." The middle-aged man said. "Sheer, you should know that many people in Ice Heart Valley oppose this marriage, right? Especially the acting sect master. She might have been the one who arranged all this." The young man smiled and said, "So what if it's her? It would be the big day in 2 days. When the time comes, I will bring Ziyu back to the sect. From now on, she has nothing to do with Ice Heart Valley." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Ziyu is the #1 disciple of Ice Heart Valley's younger generation. She is famous in the entire Northern Territory. Whether it is her cultivation or aptitude, she is not inferior to you. She is a good match for you." Hearing the name Ziyu, a touch of affection appeared on the young man's face and he said softly, "Of course. If not for this, how could she or take a fancy to her?" The middle-aged man frowned and looked at the young man, reminding him, "My Seeking Passion sect's Seeking Passion Supreme art requires one to enter the Tao of Love. The deeper one's feelings are, the faster one's cultivation will be. But you should know that if she doesn't fall in love with you, you will suffer a huge backlash when you reach the grand accomplishment stage. Are you sure you can subdue her? Will she be loyal to you until death? Your father was almost annihilated because of this. Fortunately, your mother was moved by his feelings at the last moment. Martial Uncle doesn't want anything to happen to you. You are the future of Seeking Passion sect." The young man said confidently, "Martial Uncle, rest assured. As long as Ziyu returns to the sect with me, I will definitely conquer her body and mind. She has learned the Tao of servitude from my father." "It's good that you have such confidence. Go back and rest first. It will be an auspicious day in 2 days. Sect Master will also come over at that time. You need to rest well." When the young man heard this, he was surprised. "Father will come in person. Isn't this giving too much face to Ice Heart Valley?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Although Ice Heart Valley doesn't live up to its name now, it was still one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. When Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder was still alive, it had always been on par with my Seeking Passion sect. There is no harm in giving them some face. What's more, this is a happy occasion for you. How could Sect Master miss it?" "That's great," the young man said in surprise. Yang Kai shuttled through the various barriers and spirit arrays of Ice Heart Valley. With the token given to him by Bing Yun, he didn't have to worry about triggering anything. He went all the way inside, avoiding all kinds of hidden dangers. About an hour later, he suddenly arrived at an extremely cold place. The entire Ice Heart Valley was a bone-chilling environment because the disciples of Ice Heart Valley cultivated ice attribute secret arts and secret techniques, so cultivating in such an environment would yield twice the results with half the effort. However, this place was so cold that even someone as strong as Yang Kai had to circulate his source chi to feel better. Unlike the situation outside, after entering this place, Yang Kai could no longer feel the aura of a living person. This should be Ice Heart Valley's restricted area. Every sect had its own restricted area. Many of these restricted areas were places where the tablets of their ancestors were placed. Some were also places for cultivation that only a few members of the sect could set foot in. Ice Heart Valley's restricted area was a place for its outstanding disciples to cultivate, and also a place for solitary confinement. If a disciple made any mistakes, they might be imprisoned here. The cold here was so severe that even Ice Heart Valley's disciples couldn't withstand it for too long. In front of him was an ice-covered corridor. Yang Kai held the token in his hand and broke through the barriers. The further in he went, the clearer the ice principles lingering around him became. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. He knew that this place was extremely important to Ice Heart Valley. If Ice Heart Valley's disciples cultivated here, their cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, the premise was that they could withstand the invasion of the ice principles, otherwise, they would be frozen into ice sculptures. On both sides of the ice corridor were white mirror-like walls with many lifelike figures engraved on them. Yang Kai observed them for a while and found that these figures actually came to life right in front of his eyes. Each of them was graceful, as if they were demonstrating some extremely powerful secret technique. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little dazzled. Unfortunately, he didn't cultivate an ice attribute secret art, so even if there was such an opportunity in front of him, it wouldn't be of much use to him. He couldn't see any mysteries from these figures at all, only feeling that they were quite strange. Yang Kai sighed slightly, knowing that this wasn't an opportunity for him, so he no longer hesitated and walked straight to the end of the ice corridor. After a short while he arrived at the end, and his field of vision suddenly opened up. As far as the eye could see, there was actually an ice lake in front of him, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. The ground here was also frozen, and the omnipresent ice laws seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. Yang Kai shivered for no reason, and pushed a trace of his source chi to resist the pervasive cold. Because of the ice principles of this restricted area, the entire world was filled with white fog, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. However, when Yang Kai looked around, he vaguely saw a small island-like place in the middle of the ice lake. On this island, a figure was sitting cross-legged. Is this the Ice Heart Valley disciple who used a secret technique to summon Bing Yun? This thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he quietly released his divine sense to investigate. He found that the other party's cultivation was the same as his, at the level of the third-order Dao Source realm. However, what puzzled him was that for some reason, he felt that this woman's aura was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the island. Yang Kai's heart shook. He felt that something was calling out to him, and that something was on the island in the middle of the ice lake. This discovery puzzled him, as he didn't know what was calling out to him. Honored Master? On the island, a pleasant voice suddenly called out in Yang Kai's direction. Honored Master, is that you? Have you come to see you? Listening to her tone, it seemed that she had mistaken him for someone else. However, after hearing this voice, Yang Kai suddenly understood why this woman's aura was somewhat familiar. He also knew who this person was. He had seen her a few days ago, and although they hadn't had much contact, Yang Kai still remembered her aura and voice. He coughed lightly and tried to make his voice sound polite, so as not to frighten the other party. Sister Ziyu? On the small island, the owner of the voice was indeed frightened. She shouted, Who are you? Why are you here? This was Ice Heart Valley's restricted area. Without the permission of the sect's elders, even she couldn't enter this place. However, a man had suddenly appeared here. How could she not be shocked? A thought flashed through Ziyu's mind and she coldly snorted. Are you from Seeking Passion sect? Did Fengxi call you here? Her tone was full of great hostility and rejection. Yang Kai didn't know how that guy named Fengxi had offended her. Yang Kai stood in place and said, Sister Z, you misunderstood. I don't know Fengxi, nor am I from Seeking Passion sect. I came here because of Sister Ziyu's summoning message. Summoning message? Ziyu was stunned when she heard this, but she immediately cried out, How do you know? That's the message I sent to summon my sect's ancestral founder. Chapter 24:13. On the small island in the ice lake, Ziyu was shocked to the extreme. While being imprisoned here, she had used the method her master had taught her to communicate with the artifact left behind by the ancestral founder. She wanted to call the ancestral founder, who had been missing for thousands of years, to seek justice for her. This was because her master had told her that if there was anyone in this world who could save her, it would be the ancestral founder. However, her master had also said that ever since the ancestral founder left Ice Heart Valley 3,000 years ago, there had been no news of her. In the past 3,000 years, Ice Heart Valley had suffered several disasters. During those disasters, her master had tried to communicate with the artifact using the method left behind by the ancestral founder, but she had never received a response. Many of the sect's elders believed that the ancestral founder had fallen somewhere in the star boundary. Otherwise, why hadn't she returned? Even her master herself wasn't sure whether the ancestral founder was still alive or not. Ziyu had no choice but to communicate with the artifact and send a message to the ancestral founder. It was just her last effort. She didn't expect that someone would really receive her message and come here. What was even more unexpected was that the person who had come was a man. Wasn't the artifact left behind by the ancestral founder? Wasn't the ancestral founder a woman? What was the situation with this man? Ziyu was confused and couldn't figure it out. Just as she was puzzled and trying to guess Yang Kai's identity, Yang Kai's voice sounded again. Sister Ziyu, can I go over and talk? I'm afraid that communicating like this will alarm others. Ziyu suppressed the shock in her heart and said lightly, If you can withstand the cold here, come over. Yang Kai smiled slightly. His figure leapt and rushed towards the center of the ice lake. The next moment, he stood on the small island and looked over. A familiar face immediately appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, it's her. Yang Kai also felt strange. He had met this woman named Ziyu a few days ago. At that time, she was besieged by Seeking Passion sex people. After he saved her, she didn't thank him. Instead, after hearing Fan Xian and the others introduce her, she fled vigilantly. However, for some unknown reason, she was once again imprisoned in this forbidden area. It's you. When Violet Rain saw Yang Kai's face, she couldn't help but cry out in alarm. However, she seemed to realize that her voice was a little too loud, so she hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. Her beautiful eyes trembled as she asked, How could it be you? She naturally remembered Yang Kai. After all, the two of them had just met a few days ago, and Yang Kai had even saved her. However, what she could not figure out was that this man, who she had only met once, was able to enter Ice Heart Valley's restricted area without anyone noticing. Miss Ziyu, there's no need to be afraid. I have no ill intentions towards you. Yang Kai saw her alert expression and hurriedly took a step back. I'm here because someone asked me to. Entrusted by someone? Who? Violet Rain asked cautiously. Yang Kai smiled and said, Look at this. While they were talking, he stretched out his hand and tossed a token to Ziyu. It was the piece that Bingyan gave him. Ziyu caught it suspiciously and gave Yang Kai a puzzled look before carefully examining the token. In the next moment, Ziyu's tender body suddenly shook as her beautiful eyes widened with a strange light. With a look of disbelief, she excitedly said, This is Ancestral Founder's aura. Although she did not recognize what this token was, the remnant aura on it could not be faked. This aura was exactly the same as the aura of the artifact left here by the Ancestral Founder. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Yang Kai in shock. She seemed to be both happy and nervous as she asked, Could it be that the person who asked you to come here is Sho? Yang Kai raised a finger and put it to his lips. He had a mysterious look on his face that could only be understood but not explained. Ziyu, on the other hand, was overjoyed. She clenched the token tightly and choked out, I knew it. Ancestral founder is safe and sound. Master, you can finally rest assured. She didn't know why she suddenly changed the topic to her master. She also didn't know who her master was. While speaking, she directly took out a communication bead and was about to pour her divine sense into it. Yang Kai frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" Ziyu said, "Master has always been concerned about ancestral founder's safety. If she knows that ancestral founder is safe and sound, she will definitely be happy." Yang Kai's face was covered in cold sweat as he said, "Don't tell your master about this for now." "Why?" Yang Kai said, "It's not convenient for Senior Bingyun to show up right now. She will come here in a few days. At that time, your master will know about this." Hearing Yang Kai's words, Ziyu couldn't help but stop. After thinking for a while, she nodded and said, "I was too excited. By the way, how should I address brother?" Yang Kai said, "Call me Yang Kai." "So it's Brother Yang." Ziyu revealed a smile and her entire body seemed to have completely relaxed. This smile almost caused the heavens and earth to lose their color. Yang Kai was slightly startled by this, but he quickly recovered. Ziyu saw the change in his expression and secretly praised him in her heart. There were very few men who could not be moved by her beauty after seeing her. There were countless men who only looked at her with naked eyes. Yang Kai, however, was only stunned for a moment. To be able to remain unmoved by her beauty, he was obviously an extremely self-disciplined man. "Ziyu was rude last time, and didn't thank Brother Yang for saving my life. I hope Brother Yang won't take offense," Ziyu said with some embarrassment. After learning that Yang Kai was someone sent by the ancestral founder, she felt that the man in front of her was very close, so she didn't feel the slightest psychological burden when calling him brother, as if the two were really brother and sister. Although there were no male disciples in Ice Heart Valley, and she had never had a brother or junior brother, Yang Kai gave her an extremely reliable feeling. "It's fine, Sister Ziyu should be in trouble." Yang Kai smiled faintly. Ziyu nodded sadly and said with a bitter smile, "Brother Yang, you can see that I have been in some trouble recently. Did something happen to Ice Heart Valley? If Ziyu doesn't mind, you can tell me about it." Yang Kai asked. He had come here to find the Ice Heart Valley disciple who had sent the message to Bingyun, as well as to ask what had happened to Ice Heart Valley. "Brother Yang, just call me Junior Sister," Ziyu said softly. She had seen Yang Kai take action last time. He had casually knocked Seeking Passion Sect's Chao Yang to the ground. She knew that she couldn't do the same, so even if their cultivation was the same, Ziyu felt that she was inferior to Yang Kai. "Although it's called an accident, it's actually because of me," Ziyu said with a trace of guilt on her face. As Ziyu spoke, a thick look of guilt appeared on her face. After a short pause, she raised her head and asked, "Senior Brother Yang, do you know about the Seeking Passion sect?" Yang Kai nodded. Although he didn't know much about Seeking Passion sect, he at least knew that this sect was quite powerful in the Northern Territory and had many masters. In terms of status, it was equivalent to sects like Azure Sun Temple, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and Orthodoxy Temple in the Southern Territory. Seeking Passion sect has a secret art called the Seeking Passion Supreme Art, Ziyu said faintly. This secret art is very strange. A large part of the reason why Seeking Passion sect can dominate the Northern Territory for so many years is because of this secret art. It is said that this secret art was created by a master on the level of the Great Emperors. That Great Emperors called this secret art Seeking Passion. Cultivating this secret art requires one to be in love. The deeper one is in love, the faster one can cultivate. Yang Kai was surprised when he heard this and asked, "Doesn't this mean that everyone in Seeking Passion sect is infatuated with love?" Ziyu sneered and said, "Infatuated with love? Brother Yang's words are too flattering." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Isn't it said that one needs to be in love? How can one cultivate this Seeking Passion Supreme Art without being in love?" Ziyu nodded and said, "It is true that one needs to be in love. When cultivating, one needs to be in love and experience unforgettable love. However, the elite disciples of Seeking Passion sect begin to come into contact with the Seeking Passion Supreme Art from a young age. They search for the woman they love and fall in love with her. Because of this secret art, very few women can resist the tenderness and sweetness of Seeking Passion sect's disciples. They often fall deeply in love with them, and are unable to extricate themselves. This secret art is so strange? Yang Kai was shocked. If it was only him who needed to be in love, then it would be fine. However, this seeking passion supreme art could even affect the person he fell in love with. This was too strange. This was simply a supreme weapon for picking up girls. With the seeking passion supreme art, which woman in the world could resist its charm? Because cultivating the seeking passion supreme art not only requires one to fall in love, but also the person they fall in love with. If the woman is not moved, then the seeking passion sex disciple will suffer a backlash. The deeper one falls in love, the stronger the backlash. As Ziyu spoke, a thick look of disdain appeared in her beautiful eyes. If the seeking passion sex disciple can be faithful to one woman, then it's fine. At the very least, the two of them can fly together and live happily ever after. However, the key is that after the seeking passion sex disciples cultivate this secret art, their progress will be extremely fast. Very few women can keep up with their cultivation speed. Often in just a few years, the gap in strength between them will become bigger and bigger. Once the gap in cultivation is too big, the woman they fall in love with will be useless to the seeking passion sex disciples. They will need to find a woman with the same cultivation as them to fall in love with. This cycle will repeat, and their cultivation will rise steadily. Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a face full of envy, "Doesn't this mean that every seeking passion sex disciple has 3 wives and 4 concubines? Moreover, these wives and concubines are deeply attached to them, and will never leave them?" Ziyu glanced at Yang Kai and said angrily, "Brother Yang, why do you have such an envious look on your face?" Yang Kai wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and quickly waved his hand, saying, No, of course not. This secret art is simply devoid of conscience. It makes one's hair stand on end. I hate this secret art from the bottom of my heart." He didn't know whether Ziyu believed him or not, but she didn't continue to pester him on this matter. She continued, "Among the seeking passion sex elite disciples who cultivate the seeking passion supreme art, having 3 wives and 4 concubines is considered a small number. Some of them have captured the hearts of dozens or hundreds of women along the way, but those women are still dead set on them. I really don't know if they are fools or not." Speaking up to here, Ziyu clenched her teeth with a look of resentment on her face.